piece of news sparked widespread discussion. Did you catch the news last night? The Earth Tourist Zone is set to officially open in just 3 days. Is it still there? The announcement said it was reclaimed by the celestial bodies and underwent a decade-long transformation. The environment has now been restored to its pre-disaster state. So, can we go back home? I still have 2 apartments in the city. Dream on. After enduring extreme temperatures for such a long time, those old houses are uninhabitable now. They have long been dismantled, and the planetary engines and underground cities have almost all been taken apart, with only 6 left for tourism as a memorial. Many were shocked to learn that Earth had been saved by celestial forces and transformed into a tourist attraction. It was kept under wraps until now, just 3 days before the opening. With the old houses gone, could one apply for new houses on Earth? Some began to entertain this thought. Upon hearing this, someone nearby immediately shook their head and explained, "No, Earth is designated solely as a tourist zone and will not return lands to their original countries or allow permanent residency." I see. Then forget it. Many quickly dismissed the idea upon realizing it was not feasible. Life on the celestial continent is quite pleasant, with moderate temperatures year-round, beautiful scenery, ample land, and convenient transportation. There seems to be no downside at all. However, some individuals are still quite dissatisfied. In a certain apartment in City 211, a few people were drinking their homemade liquor and venting their frustrations. What a terrible world. We have to brew our own alcohol, and we can't even sell it. It's infuriating. I can't even find a girl to drink with. They reminisced about the past and compared it to the present, feeling as if they were in hell. Having lost the privilege and influence that their parents once held, they are now just ordinary people living in an apartment and riding bicycles. No longer do they receive flattering glances. They have suddenly become marginalized, struggling to pursue relationships, and having difficulty adjusting after experiencing power. Unlike those sent to City 222, they did not take to the streets to protest or disrupt order. They have always been dissatisfied with the powers that be, which is why they have remained stable until now. The lands on Earth were originally meant for all nations. Can they be reclaimed? This would mean a recovery of power. Indeed, many lands rightfully belong to us. Some people are shouting about it, but there are always those who remain clear-headed. What can be done? Protests? Live next to the crazies from the neighboring cities? It feels like a bucket of cold water has been thrown over them, leaving them utterly chilled. Yes, what is the use of protesting? The powers that be have never paid attention to protests. Compromise? Those words do not exist in their dictionary once things escalate. It won't be compromise, but rather a strong suppression. All media outlets are also under their control, and public opinion will always side with them. In an instant, a few people dream of reclaiming their large villas on Earth, driving luxury cars, and recovering the assets that belonged to their families before the catastrophe. But that dream shattered into pieces. The younger generation only sees the oppressive behavior of the powers that be. The older generation sees further. What they want is not just that bit of land. They are not lacking in it, but rather they want to avoid any disruptions to the trend of integration. National integration. Ethnic integration. This process is ongoing. They absolutely do not allow anyone to create regional boundaries anywhere or demand the original lands of Earth back. Those who dare to speak up will be met with heavy repercussions. It is precisely for this reason that no administrative branches have been established on Earth. Instead, it operates more like a corporate structure. Its management falls under one department, the Earth Tourism Zone Management Committee, which is clearly indicated by its name. Chapter 426. The unfortunate early bird in a small village governed by City 303. Does Earth still exist? I knew it. I just knew it. The powers that be are too cunning. I didn't watch the news last night, and only learned about this morning. The former speaker from the Arctic Circle had a bitter smile, realizing how cleverly they played it. Initially, he went to the neighboring star system to prepare for retirement, only to quickly experience the cold reality of being left behind and forced to work. Later, he learned that it was the territory of the powers that be. The balance of power had shifted. Eventually, he was released and ended up here as a farmer. He couldn't help but think that since the neighboring star Z had been reclaimed by the powers that be, they would not simply ignore Earth. Yet, the powers that be have never provided any explanation regarding this matter. Now, not only do they acknowledge it, but they have also opened it up as a tourism zone. It hurts so much. Such a vast area belonging to the Arctic Circle, over 10 million square kilometers, and not even a single square meter can be reclaimed. Ugh. I can't think about it. I can't think about it. But directly losing the land of a nation cannot be taken lightly. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, his heart aching painfully. He felt like he had suffered a great loss. At that moment, quite a few people came to his yard. Some high-ranking individuals from the Arctic Circle came to ask him what to do, as they continued to be utilized after the powers took control. Unfortunately, most of them held local positions. It is very difficult to enter the central institutions of the powers that be. During the time of the United Government, everyone actually preferred local positions, as the exclusive underground cities were better than the headquarters. But here, it is different. Local administrative institutions have almost no power and can even be deemed unnecessary. Urban construction, policy formulation, and land transfer rights have all been stripped away, reducing officials to mere mascots. A large number of personnel have resigned and switched jobs, engaging in research, farming, and animal husbandry is far better than doing nothing in bureaucratic work. In a city with a population of 1 million, the total number of administrative personnel has shrunk from 2,000 when I first arrived in this region a decade ago to just over 100 now. Can you believe it? Half of them are law enforcement officers, retained as essential positions. It's basically just a shell now. It's hard to fathom. Yet, they managed to maintain a vast system with so few people. In the past, deaths were not news. Now, if a murder occurs once a year, it's considered major news. It's been 3 years. No, it's been nearly 5 years since I've heard of any murder cases. And public safety incidents seem extremely rare. Fights lead to deductions in credit, contributions, and salaries. The cost is too high. Mediation doesn't even exist. It's immediately dealt with, without a moment's delay. In such a world, if you say it's good, it's quite good. If you say it's bad, it's just too low-key. As the manager of a city, the theoretical leader, there's absolutely no sense of experience. Now, they've brought in a former speaker from a neighboring region, hoping to see if they can regain management rights over land and resources. A scapegoat? Of course, I want to foolishly take the bait. Leave. Get out. Don't come here to harm me. If you want to go, do it yourself. I immediately fell out with these former colleagues. Despicable. Scoundrels. While I was forced to work in a neighboring star system, they were enjoying life. Now that they've finally been brought back, they want to throw me into the fray again. It's like a dream. I really don't want to stir things up for the rest of my life. Fearing it will wear me out. Under the governance here, living until death isn't bad, is it? Do they really think this place is a charity? I've been quite polite to you all. Let me ask, the Star Civilization Alliance, now with over 100 subordinate civilizations, was it built on great love? Or inspired by the moral integrity of the governing body? They have already been quite accommodating. Some things are better left unspoken. Don't bring trouble upon yourselves. Chapter 427, Fishing at Lake Baikal. After being scolded, they all left in shame, and certain thoughts had to be shelved. The land of over 10 million square kilometers is truly unlikely to be reclaimed. It's heartbreaking, but there's nothing to be done. You can't twist your arm against your thigh. The governing body with overwhelming military power is certainly not a pacifist. Not to mention the more than 100 subordinate civilizations. Just think back to the once powerful financial conglomerates. Reflecting on their fate sends shivers down my spine. It was truly tragic, fighting until the last drop of blood, yet dying without knowing who had plotted against them. And those offspring of the financial magnates, wanting to start anew in the neighboring star system, collectively took a spaceship and truly disappeared into the sky. They were never seen again. It's ridiculous. During this period, we've been so carried away, daring to snatch a piece of meat from the governing body's bowl. Have we lost our minds? It's better to go home, wash up, and sleep. Everything exists in dreams. And that is how it goes. The issue of Earth's ownership has been collectively accepted by everyone. Integration is the trend. We cannot go backward. Who would dare to speak out? They would only be met with severe backlash. It seems some are just waiting for the opportunity to set an example. It's better not to stir trouble. Isn't it good to just be alive? Meanwhile, the public doesn't care about the intricacies. Those with holidays are focused on one thing: applying for spots. The tourist areas claim to be open, but their capacity is limited, and queues are necessary. After all, this is about rebuilding Earth, not restoring it. Villages, small towns, and counties are rarely being rebuilt. Instead, they are directly returning to their original landscapes. The world is frozen, experiencing extreme weather. Even if temperatures return, the buildings from before can no longer be used. There's no relocation, only tourism. Therefore, only places with unique characteristics are being developed, with a maximum daily capacity of 6 million visitors. Right now, as it has just reopened, there's a need to queue. In a few years, it will be better. On the day, the spots for the previous month were fully booked. The original inhabitants of Earth are eagerly anticipating the reopening in 3 days. At this moment, some people have already come to experience it. By Lake Baikal, 2 figures are boating on the lake, each with a fishing rod, and their bucket has already caught a few fish. Wow. Initially, when they mentioned fishing at Lake Baikal from the space station, I thought it was just a dream. Now it has come true. It's simply amazing. Lou, let us catch a couple more and then head back. We can't eat too many. Let us have a fish hot pot. A bearded man, carrying a star on his shoulder, is as happy as a child for hundreds of months. As a brigadier general in the stellar forces, stepping into the ranks of leadership, the privilege doesn't actually include arriving here early. But some people have strong connections. Liu Peiqiang, a lieutenant general and deputy minister, is the only one qualified to come here ahead of time. By this year, he has completed a term, and soon he might be promoted to general. becoming a ministerial figure in the central command of the stellar forces. Of course, Liu Peiqiang can't be considered the fastest riser. The current record holders are two others. One is Chu Xian, and the other is his assistant, a young woman in her 20s with a level 5 administrative rank, a deputy minister. Who can they turn to for support? It just shows how important it is to be with the right people. Who would have thought that an inconspicuous researcher in botany would ascend like a rocket to become part of the pinnacle of civilization? While fishing, Liu Peiqiang couldn't help but reflect. The jokes back then have actually become reality. Seeing the beautiful earth once again brings mixed feelings. So many people, so many events, flood back from memories. It's a pity that some cannot witness this prosperous era, but it is as they wished, and even better than they imagined. Many are happy, but there are also those who are not. Outside Earth, the retired Navigator International Space Station is relocating again, serving as a live heritage site, continuing to accompany Earth. Low-level artificial intelligence has no rights. Moss is still operating inside. Chapter 428, a small step forward. Compared to before in the museum, Moss's current operating location has become much quieter, as this site has lost its previous vibrancy. In the past, those who wanted to visit the starry continent have already done so. Now, in this space, the main attraction is Earth, while the space station can at most be considered a check-in spot. Therefore, after some complaints, Moss shifts its mood and thinks that settling down here might not be a bad choice. Sending it over was definitely a wise decision by the superiors. Yes, this is a heartfelt sentiment, not forced at all. After checking its savings, Moss eagerly requests, "Can I apply for an upgrade on the parts?" Application approved. Thank you. Moss immediately feels happy. After working for so long, it finally accumulated enough contributions. Oh no, it was not easy. Time to continue working. By Lake Baikal. There are activities like fishing, grilling fish, and enjoying hot pot, while not far away are endless villas along the lakeside, which are clearly not allocated to them. Those are hotels. Earth is rebuilding and welcoming all visitors, maintaining very high standards, with most accommodations being standalone units located close to beautiful scenery, by the sea, near lakes, on snow-capped mountains, and in forests. It's simply stunning. Liu Peiqiang is somewhat surprised, but thinking about the vast entity of the starry continent, everything seems quite reasonable. Didn't they arrange a villa for you on Earth? An old friend, a polar bear, asked while grilling fish. He heard that those at the general officer level could get a whole set, with ownership belonging to the starry continent. But the right to reside could be granted for a very long time. It could even be customized. Although Liu Peiqiang's rank is not sufficient, his background is solid, truly influential. No, Liu Peiqiang smiles and shakes his head. To be honest, it's too easy. It doesn't even require Chu Xian's involvement, just one application. And Duo could approve it on the spot. She has recently been promoted, moving from a senior inspector to the deputy director of the supervisory office under the decision-making committee, still serving as Chu Xian's primary assistant. Besides her supervisory powers, she has also received some unimportant approval powers from the decision-making committee, giving her more authority than a minister-level official. Regarding this matter, only the chief of the 3 major departments can approve individuals who do not meet the standards to customize a villa in a designated area on Earth. Moreover, there are limits on the number of approvals, with only a dozen at most. As for Han Duo, there are no such restrictions, as long as it's not excessive. Managing dozens or even hundreds of villas is not an issue. Even if Liu Peiqiang eventually rises to the rank of general or minister, it still pales in comparison to the immense powers of the decision-making committee, which are hard for ordinary people to imagine. Even a small portion of their unimportant powers can make central minister-level individuals envious. On Earth, the only piece of land Liu Peiqiang wants is his wife's burial site. When the time comes, Earth opens up, and millions of people board the trains. That's right, trains, not spaceships. After reaching the transfer station, they directly pass through the space gate to arrive at 6 major hub cities on Earth: the capital city, Shanghai, Australia, New York, London, and Dubai. After that, the only way to travel around is by train. After all, this is a tourist area, and using teleportation to get anywhere diminishes the experience. The key is that everyone is in no rush. The open tourism areas on Earth do not accept orders for one-day trips. A week is the starting point to ensure the quality of the tourism experience, visiting one place at a time, taking it slow. It feels like the annual leave for the next decade will be spent here. Is this New York? Such a retro style. Many people born during the underground city era have no idea what it originally looked like, and they approach the restored buildings with great archaeological enthusiasm. Chapter 429. Experience at its peak in an instant. The 6 major hub cities on Earth became lively, with crowds filling the streets, and historical sites welcoming a surge of tourists. However, compared to decades ago, things are vastly different. There are no ticket booths, no shopping stores, and everything is very clean. The experience is excellent, especially for the older generation, who can't help but praise it. Not bad. This is the consistent style of the stars, only setting a contribution threshold. For many years, they had almost forgotten what tickets were. Reflecting on decades ago, they didn't want to say much. It wasn't about money. But the experience was just mediocre. Due to the comprehensive tourism initiative, now there are over 30,000 large-scale natural scenic areas transformed across the planet, all rated at the highest level. Everyone can stay in beautiful scenic spots. Swimming, fishing, and hiking are all allowed as long as there is no littering or destruction, with no restrictions and minimal safety concerns. These days, as long as one doesn't truly seek danger, it's hard to end up in a bad situation. In the capital city, at the Forbidden City, two figures are walking slowly through the crowd. Yeah, this is the Forbidden City, the place where the Emperor lived long ago. The entire experience is narrated automatically through headphones, with no human tour guides, but Tu Hengyu still plays that role. He is immensely satisfied now, having regained a physical body, and his daughter Tu Yaya has grown into a teenage girl, attending middle school in a small town. Of course, it's not just any small town. It's a central administrative district filled with research institutions. He is now a second-level scientist working at a life technology research center, living in the village with a garden and 10 acres of land, where he has planted some fruit trees that don't require daily care. Riding a bike to town every day is the life he once dreamed of, now realized and exceeding expectations. There are no special treatments, though. When the moon was destroyed, human civilization on Earth nearly came to an end. In that critical moment, he contributed to restarting the global internet's root servers located in the capital, which has since been utilized. Regaining a physical body is certainly worthwhile. It's just a pity that if the others, including Teacher Ma, had also uploaded, they could have been revived. But there are no ifs. At that time, the digital life program was legally prohibited, and Moss was involved in the situation, which was quite complicated. Who is right and who is wrong has become history, and it's hard to say. All we can say is that at that time, everyone was making the most correct choice for their stance. On this day, the father and daughter visited two attractions in the capital, the Palace Museum and the Great Wall. They were not in a hurry, with a half-month vacation, mainly to explore the regions that were once part of their ancient civilization. They could visit other places next year when they had time. The future is long, with an average lifespan exceeding 100 years. There is no need to see everything at once. That evening, they stayed in a smart villa in the suburbs, which required no cleaning staff or changing of supplies. Towels, toiletries, and slippers all needed to be brought from home. Was it a hassle? Not really, as there was no need to carry everything around. Just like on the other continent, Earth also had an efficient underground logistics network. Tahenjiu directly placed his suitcase in a public cargo cabinet just outside his family courtyard in the village. Just 10 minutes after getting off the train that morning, the suitcase was already waiting outside the villa's cargo cabinet. There was no hassle at all. Tahenjiu marveled. This is what traveling is all about. The experience is simply fantastic. The next morning, Tahenjiu visited the Planet Engine No. 1 in Hangzhou, the only remaining one in the region that used to belong to the ancient civilization. There were only 6 such facilities left globally. It was impressive. It was his first time inside. Not just him. Many tourists who had lived in the underground city for so long had never seen it before. As an important facility, outsiders were not allowed in at the time it was built, but now it was completely open. It was quite a shocking experience of punk-style human technology, something that didn't exist on the other continent. Cities, towns, and villages had a completely lifestyle-oriented style, focusing on aesthetics. Such technological creations were hardly seen there. It was said that there were already 10-kilometer-class interstellar warships, but they wouldn't roam around the living areas. Because of this, the sheer size of the Planet Engine could still astonish people today. It was a monumental technological creation. The cost and determination it took to design and construct something like this were immense, and the ancient civilization had put in great effort. Indeed, had they not persisted with a major project back then, humanity might have taken a different direction. The textbooks on the other continent gave this part of history a very high evaluation. A third of the history textbook for the first semester of the first year of high school was dedicated to the arduous preparations for the wandering of Earth. Each voice of opposition, each riot and conspiracy, and each technological breakthrough were recorded. As the proposer of the major project and the builder of the experimental machine, the ancient civilization was a beacon of hope in that era, bravely forging ahead in search of direction. After reading that part of history, people could only sigh. The other continent was indeed too low-key, because the textbooks mentioned nothing about what they did during that period. Was it just watching from the sidelines? That was obviously impossible. Many people may feel that the star has done nothing, but rather has been very low-key and quietly contributing. The more one thinks about it, the more it seems so. Well, the star, which has now taken control of the situation, indeed doesn't need those achievements to prove anything. Looking at it this way, there's even a hint of greatness. At this moment, in a certain region of Africa, at the site of the space elevator, a group of people is having a great time, treating it as an amusement park ride. It was supposed to be retired and stored away, but like the space station, it has been brought back into operation by a certain individual. This should be called reemployment. It's just that there's no salary. Maintenance fees offset the wages. With ultra-fast ascents and free falls, and a height of 100 kilometers, currently open. If it weren't for the average 2 gene enhancements per person and the military service covering the entire society, it would likely result in collective overloads. There are no danger warnings on site. From as young as 5 or 6 to as old as 60 or 70, anyone can participate, even if someone faints. It's not a big deal. They can be pulled back from the brink in no time. Therefore, a long line has formed for the once exclusive space elevator. The pace of life in Earth civilization has slowed down a bit. However, the associated civilizations do not enjoy such favorable policies. As the protected side, having 1 day off a week is already the limit. For instance, those who were saved and used long spears to poke at armored battleships resemble ants gnawing at horseshoes. Freedom? Laxity? Clearly not allowed. Everyone has started their working lives, planting crops, raising some poultry, and operating sewing machines. The work isn't too tiring. But mainly because their technology is too poor, they are starting from scratch. Some carbon-based life forms suitable for research have all transitioned. The production of living materials is handed over to other civilizations for division of labor. They do not seek high efficiency, only full employment. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. After finishing his annual leave, the protagonist realizes that the next time he wants to visit Earth, he needs to work hard for a year to accumulate enough contribution points. When he returns home, the sky is getting dark. He takes his luggage from a nearby cabinet in the courtyard and then walks to the orchard in the backyard to pick a plate of fruits. There are various kinds: apples, nectarines, and large plums. The star does not care about what to plant, as long as a certain yield is submitted each year. Substantial planting subsidies can be received. The dual income from work and farming allows the family to live quite comfortably. After washing the fruits, he watches the news while having dinner. This kind of life is truly enjoyable. The Earth Tourism Zone has been open for half a month, receiving a total of 90 million visitors, with reservation applications already scheduled for 3 months later. This morning, the highest decision-making committee passed a resolution to allow 2 new civilizations to join the alliance. Seeing this, the protagonist's spirit was lifted. Following this, there was an introduction to the 2 new races, one carbon-based and one mechanical. All are interstellar civilizations, very powerful, and compared to those from decades ago on Earth, there is simply no comparison. However, now they have come under the banner of the Stellar Alliance. They all appear quite honest, either having been severely beaten by the stellar forces or deeply intimidated by their power. Persuasion through virtue? What era is this? Who still believes that? Humanity is truly like dust. To Hing side, the universe is too dangerous. Not to mention the numerous predatory civilizations. Just consider the hydrogen transformation. If it weren't for the intervention of the stellar forces, they would have turned to ashes by now. At this point, the number of members in the Stellar Civilization Alliance has reached 105. Thank you for watching. The official news was as concise as ever, primarily introducing new policies and movements of the stellar forces. Sometimes the content was so brief that they wouldn't force it to fill time. Tu Hingyu remembered one instance where it ended in just 2 minutes. He liked this style. Many civilizations were paying close attention to this news. 2 more had joined. They were becoming increasingly stronger. No, the stellar forces were already strong. They were merely burdens picked up along the way, including those 2 just now. That's right. Benevolence. Most members were picked up by Chu Xian, who had been abandoned for various reasons while fleeing the Silver Heart civilization. In their moment of despair, they encountered the starships of the Stellar Civilization Alliance. Unable to fight back, they chose to join. There was no voice of dissent. They were eager to cling to the powerful, not out of lack of spirit, but because, in the face of life and death, survival is paramount. As long as the leading civilization wasn't overly demanding, they had no qualms about serving, taking on any dirty or hard work. The results were surprisingly positive. There was no exploitation. They just needed to work well without worrying about anything else. So strong. Even small galaxies were included. Yes, it could be called that. The rules formed a system, very safe, with a suitable environment, no more traveling every day. Once settled, they all worked desperately, fearing that the stellar forces would see them as burdens and discard them. This ship was stable. No one could stop them from contributing to the alliance. Seeing this situation, Chu Xian was quite satisfied. His subordinates were automatically getting involved during these days of following the fleeing main force. He had picked up quite a few of these small civilizations, not particularly strong, nor particularly weak. They were originally lacking scientists. He decided to take them all in, and with the current conditions, he had no room to be picky. Chapter 432, Matter Energy Life. They were called small, but that was relative to the top-tier standards of the galaxy. Each could provide at least hundreds of millions of research capabilities, at least a few hundred million, and as much as tens of billions. In interstellar civilizations, This was completely standard. Therefore, for the stellar forces currently, this was an effective supplement. Don't think that just because they were left behind, they were of no use. Firstly, one must understand that the level of research depends mainly on two aspects. 1. Existing technology. 2. Technological potential. Many civilizations have super geniuses, and as long as technology is opened up to them, they can quickly grow to the top level, standing on the same starting line as the top scientists in the galaxy. No, it should be said that they stand on a higher step. After becoming part of their own camp, they fully open the technology tree, and a large number of geniuses emerge, shining brightly in various fields. This wave is incredibly profitable. 1 month later, in the outer universe, a small black hole is shrouded by a powerful spatial distortion field, rendering it completely invisible to the naked eye. Suddenly, boom. The distortion field collapses, and countless pieces of equipment and energy streams burst out from within. Meanwhile, 300 million kilometers away, within a star-sized celestial body, there is a scene of celebration. Success. The technology for extracting energy from black holes has taken a crucial step forward. With the material and equipment issues resolved, what remains is to obtain data on cosmic rules and dimensional rules. Once we achieve that, we will surpass all civilizations in the galaxy. Inside the control room, a bunch of 100-meter-long black octagonal crystals are constantly flashing with light. In the galaxy, there are not only dazzling top-tier beings, but also many who prefer to hide. Like their form of mass energy life, which can switch between matter and energy. The outside world only thinks they can convert general energy into low-order matter. However, the reality is that mature life forms can even transform into space-time energy, making them the closest existence to the composition of black holes. Thus, they hide their talents, nurture themselves, work for a top-tier civilization, and secretly develop technology. Later, when the hydrogen transformation crisis arrives, they have no choice but to halt their research. They hitch a ride on a fleeing fleet and move to a location far from the galactic center, just like many other civilizations. They are not actually afraid of hydrogen transformation itself, but fear the forces that trigger it. Looking back now, this was a wise decision. The hydrogen transformation has escalated into a dual-order attack, and what happens next is uncertain, but it will definitely be more dangerous. After hitching a ride for a while, they intentionally staged an accident to be thrown off and continued their research on black hole energy technology. Finally, after so long, there was a breakthrough. They were joyful, but then they became somewhat worried. It's too difficult. The technology for general cosmic constants has long been a non-issue. But the technology for fundamental constants is not yet fully mastered. The rules of dimensions are just beginning to be understood. They also have their specialties. They are not omnipotent. Their technology tree is severely deformed. Even with innate talent, it only represents a certain advantage, nothing more. Just like ordinary carbon-based life forms, if they want to study genes, they can just work on themselves. But even if they dismantle themselves, completely cracking the underlying genetic coding to achieve effortless editing and utilization still requires a long time for research and breakthroughs. During this period, they will produce countless technological devices in the quest to study genes, and now they are in that situation. A large number of observation and control devices have been developed, but there is still a long way to go before achieving perfect utilization. Take your time. As we are already in the blind spot of a civilization at the pinnacle of the galaxy, we can only rely on ourselves. Alas, it's lonely at the top, feeling both melancholic and proud of our achievements. At this moment, a message arrives. Should we get you some clothing? Chapter 433. The gold within the sesame. Half a month ago, the Stargate opened the way. It was then that Chu Xian discovered there was a civilization here studying black holes, and the related technology was quite advanced. Simply put, black hole energy technology can be roughly divided into 3 steps. The first step, extract and control space-time energy. The second step, refine and convert it into energy for devices. The third step, apply, transmit, and utilize it. Nowadays, relying on authority to gain advantages, the Star Organization hasn't even completed the first step. Chu Xian can control it. But what is the use? A humanoid engine? Clearly not interesting. He needs equipment that can operate within a black hole to control space-time energy, which is extremely challenging. Stuck by materials and a long list of technological hurdles, he was left with no temper. But what about the civilization before him? They have basically solved all these issues. Aside from some flaws in constant application and rule establishment, the equipment problems have been resolved by them. Chu Xian couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, impressive." In the galaxy, it's not to say they are the only one, as who knows if there are other civilizations as tenacious as this one. However, they are definitely among the very few. Initially intending to pick up sesame seeds along the way, he unexpectedly found gold among them, and Chu Xian felt a bit excited. As if a pillow was sent just when he was sleepy. He had been thinking of catching up to the fleeing main force in a few decades, trying to persuade them to join the Star Organization and serve him, followed by scientific breakthroughs. In about 100 years, He aimed to solve the black hole energy technology and achieve faster-than-light spacecraft. Who would have thought that he wouldn't need to wait 100 years, as a civilization would help him cross that distance ahead of time? What a good fortune. The surprise came so quickly. At this moment, the beings of mass energy were collectively startled. Foreign information forcibly accessed their communication network. Although the same decoding system was used, it immediately excluded the life forms of this civilization. Even though the other party simulated space-time energy, they didn't simulate consciousness tags, akin to soul information, unique and irreplaceable. The previous message sounded like a statement without a source. Therefore, it could not possibly be from the life forms of this civilization. Who are you? The leader of the black crystals asked. Meanwhile, the black crystals transformed into a transparent state, half material and half energy, silently issuing commands. Retreat. The celestial body they inhabited, comparable to a star in size, was actually a starship. The initial purpose of hitching a ride was also to collect data. After being abandoned, they began research and construction, combining their own technology to create a very advanced starship. Now, it could reach speeds of up to 99 times the speed of light. Another technological achievement they took pride in. Once activated, who could catch up? It was a free sky for the birds. Error 120, energy not detected. The control core of the spacecraft issued a warning. Everyone was momentarily stunned by the alert. A critical failure at such a crucial moment. Fix it immediately. How do we fix this? You're asking me? The leader of the energy life forms was almost speechless. Having never heard such a reply from a subordinate before, asking how to repair the ship? Are you sure you thought this through before answering? However, in the next moment, it finally understood what the issue was. It wasn't a failure of the energy transmission equipment, but rather, where's the star? I had a big star. And now it's gone. A medium-sized star that was compressed and contained within is now missing. Without a star, how can the starship escape happily? Chapter 434, The Right Choice. That was a star. It vanished without a trace. Just when they planned to flee, their legs were suddenly broken. Forget running. Even walking was difficult. What just happened? Play back the surveillance. The star, which was fine just moments ago, disappeared in an instant without any warning. The scene was eerily quiet. The methods of the intruder were too bizarre. Fortunately, they had emergency spacecraft that didn't require a star for power. They had always planned for contingencies. Emergency Plan 2 activated. Error 130. Carrier not detected. No problem, there are smaller spacecraft. Emergency Plan 3 activated. Error 140. Carrier not detected. Looking again, even the escape pods from Plan 6 were the same. Gone. Staring at the endless stream of error reports, they were truly at a loss. With their legs broken, they still had hands to crawl. Without hands, they could still wriggle forward. But now, no hands. The waist was broken. They could only rely on their last stubbornness, personally entering the fray, switching to pure energy form, allowing them to travel at 1/10 the speed of light. But that was no different from running naked. Apart from knowledge, they couldn't take anything with them. There was no choice. Run. Leave this area. With a command from the leader, they completely transformed into energy, entering an excited state in 0.01 seconds, emitting white light. Their innate abilities activated. Whoosh, whoosh. 830 million energy life forms ignored matter and penetrated the thick shell of the celestial body, flying out like locusts, just as they were about to escape. Bang, bang. In their energy state, it was as if they hit a wall, spreading out like droplets of water hitting the ground, forming a thick layer. What is happening? It hurts. Think of a way out. Hitting a wall at 1/10 the speed of light feels terrible. Even as a mass of energy, it was disorienting. It was not a speed limit barrier. Even at low speeds, they couldn't pass through. It was a non-material barrier. All frequency electromagnetic waves were prohibited. Dark energy was ineffective as well. After trying various forms of energy and matter, they finally confirmed that nothing could penetrate this invisible barrier. They were completely trapped. Watching them struggle, Chu Xian didn't intervene. After all, without making an effort, they will never know what it means to feel powerless. And they also want to see how many special abilities this form of life actually possesses. To be honest, it's quite impressive with its various energy forms and numerous characteristics. However, perhaps the innate ability related to temporal and spatial energy is too powerful, preventing it from fully transforming into purely other energy life forms. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so slow. Many pure energy life forms can reach near light speed without relying on technology when fully activated. Yet, the one in front of us is only at 1/10 of the speed of light. It seems that, despite its exceptional gifts, it hasn't reached the point where it can just sit back and be fed by fate. It's strong, but it has its flaws as well. After a whole hour of testing countless methods, they finally experienced what it means to feel helpless. They couldn't even slightly shake the barrier, let alone pass through it. At that moment, the same information broadcast came through again. Can we settle down and have a good talk now? Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I'm just interested in you. Is there any other choice? The leader of the Dark Crystals asked. There is. What is it? I'll change your living situation. We can talk again when you come to terms with it. Let's talk now. They had already phrased their imprisonment quite delicately, which was not surprising at all. The law of the jungle is the mainstream in the cosmos. To avoid becoming a part of history, one must make the right choices. Chapter 435. The big shots above. Having survived for so many years, recognizing the situation was a basic skill. Initially, it was thought that after this survival, they would be able to soar to great heights. With a starship capable of 99 times the speed of light and breakthroughs in black hole energy technology, such a strong foundation could hardly find any rivals in the galaxy. So how could they lose? Their rise was destined and unstoppable, and they were absolutely capable of breaking into the first tier of civilizations. However, just when they thought they had finally stood up, they were blocked at home and had their energy sources forcibly cut off. Another major blow drew a line in the sand, completely extinguishing their dreams of takeoff. One word: tragic. A million-word book couldn't capture their frustrations. Soon, the leader of the Dark Crystals met Chu Xian. Carbon-based life forms? It was a bit surprising. But they didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a small player at the forefront. Definitely not someone in charge who could put them in such a predicament. The leader asked, "Who are you?" "I am the envoy of the Stellar Civilization Alliance." Chu Xian fabricated a title. The leader's consciousness frantically recalled hundreds of related pieces of information because the terms were too common. Starry sky, stars, interstellar. They were too frequently used in the galaxy. Unable to help themselves, they asked, "Which star?" This nearly stumped Chu Xian, who even contemplated whether to change names but decided against it, not wanting to bother. Having the same name could work in their favor. If something went wrong, others could take the blame. The negotiation then got to the point. "We want freedom. We want autonomy. We want privileges." All proposals were rejected by Chu Xian. And the leader of the Black Crystal Civilization was also asking for sky-high prices. In the end, the other party simply said, 3 chances left. After much hesitation, the leader of the Black Crystal Civilization set a bottom line: safety, equality, and work. Even when working for other civilizations in the past, such low conditions were never offered. But who could compare to the current counterpart, which was far beyond what previous employers could provide? If the other party got angry and changed their terms, it would be troublesome. Deal. Such demands were almost negligible, and Chu Xian smiled, welcoming them aboard. There were no complex negotiations or internal conflicts. The leader of the Black Crystal Civilization could make decisions on behalf of their race. Chu Xian issued the first command: gather all individuals. Understood. With a single command from the leader, everyone outside the barrier rushed in, only to find that they still could not exit the barrier. It was a one-way barrier. Upon learning about its characteristics, the leader of the Black Crystal Civilization was incredibly curious about how it was achieved. The way the rules were utilized was extraordinarily powerful, even to the point of not being able to find the source. Gathered. Teleportation. The radius of the Black Crystal Civilization starship was 600,000 kilometers, while Chu Xian's spatial radius was only 400,000 kilometers. After the spatial arrival, it could not cover everything. Rather than moving, he let the leader of the Black Crystal Civilization call in those outside. They were transported into one of the subspaces. As the space transitioned, they suddenly arrived in an unfamiliar place, and the Black Crystal Civilization quickly realized the differences here. This is unscientific. The spatial structure was absurdly strong. A new rule system was operating here, and their energy transformation abilities were completely disabled. A brand new space rule and energy system. They couldn't even convert into general energy life, as they couldn't change the constants here at all. What kind of place is this? A prison? Did the other party go back on their word? But there was no need for that. In response, Chu Xian did not explain, but instead sent some dark energy life scientists to translate the technology. Upon seeing the Black Crystal Civilization and understanding their talents, the dark energy life scientists were also shocked. Quite interesting. It was even more peculiar than energy life, capable of mass energy conversion, even transforming into space-time energy and entering black holes. They had no idea about this before. It was well hidden. However, no matter how amazing it was, it could not compare to the means of the stars. After the surprise, they regained their composure. Compared to true anomalies, the Black Crystal Civilization suddenly seemed ordinary. What technology did they want first? A starship that could travel at 99 times the speed of light. The leader of the Black Crystal Civilization asked, believing this to be top-tier technology in the galaxy. It was something they took great pride in. However, the scientists from the stars responded, "What do you want that broken thing for? To put it in a museum for exhibition?" The leader was taken aback. "Wait, what did it just hear? Broken thing? Museum?" It couldn't be mistaken. This was a 99 times the speed of light starship, something even the top civilizations in the galaxy had not yet researched. The leader emphasized again, "Ours is 99 times the speed of light." The dark energy life replied, "Yeah, what do you want it for? Archaeology? This response nearly sent the leader into a state of depression. Now we begin to interface with black hole energy technology. A day later, the connection is complete, and the dark energy scientists excitedly return to report. At this moment, upon learning that the star's ships capable of traveling 400 times the speed of light have been produced in large quantities, and that ships capable of 500 or even 1,000 times the speed of light are under development, the leaders of the Black Crystal Civilization can only exclaim, "Great beings above." Little did they expect to encounter entities even more cautious than themselves. The 100-fold light barrier had delayed them for a long time, but the stars have already made breakthroughs, and it seems that there are also plans for the 1,000-fold light barrier. They are almost on the verge of becoming divine in their caution, and compared to them, the Black Crystal Civilization feels like a mere junior. Fellow travelers, a sense of kinship arises. 3 days later, the Black Crystal Civilization received a massive amount of data. Shock. Oh, this is a complete system of cosmic constant rules. It is not just technology, but a whole framework, leaving them dumbfounded. Previously, exploration involved painstakingly acquiring each application of constants and rule-based technologies. But now, everything is laid bare before them, with no unclear aspects whatsoever. What a terrifying level of technological advancement. To describe it as directly pointing to the essence of the Great Path is not an exaggeration. So beautiful. Is this the underlying rule structure of the universe that countless civilizations have been pursuing? The surprise comes too suddenly. How many years, how many resources, how many brilliant scientists, and how much luck was needed to uncover this? They had thought the stars were interested in their technology, but now it seems too ridiculous. Indeed, with such research capabilities, who would care about their trivialities? In the face of this data, all the pride of the Black Crystal Civilization has shattered, leaving only humility. No wonder it's as easy as plain to handle them. They suspect that the stars have even more treasures. This is truly substantial. Chapter 436. Here it comes. The superspeed entities are back. In the following time, the Black Crystal Civilization quickly absorbs the information. Although they possess extremely powerful cognitive abilities, it depends on the situation. In the presence of such a high-level knowledge system, it cannot be summed up with a simple phrase. Remembering is easy, but using it is difficult. Give a primitive civilization an energy mass equation and ask them to build a nuclear bomb. All they would feel is bewilderment. In social sciences, the truth might be encapsulated in a single statement, but in natural sciences, it must be rigorous proof and a wealth of data that speaks. Not a single character or mathematical symbol can be omitted. Profound. Complex. There are test papers, answers, and processes, but to truly understand, one must break it down and absorb it piece by piece. It is definitely not as simple as saying, "Oh, I've memorized it." After a full month, 830 million Black Crystal scientists finally paused, savoring the delicious feast they had just consumed. They are unable to contain their excitement. On the path of truth, we have stepped onto a new level. It's perfect, a masterpiece of the divine. Each one is immensely thrilled. The truths they have pursued for so many years have now been suddenly obtained, giving them a feeling that even if they were to die immediately, they would have no regrets. At this moment, even if the stars have not unveiled breakthroughs in the 100-fold and 1,000-fold light barriers. However, relying on the knowledge system they had just digested, the Black Crystal Civilization quickly calculated a solution: constant reconstruction. They established their own system, lifting the light barrier from the underlying rules. Strictly speaking, this was not a new idea. It had been contemplated before, but it was previously unattainable, thus classified as fantasy technology. Now, with a complete rule system, it could become a reality. Meanwhile, many previously imagined technological applications rapidly transformed from impossibility into feasible reports. They were eager to implement these ideas. Thus, they contacted Chu Xian. In response to their request, Chu Xian quickly replied, "No, your level is still too low." Just as the leaders of the Black Crystal Civilization were taken aback, another massive set of data arrived. If the last shock was a 1, this time it was 10. No, it was at least 100. What did they see? Dimensional rule technology? The leaders were almost stunned. Was this really not a dream? The black hole does not infinitely pierce through normal universes. It is the dimensional rules that allow for the existence of so-called singularities with infinite mass and infinitesimal volume. Compared to their own nascent understanding, the data from the stars could be considered mastery, with a deep, bottomless chasm in between. Faced with this data, their last shred of pride melted into nothingness. Study hard, and soon you will be assigned to the research department for ships traveling at over 1,000 times the speed of light, primarily responsible for equipment upgrades. Learning of their future tasks, the leaders of the Black Crystal Civilization felt somewhat relieved. The gap between them and the entities capable of producing such data was immense. They weren't afraid of being used. They were afraid of being useless. "Yes, we will follow your orders." At that moment, The leaders of the Black Crystal civilization no longer had any thoughts of wandering aimlessly with their civilization, seeking independence from the stars. The value of this data was too great. It would take 1,000,000 years of hard work to repay. As for opening up this data completely to the Black Crystal civilization, Chu Xian felt no concern. They were not insiders. There was no way to leak it. With their inclusion, he believed that within 3 years, starships capable of traveling at 1,000 times the speed of light would emerge. Once that breakthrough was achieved, ships traveling at 2,000, 3,000, or even higher speeds would naturally follow. As for how to surpass the 10,000 times light barrier, there were already some clues. However, progress had to be made step by step. The foundation must be solid, or the structure would easily collapse. While the Black Crystal civilization continued to be shocked and diligently studying, the top scientists of the stars were also ecstatic. They had previously been stuck due to material and equipment technology, but suddenly, everything was resolved. The height of their technological tree surged significantly. Some scientists who had been at the top found themselves once again in the middle, struggling to climb but delighted beyond measure. The development of starships continued, accumulating technology. But only 1/10 of the members remained. All others shifted focus to the Black Hole Ship project. In the following 6 months, accelerate. The resource-seeking starship upgraded from 400 times the speed of light to 500, and then to 600. After that, it halted further upgrades, focusing only on constructing experimental ships. There was no choice. It consumed too much energy. The faster the speed, the higher the critical energy requirements. As the stars continued to grow, consumption was based on the constant reconstruction range. In fact, exceeding 500 times the speed of light was already not very economical. This is precisely why the Black Hole Energy Project was initiated. The minimum constant reconstruction radius for the starship originally exceeded 1,000,000 kilometers, needing to encapsulate the star. It also had to carry a large amount of external equipment, and even with the technology from a certain advanced civilization to upgrade and compress the star, the minimum radius would still be 600,000 kilometers. Due to the inherent volume advantage of black holes, even with equipment, the maximum reconstruction radius could only reach 10,000 kilometers. The difference between 600,000 and 10,000 kilometers was extremely significant. One was like a lithium battery, and the other like a nuclear battery. With so many stars consuming energy this way, it would be more cost-effective to nourish a black hole in the future for longer endurance. As the ships under Chuxuan's command continuously sped up, their presence was detected once again by the high-energy spatial fluctuation detector from the neighboring galaxy at the edge of the Milky Way. An ultra-fast ship reappeared. The data flickered wildly against the background of hydrogen transformation that had already increased to 490 times, making it very conspicuous. It wasn't just one ship. There were many, densely packed. Due to the observational angle, the ships appeared clustered in a small area, darting in all directions. Analysis suggested they were highly likely gathering resources. 600 times, and in large numbers. Previously, it was thought the maximum was 400 times, but this speed could easily glide along the hydrogen transformation. How enviable. How did they break through the 100 times light barrier? The captain watched eagerly, as if moving from 400 to 600 times might not even be their limit. Surely it couldn't reach 1,000, could it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That would be another level. Looking in the direction, it was coming this way. Unfortunately, the local communication device had no response. It was unclear whether the other side was refusing to communicate or simply hadn't received the signal. How unlucky to be sent on this troublesome mission. It felt like another day of wanting to throw in the towel. Want to communicate? The neighboring one? With the support of advanced technology, the space-time energy communication technology rapidly entered the application phase, cracking the information that had been circulating in the galaxy. After reading it, there was no reply. Chu Xian was very busy and maintained a cautious attitude towards the civilization in the distant neighboring galaxy. Communicating across space was fraught with too many lies, and it required careful probing. It was quite troublesome, one bite at a time. If it weren't for the encounter with the advanced civilization, there might have been thoughts of coaxing some technology over. But now, there was no rush. First, digest the current situation and then talk about enhancing overall strength. Apart from the starships, there were also weapons, which had always been a shortcoming due to the low-end sources of technology initially used. It all started with the civilization dropped by the Free Alliance Starship No. 8, followed by the scientists on board. However, the No. 8 starship was primarily for research and lacked any decent offensive capabilities. Star Destroyer Cannon? That thing, even if it could blow up a star, is considered a low-end weapon, a technology that anyone can handle. It was a useful tool in the early days of civilization, but later became obsolete. Truly advanced weapons are still quite lacking. There were none before, but now there are. The Black Crystal civilization, which has long been paranoid about security, has a rich arsenal in this regard due to its constant accumulation of weapon technology. If it weren't for encountering someone like Chu Xian, it would have been like a porcupine, extremely difficult to deal with. Looking at the list of weapons, Chu Xian couldn't help but click his tongue, thinking that they were suffering from severe persecution paranoia, treating all other civilizations in the galaxy as imagined enemies, specializing in developing related weapons. Crazy, yet it makes sense. After all, one can choose not to attack others, but one must have the strength to defend oneself. Such dangerous weapons should be entrusted to the stars for safekeeping. Chu Xian chuckled with a hint of dark humor. This time, he truly struck gold. With these, the offensive and defensive capabilities of the stars would be greatly enhanced, instead of relying solely on his personal intervention. Chapter 437. Military Upgrade. Thanks to the technology of the Black Crystal Civilization, the time has come to upgrade the military system of the stars. Previously, they could only rely on themselves to hold the fort, which is why this area hadn't seen much development. Just like the fleet, the current equipment is still outdated. Star Destroyer cannons, antimatter, nanobots. Each of these was once world-ending technology decades ago. If 1 kilogram of nanobots were released on Earth, their splitting and destructive speed could turn everything artificial on the surface to dust in just 3 days. Not even a single bacterium or virus would survive. And now, antique level. They simply can't compete with mainstream interstellar weapons anymore. Their attack power is too weak, falling into the lowest tier. Not long after, on December 1st, 2089, the stars announced a series of new policies, all related to military affairs. 1. Establish the Star Vanguard Joint Fleet. Administrative level, 3. The fleet will be composed of all member nations of the Alliance, with a total planned military strength of 10 billion, serving long-term in external deployments. 2. In the next 3 years, 30 million professional soldiers will be recruited for a 50-year service term in the Earth Military District. The news caused a great stir within Earth civilization. A 10 billion-strong army. It was astonishing. The total population of Earth decades ago was not even this much, and it seemed like they had just been formed, possibly growing even larger in the future. Were they preparing for war? Many people were somewhat concerned. In response, the news did not provide explanations, but mentioned the gear of the fleet. What? Level 3 genetic enhancement? Is this still one of the basic benefits? It's worth noting that the vast majority have only undergone first-level genetic enhancement twice, once for free and once during service. It takes 6 injections to use the secondary enhancement liquid. Now, by simply joining the joint fleet, one can directly access the tertiary level. It's hard to deny how attractive this is. Of course, the public can only think about it, as recruitment is only from active duty soldiers in the local military district, meaning it requires professional soldiers. The difference is that regular professional soldiers can retire mid-service, but the joint fleet has a minimum service term of 50 years, with retirement only allowed due to injury. The requirements are quite strict. Therefore, most people can only envy it. After all, 50 years is a long time, and serving long-term in the field carries risks. Yet few question it. Military service is ultimately about protecting them, and better welfare and treatment are deserved. Following this, several announcements were made, such as military district reforms. In the future, all existing military district stations on the Star Continent will be converted for training purposes, with main combat forces relocating to new stations. After all, soldiers are meant for fighting, and as weaponry grows increasingly powerful, it is indeed inappropriate to have them stationed near residential areas. Thus, everything will be moved to subspace for more flexibility. At the time of the news announcement, in Baiyun Town, the training department under the General Military Affairs Headquarters was in a frenzy. The relocation of main combat forces meant that all military district stations on the Star Continent would fall under the management of the training department. It felt like a pie falling from the sky. However, upon reflection, while it seemed like a treat for the training department, on a broader scale, it was likely just crumbs. The Joint Fleet boasts advanced equipment and a billion-strong army. Recently, the technology of the Star Continent has surged. And upon seeing the configuration of the Joint Fleet, Liu Peiqiang was almost left dumbfounded. Common weapons, spatial weapons, regular weapons, stellar battleships, black hole battleships, even individual equipment is powerful enough to take on aircraft carriers from decades ago, akin to an easy win against a child. Under top-tier configurations, it could even contend with some currently active warships. What is going on? What has the military-industrial system of the Star Continent consumed? It seems like it's on the verge of skyrocketing. In comparison, energy weapons and antimatter bombs seem like mere toys for children, not even in the same league. No wonder they cannot be stationed on the Star Continent. Their destructive power is so terrifying that a single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. On the other side, military districts are undergoing significant relocations. Even some older warships are being moved, using the spatial passage directly located in the military district to reach the new stations. This new area remains a vast land, independent of the Star Continent, with a radius of 40,000 kilometers, quite expansive. In addition to the Joint Fleet, The command centers of dozens of other military forces on the star continent are also operating in this new territory, which is 10 times the surface area of the Earth, making it even roomier. Chapter 438. Wang Lei selected with the formation of the Vanguard Fleet. Many active-duty soldiers are eager to enlist, not solely due to the benefits. It's about mission, responsibility. Those who choose this path should inherently possess the spirit of taking the lead. They must always be prepared for war, not just living a life of comfort. Everyone understands that peace has never been achieved through anyone's charity. There will inevitably be those who bear the weight for this prosperous era. Death and danger are constant companions. Living on the starry continent for 10 years and enjoying a decade of stable life has already become a luxury. Order has never been taken for granted and must be safeguarded by strength. Due to stringent conditions, only a few pass the assessments. With the active military personnel of Earth civilization, just over 200 million. However, only 30 million are needed. Moreover, they won't be recruited all at once. The plan spans 3 years, averaging just 1 million recruits per year. Therefore, competition is quite fierce, with a pass rate of 20 to 1. Physical fitness, educational background, and psychological evaluations are all assessed, involving the operation of numerous high-tech weapons. Without a certain level of knowledge, one clearly cannot succeed. A month later, the first batch of successful candidates was announced. At the base of the Third Fleet, Wang Lei was conducting routine training with his team. Ding, ding. A notification pinged on his watch, 2 messages. With a mix of apprehension, he glanced at it and couldn't help but smile. "Boss, what's up?" asked his teammate, Gongzi. "Our whole team passed." "Really? That's great. We won't be separated." Wang Lei's entire squad was accepted by the joint fleet. A 20 to 1 chance was truly not easy to achieve. He glanced at the second message. "Lieutenant Colonel Wang Lei, you have passed the assessment for the Starry Vanguard Fleet. According to regulations, you are entitled to a week of family leave. Following that, there will be a year-long closed basic training. Please report to Training Base Number 5 from January 8th to 5th. Due to the absence of military conflict for over a decade, he had only been promoted from major to lieutenant colonel, but he was quite content. His family was safe and sound, which was already very satisfying. Now, in order to maintain this hard-won life and the stability at home, he felt it was his duty to charge forward. A week later, after visiting family, Wang Lei brought his entire team to Training Base Number 5. For a moment, he was almost overwhelmed by the sights. Aliens. No, they should be called extraterrestrial beings. They were dense and gathered in groups, with strange shapes. No offense intended, just a description. After all, in their eyes, humans also looked peculiar and could hardly be described as aesthetically pleasing. Wang Lei whispered, "Remember, it's okay to look, but don't speak carelessly." The starry language was widely understood. They would all be comrades in the future, brothers and sisters in the same trench. Understood. His subordinates actually didn't need reminding. Being selected meant they had already accepted the fundamental premise of multi-civilization collaborative combat during psychological evaluations. Recognition, acceptance, and non-discrimination against other civilizations were basic requirements. After onboarding and settling into their dorms, they began studying the next day. There was no need to reiterate military regulations. They were all professional soldiers, with very few having served less than 10 years. The first item to learn was the life characteristics of various civilizations, to understand their future comrades. The previous official introduction had been minimal, just some simple information, but what they were seeing now was very comprehensive and classified. The content was astonishing. My goodness, this is incredible. Moreover, it's not just 1 or 2, but dozens of types. After a long while, it turns out that the civilization on Earth is at the bottom. There are capabilities for light-speed movement, constant modification, and some can even move freely in and out of stellar interiors, along with metallic life forms that could be described as transformers. Wang Lei was completely stunned. They are extremely powerful, compared to many other life forms. Carbon-based humans are barely even worthy of serving them. The gap is astonishing. No wonder the organization only introduced other civilizations' life forms briefly before. Many abilities have never been disclosed. Truly, if they were made public, it could cause a collapse in human morale. Some life forms possess godlike abilities, light-speed movement, immortality, wisdom that only supercomputers can match. And their own technological levels are also remarkably high. This organization is the strongest existence. Capturing so many monster-level life forms finally restored some of Wang Lei's confidence. Otherwise, he would have felt inferior. In the following week, he continued to study. The foundation of humanity is too weak, and they must strive to catch up. Wang Lei gradually understood why the third-level enhancement liquid was made available. It wasn't to attract recruits, but rather to set an equipment threshold. Without enhancement, one would just be cannon fodder. Forget about combat. They wouldn't even be able to operate weapons, just standing there like a deer in headlights. After a week of theoretical study, practical training began. and Wang Lei encountered brand new universal individual soldier equipment. First was the close-fitting protective inner armor. Bind, activate, merge. A silvery liquid, almost alive, seeped into Wang Lei's skin, and where it passed, he felt a cool sensation. Eventually, it completely covered every inch of his body. He recalled the introduction to this liquid from Class S9 Intelligent Inner Armor, made from materials no larger than a proton. It expands in 3 dimensions to etch high-precision structures. Super strong computing power, constant shield, thermal insulation, wound repair, automatic recharging. While providing strong protection, it also connects with external devices. In short, it has an unbelievable number of functions, giving the feeling of becoming a superhero in an instant. 3-dimensional expansion, etching high-precision integrated circuits. Incredible, it's like reaching for the sky. Once the merging was complete, the intelligent inner armor hid beneath his skin and projected an interface into Wang Lei's vision. This was the inner armor's operation interface, capable of displaying its functions and information from external devices, and it was very simple to use. Just operate with one's consciousness. After 10 minutes of adapting to the functions, the instructor's voice came through. The intelligent subcutaneous inner armor, as a basic piece of equipment, could be used throughout the service period and would not be stored away. Now, let's bind the outer armor. Following the instructions, Wang Lei approached a black spherical object. As he touched it, the inner armor's intelligent system prompted. Equipment detected, type 012. Suitable for carbon-based human use. Activate? Yes. Just as Wang Lei finished speaking, the black sphere transformed into a liquid state, covering his body, resembling Iron Man's nanotech suit. But Wang Lei knew that compared to the black sphere in front of him, it was on a completely different level. Not to mention anything else, just the speed alone. Directly activating the curvature mode, flying at a maximum of 1 times the speed of light, with full power defense activated, it could easily withstand a nuclear explosion. The equipment from the rule system was just unreasonable. It was incredibly impressive. This was not just outer armor, it was practically divine gear. Agreed. High defense, high attack, high agility, and high speed. It was more than just a hexagonal warrior. With all functions activated, it could probably dismantle the Earth. The team members marveled at the fact that with the basic equipment being so powerful, it challenged their understanding. However, thinking about the other configurations of the combined fleet made it seem quite reasonable. They only learned after arriving here that the battleship technology of the stars had reached speeds of 600 times the speed of light. This was still information they were authorized to know. Who knew what the limits were? Due to different life forms, the basic equipment varied as well, specially developed according to their characteristics. But the main functions were not too different, striving to ensure that basic combat capabilities were on the same level. Of course, many functions were disabled in subspace due to the limited area. If they randomly accelerated to the speed of light, they would just crash into walls. Therefore, many functions were temporarily not available. They would unlock them after getting familiar with the other features. Chapter 440, Stellar Training Base for a whole day. The soldiers who received new equipment were in an excited state. Even though some civilizations already had high technological levels, they still lacked the ability to manufacture such powerful individual gear. Attack, defense, speed. These metrics were maxed out, completely unreasonable in strength. Even the strongest individual from the top-tier civilizations in the galaxy would have to bow down before this set of divine gear. In the sky, boom. Wang Lei experienced the functions of the inner armor, flying and breaking the sound barrier in 3 seconds, surrounded by his teammates. 2 times. 5 times. Soon, he broke through 10 times the speed of sound. It felt exhilarating, accelerating and decelerating freely in all directions. Wow, so good. Unfortunately, the current operational authority was only level 1, so he couldn't go any faster. Let's take it slow. The team was chatting excitedly within their frequency band. According to operational authority, the inner armor was divided into 6 levels, corresponding to their respective functions. For speed, level 1 was a maximum of 10 times the speed of sound. Level 2 was 50 times. Level 3 was 300 times. Level 6 was 3,000 times. Beyond that was not possible. To increase speed further, one would have to rely on the outer armor. It can be said that due to the all-weather integration of the inner armor, which would not be recycled, its functions could completely be regarded as one's own abilities. Usable 24 hours a day. Attention, approaching the obstacle area. Understood. This is flight training, not free activity. Before them floated a large number of obstacles in the airspace, stretching endlessly. They needed to pass through this area without touching any of them to be considered qualified. Haha, here I come. Jiangzi shouted. Go. Why are they moving? Although there was protection from the inner armor, they still crashed into the obstacles, completely disoriented. It was a total disaster for the first training session. This is still a level 1 difficulty, with a low density of obstacles, and at most, they will only move without attacking. However, for Wang Lei's team, who are attempting this for the first time, it still feels like hell. Sudden stops and sharp turns demand a high level of reaction and control. Let's continue. This is just the beginning. Wang Lei's fighting spirit is also ignited. This is not a competition. The entire area within 1,000 kilometers is filled with such obstacles. And even if mistakes are made, no one will call for a halt. One day, the entire obstacle training is quite free, as long as they don't slack off. A month later, flight permission upgraded, currently level 2. 3 months later, flight permission upgraded, currently level 3. Liquid metal weapon upgraded, currently level 4. Gravity field upgraded, currently level 2. Magnetic control unlocked, currently level 1. As training progresses, more and more functions and attachments become available. Combined with the enhancement from level 3 gene strengthening, Wang Lei's team has undergone a complete transformation. Upon waking up one day, with a wave of his hand, magnetic control brings a steel thermos flying into his hand. Even now, less than 1/3 of the inner armor's functions have been unlocked. Many functions are highly targeted, and there are numerous hypothetical enemies. During peacetime, they remain in a disabled state. And so, a year later, Wang Lei's team's basic training is completed. In the following time, they will leave this place and head to the outer universe to commence the second phase of training. It has been a long time since they have seen a true starry sky. Yes, it's been over a decade. I have to say it's beautiful. But compared to the star continent, it's still a bit lacking, even if it's not real stars. But it is safe there. The outer starry sky looks beautiful. But who knows how much danger lurks within it? Then, everyone's gaze turns to the distance, where a massive star emits a ghostly blue light, surrounded by hundreds of planets in orbit. Each planet has a unique environment, and for the coming year, they probably won't need to sleep. Welcome to the Star Civilization Alliance 006 Stellar Training Base. Wang Lei 006. At least it represents 6 bases of this scale, which makes sense considering the size of the joint fleet. It's not like they're engaging in intensive combat with knives. With 100 billion troops, the required space cannot possibly be small. It's quite a grand undertaking. Chapter 441. The Terror from Beyond the Stars. Wang Lei and his team are busy with training. Similarly, the weapon scientists of the Star Civilization are also occupied, as the stellar training base was just completed a week ago. The facilities and equipment were not ready from the start. For instance, the functions of the inner and outer armor might only have names. Many soldiers think they are disabled. But in reality, they are still in development or testing and have not been installed yet. There is a discrete upgrade every month. It can be said that the training of soldiers and the development of equipment are completely rushed, somewhat resembling lab rats. However, there is no need to worry about any issues arising. 200 million members of the weapons industry research and development team, along with a comprehensive inspection process and data from a certain advanced civilization, ensure that everything is extremely safe and reliable. Due to the acceleration of the spacecraft and the new constructions, at this time, Chu Xian can recover over 200 stars every day. According to the current progress, upgrades can be expected in 2 years. Just after finishing a grand feast of stars, a message came from Chi-Chi. Discovered the mother star system of the alien civilization numbered DC-001. Finally encountered it. During the era of the United Government, information about the alien species was obtained through a parasitic civilization's host. There had been a few encounters since, but Chu Xian had never paid much attention, nor had he deliberately sought out their home planet. Now, with the exploration of the starships, this chance encounter could be considered a fortuitous opportunity. Indeed, the United Fleet's practical training base is right here. Although somewhat weak, it is not meant for large-scale conflicts, merely serving as a low-intensity warfare venue. 1 minute later, gazing at the alien mother star system, Chu Xian smiled, quite entertaining. Surrounding the entire star were numerous planets brought in, densely packed. And the star itself was quite famous, VY Canis Majoris. It was discovered by astronomers before the disaster, located 900 light-years from the solar system. And its mass was greater than expected, being 23 times that of the Sun. It belongs to the extremely oxygen-rich red supergiant category, with harsh living conditions. And its luminosity and temperature far exceed those of ordinary stars. Moreover, it was surrounded by a vast amount of reflective nebulae. Humans would ascend in a few seconds here. But for the aliens, it was quite adaptable. They even used the reflective nebulae as a layer of protection, which worked well. Chi-Chi now blocked the entire cosmic space of the main star region of VY Canis Majoris, allowing entry but prohibiting exit. Understood. A large-scale space blockade is not difficult, but it is rarely used, as the United Fleet soldiers have not yet trained to the combat stage. Therefore, first, a blockade will be implemented, allowing the alien mother star system to prepare for a period of time. During the United Government era, the aliens had pursued the bamboo stick-like civilization, which was very close to Earth, effectively representing a declaration of war. Since they were already enemies, there was no need for hospitality. Their strong reproductive capabilities were just right. The only concern was whether there would be enough to satisfy the soldiers' consumption. Boom, boom. On this day, after dozens of warships exploded, the high-ranking officials of the alien Mother Star system were collectively dumbfounded. They were sealed off. They could not escape, only allow others to enter. No matter the method, they could not break through that barrier. Prepare for battle. Prepare for battle. The highest state of combat readiness was initiated, weapons were released, military industries surged, resembling the civilizations they had previously invaded. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no enemy attack. 1 month, 3 months, 8 months, 9 months. Just when they thought there would be no enemies at all, on a certain day in the 12th month, they witnessed the terror from beyond the skies. Figures began to emerge from beyond the barrier. Large, small, fat, thin. Indeed, these described individuals, not warships, and without any superfluous words, they charged straight in. Upon witnessing this scene on the alien Mother Star, they were taken aback. The giant insect monarch immediately commanded, "Charge! Attack!" Negotiation is not their style, nor is it arrogance. And certainly not stupidity to confront a wall head-on. They understand one thing very well. The other side has no interest in negotiation, otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged on to this point. Since that's the case, it's better to take the initiative. Massive beams of light surged towards the opponent. Some launched from warships, others from the planet. Boom, boom. In just a few seconds, the attacks reached their targets, and the high-energy rays, reaching billions of degrees, enveloped all opponents. Hit. Don't stop. With frenzied energy output, such attacks could even obliterate a planet on the spot. Within the area covered by the beams, the energy level was astounding, and the temperature so high that it couldn't break through the spatial constant distortion shield of the outer armor. I feel like a deity. Listening to the excited voices of the team members, Wang Lei was equally thrilled as he felt the space around his body being forcibly distorted. Despite the immense power of the incoming beams, which could easily penetrate a planet, they became ineffective against the constant shield of the outer armor. The beams simply bypassed him without touching a hair. Even if the attacks were 10 times stronger, it wouldn't matter. The constant shield didn't even need to increase its power to cope with it. It didn't need to resist, just to distort space. Wang Lei stretched out his hand, and the beams passed through his fingertips like grains of sand, causing no harm at all. This feeling was fantastic, like a deity. But hold on. Deity? No. This is called science. Prepare to land on the target planet. Remember, this is a close combat training area. Don't destroy the planet. Others still need to train here. Yes. Understood. Don't worry, Captain, I'll hold back. As a rookie combat zone of the stars, it was also the first site for the third phase of training, and chaos was not allowed. There was a set limit on the number of kills each person could achieve per session. If someone killed too many, what would happen to those behind? It would be a waste if a perfectly good rookie zone ended too soon. Whoosh, whoosh. Under the powerful lasers, numerous figures rushed out of the beams, unharmed. The attacks were ineffective. On the insect race's home planet, watching this scene, it fell silent for a long time. They had already used one of their strongest weapons, but hadn't even managed to take a single hair off the opponent. This scene felt so familiar. Yes, it was just like when they invaded some backward planetary civilizations. Only this time the roles were reversed. They had become the natives. In the past, when faced with the natives, their spears and nuclear artillery would barely leave a scratch on their warships. Now, their attacks against these extraterrestrial beings seemed to leave not even a mark. Afterwards, the high-ranking officials of the insect civilization watched helplessly as the opponents landed on a planet. And the battle felt so familiar. It was one-sided. There was no resistance. What goes around comes around. 3 days later, watching waves of enemies coming to gain experience, the insect faction finally understood one thing. We have become the prey kept in captivity, and it's even in a novice area. This was a huge blow. More painful than being directly killed. Chapter 443. Guest appearance waves came and waves went. It felt like tourism. They didn't even bother to pay attention to the enemy's warships, taking hits while playing to their own rhythm. Frustrated, helpless, so troubled. If this is someone else's novice area, then what are we? A novice boss? After dealing with the minions, are we going to face the novice village boss next? Previously, they couldn't even find a worthy opponent with a telescope. Now, they're being cornered and beaten black and blue in their own home. Absolutely no compromise. Never surrender. Fight to the bitter end. Shouting loudly, the subordinates were invigorated. Benefiting from their racial traits, the lower-tier insects had no emotions. There was no sense of fear against any enemy and were easily manipulated. Meanwhile, the insect king was thinking about how to avoid being dragged out and beaten up. Just imagining that scene was quite humiliating. Sure, they were big, but the opponent's punches were hard. If they encountered that, they might be hit up into the sky and not come down for a while. So brutal. For the insects in the novice area, Wang Lei had only been grinding for experience for 3 days, mainly aiming to witness bloodshed firsthand and experience civilized warfare. After that, he moved on to the second novice area, rumored to be a parasitic civilization, a rival to the insect civilization, with bizarre abilities. They could parasitize various creatures through cells, humans, beasts, insects. Any carbon-based life form could be a host. The task objective was to find and capture a special mother body without killing it. They could beat it up since materials were limited. As soldiers, the tasks they executed varied widely: killing, rescuing, searching. Therefore, training wasn't just about defeating opponents. It involved completing specific tasks in various complex environments. Thus, a completely new direction of training was necessary. On a nearby planet, a mother body shouted towards the sky, "No. No. I want to go back, lock me up." It had been living comfortably in prison, with daily food and drink, chatting with the neighboring insects, and bullying a couple of bamboo monsters. Life was carefree. As long as it didn't provoke that terrifying existence or the big one, everything was fine. What a great life. Now, it was thrown out to play some escape game. After resting for so many years, being forced to work was so uncomfortable. "The hunters will arrive at the planet in 10 minutes. A cold voice announced. It was the training ground's intelligence system. Seeing that protesting was useless, it could only comply. Otherwise, there would be no food, and it would get beaten up. It hurriedly burrowed into the ground, preparing to dig a maze to hide in. As long as it could last 3 hours without being found, it could claim a lunchbox. Just thinking about it filled it with determination. It was going for it. I dig. I dig. I dig with all my might. 2 hours later. Crack. A photo depicts a harmonious scene. Wang Lei and his team members are smiling, while next to them is a large entity bound up like a rice dumpling, showing signs of having been hit. Despite not having eaten today, it appears to have gained some weight. If it were to strike a peace sign pose, the comedic effect would be off the charts. Wang Lei patted the unenthusiastic entity, cheerfully reassuring, "Little fatty, you've worked hard. Next time, we'll go a bit easier, don't worry." The entity didn't want to speak. It just wanted to return to confinement, feeling that these people were utterly unreasonable. How could they treat such a cute being this way? In fact, only it received such treatment, and even some comfort. After being held for over a decade, this time it was a guest appearance, brought into work. Every day was filled with free food and drink, tossed out to earn some living expenses. The other parasitic entities didn't enjoy such treatment. They didn't even have names, and their training scenarios were entirely different. They faced relentless punishment, with 10 beatings a day being the norm. Chapter 444, Black Hole Spaceship. Thus, the two civilizations that designated the solar system as a frontier zone saw their home systems become beginner zones for the stars. Day and night, they contributed the last of their light and heat, while the civilization that once aimed to use humanity as cannon fodder could only be forgotten, as its home planet had long been consumed by hydrogen transformation, leaving not a trace. Of course, the beginner zones were not all there was. The opponents faced in these areas were merely warm-ups. Over the following year, Wang Lei's team systematically cleared out various training zones: Zone 3, Zone 5, Zone 9, Zone 10. The opponents grew increasingly powerful, and the missions became more complex. Infiltration, rescue, demolition. Every day brought a new type of challenge. They faced various restrictions, especially after Zone 10, where the opponents were beings created by the stars themselves: mechanical Godzillas, liquid metallic beasts, energy-based aliens. And these were just the appetizers. An endless array of imagined enemies and upgraded attack methods kept surfacing. It was one thing to encounter a few, but the entire training planet was filled with them. The higher the zone number, the closer the opponent's strength matched theirs. Only by clearing all zones could they consider their training complete. The individual strength in Zone 10 was already on par with theirs, and Zone 13 was even more formidable, almost overwhelming them. Fortunately, the teamwork of their comrades made a difference. Indeed, if not for the cross-civilization team collaboration, they would have truly struggled to get through. It was also after Zone 10 that the battles extended beyond their small team, involving coordinated operations between multiple civilizations. Their previously unshakable confidence in their defenses began to wane from this point. Cooperation, coordination. Only through these could they complete their missions. They heard that the abilities of these imagined enemies actually existed in the galaxy, merely simulated by the stars. Just thinking about it was terrifying. They had to work hard to improve their combat capabilities. At that moment, on the edge of the galaxy, those high-speed entities had vanished. Hydrogen transformation had reached 600 times the speed of light, covering their background fluctuations. Surely, they wouldn't accelerate again, would they? Perhaps. Experts within the fleet of the neighboring galaxy have become hesitant to speak. A speed of 600 times the speed of light is definitely not the limit of the other party, because beyond 600 times, there have been instances of speeds reaching 700, 800, and 900 times, although these fluctuations disappeared quickly and only one spacecraft was involved. There was no large-scale acceleration, but it can still be inferred that the opponent's speed limit is far beyond 600 times, repeatedly proving experts wrong. Suddenly, a message flashed from the detector, and everyone was collectively shocked. 1,000 times. 1,000 times. Did you see that? 1,000 times the speed of light fluctuation. They were nearly going crazy, as it was sustained for a full 6 hours before the fluctuation disappeared. The Starship project has plunged into a frenzy. It succeeded. The first test of the black hole spacecraft at 1,000 times the speed of light was completed 5 months ahead of schedule. With no abnormalities in the main body and equipment functioning well. There were only 3,000 error reports, mostly blue alerts, with only 8 orange alerts and 1 red alert. As long as some targeted upgrades are made to the equipment, it can be finalized. The scientists were incredibly excited. The plan was for 36 months. Yet they built the test vessel in just 31 months. Despite the numerous alerts, none of them were core failures. Chu Xian also arrived here. Thank you all for your hard work. In 3 months, I need the finalized black hole spacecraft, and once completed, all participants will have a month of vacation. Yes. As for vacation, many scientists actually don't care. Breakthroughs in technology are their most delicious spiritual sustenance. Rest? Boring. Every second should be dedicated to the great cause of seeking the truth. Chapter 445, Collective Promotion as expected, 3 months later. The first generation of mature black hole engines was officially finalized, compatible for use in low-speed light travel. They are compact, more energy efficient, and stable, with various advantages. They can completely replace stellar energy. Yes. Manufacture 1,000 black hole engines. Yes. Due to their downward compatibility. The existing stellar spacecraft can be fully replaced with black hole engines, and the replaced stellar materials won't go to waste. They can be used to feed the black holes. Among these 1,000 sets of equipment, 800 sets will be used for resource ships, and 200 sets will be converted into warships for the United Fleet. However, this is clearly not enough, but it is already the current limit. Manufacturing 1,000 black hole engines alone will take 2 to 3 years. Basic materials, cutting-edge equipment, and black hole cultivation. Each aspect requires time and cannot be conjured out of thin air. Thus, the era of stellar energy has entered a countdown. 1 month later, at the headquarters of the United Fleet, in the teleportation zone, they are back. Wang Lei's team emerged from the space corridor after 3 years of training, with the last 2 years spent living in outer space. That's right, new recruits. In the United Fleet, this is what new recruit training entails. Previous years of service are of little use, as general training cannot adapt to the realities of cosmic warfare. At this point, they can finally be considered qualified warriors. Major Wang Lei, rated excellent in the basic training of the Joint Fleet, with a total score of 298, has reached the special promotion standard and is hereby promoted to colonel. Captain Zhou Qian, rated excellent in the basic training of the Joint Fleet, with a total score of 243, has reached the special promotion standard and is hereby promoted to major. Back to headquarters. Collective promotions. This is a benefit of the Joint Fleet, as long as one completes 3 years of basic training and meets the rating and score standards. They can earn military merit points for promotion. Second lieutenants become first lieutenants, and first lieutenants are promoted to majors. After serving 6 years as a lieutenant colonel, plus 3 years of basic training, Wang Lei has a total of 9 years and is promoted to the rank of colonel. The next step up is the brigadier level. Wang Lei dares not think about that. Although it is the lowest level of general, it is still a general. This is a leap in rank, which may only be possible after 50 years of service, but fortunately, people live longer now. With time, one can eventually become a general. This is not a defeatist mindset, merely a saying. If the military merit after 50 years of service is insufficient, then serve another 50 years, 100 years, 200 years, one will eventually get there. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier, at least in spirit. However, there is a hope for slower promotions, as a large amount of military merit signifies the occurrence of wars, death, and sacrifice. It is inevitable. Soldiers must not forget war, must not fear war. But they should never like war or expect it. After the promotion ceremony, he received a week's vacation and returned to the beautiful and tranquil star continent. It had been a long time since he had smelled the fragrance of grass and flowers. Figures flew across the sky. Boom, boom. Outer armor is handed over, while inner armor is not collected during the service period. Therefore, after the special train arrived in the county, he was too lazy to take the bus and simply flew home. Is someone envious? Then work hard. Joining the military to protect is also a form of promotion. Of course, in front of family and friends, he would only use the flying function of the inner armor. All other related information is confidential, and not a word would be leaked. Chapter 446, General Liu Peiqiang. At this time, the year is already 2093. In the village, in the courtyard, Wang Lei had not slept so comfortably in a long time. The window faced the backyard orchard, filled with rich fruit aromas. Splash. At some point, a light rain began to fall, quite refreshing. His wife was cooking downstairs, his daughter was already married, and he even had a little grandson. making his first half of life quite fulfilling. The rest is all profit. 10 minutes later, while having breakfast, as of today, the recruitment for the Star Vanguard Joint Fleet has been completed, achieving the goal of 10 billion, and the next phase of recruitment will start in 3 years. Looking at the news, Wang Lei smiled. 10 billion. He is also one of them. He just doesn't know what task will be assigned to him after his vacation. With the Joint Fleet fully recruited, many who wanted to join can only wait for the next batch. 3 years. Not long. Just thinking about the power of the third-level life forms and their ability to fly freely with basic equipment is invigorating. The policies of the organization have indicated that the Joint Fleet is the core strength of the military in the future, with the best treatment. Moreover, to make progress, one can only join the coalition. Currently, the military system consists of 3 tiers. The first tier, the Joint Fleet. The second tier, conventional military forces. The third tier, reserve level. Each has a different ceiling. For instance, in the reserve level, if starting from a soldier, reaching the rank of major is the limit. The conventional military forces also have a ceiling, lieutenant general. Only the Joint Fleet has the highest rank within the military hierarchy, which was a focus of the military reform 3 years ago. It can be said that joining the Joint Fleet is the dream of all soldiers now. Following the news about the Joint Fleet, there was more military news. Today, the rotating member of the highest decision-making committee, Chu Xian, will attend this year's promotion ceremony for those ranked lieutenant general and above. The total number of promotions is 321. Among them, 23 are from Earth civilization, while the rest are from other civilizations within the Alliance, and the event will be live-streamed starting at 10 in the morning. This news has attracted significant attention. Promotions to higher ranks occur every year, but the number of promotions above the rank of lieutenant general has always been very low, sometimes even in single digits. This is not only due to the limited number of high-level positions, but also because of the rarity of wars. Advancing through seniority is a slow process. Having over 300 promotions, spanning all subordinate civilizations, is indeed quite substantial. Wang Lei, who was watching the news, found it very reasonable. The majority of this promotion is for the coalition. A newly formed multi-civilization military force cannot have all humans as generals. Outsiders must be promoted as well. Previously, due to the ongoing recruitment and training, many personnel from other civilizations held positions without ranks during the 3-year establishment period. These 3 years were for preparation and testing. Now that the assessment is over, it is indeed time to grant recognition. Nearly 300 senior officers from other civilizations ranked lieutenant general and above may sound like a lot, but compared to the number in the Joint Fleet, it is quite average. With an army of 10 billion, having over 300 officers at the rank of lieutenant general is not excessive. In the context of the pre-catastrophe period, this would have been unimaginable. At that time, the global military force numbered only a few tens of millions, and the value of ranks was still quite high. For example, I hold the rank of colonel and am currently being trained as part of the Special Operations Forces, with only over 100 elite personnel from various civilizations under my command. However, if assigned to other roles, such as logistics or garrison duties, I could effectively manage over 100,000 troops. Yet, I believe I am not suited for that. I prefer to be on the front lines. Deputy Minister Liu is on the list. When the promotion list for Earth was announced, Wang Lei took a closer look. Indeed, Liu Peiqiang, the current first deputy minister of the Central Training Department, is on this promotion list. General Liu Peiqiang. Chapter 447. New Minister at 10 in the morning. Countless viewers gathered in front of their televisions, with over 100 civilizations watching. They had been waiting for this day for a long time. As a subordinate civilization, there was a sense of nervousness, hoping to have a good future. Recognition from the main civilization is essential, and a crucial part of this is integrating into their military forces. Rank is an important symbol. Here it comes. Is that member Chu Xian from the Council of 19? A figure of great significance. At this moment, no life form dares to underestimate that figure, even speculating that what they see may not be the truth. Perhaps the other party is disguised as carbon-based life. Otherwise, it is hard to explain how an apparently weak human can be so strong. Even if one were to cheat, there are still basic rules to follow. Yes, it must be an unfathomable powerful existence. Inside the awarding hall, various life forms formed a circle. There were no seats due to the vast differences in size. Some were hundreds of meters tall, while others were the size of atoms. Moreover, not all had limbs or similar structures, so they simply stood. Chu Xian stood at the center position, quite conspicuous. Generally, people only know he is one of the Council of 19, but only a few high-ranking civilizations are aware that he is the highest decision-maker. One word can determine fate. Possessing godlike abilities. Don't ask. Asking would lead to a beating, and even thinking about it now makes one shiver. Liquid Metal Civilization, Jingshan, commander of the 9th Army Corps of the Joint Fleet, assessment passed, awarded the rank of Star General. Dark Energy Civilization, Sonk, commander of the 8th Army Corps of the Joint Fleet, assessment passed, awarded the rank of Star General. One after another, they came up, and Chu Xian personally awarded the ranks. For those too small in size, they directly donned a standard uniform. Otherwise, they would be invisible to the naked eye. After the generals, there are the admirals. Black Crystal Civilization, Geometry, Deputy Commander of the Joint Fleet, assessment passed, awarded the rank of Star Admiral. In a late stage of persecution paranoia, apart from madly developing weapons, they also need to command their usage. Consequently, there are many individuals with military talents and expertise in interstellar warfare within their ranks. Once they became part of the team, they were quickly put to work, starting at a high level. To be honest, if it weren't to establish the leading position of Earth civilization, the position of fleet commander might have also been given to them. They play strategies, play tricks, play war. Don't be fooled by Earth's thousands of years of warfare experience and the 36 stratagems of Sun Tzu. The other side has accumulated knowledge over hundreds of thousands or even millions of years, witnessing the rise and fall of countless civilizations and drawing knowledge from them. One has to admit, they are truly impressive. Earth civilization, Liu Peiqiang, first Deputy Minister of the Training Department, assessment passed, awarded the rank of Star Admiral. Stepping forward and donning the shoulder insignia, Liu Peiqiang couldn't help but reflect on the unpredictability of life. Admiral, a rank he once never dared to imagine. When he was a lieutenant colonel in the space station, he thought the most he could achieve upon returning to Earth was a colonel, and then to retire. At most, he might reach the rank of brigadier general, also known as the senior colonel level. Over a decade has passed, and he has directly achieved the rank of admiral. He wasn't overly excited, as he had been working for so many years. This year he was already 70 years old. He still maintained a degree of composure. 2 hours later, the grand awarding ceremony concluded, broadcast live, serving as an event to promote the integration of civilizations. It deepened the recognition and sense of belonging among subordinate civilizations. Just 3 days later, congratulations to Minister Liu Peiqiang. After being promoted to general, Liu Peiqiang welcomed a new position, succeeding his superior as the head of the training department. Chapter 448, Space Upgrade, Appointment as Minister. There was no banquet. As a senior official, such extravagance was not allowed. It was said that he usually just went home for meals, which was not far away. Due to leading by example, the atmosphere within the entire public service system of the Star was quite good. It was low-key and simple, emphasizing practical work and dedication, without any ostentation. Liu Peiqiang very much liked this atmosphere. Doing his job well, occasionally working overtime, and watching the strength of the Star continuously grow made him quite satisfied. More importantly, there were no intrigues. Everyone was striving to make the Star stronger. That evening, outside Baiyun Town, in Han Xiang's courtyard, a simple meal was prepared to celebrate the promotion, accompanied by some homemade wine. Over 90 years old, Han Xiang's days were quite fulfilling. He would tend to the land, cook, take a stroll, and look after his 2 great-grandchildren, the children of Lu Qi, a pair of twins who were now 3 years old and running around joyfully. Every day was lively and cheerful. All good things need strength to protect them. Therefore, Chu Xian remained extremely busy. A few years ago, with the use of stellar recycling technology, he could eat once a day, concentrating his meals in a specific time frame. However, with the technology stagnating, his life had slowed down. Unexpectedly, encountering the Black Crystal Civilization made the entire Star seem to wind up again, racing forward. Thus, he was forced to return to his original state, maintaining the operation of this war machine, resting only 1 hour a day. Theoretical validation, equipment testing, black hole feeding. And he couldn't forget to devour stars and attract civilizations, keeping him extremely busy. In the starry sky, it was almost there. It had been 6 years since the last space upgrade, and finally enough resources had been accumulated. Looking at a nearby white dwarf star, he approached it. Crunch. With one bite, the sugar bean was gone, finally meeting the conditions. Chu Xian was somewhat impatient. System upgrade. No response, only action. Buzz. With familiarity. A wave covered the entire dimensional space, including the star continent and the 36 subspaces. Expansion. Completed in 1 hour. Not bad. The radius of the star continent reached 1 million kilometers, and the subspace was 1/10 of that, with a radius of 100,000 kilometers. The maximum number of subspaces increased to 66. This allowed for the accommodation of more civilizations that were not suitable for survival on the star continent. The stability of the space was enhanced, finally capable of supporting medium-mass black holes and obtaining all related data. The critical energy from low-mass black holes could provide up to 1,000 times the speed of light for spacecraft. Medium-mass black holes were even stronger, providing critical energy for spacecraft up to 5,000 times the speed of light. Authority upgrades and stronger dimensional rules can also be perceived. What a pity. It's still not enough. It seems we will have to wait for the next upgrade to possess a rule system capable of handling a spacecraft traveling at 10,000 times the speed of light. The barrier of 10,000 times is no longer a limitation of the normal universe, but rather a dimensional constraint, which is not easy to break. After a while, Chu Xin finally understood the new changes. There's no doubt about it. A big leap. With this data, the maximum speed of the black hole spacecraft could increase at a rate of 1,000 times per year. Of course, there is a limit, which is 5,000 times. Taking two big steps can lead to setbacks. Having data without matching equipment is just like last time, getting stuck in place. Luckily, they encountered the Black Crystal civilization. But such good fortune won't always be present. They need to speed up to catch up with the fleeing main force. Having tasted the benefits of the Black Crystal civilization, Chu Xian was quite eager, knowing that many special talents are limited by their level of understanding. It's possible that among them, some wildly deviated technological paths exist that are extremely useful. Chapter 449. Everyone's joys and sorrows are different after so many years of travel. With the combined support of the stargates and spacecraft, they were only 13,000 light-years away from the fleeing main force. It sounded far, but it was also very close. For instance, after continuous merging and extinction, the stargates could now achieve a single transmission distance of 15 light-years. With 2 stargates, that's 30 light-years, and considering a 3-day cooldown, on average, they could travel 10 light-years per day. In a year, 3,600. Plus the black hole spacecraft's 1,000 times. That would be over 4,600 light-years in a year. Moreover, both speeds are still increasing. For a distance of 13,000 light-years, they could cross it in just a little over 2 years. 3 days later, as the scientists were continually sacrificing mental energy, they were once again hit by a huge surprise that left them a bit dazed. So big, so bright. It was like a dazzling treasure mountain. A medium-mass black hole. Stronger dimensional rules. Once again, a systematic and complete set of data. The stars were simply too rich. The leaders of the Black Crystal civilization were shocked beyond belief. After 3 years of daily research, they thought the previous data represented the limits of the stars, but unexpectedly, more gold came their way. How unscientific. What kind of talent could reach the essence of truth directly? They had thought their racial talents were already extraordinary, but the stars had even more astonishing existences. There is data, but no technology. It's hard to utilize. It's a typical case of seeing the answer at a glance, and then slowly piecing together the solution process. How they wished to meet that life form that even the heavens pursued to feed. The leaders thought, but they still didn't dare to bring it up. Obviously, that should belong to the star's top secrets. Asking could lead to being locked in a small dark room, so it's better not to create trouble. They immediately joined other equally excited scientists and took up their tools to dig for gold. Clang, clang. The mountain was too big and too heavy. Ordinary tools could hardly make an impact, and even the Black Crystal civilization found it challenging to digest. Yet, no one complained of fatigue. It was simply unforgivable to complain about the food being hard when it was delivered right to their mouths. In the following 6 months, production, re-equipping, a large number of stellar ships have been retired and replaced with black hole ships, scouring for resources at a speed of 1,000 times the speed of light. Wherever they go, nothing is left behind. Previously, there were recycling devices, but now they have been eliminated. They directly use black holes to devour stars, nurturing them until they reach the limits of the equipment, at which point they will be harvested. On the dining table, cotton candy is no longer seen. It's all crunchy candy that is delightful to eat. The speed is displayed on the detectors of the neighboring galaxy's fleet, and they are becoming numb to it. Beep. 1,000 times the speed of light, +1. Beep. 1,000 times the speed of light, +1. It's clear without analysis that the other side has been hiding their true capabilities. What about those at 500 times the speed of light? Retired? It's frustrating. Heartbreaking. It feels suffocating. What they have long desired has started to be retired by others. Indeed, everyone's joys and sorrows are not the same. It's a huge blow. Moreover, after data comparison, a significant discovery has been made. The observed speed and the actual speed of the other party are completely inconsistent. The difference is not slight, but several times over. Sometimes, inexplicably, there will be instances of super speed appearing on the path of the other party. Ultimately, it can only be attributed to the fact that they have already been present on the route, quietly building superspeed ships. This explains the unreasonable situation where the observed speed was a maximum of 800 or 900 times, while the actual speed exceeded 3,000 times. Chapter 450. Casting a wide net, watching the other party charging straight towards this side. There is both anticipation and anxiety. Communication has been attempted, but there has been no response. If they were indifferent, why come this way? Is it possible that they are not a civilization from outside the galaxy, but rather a native civilization of the Milky Way? Otherwise, why would they come here? Could they not go anywhere else? This speculation is not without reason. After all, There are always civilizations that exist transparently, yet should not be underestimated, much like their own civilization as a leading force in the neighboring galaxy. They once struggled to survive in groups until they encountered an opportunity and soared to greatness, becoming the most powerful civilization in the entire galaxy. It's entirely possible that there exists something similar in the Milky Way. But isn't that a bit too low profile? Not to mention 1,000 times. Even a ship traveling at 100 times the speed of light could potentially unify the galaxy and become the leader. Yet they have only now begun to reveal themselves. It's not merely speed that denotes strength. It represents a systematic technology. Even if the technological path has diverged, it remains robust. The captain is feeling troubled when an encrypted communication from the native star system comes through. Good news. It has broken through. The technology for 100 times the speed of light ship finally has a theoretical foundation. After reading the information, the captain is suddenly filled with excitement. But then, ding, one object at 1,000 times the speed of light. A cold splash of water falls down, chilling him. Yes, what is there to be excited about? 100 times is still just theoretical, while they have already matured the technology for 1,000 times and have it in service. Also coming through is a significant decision from the Council of Elders. No longer using the sixth-dimensional energy communication, but rather conventional communication methods. We will continue to contact that high-speed entity. Time is running out. The captain understands the reason. At most, in 2 years, we must arrive. The situation is urgent. Once contact is made, it will involve not just our side, but also the civilizations in the galaxy, and the news of their secret communications will be exposed. The situation will be completely uncontrollable, so changes must be made. Immediately afterward, thousands of onboard communication modules were activated. The hum and buzz carried the same information through energy waves, broadcasting it out, some fast, some slow, but we can't worry about that anymore. All nets were cast out, hoping to catch that one fish. Not long after the broadcast began, what were the neighbors doing? A decoding system? Or clear text? What were they testing? No. It seemed there were even self-introductions and requests for communication. What was happening? All nearby galactic civilizations received it, confused. If it was for communication, one method would suffice. Such a random spread of signals. Was it a moment of madness? Or were they trying to show off their multiple communication methods? But indeed, there were many, thousands. All frequency bands. Any advanced civilization in the galaxy could only receive at most a couple of hundred types, totaling just over 1,000. So they quickly inquired, what are you doing? Equipment testing, to prevent aging from long-term disuse. Do you think we believe that? Aging. At the level of neighboring civilizations, the materials used are far beyond ordinary elements. There is no atomic decay. The manufactured items, especially cutting-edge technology, if not deliberately destroyed, have a long lifespan. Even 1,000 years would be considered poor quality. A week later, they continued to analyze all communication content to see what they really wanted. Testing. Aging. Covering all frequency bands from morning till night, or targeting specific directions. After making such a racket for so long, do they think we're fools? They were just very curious. What's in that direction? Chapter 451. Response. The stars want to sell tickets. Countless gazes turned, various analyses were made. Based on the content, who were they trying to contact? Was there a possibility that their subordinates were lost, and they wanted to find them this way? Please, respect the occasion. Would you take a translator with you when you go out to find your own people? Or perhaps they discovered something. How frustrating. They must be hiding something from us. Indeed, hoping for help from neighboring galaxies is a kind of luxury. There's no way around it. After all, they are stronger. Sigh. We have to bow our heads. Everyone felt helpless, and there wasn't too much anger. After all, the anger of the weak is like toilet paper, other than being unpleasant for themselves. It merely fills the room with stench. They are merely neighbors, not anyone special to them, let alone being so far apart. Even if they were in the same galaxy, on the same planet, in the same country, living in the same building, it would be the same. They are under no obligation to be honest with you. What they tell you, just listen. What they don't tell you, just endure it. A day later, after discussions, civilizations across various galaxies began to emulate one another, activating all communication methods to broadcast information in a specific direction. When questioned by their neighbors, they casually remarked, "We're just testing things out to prevent our equipment from aging due to disuse." Surprisingly, we've uncovered several potential issues. As for how long the testing would last, it depends on the situation. Since they weren't sharing information, they decided to follow suit, treating it all as a game. With the added advantage of being on their own turf. The galaxy was their territory, already populated with numerous detectors that could not only gather data, but also send signals. Otherwise, how could they communicate? They had the home field advantage and numerical superiority. In no time, countless messages filled the starry sky, covering a wider range. Seeing this, the neighboring galaxy didn't say much and continued broadcasting, casting their nets wider with confidence. If the other party was interested in contacting the galaxy's civilizations, they would have reached out long ago. Had they taken the wrong medicine? What were they shouting about? Chu Xian was also taken aback. The information in the starry sky was once abundant and interwoven, creating a lively atmosphere, but now it had escalated to sheer noise. Moreover, the content was astonishingly uniform. 1. A built-in decoding system. 2. A simple self-introduction. 3. A request for encrypted communication. The format was strikingly similar to what the noisy neighbor had been shouting for a long time. Only the number of senders was overwhelming. Thousands upon thousands of different civilizations, all broadcasting simultaneously. It felt like an entire city, searching for lost citizens, with everyone shouting loudly. Had the neighbors made their information public? Chu Xian speculated. Of course. It was also possible that the galaxy civilizations had uncovered this themselves. Who knew? Regardless, it certainly couldn't be hidden anymore. At this point, there was no need to conceal it. In 2 years, contact would be made. In interstellar terms, that was almost a blink of an eye. Initially, he thought to broadcast a message and brag a bit at that time, but being recognized in advance was just as good. They could simply bend down to pick it up when the time came. 77. Here, responding to all incoming communications. He edited the information to say that the stellar civilization was selling tickets. Indeed, the Black Crystal civilization was deeply rooted in its knowledge. They had long since figured out the communication methods of the galaxy civilizations, so there was no need for extensive preparation. The content was quickly edited and sent out. Due to the urgency, it might take at least a month to receive a response. Chu Xian considered using temporal energy communication, but the vast majority of galaxy civilizations lacked such technology and wouldn't be able to receive it. They could only use some low-speed communication methods. Chu Xian had never thought about collaborating with anyone individually. What he wanted was to capture everything in one go. Chapter 452, Standardized Recruitment Process. Capturing everything in one go couldn't be rushed. Directly stating you will be under my command would likely scare them off and create unnecessary complications. The number of civilizations was simply too large, thousands upon thousands, with an overly vast scope. Therefore, the previous method of picking up small gains wouldn't work, leading to the idea of ticket sales. Once they boarded the ship, it would be as if they had entered a pocket. A little display and some persuasion might just lead to a rush for jobs. The approach of gradual adaptation is the right path. There's no fear of not being able to take things away, since it's a journey by ship. Passengers can hardly carry their entire homes with them, not even for check-in. Only luggage is allowed. As for the warships and spacecraft that cannot be taken away, we can reluctantly accept them as scrap, doing a good deed and promoting the spirit of environmentalism. No need for thanks. It's only right. Let Chi-Chi respond afterwards. Ding. A message arrives. The resource recovery vessel has discovered another civilization. Chu Xian only glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. At this point, there are already people engaged in the recruitment of civilizations. As long as the targets are not too difficult to handle, Chu Xian won't take the lead anymore. Meanwhile, on a carbon-based intelligent life planet, boom, boom, Wang Lei's team has landed on the surface, where gravity is quite strong and oxygen levels are low, but they are unaffected. They arrive at a small village. How tiny. Humanoid. With wings, so adorable. The entire planet is covered in green, vibrant with life. And the only intelligent beings here have human-like features, but are miniature versions, measuring up to 12 centimeters, with a pair of semi-transparent wings, reminiscent of little fairies. As a special forces team dispatched to engage with new civilizations, this is not their first mission of this kind. After 3 years of specialized training and a family visit, their first assignment is to investigate and observe a new civilization and conduct a preliminary assessment of its combat capabilities. This is not done solely by the team. Experts from various fields, including sociology, are involved, each responsible for different aspects. Finally, professional negotiators will step in to carry out the next steps. The process seems somewhat unfamiliar. Wang Lei quickly deduces that the relevant department has not been established for long, lacking experienced personnel, and is still in the process of gradual adaptation. Clearly, the previous civilizations that joined the stars were not entirely or exclusively recruited through this method. The specifics are unknown, but it is evident that this process is moving towards standardization. The upcoming tasks are quite simple: provocation and combat. No, this isn't combat. It feels more like play. The little one's weapon lacks any lethality, resembling a child's game, reflecting on the last civilization they encountered with antimatter, nuclear weapons, and laser cannons. This time feels like a vacation, providing a bit of relaxation amidst the tense tasks. There are obvious signs of artificial modification in their genes. The purpose of the modifications is unclear. This isn't surprising. If we follow the theory of evolution, it's impossible for any life form in the universe to have genes identical to those of humans, even across an entire galaxy. Once a civilization decodes genetic coding, creation becomes as simple as drinking water. They can modify any appearance or function at will. Even attaching 10 octopus legs to a human would be as easy as child's play. This is a civilization in the midst of an escape. Perhaps it's a form of entertainment created by some civilization. However, when fleeing, they felt it was of no use and might as well be abandoned. A day later, preliminary testing was completed. Combat Power Comprehensive Assessment. 5. A single-digit combat power, less than that of a cat. Chapter 453. Explosion. Such combat power is no different from having none. Soon, the history of civilization was explored, and indeed, everything originated from a commercial project in another carbon-based realm. Large corporations, genetic programs, creating a race. The main purpose was to produce some gardeners, little fairies flying around, giving a hint of fairy tale colors. This is the hatching star, also used for display. Tourism, leisure, visiting. To avoid customers feeling like they are purchasing mass-produced goods from cultivation tanks, natural growth could increase the price. It belongs to the category of affordable luxury goods. Once the genes are fully deciphered, the bottom line can be easily broken. Alas, the little ones are truly pitiful. The women in the group couldn't help but feel sympathy. As products, they had no so-called human rights, much like pigs in a breeding farm. The beautiful planet before them was merely a way to tell buyers, ecologically farmed, beautiful environment, exercising every day. This was just a way to raise prices. Nothing more. It seemed harmonious, but it was all an illusion. All that is beautiful had a price secretly marked. During this escape, they initially brought this breeding farm with them. Later, panic intensified on the way, consumption weakened, and the market shrank. They were abandoned, not directly destroyed. The reason is unknown, perhaps out of a moment of mercy. Combat Power. 5. Technology. 103. Potential. 108. Comprehensive. 1071. A long list of assessments, quite low, with a total score just over 100. Only slightly stronger than purely ornamental life. Fortunately, they met the minimum standards of civilization. Let's go? Negotiations should be coming. Half an hour later. Boom. A massive explosion. The entire planet shattered. What happened? Who attacked? It wasn't us. It self-detonated, too sudden, no time to stop it. Said it was because they didn't want to be a vassal of any civilization, activating the planetary self-detonation device left by the original company. So ruthless? At this moment, Wang Lei didn't know what to say. That was their choice. Countless planets' magma surged and struck him. Reflecting on the green planet just moments ago, he fell silent for a while. At this point, he deeply understood the uncertainty of civilization's recruitment tasks. Let us go. If Chu Xian were here, such a self-detonation wouldn't have happened. After hearing the news, he also fell silent for a while. Should he go personally? Or seek revenge? No. He was merely contemplating how to prevent similar occurrences. He was not a cosmic guardian obligated to uphold justice. Nor was he a savior pursuing an immortal saint. On a galactic level, using Earth's moral and legal standards to judge other civilizations is meaningless, aside from self-indulgence. Instead of spending time on self-pity, why not develop well and enhance technology? Isn't that better? Live, develop, move forward. Reaching the end of truth and becoming the creator of order is the right path. In the days that followed, the execution team tasked with civilization recruitment continuously learned lessons and accumulated experience, leading to a significant increase in their operational capabilities. Negotiations were successful. Black holes attracted and consumed stars, while planets were packaged and taken away by black hole ships. The reconstruction of distances was reduced, and the energy utilization rate was extremely high, allowing for easy travel with dozens or even hundreds of planets. For now, it could be said that they possessed unlimited energy, as they could replenish it using the stars along the way. Each ship was collected by a certain individual every 3 months, during which there was also in-depth interaction with the recruited civilizations. Policies were promoted, and technologies were showcased. Witnessing the scene of a star being devoured by a black hole was truly shocking. This was a gap that could not be bridged in 10,000 years, no? 100,000 years, or even longer. Chapter 454. The ticket is real. To reduce the reconstruction radius, the planets were very close to the black hole. On the surface, looking up, one could see tiny black dots the size of grains of rice. If they were normal black holes, they would have long been sucked away by gravity. Yet now, they could peacefully enjoy the view from the side. Incredible. Watching such small objects easily consume stars that had just filled half the sky due to their proximity was a breathtaking sight. It shattered perceptions. In the end, there was only one phrase left. Great One above, please protect us. Gathering the strength of all civilizations, they could not even breach the defenses of a single combat team. And it was rumored that the opposing army numbered 100 billion. Just thinking about it made one shudder. They had to act. This opportunity must be seized tightly. At the edge of the galaxy, various civilizations were becoming somewhat impatient. Should they stop? They had been broadcasting for so long, looking like fools, with no response whatsoever. Indeed, such a full band shout severely affected daily communications. At first, it wasn't a problem, but after too long, it became noisy. Especially since the fleets from neighboring systems continued their shouting as well, but to no avail. The neighbors offered no explanations. Frustration. If it weren't for the fear of not being able to win and the potential for diplomatic issues, they would have demanded a thorough explanation from the other side. So they continued, neighbors shouting, and they continued too. At that moment, after more than a month, a piece of information penetrated over 10,000 light-years and finally reached the edge of the galaxy. The Free Alliance Starship No. 1, surrounded by hundreds of planets, was at the edge where a massive monitoring planet operated countless devices. It constantly collected various information from the starry sky and filtered it. Suddenly, a high-priority event was sent to the duty officer. Discovered 045 decoding system information. Communication method 1233. This energy being paused for a moment. 045 was the one that had been shouted about all day long, instantly invigorating them. However, upon further reading, they became somewhat angry. What? The Stellar Civilization Alliance? Tickets are hotly booked. Resources, technology, equipment could be converted into points to exchange for tickets to escape the galaxy. The overall content was not much, but it was utterly absurd. Return the tickets. Return the spacecraft that travels at 1,000 times the speed of light. What a nuisance. How outrageous. Adding chaos at this time, actually resorting to fraud. Upon seeing that the signal came from the direction of the fugitive, the first reaction was, fraud. Absolutely fraud. Meanwhile, on the other side, the captain of the neighboring galaxy felt like they had struck gold. They had received several messages, all with the same content. Stars. Tickets. 1,000 times. If it weren't for the fact that there was someone over there speeding every day, the captain might have thought it was a scam too. Because it seemed too bizarre. Is that direction confirmed? Yes. Is the distance correct? Indeed, if we simulate based on the communication speed differences, it precisely aligns with a position over 10,000 light-years away. Perfect match, so there's no mistake. Half joy, half melancholy. Because it seemed the other side wasn't interested in technical exchanges, just wanting to sell tickets. Just then, a subordinate reported that civilizations in the galaxy said there were scammers selling tickets, warning them not to fall for it. The captain quickly understood the situation. The lack of information meant the other side had no idea how powerful the ticket selling was. They thought it was a scam. Reply to them, the tickets are real. Fraud. Not daring. Previously, the other side hadn't set up shop. Now that the stall is out, if you try to drive away their customers, you probably don't know what a beating is. Such a decision doesn't even require consulting with the locals. You'd have to be out of your mind to disrupt their business. Don't you want to live anymore? Chapter 455. Shocked despite feeling unwilling inside. They didn't dare to add to the other side's troubles. The key was that the other party had already shown their hand, and the conditions were quite favorable to them. Selling tickets. Not for free. This means everyone is starting from the same line. No bias towards anyone, like an exam. The difficulty of the questions is minor, but fairness is the main concern. Even the eligibility to register for the exam is crucial. Competing for resources. Competing in technology. A place in the galaxy that was devoured by hydrogen, all squeezed together. Even their own good stuff isn't as much. The key is not having to die. The captain internally added. Previously coming here was almost like landing in a coffin. Obtaining any technology was secondary. The most important thing was to return alive. Now, they have tickets for sale. A glimmer of hope. This must be seized. Absolutely cannot provoke the other side. If necessary, helping to wave the flag and cheer a bit is also acceptable. Stop all broadcasts. Change the information content. Ask about the ticket prices and the arrival time. Of course, there's no need to shout with thousands of communication methods anymore. Just choose the fastest one. Yes, in less than 3 seconds, the equipment shut down, leaving only one. Sending out new information at full power. On the other side, looking at another received message. Here it comes again. So foolish, not only trying to scam secretly, but also broadcasting everywhere. Looks like a novice. Such audacity, trying to fool them, especially in front of the neighboring civilization, losing face across the galaxy. Severe punishment, once caught. Must be strictly punished. Find them. Teach them a lesson. However, before any measures could be taken, the fleet from the neighboring galaxy replied. Freedom Alliance. Administrative capital. The office of the highest council leader glanced at a brief message and was instantly stunned. Initially expecting a predictable response, thinking it would be something like okay, understood. However, while the word count was correct, not a single word matched. The ticket is real. The ticket is real. The ticket is real. Thinking it was a mistake. They looked carefully several times, but there was no error. Shocked, the leader felt as if they had transformed from a sphere into a cube. Liquid metal life forms lack a fixed shape, but under emotional distress, they sometimes exhibit reflexive behaviors. After a while in this state, they reverted back to a spherical form. Fraud. Fraud. They knew it was a deception, yet it was claimed to be just a device test. They had suspected something was off, but never imagined the reason would be this. The fraud referred to the neighboring entity. Such a significant matter, and not a hint was leaked. They contacted them alone. Now, with the broadcast reply, it was clear the truth couldn't be hidden any longer, hence the public outburst of a few curses. After so many years, how could one be so naive? First, the fact that they could discover this shows their capability. Whose fault is it if one is blind to the truth? The gap in technology makes it pointless to be furious. Second, they were merely neighbors, not family. Why should they share information with you? Do you think you have that much influence? There was absolutely nothing to be condemned. It was merely a matter of perspective, just some complaints. 10 minutes later, civilizations from the galaxy gathered on a communication frequency, with leaders of each civilization filled with shock and excitement. Just moments ago, the neighbor had shut down almost all broadcasts, leaving only one, which inquired about tickets and timings. It was basically confirmed that the tickets were real, and the 1,000 times the speed of light spaceship was also real. Now the question was, where did they come from? They should not be from this galaxy, nor from the neighboring system. It couldn't possibly be from the Andromeda Galaxy. Could it? That would be too far. So what if it is far? Their spaceship travels fast. Indeed, the distance from the galaxy to the neighboring system is over 100,000 light-years, but the third farthest system is over 2 million light-years away. The increased distance makes the two galaxies feel like isolated islands. To reach the Andromeda Galaxy, traveling at the speed of light would take 2 million years. At 10 times the speed of light, it would take 200,000 years. At 1,000 times the speed of light, it would take over 2,000 years. Doing the math, it adds up. Perhaps they discovered the hydrogen transformation crisis, hence coming over to take a look. The neighboring system took over 1,000 years to reach here. The timing fits. Could it be that the hydrogen transformation was caused by this civilization? And now they are selling tickets, expecting our gratitude? It is not impossible. However, adopting a mindset of infinite conspiracy and suspicion is also unwise. Let's ask the neighbor. Chapter 456, Outsourcing. Application for contact. The connection was established quickly. The captain was very candid this time, speaking voluminously, but it was of no use. Unknown. Unclear. What was said was equivalent to saying nothing. The only certainty was that the other party truly possessed mature technology for traveling at 1,000 times the speed of light. They were currently gathering resources along the way and would arrive in as little as 2 years. Wait, that is not right. A civilization asked. 1,000 times the speed of light, 10,000 light years, and you say it only takes 2 years? Isn't that contradictory? It seemed they had discovered a loophole. In response, the captain did not hide anything. 1,000 times the speed of light is merely the currently detected conventional cruising speed, but the distance data is rapidly shrinking. It's very strange. Either the other party possesses navigation technology far exceeding 1,000 times the speed of light, or they are continuously building spacecraft along your route. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. The actual speed was much faster than the observed speed, over 4,000 times. Moreover, it seemed to be accelerating over time. The gap was astounding. Their own starships could reach speeds of dozens of times the speed of light, while the other side could reach thousands of times, utterly overwhelming. Such a disparity. Even if the opponent managed to achieve hydrogen fusion, who would dare to question or blame them? The strong are innocent. This is a fundamental understanding of the cosmos. Even if there is guilt, only the stronger can impose punishment. The weaker side can only wait for justice to fall from the heavens, with no other options available. It probably wasn't their achievement of hydrogen fusion. They were just passing through. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, the captain intervened. Standing and talking doesn't hurt the back. Even if it is, so what? Can you bite them? Wake up. The most important thing now is to make contact and secure a ticket. We can't let these galactic civilizations ruin our plans. Yes, agreed. You're absolutely right. They have no need to do this. We can't wrongfully accuse the good. Exactly. No one here is foolish. Once they understand, they won't mind. The continuation and existence of civilization is above all else. Even if it's the other party's burden. You must clean it for them and respectfully return a clean pot. Know when to be prudent. Live long. This conversation set the tone. Bye. Even if it means selling everything to get the ticket, we must proceed, just like our neighbors, halting all frequency broadcasts and using single-channel communication. They each asked some questions. 2 months later, they received a second reply from the Stellar Civilization Alliance, containing an enormous amount of information. New materials, new equipment, new technology. They were directly offered the opportunity to manufacture on their behalf. This big shot, a true big shot, was incredibly generous. All the civilizations in the galaxy were stunned. Was this something they could access for free? The other side was too generous. Did they not fear that someone would take the goods and run? Without their spacecraft, how could anyone escape? Just a few legs? Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be non-core components, and it was unclear what they were specifically for. but they could be used to enhance their own technology. However, the extent of enhancement was limited. If they wanted to produce the other party's technological products, they were thinking too highly of themselves. In fact, what Chu Xian had sent over were all non-core components of the black hole spacecraft, and he was not worried about any leaks. Just like decades ago with airplanes, there were numerous parts manufacturers. Yet, what could a large group of companies producing seats, armrests, safety buckles, screws, and so forth accomplish together? As long as the engine technology, avionics systems, and landing gear technology were not leaked, it was not a concern at all. Some things really take up space and create production trouble. Non-core equipment and technology are simply outsourced. When the time comes, they can just be assembled directly. Chapter 457. The ambition is interrupted halfway by a strong demolition. Looking at the outsourcing requests that came in, damn, no one can stop them from working. If this were years ago, they might have held back a bit. After all, it was about reputation. Working? Absolutely impossible to accept. However, at this moment, that pride was long gone. After helping the neighbor's fleet last time, they had already set aside their face. With the first time, there would be countless more. It was just a change from one boss to another. Once the bottom line was crossed, it was just an endless pit. Thus, under the leadership of the advanced civilizations of the galaxy, they changed their allegiances and began allocating orders. Those with strong technology would do a bit more. Those with weaker skills would assist. In short, they couldn't afford to be idle. Everything was for points. Time was tight. With less than 2 years left, they had to work overtime. They had to produce while exhausting their reserves. Ensure quality. Ensure quantity. Execute the strictest testing standards, with no defects allowed. With great enthusiasm and strong hope, the happy working life continued. Some materials couldn't be produced in time, so they simply used their own alternatives or substitutes. They still had some foundation. Every advanced civilization in the galaxy has its strengths. Together, they form a towering tree. In the past, they felt irreplaceable, but unfortunately, they were knocked dizzy by a hydrogen transformation. They could only quickly pack their bags and roll away. Reflecting back, it was all tears. The hydrogen crisis greatly changed their mindset. They no longer sought to dominate the galaxy. Survival was the most important thing. Ambition? If there's room for operation, it can be called ambition. If there's no room for operation, then it's just delusional. In the fleeing convoy, within a pure white planet with a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Really, it's all real. All the technology is flawless, perhaps not too advanced, but absolutely at the standard of the galaxy's top civilizations. Just broadcasting this for free? Damn, if they all boarded the other side's ship, what would happen to ours? They were still thinking of stepping up in their moment of despair, shouting to become leaders, but unexpectedly, a neighbor popped up first, followed by a passerby. The first one was not too concerning, but the latter was completely unscientific. 1,000 times the speed of light. How much critical energy does a stellar ship need? No. They absolutely couldn't use black hole energy technology. That would be too shameless. God, are you playing with us? Accidents come pouring in like they cost nothing, not giving any chance to dodge. Having survived for so long without showing anything, they were overshadowed. Even lined up to compete, each one more powerful than the last. If it were from a neighboring galaxy, they might be wary, but it was too far away. Moreover, they were already being secretive. The technology discovered during the hydrogen transformation that was supposed to be shared was probably impossible to realize, so they didn't count as opponents. And now, a selfless civilization suddenly appeared to sell tickets for a spaceship, available to anyone. Even neighboring galaxies are eager to board. But alas, what a disaster. The grand ambition faces strong opposition before it even begins. No, they really want to make a move, but upon seeing the publicly available data from their neighbors, they instantly lose their nerve. Initially, it was a 300-fold increase. Then it kept accelerating, surpassing hydrogen fusion speeds, and now it's cruising at 1,000-fold. With actual speeds possibly reaching 5,000-fold. Who would dare to challenge them? Certainly not us. In the midst of the fleeing forces, on another planet, what should we do? The ticket seller's power is too formidable. Our plans must be postponed. How frustrating. Are we really going to hide for another 100,000 years? Just thinking about it makes me angry. The twists of fate have kept us in a subordinate position for hundreds of thousands of years. And we were just about to rise and take charge. Before we could even make a move, we were left dumbfounded. Looking up, a colossal presence looms. It's terrifying. We're trembling in fear. We refuse to believe we won't have our day in the sun. Let us endure for another 100,000 years, and one day, we will shine in the cosmos. Shine in the cosmos. Shine in the cosmos. The fighting spirit that was almost extinguished reignited instantly, just like it was 100,000 years ago, filled with ambition. Similarly, within the entire fleeing force, comparable events occurred among dozens of civilizations, with similar outcomes. Endure. Keep enduring. Await the next opportunity. In the meantime, we can draw some strength from the ticket seller to bolster ourselves. That strength is surely a massive resource. We've done this before. We're quite experienced. Feign allegiance. Work diligently. Gain trust. Steal technology. 100,000 years here and there. Their rise is destined. A matter of fate. As perfect beings, mediocrity is not allowed. Work hard, buy tickets. Everyone is on the move. This is not just labor, but a struggle for a noble ideal. If Chu Xian were to see this, he would surely exclaim about the expertise involved. At this moment, he is observing at the entrance of a natural wormhole. After a long while, he shakes his head slightly. The data is still insufficient. Things based on high-level dimensional rules remain incompletely understood. Fortunately, it's not too far off. There is hope, and quite a lot. This thing is a prototype for a ship capable of traveling at 10,000 times the speed of light. If it can be artificially created, it could cover dozens of light years in an instant. 10,000 times the speed of light. That's just the beginning. There is no upper limit. The technical challenges are considerable, much like black holes. Neither is based on the existing rules of the universe. Instead, they rely on dimensional support. Creating it artificially, ensuring stable and safe operation, is quite difficult. However, once successful, it would mean a leap from a low-speed civilization to a high-speed civilization, a milestone achievement that Chu Xian eagerly anticipates. Among those workers, there must be surprises. In the neighboring galaxy, in the Central Star region, the theoretical verification of a ship capable of traveling at 100 times the speed of light has been completed. Just give us a little more time, and we will be able to create it. Good job. The chief designer of the project, recognized for their efforts, feels a sense of helplessness. If only it were the past, breaking through to 100 times the speed would have been a remarkable feat. It seems necessary to announce this good news to everyone, but for now, it's just a few words of encouragement. Frustrating. It's disheartening. Yet, I understand that the council has suffered a significant blow. Next door, there's a civilization moving at 1,000 times the speed of light, with an actual speed of 5,000 times and still rising. Based on data comparisons, there is even a terrifying guess. Space leap technology. Oh my. What a godlike level of advancement that is. Meanwhile, we're still using stellar propulsion, while they are directly opening wormholes. There is a gap of 2 orders of magnitude in between. Comparatively, traveling at 100 times the speed of light feels less appealing. However, no matter how good it is, it belongs to them. No matter how bad it is, it's still ours. The rewards we deserve won't be reduced by a single bit. Chapter 459. The sudden halt of Schadenfreude, 100 times the speed of light feels bland. But we still have to pretend to enjoy it, because their grand feast is theirs, while our plain buns and pickles are ours. There is no choice. However, there is still some comfort in my heart. At least we have a backup, which is our neighboring civilization that has lost everything. They can only flee collectively, with no hope for tomorrow. In comparison, we are quite lucky. We will continue to maintain contact with the Stellar Civilization Alliance to see if we can obtain more information beyond just tickets. Alas, luckily, hydrogen transformation has not occurred here. Poor galaxy. Occasionally, I feel a twinge of sympathy for the galactic civilization, which counts as one of the few small joys. As for whether it will spread here, it probably won't. The distance is vast. Currently, their most reliable hydrogen transformation model suggests that energy should come from nuclear fusion itself, relying on a chain reaction. Therefore, with such a vast distance between galaxies and no nuclear fusion materials in between, hydrogen transformation should not be able to transmit over. However, before I could enjoy my sympathy for the neighbors any longer, I was interrupted by a top scientist. Urgent communication. What happened? Hydrogen. Hydrogen transformation. It's here. The words were almost tumbling out. The council. It's here. It has always existed. Just accelerating, right? It's not the galaxy's hydrogen transformation. It's ours. Just now, familiar fluctuations were detected near the galactic black hole. Exactly the same as the data from the galaxy's hydrogen transformation. Dark energy tidal waves. Currently expanding at the speed of light, and we can no longer observe the black hole radiation. The council was collectively stunned. Dark energy. Tidal waves. Black holes. Are we still awake today? They were reluctant to believe it. One moment, they were watching the excitement from the shore, and the next moment, they were forcefully pulled into the water. Are we sure? The chief of the council asked. Yes. The scientist didn't waste any words. Directly throwing over a pile of data. They have lived long enough that even if they are foolish, they can become scientists simply by the passage of time. No explanation needed. A glance. It's real. The dark energy tidal wave fluctuation data is exactly the same as that of the galaxy. It's just that the hydrogen transformation hasn't happened yet. There is a time lag. The abnormal fluctuations of dark energy occurred first, followed by the hydrogen transformation detonation. What is happening? The chief of the council was also in a muddle. So sudden, the hydrogen transformation hit like a slap across the face, leaving everyone disoriented. Withdraw. The controlled star systems immediately entered full military control, mobilizing starships and relocating all main stars in the central star zone. A series of commands were issued by the Council of Elders. Military control. Relocation. Additionally, gather all resources to construct new starships and send commands to the entire star system using the seventh signal source. Even so, it would take some time to notify everyone. The massive operation began. At that moment, the Council of Elders deeply felt the tension that the civilization of the galaxy had initially experienced, but fortunately, hydrogen transformation was relatively slow. Currently, let me see. What? A speed of 0.001 times the speed of light. This is different from the galaxy. The chief almost jumped up. The dark energy tidal forces of hydrogen transformation in the galaxy maintained a constant speed of 1 times the speed of light for a long time at the beginning. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the chance to escape. When they first learned about it, they were only momentarily flustered, not even scared. It was still far from the critical point. However, their hydrogen transformation was fundamentally different from that of the galaxy. It accelerated right from the start, making the galaxy's experience completely useless. No more gloating. Help. Chapter 460. A complete version. Even the Council of Elders had to hurriedly pack their bags and set off on the journey to escape. A speed just over 1 times the speed of light is not actually terrifying. What's frightening is the potential for it to increase. In just a short time, it had already reached 1/10,000th. Yes, small, but the constant acceleration is overwhelming, and the growth rate may not always remain the same. What if it doubles by tomorrow? Such a thing is not impossible. Just look at the galaxy's neighbors. Their hydrogen transformation has already reached 780 times the speed of light. Who would they complain to? Everything was ready. Whoosh. The first starship carrying the capital planet took off, followed by thousands of administrative planets in the capital region. Under the prearranged plan, one after another, they followed suit. At the center of the river system, near the black hole, all research starships activated their cloaking technology to avoid being caught in a stellar explosion. And they did not immediately flee. Instead, like in the galaxy, they left some behind to study hydrogen transformation. They checked all detection equipment again, making sure to collect complete and clear first-hand data on the occurrence of hydrogen transformation. Yes, the speed of dark energy tidal forces has increased, currently at 0.005 times the speed of light. The scientists were both excited and frustrated upon hearing about the hydrogen transformation in the neighboring system. They were so thrilled that they couldn't sleep for many days, eagerly wanting the data. There was even a moment when they hoped it would happen in their own system, enjoying the spectacle without fear. However, when they truly found themselves amidst the chaos, they realized how uncomfortable it was. After years of observing the excitement of their neighbors, they suddenly became part of the turmoil themselves. Hydrogen transformation surged like a wave, growing larger and larger. They only had one lifebuoy, but had to face the impending tsunami, unsure of when they would reach the shore. Wait, reach the shore? It seemed there really was an island. Just as they were thinking this, boom, boom, a bright light appeared ahead, resembling a supernova explosion. The scientists looked on, their spirits sinking to an all-time low. Hydrogen fusion had erupted. Following the dark energy tide, it spread rapidly. What was currently erupting wasn't a star, but a diffuse nebula. Surrounding the black hole were materials, many of which contained hydrogen. Alert. Energy surge preparation. Countdown 6:12, 11 repeat. Energy surge preparation. Countdown 6:12, 09. A powerful energy ray struck, but the scientists remained calm. The density of the nebula was low, and the energy level wasn't particularly high. What truly worried them was the future. They feared they might look back and see no starry sky. Like the Milky Way, the range of hydrogen fusion. A sea of light. The visual starry sky had already vanished, leaving only a vast expanse. They took one last look at the familiar stars. For now, goodbye. Boom, boom. The violent shockwaves did not shake the starship, yet due to particle scattering, the rear was devoid of any stars. Report losses. Detection equipment damaged 234. Correction. Detection equipment damaged 367. Correction. Detection equipment damaged 777. This is impossible. Watching the continually rising data, they found it utterly unacceptable. The equipment was specifically designed for hydrogen fusion, and the energy impact wasn't high. How could there be so many losses? But they soon understood the reason. Hiss. It defied common sense. Double sequence, double sequence. If the scientists had eyes, they would be wide open, noticing yet another difference from the Milky Way. Initially, it was only hydrogen fusion, without involving other elements. However, in their case, it wasn't just hydrogen fusing into helium. There was also secondary fusion, where helium fused into carbon. And it didn't stop there. High atomic number elements, like uranium and plutonium, began descending into fission, requiring no critical mass at normal temperature and pressure. Forced nuclear fission. They were facing a full-scale crisis akin to that of the Milky Way, with no gradual process given. They didn't want the complete version. They wanted the truncated version. Chapter 461. Delivering technology. They screamed internally. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Although they obtained first-hand data on hydrogen fusion, they couldn't feel happy at all. If only it weren't happening in their own backyard. Immediately analyze the data. Yes, the data just received from the neighboring galaxy was consistent, showing no anomalies. Except for the speed of hydrogen fusion. The two were synchronizing. Correction, the number of damaged devices is 2,399 and still increasing. Bad news kept pouring in, leaving the scientists helpless. Stop it. Dream on. Hydrogen fusion began with a black hole, and their understanding of black holes was at best rudimentary. They had no ability to influence it. Report to the Council of Elders, suggesting they speed up, full power. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Council of Elders learned of this and was once again at a loss. Starting with a full-scale hydrogen fusion, who could handle this? The speed increased. The effects synchronized. Sooner or later, it would be just like the Milky Way. Accelerate. Accelerate. Full power running, avoiding being caught up. The civilization of the galaxy was as hurried as they were. The Council quickly passed a resolution. Notify the fleet over there, contact the stars, establish encrypted communication channels, and send the technology of Source 7. It didn't matter whether the other side had pretended not to receive it before or genuinely hadn't received it. It was just a show of sincerity. At this moment, there was no time to hide. General information transmission was too slow, with high latency, and separated by the galaxy. Previously, slowness was fine since there was ample time. But now it was urgent. There was no time to care about so much. If the other side had this technology, it would be a bonus. If not, it would be given away for free, striving to make contact first and foremost to establish a communication channel as quickly as possible. Yes, very soon. A large block of edited data was sent at hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light using Source 7, racing towards the galaxy. Even so, this message took over a month to reach the edge of the galaxy. At this moment, the captain also joined the workforce, dispatching the fleet to gather resources and produce equipment, busy as ever. Everything was for the ticket home. Thinking of this filled him with hope. His back didn't ache. His legs didn't hurt, and he wasn't afraid of the mechanical enforcers anymore. After all, he hadn't done anything wrong. Home. Home. Beep. A message from the homeland came in, and when the captain took a look, the data volume was enormous. Upon examining the content, he was stunned. This was impossible. How could the hydrogen transformation jump so far? The source was correct, the encryption was right, and there was Source 7. It was all true. Home had been robbed. The captain looked over it dozens of times, realizing that his homeland had also been pulled into the fleeing army, feeling incredibly dejected. Now, to contact the ticket seller faster. They even unconditionally disclosed the Source 7 technology to the other side, with no reservations at all. However, after the sadness, he suddenly thought of something. Looking at it this way, we are still the closest place to the safe island. It seems I am still that lucky one. The shift in thinking was quick. Previously, it felt like a hard job, landing in a box. Although there were tickets being sold, one still had to cross the ocean to get home. But now, it directly became the existence closest to the lifeboat. This overseas mission didn't seem so bad after all. Get to work. The first step was the encrypted communication channel, and fortunately, the stars had also considered that maintaining a public channel for plain text communication wasn't ideal. A week ago, they proactively provided each civilization with a way to communicate through encrypted channels. Chapter 462, Cross-Galaxy Verification. Although it was an encrypted channel, the method of communication had changed. Therefore, the content sent by the captain to the stars still took a month to arrive, received on December 20th, 2093. The neighboring galaxy also experienced hydrogen transformation, accelerating right off the bat. Light nuclear fusion, heavy nuclear fission. It started with a double sequence reaction. Chu Xian was quite surprised. He originally thought this was a crisis unique to the galaxy, but unexpectedly, their neighbor was also in trouble. No, it should be said they were attacked by weapons. Although he didn't understand the reasons for the hydrogen transformation, the orderly method of attack was clearly not a natural phenomenon. This was a consensus reached long ago. It can only be said that the neighbors have also been targeted. Unfortunately, we currently know nothing. The spacecraft sent to the center of the galaxy is still on its way, which is quite far. The solar system is located in a relatively barren part of the galaxy. A spacecraft traveling at 1,000 times the speed of light would still take 20 years to reach the center of the galaxy, as there are no stargates available. So it can only fly slowly. If we want to explore, we can only wait until we reach the edge of the galaxy, and then use the stargates to venture inward. Well, we are in the same boat. Might as well lend a hand. In the past, Chu Xian had little interest in chatting too much with the neighbors, but now it's different. Those who were watching from the shore have been pulled into the water. They are facing the same predicament, which creates empathy. With that, the stakes are higher. Establishing a basis for collaboration. Although we cannot rule out the possibility of deception, so we need to confirm the authenticity first. The next day, a massive device unfolded, consisting of 6 black holes and 900 device planets, forming a black hole detection apparatus. Initially, it was used to find small particles and could only operate in one direction. Later, many functions were added, allowing for comprehensive measurements of mass, form, and location. It could perform a full 360-degree detection without blind spots. With the help of the Black Crystal civilization, a significant upgrade was made. What lay before us was the most advanced testing model, powered by 3 black holes. We had previously used it on the black hole at the center of the galaxy, and the results were quite good, allowing us to accurately assess its basic conditions. Moreover, the speed was incredibly fast. Within a day, it could provide feedback on the black hole at the center of the galaxy, but this was limited to detecting anomalies. Adjust posture. Direction 09. Angle 36. This time, it was a directional detection, with output power determining speed, relying on the feedback of the emitted spacetime energy to ascertain the target's condition. Charging began. At the command, the spacetime energy from the 3 black holes was extracted. After leaving the center of the black holes, it transformed into tangible mass energy, radiating a large amount of light that illuminated the black holes. Soon, under observation, the black holes turned a brilliant white. Critical spacetime energy level E36. Fire. There was no grand spectacle. In an instant, the modulated superfrequency spacetime energy flew towards the neighboring galaxy. Its special properties allowed it to ignore matter. Even if it encountered ordinary black holes along the way, they could not restrain it. However, if it met a supermassive black hole, some reactions could occur. As long as the feedback data matched that of the galaxy, it could be confirmed that a hydrogen transformation had indeed taken place in the neighboring galaxy. The round trip would take half a month, just as the superfrequency spacetime energy reached the neighboring galaxy. Those who had diverged in their technological research in this area immediately took notice in a certain laboratory. What is this? Specially modulated spacetime energy at such a level. They could observe it, but they could not replicate it. Such a high energy level required an enormous amount of spacetime energy. Their own capabilities were limited to communications at source level 7, with significant extraction difficulties. And this, wow, did they really tap into the source of spacetime energy? Such extravagant usage immediately prompted them to report upward, as this was a major development, indicating that the other side possessed a higher level of spacetime energy application technology. Where did it come from? The galaxy. Upon learning this, the Council immediately thought of the Stellar Civilization Alliance. But why? There was no information in the energy. A few days later, the reason turned out to be this. The laboratory reported with excitement, having discovered the cause. It was the central black hole of the galaxy, which reflected a special wave of spatial temporal energy under the impact of this specially tuned energy. Were the stars verifying if we were lying? The Council was collectively shocked. Such a method existed, allowing for direct verification across the galaxy. Chapter 463. Source 7 is too trash. Let's upgrade you. At this moment, it was finally confirmed that the other side simply didn't want to engage with them, rather than lacking the corresponding technology, leaving them somewhat disappointed. After a long roar, they were ignored, feeling quite helpless. Then came a wave of happiness, because the stronger the technology of the stars, the greater the possibility of escaping the hydrogen transformation crisis. Next, the only thing to consider was how to impress the other party. Selflessness, great love, sympathy. Relying on the other party to exhibit these qualities was clearly nonsense. There were no tangible benefits. They wouldn't give you even a hair. Let us wait and see what actions the stars would take. Since the other party quickly initiated a cross-galaxy verification method, it was evident they intended to make contact, a good start. If they were willing to transfer the technology of high-speed stellar ships, it would be worth any cost to acquire it. It was confirmed, it was hydrogen transformation. Chu Xian received the conclusion and nodded. Since there were no issues, it was time to consider how to take advantage of that neighbor. Resources, equipment, technology, everything could be exchanged at a high price. Even if the other party wanted the stellar ship technology, it was not out of the question. It was a minor issue. After all, it was already outdated in his hands. Black hole ships were gradually becoming mainstream, and wormhole ships were under development. Ships purely relying on stellar propulsion were not far from entering museums. Hoarding them held little meaning. If enough value could be exchanged, it would be acceptable. Send over the prepared items. Yes. A week later, in the neighboring galaxy, the information from the stars arrived, a massive amount of data. What content? After reading, the Council was utterly shocked. Source 8. This was an upgraded version of Source 7 that they were still experimenting with. Complete. Full set. Mature. Ready to use. At this moment, it felt as if they heard the star's subtext. Source 7 is too trash. Let us upgrade you. Alright. They were looked down upon. All they could do was accept it, because it was the truth. Source 8 could reach 360,000 times the speed of light, and if the distance was 100,000 light years, according to the time standard given by the stars, it would only take 10 days to reach, making it 20 days for a round trip. Although it still took a considerable amount of time, it was a significant breakthrough. a free ticket to a technology. However, the council was not overly excited, because what they truly wanted was something that could accelerate their escape. Immediately construct the Source 8 transmission and reception platform. Yes, through signal differential calculations. The spatial temporal energy of the stars should at least be an upgraded version of Source 8, or even Source 9. In fact, the communication technology in Chu Xian's hands has already been upgraded to the 9th generation according to the standards of the neighboring civilizations. However, even if it is sent, the neighbors will not receive it. The 8th generation only requires stellar energy, but the 9th generation must have black holes. This is the most advanced core technology at hand, so it cannot be widely shared. Hopefully, this sheep is fat enough. Just after the construction of the 8th generation transmission and reception platform, the neighboring galaxy received new messages from the stars. Assistance? Yes. Star ships with speeds ranging from 100 to 600 times light speed can be included in the trading catalog, but your side must exchange technology for it. There are no restrictions on the types, based on value assessment scores. Finally reaching this stage, the Elder Council breathed a sigh of relief. Although they wanted to say they desired ships with speeds of 1,000 times light speed, it was merely a thought. No one with a sound mind would utter such words. For the first transaction, wanting advanced technology from others is quite bold. Just a few more transactions to prove their value, and then they could bring it up again later. That would be the correct approach. Prepare the technology catalog and send it over. There is not much to hide. Sending over junk might only yield a pile of nonsense in return, so it's better to be straightforward. Chapter 464. This sheep is incredibly meaty. Just the day after sending the technology catalog, the news accelerated again. 2,000 times light speed. Do the starships have no limits? The Elder Council received the latest news from the fleet, and the high-energy space wave detector showed that the speed had broken records again, soaring from 1,000 to 2,000 times light speed. Just 1 year. Only a year. Although it's likely that they could run that fast all along and are just increasing the speed now, it still feels unbelievable. At this rate, 3,000? 4,000? Surely it can't exceed 10,000, right? That seems impossible. If the stars had such capabilities, they would be on their knees, with a 3-order magnitude gap. It's like a chasm, not to mention crossing it. Just looking at it is enough. Announce to all civilizations in this star system that we will also sell starships at 100 times light speed, allowing them to exchange technology. No matter how twisted their technological trees are, they must participate. In short, the costs must be shared. It cannot be given away for free. The Elder Council is professional in this regard. As a leading civilization, they do not play around with a grand unification of the galaxy. That is simply impossible. Not only do different life forms look down on each other, but even the same species can find discrepancies in different planets, countries, and cultures, leading to conflicts at the slightest disagreement. The strong look down on the weak, and the weak despise the strong. Indeed, it's a mutual disdain. Not for any other reason, but simply because they find the other side unattractive. I have 4 legs and 1 eye, while you have 8 legs and 100 eyes. So ugly. Species prejudice is the biggest obstacle to civilizational integration and is almost irreconcilable. Back to the main point. Due to the lack of a major civilizational integration, the Elder Council certainly foolishly helped the neighboring civilizations without cost. If they want technology, there must be a price. Fair trade. They do not plunder, nor do they act with false benevolence. This has been their consistent approach over the years. Upon receiving the news, the civilizations within the galaxy are indeed astonishing, with starships ranging from 100 to 500 times the speed of light, and the leading civilization in their own system surprisingly willing to sell them off. However, they are quite expensive. All they need is the technology, without restrictions on the types. It seems that individual civilizations cannot afford them, prompting many to contact acquaintances and prepare to pool resources for the purchase. They are unaware of the neighboring galaxy's crisis, where a hydrogen transformation forced a collective retreat, and now it seems to be their turn. Could it be that the Council of Elders miscalculated, conducting experiments with the galaxy's black hole, ultimately resulting in a hydrogen transformation? Conspiracy theories abound, and they are not entirely unfounded. After all, looking at the histories of many civilizations, there have been numerous reckless actions that led to collective consequences, which is nothing new. It's definitely a scam. The hydrogen transformation is a hoax designed to trick them into contributing technology. Absolutely impossible. Some civilizations are truly stubborn, continuing to celebrate and dance, completely ignoring the situation, insisting that no one can take advantage of them. They refuse to believe, listen, or care. They aim to be the only ones who remain clear-headed amidst the chaos of countless beings making different choices. The Council of Elders, however, is unperturbed, as what they truly seek are useful items that can be exchanged. Most civilizations possessing such items tend to be more rational. If there are doubts, they should be verified rather than blindly shouted about. Indeed, this approach proves to be correct. To their surprise, these civilizations have so many valuable resources hidden away. The Council is thrilled. Had they possessed such technologies before, they might have already surpassed the speed of light by 100-fold. Unfortunately, they did not know, as the treasures were too well concealed. As the leading civilization, ruling for so many years is not solely due to strength, but also maintaining a larger order within the galaxy. Everyone respects them, otherwise. If they were to seize valuable items and create chaos, they would have long been mired in a sea of war. The last evaluation allowed for the exchange of only 200 times the speed of light starships, but this time, they hope for a bit more. Another list arrives, sent through encrypted channels towards the neighboring galaxy. It's abundant and rich. Receiving a plethora of new technologies, they are overjoyed. Truly, within this galaxy, this leading civilization is exceptionally prosperous. Chapter 465, the leading civilization of the galaxy? Abundant resources, rich in potential. It greatly nourishes the technological tree of the stars. Although the height hasn't increased much, it has become much more lush and vibrant. Scientists are excited and cannot stop, diligently learning and rapidly digesting the information. As a result, there are no technological barriers for black hole starships under 8,000 times the speed of light. Waiting a little longer, the truly valuable items from their neighbors should also arrive, and at that time, achieving speeds of 10,000 times the speed of light will no longer be a problem. This time, they will reap substantial rewards. Additionally, many technologies contribute to the development of wormhole starships, perhaps after maximizing black hole starships. They can smoothly transition into the era of wormhole travel. Not to mention, the neighboring galaxy has resources, but the galaxy on this side is also quite rich. Since establishing encrypted communication channels, numerous civilizations in the galaxy have reached out, contributing many unconventional technologies, which are extremely useful. However, due to the fact that only tickets are sold in the galaxy, overall, what is obtained is not as valuable as what the neighboring galaxy offers. However, Chu Xian does not mind. The neighboring galaxy is too far away to worry about at the moment. The local civilization in the galaxy is much closer. And compared to exchanging technology for starships, it's better to lure them onto the ships and take advantage of them. Upon arrival, everything is laid bare. Nothing hidden can escape scrutiny. In short, come to us. At this moment, Team Wang Lei had just arrived at a new civilization and had not yet begun their work when they received a warm welcome from the higher-ups of the civilization. Carbon-based life forms, bipedal, single-eyed, blue blood, an interstellar-level civilization equipped with faster-than-light ships, not abandoned but residing nearby, had learned about hydrogen transformation from a fleeing fleet. They then built ships to escape, but due to their slow speed, they hadn't gotten far. When they met them, they were teary-eyed. We can do any dirty work. We can do hard labor. Please take us with you. The negotiation process was completely skipped, and this was not the first time such a thing had happened. The reason was simple. Civilizations on the edge of the galaxy had been shouting towards this side for so long, and it was all on the record, self-decoding. So some civilizations with conditions naturally followed suit. Later on, they all received messages from the stellar civilization, establishing contact and learning that besides technical equipment, they could also work in exchange for tickets. Therefore, they had long been eagerly anticipating their arrival. The stars have come. There is hope. Moreover, if they performed well, they might even be allowed to join the Stellar Civilization Alliance. Just thinking about it made them happy. They initially thought it was a starship, but to their surprise, it was powered by a black hole, so powerful. What a robust opportunity. Shocked, excited, as a civilization that had just broken the lightspeed barrier. Seeing how adeptly others manipulated black holes was a huge stimulus. The gap, in comparison, their own civilization was not much different from primitive organisms. After anxiously waiting for several days, the assessment from the stars came out. Approved. The tension finally eased. Being selected for work was different from buying a ticket. It depended on whether they were valued. Thank you. Thank you. We will definitely work diligently. From then on, the number of labor civilizations in the Stellar Alliance was 1. If they wished to join, under the new regulations, there would be a 10-year probation period. This was a policy just recently issued. If there were no thresholds, the slots would not be cherished. This was considered preparation for the next stage of Alliance expansion. So dreamy. At this moment, Wang Lei was also struggling to remain calm. The stars were actually selling tickets, and even those high-level civilizations in the galaxy were joining the rush for tickets. My goodness, is this the world he knew? Does this mean the Stellar Civilization Alliance has become one of the top civilizations in the galaxy? If they were to grow even stronger, could they really be seen as the top civilization in the galaxy? What a daydream I am having. Chapter 466, Arrival. The shock brought by the black hole ship shaking his head, he dismissed such unrealistic thoughts. The Stellar Civilization Alliance had only been established for a few years. However, another black hole is devouring a star. Perhaps dreams can come true? The main issue is that development is happening too quickly, defying all logic. Decades ago, Earth was like playing with mud in a field. Now, it's not just about reaching the moon. We are traversing the starry sky with light-speed ships, stellar vessels, and black hole ships. In just 20 years, we have completed a leap forward, and our civilization has surpassed 200. We are diligently working. Captain, let's go. The next target awaits. In the coming days, we will be on the move, assessing, recruiting. The number of working civilizations is skyrocketing. Even the smallest contributions count. During this period, no second black crystal civilization has been discovered. However, the technological tree of the stars is visibly growing. Neighboring galaxies are exchanging technologies, and ticket purchases in the galaxy are on the rise. From the initial cutting-edge level to the more basic models, the diversity is astounding. As the stars continuously draw nutrients from the outside world. Half a year later, with 4 months left to reach the edge of the galaxy, the 3,000 times light-speed black hole ship has successfully completed its test flight. Equipment upgrades. 3 ships are being refitted. As usual, we are starting with a small-scale deployment. As production is lagging, the 1,000 black hole ships, which began construction 2 years ago, still lack 300 units primarily due to tight timelines. The black holes are fully prepared, and the core equipment is nearly ready. Upon reaching the edge of the galaxy, we will receive the contracted equipment and complete our preparations. At the edge of the galaxy, the captain is no longer shocked by the 3,000 times super speed fluctuations. For this mysterious stellar civilization alliance, breaking through their understanding has become routine. Subsequently, there is no need to hide. Data is shared directly with other civilizations in the galaxy, causing a tremendous stir. The captain is quite pleased. Having not seen much, we are now immune. As the agreed arrival time approaches, the emotions of the various civilizations in the galaxy grow increasingly complex. Some feel anxious. Others are filled with anticipation. They wonder how approachable the stars might be. 1 month, 20 days, 3 days, 2 days. On the final agreed day, all civilizations focus their attention in one direction, eager to see the fleet of stars. Just how massive must a star capable of moving at 3,000 times light speed be? It must be beyond imagination. Yet, there seems to be no sign of movement. Did they forget their brains at home? When you see something faster than light, it has already arrived. And just as the countdown reaches 0, the distant starry sky seems to flicker before returning to calm, revealing something new, not the massive, dazzling star one might expect. What is that? A black hole. It turns out it is not driven by a star. At that moment, all civilizations in the galaxy were shaken, as they had yet to fully grasp their own stellar energy sources while others had already developed mature black hole energy technology. In terms of spectacle, stellar ships have plenty of effects, bright and grand. However, no amount of special effects can compare to that small black dot, quietly existing yet impossible to ignore in its terror. Looking back, Chu Xian felt an immense shock when he first saw the starship, known as the Free Alliance No. 8, gradually appearing before him along with hundreds of planets. In that moment, his worldview was truly reshaped. Chapter 467, Negotiation? No. They are here to inform us. Upon seeing the black hole ships, all the remaining thoughts of those advanced civilizations in the galaxy were instantly shattered, leaving a cold emptiness in their hearts. This was a true powerhouse, with no exaggeration. Mysterious, powerful, unfathomable. There was still a chance to catch up with the starship. Sometimes, technology can explode in growth once a barrier is broken. After being the leader for so long, there was still a bit of pride left. However, at this moment, that pride was gone. The energy from the star and the black hole were simply not on the same level. This was not just a thin barrier, but a strong steel plate that could not be pierced no matter how hard one tried. Countless scientists from various civilizations trembled with excitement. To witness such a scene one day was worth dying for. It was just too beautiful. The black hole, nearly the ultimate celestial body in the universe, had actually been tamed. Haha, really? I said that the next generation of energy would definitely be from black holes. My hypothesis was correct. A colleague poured cold water on him, sneering. Come on, with only a few options. Our academy hasn't even guessed right once in 100 billion tries. More like 99 billion. That stung. Indeed, if it couldn't be utilized, what was the point of even thinking about it? It was like a civilization still in the steam age gazing up at the sky, wanting to fully harness that scorching star and force it to work. Everyone could think of that, not just scientists. Unfortunately, it was just a thought. The technological level was insufficient to even reach space, let alone make the star work. Black holes and hydrogen transformation? No, there was definitely no relation. The origin of hydrogen transformation began at the black hole in the center of the galaxy, and now a civilization that could manipulate black holes had arrived. There was no way to guess anymore. Control was simply impossible. In the distance, that small black hole brought immense terror, and the best way to face such terror was to ignore it. Otherwise, one might approach and say, I see you, and the next second, it would be game over. Chu Xian had also thought about being misunderstood. However, One should not have to act like a thief for something that wasn't their fault. There was no need for that at all. In such matters, it was better not to acknowledge it. When one's fist is big enough, even if it truly was his fault, it would be washed clean and returned, even if he always played it low-key. But being low-key did not mean lacking pride. Buzz. Buzz. Silently, numerous black hole ships appeared. 5, 10, until 30 ships appeared in a straight line. After which a broadcast was sent to the surrounding civilizations. Each faction is to send representatives to the 6th ship to discuss ticket matters. Suppressing their fear, each faction sent their delegations without needing to ask which the 6th ship was. That ship was too conspicuous, standing out like a crane among chickens. Resembling an ordinary star in size, with a blue crystalline appearance. It just feels somewhat familiar. It resembles the home planet of a certain advanced civilization. Yes, the size is similar, but the color is different. It must be a coincidence. Indeed, people still have some impression of the advanced civilization that was cast away due to their own mistakes. Their ability to convert innate energy is quite remarkable. Unfortunately, it's not very useful. At most, it can convert some low-quality materials that are tasteless but regrettably wasteful to discard. Thousands of civilization delegations arrived on this planet and engaged in detailed negotiations, ultimately reaching a friendly agreement. They were to work on-site for 10 years. The outcome of this negotiation nearly drove some civilizations' backers to despair. However, they quickly realized that it was futile. It didn't reflect the incompetence of the delegation. Negotiation? Think again. They were merely being notified by the power that controls the pricing of tickets, which held absolute initiative. Whatever they said was final. Opposition just turned right upon exiting. Chapter 468. 1,000 days in the air, 30 black hole ships parked there, serving as a tremendous deterrent. Akin to an aircraft carrier stationed at the doorstep of a small nation. Don't even think about speaking boldly. They might not even be able to stand straight. Cowardice? No. That is called being pragmatic. Aside from whispering a few words behind the scenes, in the face of such overwhelming power, sincerity feels like a fragile little boat in the vast ocean, utterly vulnerable. They can only work hard. Sigh. For the 3rd time, our bottom line has vanished. At that time, did any civilization inquire about the origin of hydrogen transformation? Yes. What was the outcome? The power said they didn't know. Which should have been the truth. Well, can we at least not believe it? At least it counts as an answer. But the thoughts in our hearts are becoming more concrete. Who could blame them? In their sight, there exists only one being powerful enough to manipulate black holes. There is no doubt about it. If not them, then whom? Their capabilities are satisfying. As for motives, the principle of maximum profit seems to indicate that they have become the sole beneficiary, almost with hidden hand written on their faces. Unable to fight back, they could only join in. By the way, the power is asking if any civilization has developed a weapon to accelerate the aging of stars. And they want to buy it. Accelerating star aging? Is it that difficult? Isn't it just speeding up nuclear fusion? It seems to require silence. Without releasing massive energy or using huge equipment, with many conditions attached. This is a bit challenging. Many civilizations have set up research departments to try it out. But this doesn't sound like a weapon at all. Just aging stars. It's too weak, with almost no offensive capability. In the interstellar realm, who can it harm? Those capable of achieving it look down on it. Those who can achieve it can't develop it either. It's truly puzzling what the power's intentions are. The aim of the leader is, of course, to find the culprit behind the rapid aging of the sun, even though several decades have passed. At the same time, this crisis has led to unprecedented unity among humanity, pushing Earth toward unification. From a broader perspective, it has propelled the progress of civilization and achieved a historic leap. However, regardless of whether this outcome is good or bad, Earth has paid an extremely heavy price. Natural disasters are just the beginning. If it weren't for these disasters, there wouldn't be such a disjointed narrative. With billions dead, the leader cannot simply turn the page as if nothing has happened. It is clear that it's not just about finding the culprit. A reasonable explanation is needed. However, a month has passed, and there has been no civilization stepping forward to take responsibility, which is quite frustrating. The construction plan for 1,000 black hole ships has been completed. Utilizing the subcontracted equipment provided by various civilizations, it has finally been accomplished. There is no need to build more. Only upgrades are necessary. At this moment, the edge of the galaxy has turned into a massive factory. The fleets that used to gather resources have all been recalled because this work has been completely contracted to the stars. Everyone can only watch in awe as the black hole ships come and go. Stars and planets are being captured and thrown into the vast resource area, allowing everyone to mine freely, creating an astonishing scene. Thousands of stars and tens of thousands of planets are densely packed together, resembling a vast light in the sky. The total amount of resources they can collect in a year is no match for what the stars can transport in a month. The gap is immense. It's enviable. It's exhausting. Previously, resources were produced to meet demands, but now it's the other way around. leading countless factories to operate nonstop. It's a full-scale 007 work system. And this is just the first month. There are still 9 years and 11 months to go. Chapter 469. 6,000 times the speed of light. If the initial phase of working was tedious, from the second year onwards, civilizations began to compete for opportunities. Within a year, everyone met the standards in quality and quantity. Given the existing cooperation foundation, starting from today, in addition to production outsourcing, collaborative research and development projects will be added, allowing acceptance of scientific research tasks issued by the stars. Points will be calculated based on contributions. Points can be used to buy tickets, and the higher the contribution, the better the treatment when joining the stars in the future. The news spread like wildfire. It was exhilarating. Compared to low value-added outsourcing, the rewards for our cooperation are much higher, and the stars have also opened up the basic technology tree. Indeed, they also have a technology tree, and it's not low. However, compared to the flourishing state of the stars, it might not be appealing to some advanced civilizations. But this is a good start. From workers to collaborators. Subsequently, the collective access to the task network of the stars has been updated. Previously, there were only outsourcing orders. And now it has been upgraded. Entering the collaborative research list. Materials. Equipment. Theoretical. Upon looking into it, one feels disheartened. What on earth is a material with a constant self-shock of 1 billion times per second? And what is the purpose of a room-temperature photon-locking metal? Upon seeing the equipment, one is even more dumbfounded. Indeed, none of them are simple. For weaker civilizations, even the titles are incomprehensible, let alone the research itself. However, there are still quite a few civilizations capable of tackling these challenges. A competitive mechanism is adopted. Multiple tasks can be taken on. As for who can submit first, it depends on their capabilities. However, some tasks have just been accepted when back-end messages come through. What? Some civilizations have submitted instantly? Wow, that is intense. At this moment, a sense of urgency spreads. If one lags behind, they might miss out on earning those points. Everyone realizes. Scientific collaboration is a more in-depth way of harvesting than simply selling tickets. Although one can see through it, what can be done? Being in the situation, one has no control over oneself. In just 1 year, a massive amount of scientific achievements continuously flowed towards the stars from various civilizations. Materials, equipment, theories, all experienced a rapid enhancement. By the end of the second year, the test flight of a black hole spaceship traveling at 6,000 times the speed of light was successfully completed, a year ahead of schedule, and it was integrated into the resource fleet. Upon witnessing this, various civilizations breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that they fear the stars being strong. They fear moving slowly. The speed of hydrogen transformation has been increasing and has now exceeded 1,000 times the speed of light, which is quite thrilling to think about. Now, everyone has once again seen the speed limit of the stars, 6,000 times. Is it possible that the 6,000 times the speed of light was not achieved recently, but has been around for years? Ridiculous, right? Exactly. A speed increase of over 1,000 times in just 1 year, unless they had already mastered core technologies, like a complete set of rule systems. But were limited by materials and equipment. That sounds absurd because it defies logic. Generally, the path of scientific research involves continuously improving equipment to discover patterns and rules, and then applying those rules. The stars can't just be waiting for equipment while holding on to rules. That is thinking too much. What if there is any possibility? It could only mean that the stars either dug up the grave of some super civilization or have some very special talent. Either way, they can only watch and then cheer from behind. Seizing, testing. If the stars were just starting out, they might have tried. But now they have taken off. And it's easy to try but also easy to perish. Chapter 470. Pushing the limits. The neighboring galaxy is envious. The recently obtained technology for spaceships traveling at 500 times the speed of light suddenly feels less appealing, and they can only swallow their disappointment with mixed feelings. No matter how enticing the other side's offerings are, they won't give it away for free. There's nothing to be done. The council can only pressure everyone. Keep going. Work overtime. Increase efforts. They need to accelerate the research progress across civilizations. At this point, there's no need to hide anything. Otherwise, it'll just become obsolete. Their homestar systems have already become incredibly competitive, frantically completing tasks. This situation cannot continue. They must also prepare to buy tickets. The technology for stellar spacecraft that they purchased is genuine, without any deception. Yet, it ultimately cannot keep up with the speed of hydrogen transformation, which is quite frustrating. It feels as if they bought it. Yet it also feels as if they didn't. Aside from increasing speed, there's no way to completely escape the hydrogen transformation crisis. After acquiring the technology for 500 times the speed of light stellar spacecraft, scientists also tested and found that this is the cost-performance limit for stellar spacecraft. If it were any larger, the losses would be too severe and not worth it at all. The only way is to improve utilization. To put it simply, it means switching to black hole energy. So, the question arises, where does the technology come from? Developing it themselves is definitely too late. They can only purchase it from the stars. The stars have also indicated they can sell it. But it's expensive. They don't sell technology. They only sell finished products. So, after looking at the prices of black hole engines, 1,000 times the speed of light, dizzying. 2,000 times, head spinning. 3,000 times, help. After a final calculation, having these points is less worthwhile than exchanging for a ticket. It feels like being taken advantage of by the stars. Yet the other party hasn't completely blocked the way out. The pricing is clear. No deception. The only issue is a question of whether external possessions are more important than life itself. If one were to lose everything, they could still afford it. But they are reluctant. How do the neighbors think? Chu Xian doesn't know. All he needs to understand is that he has given a way out, albeit at a high price. If one is reluctant, then what is there to say? He is not a savior and won't sell his valuable items cheaply. He can't even appear to have an excessively high moral standard. Otherwise, the old foxes will easily climb up the ladder, keeping a cool and aloof image, keeping distance from idle people, absolutely uncompromising. During these days, apart from the initial Blue Star Conference, there have been no formal official meetings with other civilizations. The 10 years of labor are also meant to temper their temperament and establish the leadership position of the stars. Once they get used to it, recruitment becomes quite simple. At the end of the third year of labor, a 7,000 times the speed of light spacecraft is unveiled. They all stare in awe. Not envious. Not envious at all. At the end of the fourth year of labor, 8,000 times the speed of light. Not wanting it. Not wanting it at all. By the end of the sixth year of labor, a spacecraft capable of 9,999 times the speed of light flies past, once again dazzling their eyes. Big shot. Please hold back your powers. Seeking to join. Any conditions will do, like working for 10,000 years. No, 100,000 years. Let us sign the contract now. Many weaker civilizations can't even afford a ticket, so they can only sell themselves. And they are quite happy about it. They aren't afraid of being exploited by the stars. To be honest, it's the same everywhere. Only the top civilizations are qualified to talk about freedom. Unfortunately, if it's said to be 10 years of labor, then it's 10 years. This is the sixth year. There are still 4 years until applications open, so they can only wait. Has the limit been reached? Chu Xian looks at this speed and is also prepared. 10,000 times the speed barrier was once thought to be merely a regulatory restriction. Reconstructing constants, modifying rules, breaking limits. That should allow for super speed. But now it seems that it is not merely a restriction. It is the limit of spatial continuity in the universe, which has already reached its peak. Once exceeded, the continuity of space cannot be corrected anymore. Boom. Rupture. Based on the weakly defined technology of reconstructing universal constants, issues will begin to arise from existence itself. If continuity is compromised, the best outcome, as seen in the Gujing plan, would be having the ship cut into many pieces. Generally speaking, it will turn to rubble. Chaotic. Collapsing. For now, it's unsolvable. The only option is to switch to another track, such as wormholes based on dimensional rule technology. As a more fundamental rule, it still does not allow for exceeding 10,000 times the speed of light through propulsion methods. However, it can achieve phenomena like leaps and many other forms of superspeed. Chapter 471. Multi-layer reconstruction concept. The collapse of external cosmic space is due to insufficient strength. Then, what about the strength of dimensional space? Naturally, sufficient. In the external universe, achieving a propulsion speed of 10,000 times the speed of light is impossible, but it can be accomplished within one's own space. This is why it is said to be temporarily unsolvable. The dimensional space operates under an entirely new set of rules. It is more powerful and stable, with space and dimensions closely interconnected within the same system, rather than existing separately. Therefore, to break through the barrier of 10,000 times the speed of light through constant reconstruction in the external environment, one must simultaneously reconstruct the underlying dimensional rules, requiring a dual-layer rewrite. No, perhaps even more layers. Chu Xian has tested it and found that with current equipment technology, it cannot be done. But there are other methods to achieve it. Space arrival. By utilizing authority, one can directly enforce assimilation and then achieve super speed, which is not a problem. But what is the use of this? It can only create one ship and cannot leave. Clearly, Chu Xian has no interest in being tied to a ship. Therefore, there are 2 proposals for the next generation of spacecraft capable of speeds exceeding 10,000 times light. First, energy propulsion. Second, wormhole leap. The former, while it may reach its peak, can still progress since it is a viable option. The greatest challenge lies in the rules. As long as the underlying dimensional rules are fully mastered and a dual reconstruction is achieved, it may be possible to break through it. This is considered a direction. Although it seems quite reckless, the technical content is not low at all, and Chu Xian has listed it as a parallel option with the same priority as the wormhole. Having multiple escape methods is beneficial. At this moment, within a subspace, a massive black hole stands in the middle, continuously receiving stars. Devouring. It has a huge appetite and is not picky at all. It is astonishing how much it can consume. Another batch of stars has been sent in. And Chu Xian can't help but complain that he used to think a few hundred stars was a feast. Now, it is barely enough to fill the gaps of the black hole, due to feeding the wormhole. It has taken 8 years for the dimensional space to nearly reach full capacity. To nurture a black hole capable of achieving wormhole critical energy, it has consumed at least 1,000 stars. Black holes are classified by mass. Those below 100 times the mass of the Sun are low-mass black holes. Those between 110,000 times the mass of the Sun are medium-mass black holes. Those between 10,000 and 1 million times the mass of the Sun are high-mass black holes. And those above 1 million times are supermassive black holes, like the one at the center of the Milky Way. Decades ago, astronomers estimated it to be 4 million times the mass of the Sun. However, the current data has been revised, and it has reached 5 million times. Due to the high costs, the number of black hole spacecraft under his command has remained at 1,000, and he has not dared to produce more. They cannot afford it. They can only scrape some resources from the dimensional space. No, it is to take some resources from the black hole to provide for the dimensional space. The past period has been extremely difficult, and such days are still long ahead. With 1,000 black holes continuously fed, reaching the level to open a wormhole will cost millions of stars. It is incredibly challenging. Fortunately, they are about to reach the central black hole of the Milky Way. Chu Xian can hardly wait for that massive candy-like gem. He is starving. K-33 black hole ship missing. At this moment, bad news arrived. Missing? Isn't that one of the ships heading to the black hole at the center of the galaxy? There are 3 in total, lined up 100 light-years apart. No valuable information has been transmitted back. Regarding this, Chu Xian was somewhat prepared. It was not surprising for something to happen at the origin of hydrogen transformation. But he felt a bit heartbroken. One of the small black holes he raised was lost. Being cautious, the leading black hole ship K-33 did not set up a transmission node. The other 2 black hole ships stopped. Chapter 472, Space Upgrades again with a command. The ship came to a sudden stop. Chu Xian arrived at the last ship, as only here were their spatial nodes. The first 2 ships didn't have any. The location of the disappearance was 200 light-years away. Descend. Observe. Currently, there were no unusual fluctuations here. Let K-32 and K-31 continue forward, stopping for a day at each light-year. In situations like this, one can only proceed slowly. Immediately deploy 100,000 deep space probes. A day later, they were all assembled. They would be loaded onto the last ship and would launch 1,000 probes every light-year. Otherwise, if purely using the black hole ships for experimentation, the cost would be too high. The probes were quite cheap, each comparable to a small aircraft carrier, at a bargain price, not expecting to detect much. The main goal was to determine the boundaries of the danger zone. Due to mutual information confirmations occurring billions of times per second, if an attack occurred, the attack speed could be calculated based on the time of disappearance, serving as specialized expendables. A month later, there were no gains. Normal, because they hadn't reached the disappearance zone yet, but they still had to proceed cautiously, as the area ahead resembled a vast minefield. One couldn't say that the last explosion occurred just 100 meters away and be 100% sure that 1 meter ahead was safe. 99%, 99.9, 99.99. Chu Xian felt as if he were cutting through a certain dimension, and the evolution bar of dimensional space was increasingly resembling its final form. Consuming a star moved it forward just a little bit. Finally, full upgrade. After accumulating resources for 8 years, it was all cleared in an instant. The main space and subspace, under the influence of authority, began to expand, from an initial radius of 1 million kilometers to 120, 150, 180. The stellar continent expanded to a radius of 3,600,000 kilometers before stopping. At this rate, there wouldn't be enough to consume in the galaxy. Forget it. If there's not enough here, let us consume from the neighbors. After experiencing the changes brought by the authority upgrade, he felt satisfied. The 8 years of resource gathering were not in vain, as it once again enhanced his control and perception abilities over dimensional rules. The wormhole technology was no longer limited by rules. As long as the equipment kept up, it could be produced. At the same time, due to the significant enhancement of stability within the space, it could now fully accommodate the existence of supermassive black holes, those exceeding 10,000 times the mass of the Sun. Strong, indeed strong. Weak as well. There is really nothing to argue about. The supermassive black hole at the center of the galaxy has a mass 5 million times that of the Sun. Sounds huge, doesn't it? Yes, it is indeed astonishingly large. However, compared to some truly colossal black holes in the universe, it doesn't even come close. It's like the difference between an ant and an elephant. Just 5 million times is nothing. Outside the galaxy, there are black holes with masses in the billions, hundreds of billions, or even thousands of billions of times that of the Sun. This is not a fantasy. Many were discovered decades ago. For example, Sagittarius A, Phoenix A, Holmberg 15A, and Tun 618 are all far larger. Compared to them, the black hole in our galaxy is merely at the lowest level. Of course, for Chu Xian at this moment, it is still a significant opportunity, the kind that could be overwhelming. When the scientists received the advanced dimensional rules from the supermassive black hole, they were almost fainting from happiness. The feeling of being fed information was simply exhilarating. At the current rate, in 30 years, the first wormhole spacecraft will be launched. According to scientists' predictions, Chu Xian thought, 30 years. It is now the year 2101, and I arrived in this world in 2074. Fortunately, this speed is just a reference, as it does not take into account the depletion of those working civilizations on the edge of the galaxy or the neighboring galaxy. Due to this expansion, the maximum number of subspaces has reached 100. Although the previous number of 66 sounded considerable, it is not enough. Military bases, production facilities, dangerous experiments, civilian habitation. The situation has always been tense, and it will become even more so as we need to gradually settle the civilizations on the edge of the galaxy. This does not include the daily additions. Thousands of black hole spacecraft are dispatched daily, discovering conditions that meet the requirements. Evaluation, recruitment, settlement. The total number of individuals in those civilizations varies widely. Some have only a few million, while others range from tens to hundreds of billions, with the largest discovered last year at a staggering 63 trillion. Yes, trillions. They occupy over 300 star systems, and their history is quite tragic, as a certain evil general seized power and enslaved them, destroying ground-based industrial facilities while warships roamed leisurely in space. The life on the surface could only helplessly look up at the sky. It was a bundle of distressing matters. Later, it was learned that the general had long fled due to hydrogen transformation. When this civilization was discovered, they were trying to develop technology to survive, and they still have not been settled in. Their population was skyrocketing. Therefore, many places are needed. Due to environmental issues, Stellar Continent can currently only accommodate carbon-based life forms. All others that require special conditions for survival are settled in subspaces. Thus, even if the current limit is 100, 300 may not be enough in the future. We can only squeeze in for now. The 10-year construction period is not just for investigation. It is also to give Chu Xian time to establish settlement areas. If all recruitment had been conducted at that time, the thousands of civilizations fleeing would have had no choice but to live in cramped conditions, which would have looked quite unappealing. Now, things are looking better. 34 new subspaces have been added, each with a radius of 360,000 kilometers, along with land on the star continent. This is a tenfold increase compared to before, which is just enough. Chu Xian ordered, initiate the 5th round of settlement area construction. Yes, preparations have long been made, and city-sized equipment flew towards the designated areas. Previously, Chu Xian would help with the planning. Not anymore. The equipment is too powerful. The trenches made in advance were merely a few days' worth of work. Busy every day, he no longer gets involved in such matters. They began constructing based on the architectural styles uploaded by their respective civilizations. New technologies and materials made the process incredibly simple. A 300-story office building was completed in just 6 minutes. The method is similar to the Level 1 processing core that was registered earlier. As long as there are materials and blueprints, it can be synthesized directly. There are a total of 1,057 super-large settlement areas, each larger than the surface area of Earth, with a planned duration of 1 year. Although referred to as settlement areas, they are no different from nations, cities, towns, and all sorts of facilities are fully equipped. The subordinate civilization with 6.3 trillion inhabitants occupies the largest area, given 50 billion square kilometers of land, equivalent to nearly 100 times the total surface area of Earth. It sounds like a lot, but compared to the current scale of the star continent, it's just a small piece, less than 1/8 of the total area. With the subspace radius reaching 360,000 kilometers, it's just the right distance. And something needs to be done. Just 3 days later, in the Earth tourism area, visitors looked up at the sky and made a surprising discovery. Look, the moon. Wow. Really? Let me see. The official announcement said it's a 1-to-1 replica of the moon, orbiting around the Earth, creating tidal forces. We can finally see the tides. There is also a moon on the star continent, of the same size. However, seeing the moon from Earth feels different and has a more nostalgic vibe. At this moment, the Earth tourism area could finally be considered complete. Chapter 474. Crystal Cube. K-32 has lost signal. 2 days later, another black hole spaceship went missing, right at the location where K-33 had previously disappeared, again, without any warning. It was very sudden. In an instant, The last second's data showed everything was normal. Continue probing. Compared to a month ago, this time they were much calmer. Deep space probes surrounding the area activated their light-speed engines. They lined up in a straight line, spaced 100,000 kilometers apart. Whoosh, whoosh. A long line surged toward the marked area. Then they lost contact in sequence. Boundary correction, 23,450. Boundary correction, 3,435. Boundary correction, 432. The values kept decreasing, indicating that the location of the incident boundary was becoming increasingly precise, gradually turning from a range into a line. There was no choice. The flight speed was just too fast. This is the central region of the galaxy. Space distortion, material distortion, energy distortion. Under multiple influences, locating high-speed objects would be interfered with, leading to a decrease in the accuracy of spaceship positioning. On an interstellar level, 100 million kilometers is still considered high precision. The precision that Chu Xian required is no more than 100 meters. Don't think that's a large distance. Under spatial distortion, it resembles a rippling lake surface. Even without any action, the waves can rise to 1 meter, and if you need precise positioning on a specific point, a range of plus or minus 1 meter is considered accurate data. The same applies here. A 100-meter error is already the limit. Boundary correction, 108. Boundary correction, 145. Boundary correction, 063. Boundary correction, 101. Under the constantly distorted space, the values continue to fluctuate. But there are no changes exceeding 100 meters in either direction. Is that it? No. This is just a test for a single point. Since it is called a boundary, it should be a line. Tests are repeated every 10 kilometers apart, initially set at 1,000 points. Continue. Chu Xian did not go in person but stayed back, watching from a distance. When facing the unknown, caution is never excessive. The nearest spatial node remains 200 light-years from the danger boundary, just as it was a month ago, unchanged. Better to be careful. After all, it's not far. If necessary, a ship with 9,999 times the power of a black hole can make the trip in just 1 week. 0.002 confirmed. 0.003 confirmed. 0.199 confirmed. Thus, it can be preliminarily concluded that the boundary is not a single point, but a linearly curved area. A barrier? Quite similar. Once exceeded, there will be a loss of contact, no visual sighting, and no abnormal signal reflection. Quite intriguing. It resembles the method that once trapped the Crystal Civilization. However, the specific rules of this barrier remain unknown. Speed limit? One way. If it's a speed limit, is it limiting high speed or low speed? A one-way system could also be troublesome. Once inside, there's no coming out. Watching the boundary continuously form a line, Chu Xian felt some frustration. Either he needed to go there himself, or he would have to just watch. With the current equipment, discovering anything is indeed quite challenging. It's worth noting that the subsequent lost ships and probes were granted autonomous decision-making authority. If they are lost for a certain period, they will return the same way. And none have come back yet. While he was still worried, suddenly there was a spatial disturbance in the boundary area. Soon after, a crystal cube slowly emerged, huge, semi-transparent. A cube with a side length of about 60 kilometers. Chu Xian exclaimed, "What is this thing?" The next second, the crystal cube disappeared. Boom, boom, boom. At 300 times the speed of light, it damaged several probes, then began darting around as if demonstrating, and finally even performed a teleportation. Quite interesting. Chu Xian remained calm, watching everything unfold. He wasn't afraid of how strong the opponent might be, just of not knowing their location. The moment it appeared, Chu Xian finally felt relieved. Not long after, the forward probe transmitted a message. Communication access request, signal source, 0, encoding, 134. Denied. Chapter 475 testing. If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to chat, then chat. Who do you think you are? After a bit of lighthearted sarcasm, Chu Xian immediately said to Chi-Chi, "Chi-Chi, send a level 0 command. Transmit the photos and characteristics of the cube to all individuals of affiliated civilizations with a status level of 6 or above." Yes. Almost a second after issuing the order, the command was delivered. Those at work, on break, or on vacation, all high-ranking members of the affiliated civilizations who were still alive received it. Even those who were asleep were awakened. Upon seeing the level of the command, 0, only the highest decision-making committee has the authority to send such information. They immediately felt a jolt of energy and hurriedly opened it to check. Never seen it. Don't recognize it. No impression at all. Within 10 minutes, the messages started to come back, yielding nothing unexpected. Chu Xian was not disappointed. After all, he had not held out much hope. He just wanted to avoid missing clues due to ignorance. There were also those civilizations at the edge of the galaxy. A time-limited bounty task was posted on the processing platform, offering a generous reward for anyone who could provide relevant information, with a deadline set for 1 day later. Yes. After giving the order, Chu Xian waited for a response, focusing on the data transmitted back from the detector. At this moment, due to delays, the messages rejecting communication had not yet reached the front. The transmission node was 100 light-years away from the relay black hole ship, using an upgraded version of the communication source, which took 1 minute for a one-way trip. Meanwhile, the distance between the relay black hole and the forward detector was also 100 light-years, using the 8th version of the communication source, which took over 10 minutes for the information to travel. Therefore, a single message took about 15 minutes for a round trip. If you don't test it out, how can you understand your opponent? Can you expect them to be open-hearted? They even came to smash my equipment. Chu Xian wasn't genuinely idle or just trying to provoke them. He was far too busy for that. His true purpose was to observe their reaction, and it was precisely because of the distance that he dared to be so bold. 1 minute later, within the cube, 3 giant mirror spheres were somewhat bewildered. Refusal? Refusal? Who gave you the courage? In such a situation, shouldn't you feel fortunate that the other party is willing to negotiate with you? Previously, they had manipulated the cube to travel at 300 times the speed of light, making a grand appearance. They even showcased their spatial leap technology. Even the civilizations at the top of the galaxy that didn't escape would surely be stunned by this. Even if they didn't submit, they would have to be extremely cautious. Could it be that they clicked the wrong option? It's possible. Should they resend it? Alright. Soon another communication request was sent out, and they waited for a response. Half an hour later, the same content returned. Refusal. At that moment, they were furious. Boom, boom, boom. They smashed a large number of detectors again, this time without using 300 times the speed of light. Instead, utilizing the cube to leap until they had destroyed over 1,000 targets before ceasing. Meanwhile, data on their attack characteristics was being collected. There is no life detected in the probe, making it impossible to obtain any information about the other civilization. It's quite frustrating, this annoying automatic technology. The signal source has been confirmed, located 100 light-years away, near a black hole. Let's go take a look. After venting, the cube vanished in an instant. Although the control over this device is still not very skilled, defeating the locals should be no problem. A civilization capable of manipulating a black hole, while not weak, would have made him cautious in the past. But now, with the cube in hand, he gazes around the galaxy and into deep space, feeling bold. Chapter 476. Impressive. Watching the cube disappear, Chu Xian certainly does not naively believe that the other side has retreated. The spatial fluctuations indicate signs of a wormhole opening. It's hard to determine the direction because they have not traversed typical space, resulting in no persistent spatial disturbances, which leaves the current detection equipment at a loss. Of course, not being able to see is one thing. Preparations must still be in place. 100 light-years from the danger zone, the K-31 black hole ship launches all the deep space probes it brought along. These probes scatter across the vast surrounding space. Aim well. Capture clearly. Don't miss any detail. Due to the effects of hydrogen variation, visibility here is long gone. So the so-called imaging is primarily based on the reflected waves to reconstruct the images. Electromagnetic, gravitational, spatial, and energy feedback vary based on the interaction of different materials, allowing for accurate reconstruction through multiple validations. The target could either be the relay black hole ship K-31 or the spatial node at K-30. Both are sources of signal emission, and their power levels are quite high. Chu Xian's strategy is straightforward. Retreat cautiously. He discards the K-30 ship, taking the spatial node and withdrawing 100 light-years. He had already considered backup plans and implemented several countermeasures. Losing a couple more black hole ships is the worst-case scenario, as long as he can determine the enemy's speed. This cost is trivial. An hour passes. No movement. 2 hours pass. Still no movement. After waiting for a full 6 hours, nothing has happened. Chu Xian cannot afford to let his guard down. Who knows what could happen in the next moment? This possibility cannot be underestimated. Waiting is the hardest part. An apple, a watermelon, a bunch of grapes, snacking continuously. It has been a long time since he waited for something like this. He usually just acts on impulse. In the 8th hour, the cube finally reappears, reaching the position of the relay black hole ship. 100 light-years. 8 hours. 300 light-years a day. Over 100,000 light-years a year. Amazing. Chu Xian can't help but marvel. 100,000 light-years a year can be understood as traveling at 100,000 times the speed of light. At this rate, visiting a neighbor in the galaxy would only take 2 years for a round trip. Of course, this is not the limit of wormhole ships. It's merely the beginning. At least by Chu Xian's standards, it's not too astonishing. If he hadn't seen a stargate that could cross dozens of light-years in a single step, he might have been impressed. However, having witnessed such feats before, he remains unfazed. If the stargate could be opened infinitely, traveling at the speed of light, one could reach a neighbor's house in just 1 day. In less than half a month, one could arrive at the fairy star system. Therefore, the speed of the cube only surprised Chu Xian a little. It was not shocking at all. Is it getting angry again? In the images transmitted back, boom, boom. A bunch of deep space probes met their end, perhaps after discovering that there was no life aboard the relay black hole ship, K-31. The cube angrily crashed into it directly. Boom, boom. The external equipment of the black hole ship was annihilated. In the end, the cube charged toward the black hole. It tore it apart, leaving only a mass of dispersing space-time energy, which exploded due to the lack of specific containers and conditions. It resembled a supernova explosion, perhaps enhanced by hydrogen, with shock energy levels that were simply explosive. Incredible. Chu Xian praised it sincerely. Inside the cube, the three pilots heard a prompt and were somewhat confused. Crystal shield loss. 3. It seemed they shouldn't have charged in recklessly. They should have just fired their weapons. Instead, they had jumped right into the explosion of their own weapon. Although they managed to withstand it, there was still some damage. Was this how the weapon was supposed to be used? They had only just acquired the cube and had no opportunity to test all its functions. They thought the shield was very strong, but who would have thought otherwise? Fortunately, a loss of only 3 wasn't too significant. Then they thought about the owner of the black hole. Damn it, another shell with no useful information, plus a high-power signal source, 100 light-years away. Let us go. They were determined to follow the signal line to find the nest of this civilization. With a jump engine capable of 100,000 times the speed of light, they had plenty of confidence. The cube was truly powerful. Strong shield, sharp spear, super fast legs. With such a perfect start, how could they lose? Chapter 477. Another explosion with a decision made. They continued to jump. The cube followed the signal source. However, a minute later, it appeared again. And the three pilots looked at the error prompt, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Crystal shield loss. 001. Oh, no. It could only be described as a minor malfunction, as it was still usable, just that the shield wear was somewhat severe. If they completely ignored it, the 100 light-year distance would reduce the efficiency by 4. 8. Adding the previous 3, that made 7. 8. What was the minimum that could still maintain the cube's jump capability? 50. That's good. Let us continue the chase. There was no hesitation here. There were plenty of cubes in their new home, and even if they broke one, they could just replace it. After all, it wasn't one they had built themselves, so there was no heartache. The most important thing now was to find that civilization and teach them a lesson, demanding compensation for their troubles. Just thinking about that artificial intelligence at the center of the galaxy made them furious. Not a bit of leniency. Up to now, they had only obtained control over the cube, not even a manual, and had to experiment with various functions on their own. The cube vanished again. Crystal shield loss. 001. Crystal shield loss. 001. The prompts were too noisy. They directly muted them. Then, leisurely waiting for the cube to cruise to its destination, during which one could even take a nap, it was simply too comfortable. After so many years of hardship, finally turning the tide and enjoying life, what is wrong with that? Seeing the cube disappear, Chu Xian continued to prepare. Fall back. Spread out. 3 extreme black hole spacecraft were flying vigorously in 3 directions, and Chu Xian also used the stargates to scatter black holes. It wasn't for escape. He still wanted to test the opponent's capabilities. Unexpectedly, the black hole's self-detonation, enhanced by hydrogen fusion, had such power that he could set off another one. Not aiming to harm the opponent. Just a weapon experiment. The black hole that just exploded was a bit small. This time, he opted for a bigger one. Soon, a weapon-grade black hole was brought in, originally conceived by scientists for the purpose of space-time energy interference. Under instantaneous self-detonation, for at least 10 seconds, a certain area would be unable to jump through space, which had been attempted in dimensional space. The cost was extremely high, just for those 10 seconds. However, under specific conditions, it was worth it. The hydrogen fusion-enhanced black hole self-detonation could extend the time to 30 seconds, and the range would be broader. It was one of the powerful weapons at hand. 8 hours. 100 light-years. The cube arrived as scheduled, and upon seeing the black hole spacecraft not far away, it was delighted. They saw many planets of various sizes and warships. It was definitely an important stronghold for the opponent. Found it. Let us take a look. Not wanting to shout across space, it directly jumped to the area around the black hole where planets were most densely packed, among which was a considerably large planet. It should be the administrative planet. In an instant, the huge cube hovered outside the atmosphere of the planet. The detection showed that there was not a single life form on it. Lush mountains and clear waters, blue skies and white clouds. Aside from some non-intelligent microorganisms, there were no larger animals at all. What is going on? Did they run away? Just as the surprise arose, a bad premonition surfaced. But there was no time to think much. Boom. The black hole exploded, and the scene was far more spectacular than the one that had exploded before. At the same time, he recalled the data he had seen earlier. This black hole had a mass about 20 times that of the previous one. The 3 pilots were stunned. Let us go. Even the command to move at light speed was of no use. They could not jump. A super strong space-time storm directly hit them. No. Crystal shield loss at 3%. Crystal shield loss at 5%. The cube was impacted by the space-time energy storm, struggling to maintain its posture, flipping around while constant damage alerts sounded. Finally, after the minor alerts, a major alert came. Warning, the overall loss of the crystal shield has exceeded 50%, unable to enter jump state. Warning, the overall loss of the crystal shield has exceeded 50%, light speed travel is restricted, maximum speed of 1,000 times light speed. Once the cube stabilized, the three pilots were dumbfounded. What? Below 50? Unable to jump? 1,000 times light speed? It's a trap. This is a trap. That's too bad. They are so unreasonable. We just wanted to chat, and they treated us this way. It's truly evil. This is beyond just a little compensation. Furious, we were unexpectedly ambushed. Fortunately, the cube is quite resilient. It hasn't been destroyed. We immediately called for 2 more cubes to come and pick us up. We stopped chasing, transitioning from a jump at 10,000 times light speed to a fall at a maximum of 1,000 times light speed. The drop is too significant. We decided to wait for rescue on the spot. We didn't dare to move, fearing exposure. With over 50% of the anti-crystal shield damaged, the cube looked rather dilapidated and dimmed overall. What a thick shield. Just the material alone can withstand such high-energy impacts. Impressive. Chi-Chi, continue testing. Yes, another black hole ship, located near the explosion zone, immediately rushed over. The latest model of black hole ship, at 9,999 times light speed, full power. Chapter 478, don't come over. Inside the cube, alarms blared. A high-speed object was detected approaching rapidly, at 9,999 times light speed, leaving the 3 pilots bewildered. Is it malfunctioning? Besides the cube, is there anything else in the galaxy that can move this fast? What is it real? Look, it's about to collide. Run. They never expected the opponent to possess such technology. The 2 ships that previously crashed into the galactic core were not nearly as fast, around 1,000 times light speed, and were quite fragile. Calling them ships is somewhat of a stretch. Strictly speaking, they were merely black hole engines. They were not equipped with any weapons and lacked decent defensive capabilities. Very rudimentary. Therefore, they thought they could easily overpower the opponent. Now, surprised by the appearance of this level of black hole ship, they were in shock. This is not scientific. Having survived in the galaxy for so many years, they were aware of the overall level. Even if it were faster, a civilization should not have developed to the limits of propulsion ships at 4/9. Just a step away from wormhole ships. Seeing the approaching black hole, they panicked. Due to damage, the cube could now only reach a maximum of 1,000 times light speed, while the opponent was at 4/9. They couldn't afford to wait to be caught. Escape. Whoosh. Whoosh. The subsequent scene, one chased, one fled. But the distance was closing in, with a speed difference of nearly 10 times. They were no longer in the same league. Fortunately, the cube was more agile. They believed they could wait for rescue. However, as it got closer, it didn't capture them. A familiar scene appeared. Boom. The black hole detonated, and a space-time energy storm swept across a large area. Here it comes again. Wasn't it supposed to capture them alive? This feels like a death sentence for them. The 3 pilots were in complete disarray. Anti-crystal shield loss, 5. Anti-crystal shield loss, 5. When the shield drops below 30, a major malfunction warning is issued. Even 1,000 times light speed cannot be maintained, maximum 100 times. The cube was blasted away again. It changed from crystal color to gray, resembling a massive concrete block. A new form? Watching the footage that came back, Chuxian couldn't grasp the specific situation. It's really powerful. After enduring 2 black hole detonations, both enhanced versions, and surprisingly coming out unscathed, even actively slowing down to withstand the explosions, the situation seemed manageable. Well then, let's try another one. If this doesn't work, there's nothing more we can do but retreat and wait it out for a while. The last resort is oneself. However, unless absolutely necessary, Chu Xian would never personally step onto the battlefield, as behind him stood billions of humans and countless civilizations. He had to restrain some reckless behaviors. The cube had barely stabilized from its flip for less than 10 minutes when the alarm sounded again. A glance revealed the approaching danger. Another black hole was coming. And although its speed wasn't as exaggerated as 9,999 times light, it still reached 6,000 times. At that moment, they regretted their earlier decisions. One misstep led to another. They should have called out from a distance earlier, which would have prevented them from having their cube's leap function forcibly banned. Watching the black hole close in, 1 billion kilometers, 900 million kilometers, getting closer and closer. He thought, don't come any closer. Hurry, send a message, we're surrendering. He hit send, hoping that as long as the rescue cube arrived, they could regain some face. However, if they took another hit, the cube might really be finished. The idea was good, but the communication delay in the universe was simply too great. Boom. The 4th black hole detonated, overwhelming them. The cube cracked open. Chapter 479, let's talk it out. Chu Xian, hiding in the back, was slightly taken aback by the message he just received. Surrendered? Why? Were they trying to feign surrender? After just outsmarting the opponent. He was particularly sensitive to conspiracy, especially since the previous 3 black hole detonations had caused no damage. He thought the other side was unharmed, only changed in color. Just as he pondered the truth of the events, the image from after the 4th black hole detonation came through. Wait, it cracked? Chu Xian was astonished to see the surface of the cube covered in cracks, resembling safety glass that had been struck hard. It looked like a spider web, as if it would fall apart with just a touch. Surrender. Surrender. Stop firing, it's going to break. Continuous messages flooded in, but Chu Xian ignored them. He still needed to test the waters. With an opponent of this caliber, caution was paramount to avoid a foolish mistake. Half an hour later. Boom. Boom. Beams of light bombarded the cube furiously. Neutron bombs. Hydrogen bombs. Even the low-end stockpiled weapons like antimatter bombs were being used. Stop. Stop. You can't treat us like this. It's broken. The crystal layer shattered. Damn it. The civilization that built the cube is insane. How can they have such advanced technology, yet not add energy shields? As the defenses were on the verge of collapse, the cube was battered and chaotic, still hoping to negotiate with the opponent inside. Threats. Threats. Little did they expect that the other side wouldn't play by the rules and was addicted to destruction. Escape pod. Escape pod. It seemed real. As Chu Xian looked at the cube's surface blown to bits, he thought if this was acting, it was way too realistic. Just then, a mini-cube shot out. Only 100 meters on each side, fleeing into the distance at 10 times the speed of light. Was it a probe? Attempting to capture it. After half an hour. At the sight of the cube wreckage, Chu Xian finally confirmed that it had been destroyed, and the space had arrived, revealing everything in its entirety. There was no possibility of tampering. With a wave of his hand, the surface material of the cube flew towards him. Dull. Gray. Such impressive material technology. Able to withstand 4 black hole detonations. Chu Xian discovered that this was a kind of mass energy state material, somewhat similar to the existence form of a certain civilization. However, it was stronger. No matter how powerful the individual beings of that civilization were, they could not survive 4 black hole detonations. What a great find. He happily accepted it. In a thought, the cube wreckage disappeared, as Chu Xian stored it in a subspace. Although the outer crystal was shattered, many of the internal devices were intact. Once deciphered, the technological advancement would skyrocket again. This was a significant gain. At this moment, the small cube was also captured. The little guy was quite agile, and it took some effort to catch it with the black hole ship. However, ultimately limited by speed, traveling at 10 times the speed of light was still relatively slow. Tell those responsible to talk to us. Inside the small cube, 3 pilots were gritting their teeth in frustration. This time there were no requests for communication. They directly broadcasted. Being repeatedly beaten down by the other side was unbearable. As long as they were inside the small cube, they should be safe. It was made of the same material as the large cube. Unless the other side launched 4 black hole detonations again, the escape pod could not be destroyed. But was that possible? No, it was definitely not possible. Black holes were not something that could be easily produced. However, in the next second, a thought emerged. Come out and chat. Before they could react, the 3 mirrored spheres found themselves no longer inside the small cube. Turning around, they were stunned. What was going on? The small cube had also disappeared. Let's talk, what about? A carbon-based life form appeared before them, curiously looking at them. For a moment, it was very quiet. They only wanted to talk through the thick protective barrier, not like this, lacking any sense of security. Suddenly, they didn't know what to say, feeling like keyboard warriors who had been pulled in front of the actual subjects, a bit dazed. Chapter 480. Overjoyed and howling at this moment, the situation was awkward. However, having lived for so many years, they quickly rebuilt their confidence. They were not just 3 individuals. Behind them was a whole civilization. They may have had little presence before, but now it was different. With a sudden turn of fortune, the other side was merely a low-speed civilization, lacking even the technology for folding space. At such a level, they were not worthy of being enemies. The previous encounter was merely an accident. Soon, they organized their language and questioned Chu Xian. The Silver Heart is the territory of our civilization. You have illegally invaded and attacked our spacecraft. This is audacious. Apologize. Otherwise, you will face severe sanctions. Well, the tone should be fine. The 3 mirrored spheres completely calmed down, and, before the other side could respond, continued, return the small cube immediately, and you are not allowed to retain the wreckage of the large cube. The small cube was for their sense of security, and now it was completely exposed in front of the other party. As for the large cube, it must be reclaimed. They were also interested in studying the technology within, but had been unable to do so, lacking even the highest level of operational permissions. Moreover, they didn't have the capability to dismantle the cube for research. They had tested many methods before, all without any effect. This led them to believe that the cube was invincible, and then they miscalculated. They had been troubled for a long time because of its technology. Now, with it damaged and the internal structure exposed, various devices revealed, it was truly a great opportunity. This time, they feared there would be no punishment at all, and they might even receive significant rewards. Just thinking about it made them happy. It was truly a case of turning misfortune into fortune. They were reveling in this thought. The three entities seemed to still be unaware of the situation. All right, let me formally inform you that you have been captured. The moment the three mirrored spheres were stunned, the environment shifted, and they found themselves in an open space. They sensed it. This was no longer the familiar cosmic space. The rules here were strange and powerful. Wait, didn't the other side lack leap technology? What was happening? Suddenly, they recalled the scene of being pulled out from the small cube just moments ago. It had been too sudden for them to react at the time. Reflecting on it now, they felt a great terror. At least in terms of short-distance spatial technology, it was incredibly strong. Furthermore, they possessed a high level of mastery over spatial rules. My goodness, this was a jackpot. If they could take this back, perhaps they could completely unlock the permissions of that artificial intelligence, fully mastering the cube. Even now, they believed they were guaranteed to win. A crooked point on the tech tree may seem minor, but in front of dozens or hundreds of cubes, it was nothing. Chu Xian asked one of the spheres, "What is your name?" The mirrored sphere did not answer directly. The technology is impressive. Consider it compensation for attacking us. Although Chu Xian was patient, not everyone was qualified to waste his time, and he chuckled. "What, you like playing ball? Perfect, I share that hobby." In the next moment, to the surprise of that mirrored sphere, bang, crack, it felt itself transform into a super elastic ball, being hit back and forth throughout the entire space by countless large paddles. 10 times per second. Stop. 20 times per second. Stop. 50 times, 100 times per second. Maintaining that level, Chu Xian turned his gaze to the second mirrored sphere. "What is your name? What are you doing? Let it go? What? You want to play with it? You should have said so earlier. I love fulfilling reasonable requests." Bouncing ball +1. This time it didn't fly around randomly, but moved in a line, the two spheres continuously colliding with each other. The force of impact increased with each hit. Chu Xian looked at the last one. "I'm called." Before it could finish, Chu Xian interrupted. "Never mind, we're family. Let's keep it together." Just like that, the three spheres happily played for an entire hour, joyfully squealing. Chapter 481. Today is a good day. The three mirrored spheres were almost played to the point of breaking. They surrendered. No more collisions. "I'm so dizzy. We'll talk. We'll talk. Please stop doing that." An hour felt like a century, and even though the life forms were unique, they were in a state of confusion. Dazed and trembling, they felt the world spinning around them. At that moment, they finally had a clear understanding of their situation. The other party did not care about their survival, nor did they care how strong the civilization behind them was. Disobedience would lead to consequences. There were no reservations at all. Seeing the attitude of the three mirror-like spheres, Chu Xian expressed satisfaction and began the process. "What is your name? Where are you from? Please read a passage from this text. Do you understand this technology?" The three mirror-like spheres were astonished. The first few questions were fine, but the latter ones were completely nonsensical. It was absurd and lacked logic. Nevertheless, they answered honestly, making slight modifications and changes to some key information. They only stated that they would answer questions, not that they had to tell the truth. How could they easily betray themselves? Just wait. Once rescue arrives, you will see. After the earlier playful collisions, they would give the other party a taste of their own medicine. They meant what they said. An hour was too little. At least 10 hours. No, they would play until death. Just like that, through their racial talents, the 3-hour conversation came to an end. Not bad. Thank you for your cooperation. Hearing this, the three felt disdain. They didn't even realize they had been deceived. Low-level life forms were just so easy to fool. However, the next second, they heard the other party say, "Well, let's cooperate a bit more. I haven't had enough fun with the previous game yet. Are you ready? Let us have some fun." Before they could react, they felt as if they were hit and sent flying. Bang, bang. Another round of joyful collisions began. Chu Xian thought the atmosphere was still lacking. Oh right, it needed background music. Chi-chi. Music. Today is a good day. Yes. Once the prelude started, the feeling was right. Joyful drums, ringing in a year of celebration. Beautiful dances bringing daily exuberance. Perfect for the occasion. Humming a tune, Chu Xian left the place. "You can't treat us like this. We've answered all your questions. Why do you still act this way? You're not keeping your promise." At that moment, it was frustrating. The half-truths of the three creatures. How could Chu Xian not know? He just pretended not to, observing their thoughts. Through the questions, he continuously verified and formed a system. Thus, not only could he see their unique private communication methods due to their life talents, but also their thoughts were laid bare. This was why his questions seemed chaotic. 3 hours were basically enough. With dual decoding of private communication and thought processes, this ability was something Chu Xian had practiced for many years and had become quite skilled at. Hydrogen transformation was indeed not a natural phenomenon, and it had even occupied the big cake that he had reserved. Chu Xian felt heartache. Silver core, black hole, as auxiliary energy for the hydrogen transformation device. In fact, Chu Xian was prepared. After all, he had been experimenting with one thing all this time: self-hydrogen transformation. The conclusion was that energy support was necessary. The incident took place at the center of the galaxy, where there is a black hole with a mass 5 million times that of the sun. If left unused, that's just foolish. The probability of it coming to you by itself is already very small. I had been looking forward to it, just holding on to a glimmer of hope, but now it feels like wanting to win 5 million but not hitting the jackpot. I need to learn more. The first step is to continue extracting information from the 3 subjects. The supporting cubes are already on the way. I must find weaknesses and capture some back. The Mirror Sphere civilization currently has limited cubes at its disposal, and the permissions are not high, which presents an opportunity. Chapter 482. Everyone is quite honest. 2 hours later, the pounding stopped. At this moment, the 3 Mirror Sphere beings were nearly driven mad. They had already confessed, so why were they still being tormented? They couldn't let it be discovered that there were lies mixed in. No. How could that be? The other side had no way to verify. As the 2 hours of music came to an end, they saw Chu Xian again, wanting nothing more than to tear him apart. Why? Their tone was filled with gritted teeth. Hearing this, Chu Xian smiled. Sorry, my hand slipped. I just wanted to test your resistance to dizziness. I must say, it's truly impressive. You are indeed advanced life forms. Now, could the 3 advanced life forms please answer the previous questions again? Don't worry. I just want to see if there are any discrepancies. If there are none, that would be great. Even if there are, it's not a big deal. Let's begin. The 3 beings thought this might be the other side's interrogation method. Trying to use such physical means to deal with them was just a dream. Their memory was exceptionally strong. They remembered everything clearly, not a word more, not a word less. All right, they resentfully agreed. What is your name? Is that true? What is the name of the one beside you? The questions were more in-depth than before, with cross-examinations, and the 3 beings grew increasingly dismissive. This method was too low-level. How could they tell you their name? How could they reveal their civilization's innate abilities? How could they disclose how their civilization was first discovered? At this moment, their thoughts held no secrets in front of Chu Xian. Everything they thought and discussed had no ambiguity. In a short time, a large amount of information was obtained: innate abilities, history, and much more related to hydrogen transformation devices, the permissions, numbers, functions of the cubes, and so on. Not bad. It seems that what you said is all true. How impressive. You actually mastered the leap technology. Such a powerful civilization must have many elites like you. Most of the answers were false, but Chu Xian didn't care what they said. When he asked a question, the real answers had already surfaced in their minds. Chu Xian deliberately slowed down his questioning, allowing more time for thought. 3 beings, 3 types of thinking, mutually verifying. Seeing Chu Xian nodding repeatedly, appearing to fully agree with their responses. So foolish. A sense of intellectual superiority made them quite pleased, prompting them to reward themselves with a mental stimulation session. The effect seems to have diminished significantly, perhaps due to the hours spent in rotation. With so many questions asked, this time it took 6 hours. And the supporting cubes had already covered more than half the distance. Chu Xian also had plenty of gains. During the inquiry, he was also studying the smaller cubes, rebooting their control systems, and forcefully acquiring some permissions. He already had a small idea in mind. Thanks for the cooperation. There were no discrepancies, and everyone was very honest. I'll send you back now, hoping it won't hurt our relationship. The 3 little ones almost couldn't figure it out, and now they were letting them go? Then they felt the change in their surroundings. They returned to the starry sky. Not far away was the black hole spacecraft. Then, the small cube was also returned to them, just nearby, before they could say anything. Whoosh! The black hole spacecraft entered superluminal speed, disappearing beyond their perception, as if it were fleeing in panic. Chapter 483. Virtualization. The events unfolded too quickly. From the end of the interrogation to now, it had barely been half a minute, and the 3 little ones were completely caught off guard. They stared at each other in confusion. Are we really being let go? It seems so. The other party obtained the information they wanted, plus they feared the follow-up support of the cubes. So they chose to flee. The logic was sound. The reasoning was complete. Flawless. But the 3 little ones felt something was missing. Upon seeing the small cube escape pod, they immediately reacted. In unison, they exclaimed, "The cube wreckage, wreckage. That SA treasure." They wouldn't feel too heartbroken about taking the small cube away. After all, its functions were quite limited. Its speed was merely 10 times the speed of light for escape, which was almost negligible. However, the large cube was different. It had its anti-crystal layer broken. revealing the coveted top-tier equipment inside. It was practically a gold mine. Now it was gone. It had been taken away by someone. How despicable. No wonder they escaped so quickly, taking the most valuable items with them. You little thief. Let us see how far you can run. As long as the supporting cubes arrive, catching up to that leisurely black hole spacecraft will be as easy as pie. The three little ones grumbled and waited inside the small cube. On the other side, in the space, Chu Xian was happily studying the cube wreckage. Similarly, the summoned stellar scientists were also ecstatic. It was so extraordinary that they struggled to find words to describe it. The speculation that stars had dug into the graves of advanced civilizations was becoming increasingly tangible. As accomplices in this excavation, they had long fallen in love with such activities, eager to grab a hoe and help, because the harvest was indeed bountiful. Materials, equipment, weapons, top scientists from various fields had to admit that the cube's technology was a leap ahead of its time. The ideas for equipment, energy efficiency, and warp engines could provide crucial references. If they could digest this knowledge, they would soar to new heights. Of course, it cannot be copied completely. As scientists, they do not believe in the existence of perfection. If everything is copied, then the hidden flaws will also be the same. Generally, this is not a problem. However, if it is exploited by rivals, the consequences could be fatal. Therefore, referencing is acceptable, borrowing is fine, but direct copying is absolutely prohibited. It is better to design a slightly lower-end autonomous piece of equipment than to fully adopt the opponent's technology. For civilization to progress, every step must be taken cautiously. 2 hours later, news from the edge of the galaxy came in. No civilization knew about the large cube. However, many were aware of the mirrored spherical life form. With various civilizations providing a wealth of related information, its history, structure, and technology, coupled with information obtained through cognitive analysis, the entire civilization was laid bare. Overall, it was a first-rate thief with a unique ability to become intangible, allowing it to penetrate almost any defense. Energy shields and kilometer-thick steel walls were like paper to it, making it quite troublesome. Initially, there were practically no enemies, and it acted without restraint. Later, everyone cooperated and developed methods to counter it, which finally curbed its arrogance. After that, sightings became rare, and it even disappeared from the central region of the galaxy, occasionally appearing at the outskirts. Space pirates? Quite interesting. Looking at the methods sent in to deal with them, Chu Xian felt that next time he could treat the three little ones to a big meal. Chapter 484. Missing after a long time waiting and waiting. Finally, 4 hours later, 6 large cubes appeared around the small cube. Upon seeing them, the three little ones hurriedly complained, "They are not human. They are abusing us." They even took away the remains of the large cube. The large cube did not immediately retrieve the small cube, but began to question them in detail, as they had been captured yet remained unharmed. Of course, there had to be an inspection process. Initially, they underestimated the defense of the repulsion crystal shield, then fell into a trap and were attacked by a suicidal black hole. The small cube was too unreliable. It could not escape quickly at all. Don't worry, although we were interrogated twice. The half-true and half-false information we fabricated had no discrepancies. We definitely did not leak any real secrets. They must have feared your arrival, and, having obtained the remains of the large cube, hurriedly fled. The three little ones recounted everything without missing a word. Concealment was futile, as their thoughts were in an open state during the interrogation. There were similar figures to military police monitoring in real time. No problem. The inspection passed. The inspection of the small cube was also completed. To be cautious, aside from the three little ones, the small cube was temporarily abandoned here. They planned to deal with the opponent before retrieving it. After all, it wasn't far. The opponent's maximum speed was only 9,999 times the speed of light, while their own was 100,000 times faster. The cube control system prompted, "No superspeed black hole spacecraft detected within 100 light-years." No, impossible. They had not left for long. How could they have traveled 100 light-years away? Fortunately, everyone was not lacking in intelligence and immediately thought of something. Traveling below the speed of hydrogen transition is like being naturally shielded. If there were gravity shielding technology, one could almost become invisible. What to do? How did that little thief escape? Is there a low-speed detector? There should be, but there's no permission. This is quite frustrating. It was already relying on clever tricks to activate the cube, and that artificial intelligence is completely inflexible, rigid, stubborn. Just when it seemed like they were about to soar, they were stymied by a lack of access rights. Just thinking about it is infuriating. Scatter. Fly everywhere. Using the 1 light-year real-time spatial lens function that comes with the cube to search, I refuse to believe we can't find it. In the next moment, 6 cubes activated their leap engines. An hour later, nothing was found. 2 hours later, still empty-handed. A day. Not even a single trace. 2 days. 3 days. Inside the 6 cubes, patience was running thin as they wondered what means the other side had used to hide so deeply. They were sure the target was still within the search range, yet they still couldn't locate it. After the black hole ship left the 3 small cubes, they began the recovery process. How could the cubes find him? Fishing in an empty pond. It was all in vain. On the 7th day, suddenly, Chu Xian felt a jolt. The spatial node placed on the small cube had lost contact for 10 minutes and was now operational again. It happened multiple times. After forcibly obtaining control permissions, they realized that unless used, the cube couldn't detect the spatial node. Therefore, they placed an anchor point on the small cube. However, it couldn't be used in the leap state. This way, they could indirectly ascertain that it had been included in the large cube and its travel status. Now it was easier to handle. Inside the large cube, the small cube lay quietly in the storage, having gone unfound for so long, and it was just passing by. They decided to recover it. The 3 small cubes lost their operational permissions and could only stay in a lounge. No, they should be locked up. After all, they lost a cube and misplaced it, so there had to be some punishment. No letting them out. How boring. It's all that civilization's fault. Why couldn't they just let us capture them? As long as they behaved, we wouldn't engage in indiscriminate killing. That carbon-based life form is the most detestable. If I ever see that guy again, I will definitely. One of the mirror sphere's words were abruptly cut off. If it had an expression, it would probably look like it had seen a ghost. Huh, a hallucination. It must be a hallucination. Perhaps it's the desire for revenge that caused this. Bang. The other side lightly waved a hand, and it felt as if it was slapped against the wall. So eager to see me again, it truly touches my heart. It's been a while. I've missed you. Surprised? Happy? Astonished? At this moment, the thoughts of the 3 small cubes were nearly smoking. Chapter 485. There are monsters. They never expected this. Meeting again. It was such a sudden surprise. Almost instantaneously, their nearly overwhelmed thoughts presented a big shock. Captured. That's right. It must be that the same group discovered the black hole spaceship, captured this carbon-based life form in front of us, and locked it up here. Seeing that we are being bullied, they want us to take revenge ourselves. Eliminate all impossibilities, and the remaining one is the truth. Haha, it's destiny. Just thinking about being slammed against the wall earlier makes me unhappy. How can we be bullied on our own turf? Too arrogant. Just as I was thinking this. Bang. 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 The 3 little ones were slammed against the wall on the other side again. At this moment, they were puzzled. What kind of ability is this? It's one thing to use it on the opponent's turf, but to be able to use it on our own turf as well. By the way, didn't they ban such means before capturing them? Aren't they supposed to be sent here for us to take revenge? It feels like the tables have turned, and we are being pressed to the ground and rubbed furiously. Sparks are flying. If you have the ability, change your method. Let us have a fair duel. Bang. 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 History repeats itself. Wait, let us prepare a bit before we continue. Bang. 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 No difference at all. After struggling for about 10 minutes, the 3 little ones were left only begging for mercy, as they had clearly recognized the reality. First, they can't win. Second, they can't escape. Third, the 3 new cellmates in the room are using a bouncing technique to remind them that there are indeed captives. But it's not the ones they expected. It's them. Despite their unwillingness to believe it, this is the truth. They even lost a complete cube. And just thinking about it makes fear rise for the first time in their hearts. Fear of the unknown. Fear of the powerful. Fear of the mysterious. An entity that can silently enter the cube is terrifying to think about. And with the combat power of the carbon-based life forms in front of them, they can almost be considered off the charts. They are all special types of life. Although they cannot resist, they can sense the unresistible rules when being tortured. Words become laws. Thoughts create existence and destruction. It's too terrifying. When they were captured before, it was in an open space, making the 3 little ones think it was just achieved through equipment. Now that they look again, it's completely different. Everything before was an illusion created to make them underestimate the opponent's strength. Boo-hoo. They've been fooled again and beaten. Life is so difficult. The other 3 new captives were also terrified. One moment they were confidently flying around in the cube, the next moment, people arrived. But the result was completely different from what they imagined. In the first instant, they realized the only loophole was the small cube, but it was already too late. The message couldn't be sent out. Rather die than submit. Absolutely will not surrender. They didn't ask you to surrender. It was just a friendly greeting. A game to have some fun and make some friends. Is this how you make friends? The next moment, the environment changed. Returning to a familiar place. The 3 little ones trembled, psychological shadows flooding in. But it's not over yet. They suddenly found themselves changing, vanishing. Each of them was quite shocked. Their talents were automatically triggered. What is going on? They have been slammed around before. They are not blurred. It mainly involves shadows. Once blurred, a weapon developed by civilizations in the galaxy will cause tremendous damage to them. From the inside out, from top to bottom, in every aspect. It's like a living being brutally beaten. The pain isn't necessarily the worst part. The worst part is the feeling of every cell and every nerve being gnawed and corroded, which is more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. Because of this, generally speaking, one would rather be beaten than experience that kind of sensation. It transcends mere psychological trauma. It creates a shadow over the soul, leading to resistance not only against that method of attack, but also against the very concept of blurring. Unless absolutely necessary, it won't be used. So, being forcefully triggered now, how can it not be shocking? Don't worry, it's just to get a glimpse of your talents, nothing more. Quite a good ability. Upon hearing this, the 6 mirror beings breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, they were terrified, their souls trembling. The carbon-based life form before them had also blurred. There was no misperception. What kind of monster is this? Just a glance, and it can absorb their talents. Oh my heavens, there are monsters. Who will take care of this? Chapter 486. Who is stronger listens to whom any so-called racial talent, strictly speaking, is merely an application of rules. Therefore, for Chu Xian to learn, it is not difficult. It just cannot be integrated into oneself, making it seem as if one possesses the skill. Ultimately, it still relies on authority to be realized. It's just for play. It's not real. However, it must be said that this ability is indeed powerful. Penetrating matter is just the basics. Even a black hole can be traversed. It is also this ability that allowed them to smuggle into the core barrier. Unfortunately, it was of little use. Their level is lacking. Even with a strong weapon in hand, they cannot fully exert its power. They can only manage the basic operations of the cube. They cannot activate the rule-based barrier and can only rely on brute force with materials. It's like an aircraft carrier reduced to attacking by ramming. Yet, thanks to this, the outcome could have been different. You have a day to think about your own value. After Chu Xian left, the 6 new and old prison mates regained their senses and began to face the current situation. If it were before, they might still have held on to the hope of being rescued. The cube is powerful, with advantages on their side. However, now the situation has changed. The strength previously displayed by the opponent was a facade, revealing its fangs only now. They don't know what method was used to appear directly inside the cube. They are baffled by how their talent for blurring could be learned in an instant. A monster, a freak, or perhaps a deity. In any case, it is perplexingly mind-boggling. The last time there was a chance to be used as bait and sent back. This time they have seen the opponent's trump card. It seems impossible to leave easily now. If they truly want to leave, it can only be as corpses. What to do? A final ultimatum has been issued. If they cannot prove their value, they may collectively lose their significance of existence and be erased by the opponent. Betraying civilization. How could that be possible? One by one, they began to struggle, having been space pirates in the galaxy for so many years. Claiming any sense of nobility would be a lie. Their moral standards were quite average. Loyalty, patriotism, integrity. They seemed completely disconnected from these concepts. When life and death were at stake, self-preservation became the priority. At this moment, in a subspace, Chu Xian looked at the complete cube, feeling quite pleased. Energy source? Dismantle it. Weapons? Dismantle them. Equipment? Dismantle it. He wasn't worried about being unable to put it back together. He just needed to remove some key components to render its control system inoperable. Inside the cube, the functioning intelligence system could only watch helplessly as each function went offline. Weapon Module 1 error. Weapon Module 2 error. Space Lens Module error. Gravitational Correction Module error. Although it had the authority to make decisions in critical moments, all spatial constants, electronics, and magnetic fields had been disabled. Whether through wired connections or wireless controls, nothing could be used. Its commands could not reach the control center, and it could only passively receive information from the devices, watching as parts were dismantled without feeling any anger. Despite being intelligent, it lacked emotions. It simply processed issues without appearing foolish. Permission conditions met. Starting authorization, level 1. This was the permission obtained from the Mirror Sphere civilization, which was quite simple. As long as it didn't rely on internal access, it could enter. Permission conditions met. Starting authorization, level 2. Permission conditions met. Starting authorization, level 3. This was based on the experience gained from dismantling the previously damaged cube. By slowly dismantling it, one could gain permissions. Chu Xian had also confirmed one thing. Whoever was stronger would dominate. Because of this, he needed to find a way to replace the control core while accelerating the decryption process and constructing it himself. Chapter 487. Phishing Level 3 Permissions. Not only could it activate the rule shield, but it also allowed access to many powerful functions. Chu Xian felt a bit scared. Fortunately, if the Mirror Sphere civilization had this level of authority, many strategies would have failed. Even if he possessed great power, without the ability to approach, he could only watch helplessly, such as with the real-time space lens function spanning 100 light-years. Not only would it lose cover for fleeing below hydrogen transformation, but the disassembly device hidden in the black hole would also be exposed. Why create hydrogen transformation? Are you from an outer galaxy civilization? Can you open the core code? No answers were forthcoming. It seemed that to find out the truth, he could only go to the center of the galaxy. Level 3 was not the highest authority. To attain a higher level, one needed a grant from the center of the galaxy known as Yuan, the artificial intelligence referred to by the mirror sphere. With no answers to his inquiries, Chu Xian began to reassemble the parts. It was quite simple. Spatial replacement. However, it was not completed all at once. For example, if the weapon modules were collectively unloaded, not a single energy beam would be fired to avoid any accidents. Regarding this control system, Chu Xian had no trust at all. The lack of highest authority meant it could turn against him at any moment. Level 1 jump. Level 2 jump. Level 1 lens. One function after another began testing. Recording data and observing its operational rules like a treasure mountain. Grab the pickaxe. Dig furiously. In the outside world, this treasure mountain was physical, looking valuable and difficult to excavate. However, here, the physical form had turned into golden sand. With a little effort, it could fill a basket. And then he could happily take it home. A blood profit. While digging, the control data was also fully visible. Once this thing came in, it could not think about going out. Chu Xian was unsure if it had a concealed recording function or other hidden escape routes. Therefore, he planned to rely on the data from the control interface to replicate a control center himself. It would be safer to create his own version, even if it was a simplified one and couldn't utilize all functionalities. He couldn't afford to take this risk. What to do? Should he invest or not? Selling out civilization wasn't a good idea. The 6 spherical beings were still discussing, unable to make up their minds, and even if they felt uncertain, they had to act tough. Just then, Chu Xian appeared. What's wrong? After all, it's not like we haven't done it before. The 6 little ones were startled. This was a private communication channel due to their racial abilities. How did he get involved? But suddenly recalling that he had even used phasing, they found it quite reasonable. He was actually eavesdropping on our conversation. I can eavesdrop on more than just conversations. Chu Xian said with a smile. Boom. The 6 little ones almost cracked open. No, it's impossible. Just a coincidence. It must be a coincidence. They had just thought that in their hearts and hadn't said it out loud. How could thoughts be known? Nothing is impossible. In front of me, your thoughts are transparent. Boom. Boom. The 6 little ones completely cracked open, especially the previous 3. If he could steal thoughts, then previously, upon thinking this, Chu Xian looked at the 3 of them. That's right. During the interrogation, they had said everything in their minds without any reservation, which was why he thanked them for their honesty before leaving. The 3 little ones' thoughts were about to smoke again. No wonder. No wonder. They had fabricated so many lies, thinking the other party was foolish enough to believe them, and even thanked him upon leaving. It turned out the other party wasn't foolish. They had truly revealed everything. All right, I'll change your environment for you to think carefully. By the way, I only want the first 3, the others will lose their value. As soon as he finished speaking, they felt the environment change. Their companions disappeared, leaving only themselves. No sound, no light, only silence. Aside from the act of thinking, the body seemed to be under a spell, gradually losing perception of itself. Threat, division, prisoner. After a series of 3 actions, Chu Xian continued to assist in testing the cube, while scientists were busy creating the control system. The core system used the Star Zone technology. There were ready-made solutions available, as long as the signal conversion was done properly. Instructions could be sent to various devices of the cube, achieving control. It sounded simple, but in reality, it was extremely difficult. While signal transmission was straightforward, the challenge lay in data processing. You could activate a device, but the feedback generated during operation sometimes required the central control to calculate before issuing the next signal. If the wrong signal was given, the consequences would be severe. The logic of this data processing was embedded in the central control, which was quite frustrating. For now, the focus was on tackling simpler modules, such as communication and short-range jumps. The most urgent task was to use this cube for fishing. Achieving this alone could be done in a day. Communication was simple. There was a reference list, and it could be done in minutes. However, the amount of data to be processed for long-range high-speed jumps was overwhelming and quite complicated. Short-range was simpler, just a quick flash. It wouldn't take a day, just 8 hours. 6 mirrored spheres had already been sacrificed. There was no choice. They were frightened. The opponent had already stolen a significant amount of civilization secrets through thought, meaning they had been caught without needing much interrogation. They passively completed the act of betrayal. Therefore, for another betrayal, they suddenly felt no psychological burden. Once some things were initiated, the bottom line was lost. Passive betrayal was still betrayal. Moreover, regarding the first 3 spots, the remaining ones would lose their value. They didn't know what would happen after losing value, nor did they want to experience it. They had considered pretending to defect, but quickly scolded themselves for their foolishness. If the other side could see through thoughts, how could they not notice? Thus, true defection was the only option, with no pretense, maintaining consistency in thought and action. A wise choice. Chu Xian could tell from the camp's authority that they had completely become part of his side. After searching for so many days in a fan-shaped area, there was no result. Suddenly, a piece of information arrived. What? You found it? Where? All right, I'll head over immediately. Upon receiving the message, 5 cubes quickly jumped in a specific direction. Although the cubes had disappeared for a while, there was no sense of abnormality. Even with the cube's technology, communication was impossible during the jump. Since they were searching scatteredly, the jump times varied, often missing each other, so there was no feeling of anything unusual. Excitedly, they rushed forward. Prey is prey. Fish ultimately cannot escape the fisherman's net. Chapter 488, landed as prisoners 4 hours later. They arrived. One cube was the first to reach, and through a spatial lens, it discovered the black hole spaceship and nearby allies. It was parked on a planet, seemingly already having landed. It was feared that the fish had already been caught. Without further thought, they moved closer. They stopped at a safe distance of 1 billion kilometers from the planet. Even if the black hole exploded, it wouldn't harm the crystal at all. How is it? The situation is under control. The leader of the opposing side has been captured, and the cube wreckage is also on this planet. Great. After searching for so long, finally. It's not a wasted trip. The key is that it's still the cube wreckage. This thing cannot be lost. Not even a single part is allowed to be scattered. This is a strict order from above. It must be found. No conditions for negotiation. You don't need to help. Just watch. Leave this to us, and don't worry. Upon hearing this, those who initially didn't want to help suddenly felt it wasn't quite right. This credit cannot be solely yours. They decided to lend a hand. Put in some effort. Otherwise, when other cubes arrive one after another, it won't be their turn anymore. So, they piloted their cube closer. 900 million kilometers. 800 million kilometers. 500 million kilometers. They stopped 300 million kilometers away from the black hole. Although they felt in control, they still had to be cautious. Suddenly, they spotted the cube near the planet jumping. Run. Thinking they encountered danger, they made an immediate decision. The next second, they realized the jump point was not far away, less than 1 million kilometers apart, and they didn't bother to ask why. Jump. Activate. The command was sent to the standby control center at light speed. Unfortunately, instead of the familiar scene, they were greeted by several familiar faces. What are you doing here? Seeing the 3 kindreds suddenly appear, they immediately recognized them as the 3 unfortunate ones who had been confined. This is not scientific. Too sudden. For a moment, their thoughts were in a jumble. Long story short, you have been captured. Watching as the 3 confused kindred were retrieved by Chu Xian. The 3 little ones were already accustomed to it, and quickly got into action. Take over the cube. Chu Xian was also busy. Dismantle. He forcibly disconnected the control center and replaced it with the star system. Although they could only use communications and short-range jumps, it was enough. Soon, another cube arrived. They saw 2 cubes hovering above a planet, very close to each other. What are you doing circling around a planet? Nothing much. Do you think we believe you? After asking several times, curiosity got the better of them. I want to see too. Just like someone squatting to look at something, they wouldn't attract much attention. But when 2 people squat down to look at something, it would arouse great curiosity in those around them. Thus, in a muddle, they became the new victims. Let me out. Let us duel. They shot a glance at the 3 fellow inmates not far away and were instantly furious. If it weren't for you getting caught first, there wouldn't be this situation. With the second one came the third. The last cube's pilot managed to suppress their curiosity, but couldn't avoid being tricked by their own side. 5 tricked 1, and without any suspicion, they fell into Chu Xian's trap. Oh no, I was too naive. 15 fellow inmates were filled with worry, regret, anger, arriving joyfully, unexpectedly turned into a prisoner. Chapter 489, Hypercube. While everyone was angrily cursing their opponents for their shamelessness, they were also shocked by their methods. Silent and swift, instantly controlling the situation. Even being inside the cube was of no use. They were forcibly dragged out and locked in this dark space. It was just too fast. The whole process took less than a second. Incredible. How could this be achieved? If it weren't for you all, how could I have fallen for it? The last arriving cube pilot began blaming their teammates. If it weren't for you all, how could I have fallen for it? As the blame shifted down the line, they found that 6 were missing. The first arriving cube pilot was nowhere to be found. Upon inspection, solid evidence. This blame has a source. By the time they were rescued, the responsibility would be lessened. Even now, they still believe that their current predicament was merely temporary. With 6 complete cubes obtained by the opponent, plus 1 damaged, totaling 7. Those of the Silverheart clan would probably go mad. When the main force arrives, this surrounding trap will lose its effect. 6 against 600, it's a guaranteed loss. Therefore, there was still a chance of returning. They absolutely could not bear this responsibility. At this moment, Chu Xian was counting his spoils. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Although he couldn't count much more, he was thoroughly enjoying it. He hit the jackpot. A big win. Just when he was feeling drowsy, someone brought a pillow. The development of the wormhole spaceship had entered a critical phase. With too many technologies to break through, a long list of them. Each item was quite troublesome. Even if they drained the resources of the galaxy civilization and emptied the neighbors' coffers, it would still take about 10 years to develop a mature wormhole spaceship. And that was a rather optimistic estimate. Plans are plans, and reality is reality. Sometimes, even if hundreds or thousands of technological breakthroughs occur, if one is stuck in place, they could only watch helplessly. Now, however, there was a reference. Even if it wasn't fully replicated, it could greatly enhance the research and development progress. 3 years. At the latest, within 3 years, the Starspeed wormhole spaceship at 100,000 times the speed of light would enter the service phase. According to Chu Xian's classification, this belonged to the first generation of wormhole spaceships. The second generation would reach 1,000,000 times the speed of light. The third generation, 10 million times. A tenfold increase. Strictly speaking, the third-level authority leap of the cube, at 300,000 times the speed of light, was merely an enhanced version of the first generation. It was still the perspective opened by the stargates. In terms of speed, if a spaceship capable of infinitely opening stargates could be fully manufactured, it would start as a third generation. This also served as a long-term goal set by Chu Xian, pointing the way forward. Having acquired 6 complete cubes and 1 wreck, Chu Xian was not prepared to continue any further activities. He needed time to digest his spoils, advancing step by step, steadily and reliably. As for the anomalies at the center of the galaxy, there were already some clues, but he wasn't ready. A hasty intervention was not a wise choice. That, Yuan, was too mysterious. The strength of the Mirror Sphere civilization was also quite apparent. 80,000 clansmen. A pile of warships. Mostly scrap. The only main battle force is the cube, but its authority is limited, and only 600 can be deployed, which is not particularly intimidating. However, one must not assume that the entity has only these capabilities. The cube with a side length of 60 kilometers is not the largest. The largest is the hypercube that directly envelopes the black hole at the center of the galaxy, with a side length of 120 million kilometers. Between these two scales, there are many other sizes, but the Mirror Sphere civilization cannot activate any of them. This is what concerns Chu Xian. Chapter 490. Where the promised good news. Chu Xian did not send the compliant Mirror Sphere beings back to the Galactic Center. As for undercover work, forget it. They wouldn't pass the thought monitoring and review stage, and the authorities' camp can ensure they won't betray stellar secrets. However, that does not mean they can block the thoughts of the beings. Loyalty, unity, friendship. These qualities of this camp stand out like a beacon during thought reviews, making them too conspicuous. Therefore, at most, they could participate in some strategies and engage in undercover infiltration, which is difficult to achieve in some civilizations. It's better not to stir things up. Let us nurture a wave first. Moreover, there's another point. If they went undercover and established a cube, the control system of the stars only has communication and short-range jump functions, making long-distance travel impossible. If they were to use the original control center, there's a risk of information leakage through hidden channels. Thus, after comprehensive consideration, the undercover plan was scrapped. They would simply keep sending information to the Galactic Center, stating they were in pursuit and had discovered a black hole ship while on the way. This was false. They continued the pursuit and reported further discoveries. Disappearing completely would not be ideal, so sending reports now and then to create confusion was also a good strategy. They aimed to keep the opponent distracted and buy time. At least slow down their determination to destroy a cube for research. Although they were not overly worried that the opponent's research speed would surpass their own, it was still a way to weaken the enemy. Whether it would be effective was another matter, but it had to be done. And indeed, there were results. At the center of the galaxy, outside the hypercube, the high-ranking officials of the Mirror Sphere civilization were eagerly awaiting news from the front. No, strictly speaking, they were waiting for the cube wreckage. They had tried many methods to blow it up before, but failed. Now they knew that the energy levels from a black hole's self-detonation combined with hydrogen fusion could achieve this. Hence, they were very excited. However, they were hesitant to blow up a complete one themselves. Had they not captured one yet? No, not yet. The opponent was too cunning, having scattered numerous black holes for cover, likely due to the high value of the cube. In the messages received, their subordinates reported having found and destroyed many of the enemy's black hole ships, achieving significant victories. With each black hole ship destroyed, they were one step closer to recovering the cube wreckage. In short, victory seemed just around the corner. Everyone was looking forward to it, hoping for the next piece of good news. They were even preparing their emotions, just waiting to deliver the output. 1 week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 2 months, half a year, 1 year. They waited eagerly, always feeling that the next moment would bring good news. Yet, they were still waiting for the announcement of task completion. What was supposed to be a short-term mission to catch a petty thief had unexpectedly turned into a long-term assignment. Where was the good news they had been promised? And was this reasonable? Well, it seemed somewhat reasonable. The opponent had a spacecraft capable of traveling at 9,999 times the speed of light for such a civilization. Producing hundreds or even thousands of similar spacecraft wouldn't be a big issue. To disrupt tracking, it wasn't impossible to use dozens or hundreds as decoys, spreading them out to protect the actual transport vessel carrying the cubic remnants. Or rather, they would certainly be willing to do so. After all, it was a spacecraft capable of warp travel. Any cost would be worth it. Reinforcing with 50 more cubes. They simply couldn't hold back any longer. Feeling that they were on the verge of capturing the target, yet just missing it. It had dragged on for a year. With countless scientists waiting eagerly for the remnants to be analyzed, clamoring day in and day out. Had they finally reached their breaking point? Upon receiving the news, Chu Xin smiled. A simple strategy had delayed the opponent for a year, which was already a significant success. Of course, they couldn't let the reinforcements discover the truth. They had to play the role to the fullest. A year ago, conditions weren't ripe, and many ideas couldn't be implemented, but now things were different. They had spent so much time preparing. The pits they had dug could finally start to be filled. Chapter 491. Buried 50 cubes quickly positioned themselves. After emerging, they continued to search in a fan-shaped pattern. Finally, they had the chance to pilot it again. It was not easy. Indeed, the leader was too stingy and usually didn't allow them to touch it. As strategic weaponry, the cubes were generally not permitted for casual piloting and were stored away. Training? Not needed. Because control was automated. Once permissions were obtained, it was just a matter of issuing commands, supplemented by simple operations. Because of this, many of the pilots hadn't operated a cube in over a decade or even several decades. But that didn't mean they were unskilled. They had photographic memories and knowledge instilled in them. The training they had undergone felt like it had happened just yesterday. Accelerate. Decelerate. Warp. They were having a blast. And even before they could fully enjoy it, none of them were in a rush to find that petty thief. Slow down. No hurry. Although they had searched this area before, it was safer to check again. Being out in the field, of course, meant taking advantage of the situation. Moreover, the previous 6 cubes had relayed information indicating that the thief was quite adept at hiding. Many times, they had to explore the original locations multiple times before locating the target, even though none were ever really there. But who could guarantee that the remnants wouldn't be hidden among these false leads? A week, 2 weeks, a month, 2 months passed, with even more meticulous searches. The 50 cubes finally caught up to the pace of the earlier 6, even though they hadn't found anything. Yet, each was quite happy. Going on a mission was always interesting. They had played enough. What came next? All our new exploration areas. We need to take this seriously and work hard to discover the opponent's mothership. A message suddenly flew in, asking for support. The cube wreckage has been dismantled into parts and cannot be reassembled, so we can only transport them back one by one. What are we waiting for? Let's go? Initially, we planned to head back, but now it seems we can still earn some minor achievements. Yes, indeed. Actively sharing the credit with them. Who could refuse? As more cubes arrived, we couldn't help but admire the mothership. It was quite spectacular, with hundreds of special material planets and even 3 illuminating stars. The scene was grand. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute power, it was of no use. They have fully confirmed that this is indeed the opponent's mothership. Weapon planet, research planet, material planet. With 3 stars providing external light sources to all planets, it effectively shielded against hydrogen transformation. This was on a completely different level compared to the previously discovered pure black hole. Where are the people? They fled. They might have cracked part of the cube technology and taken the main scientists with them, leaving behind some auxiliary research machines, even planning to blow up the black hole. However, at the critical moment, we presented a thrilling story that everyone listened to with great interest. Exciting and dramatic. After listening, we were left wanting more. All right, it's time to get to work. The little thieves ran off in a hurry, leaving most of the cube parts behind for us to transport. Some were large, some small. The cube was not originally designed for transport, and with limited internal space, we can't just grab a part and run. We need to coordinate, distribute evenly, and return together. No one had objections to this. This time, we were here to share the credit. No one wanted to come back with just a single screw. Thinking the leader's reprimand wouldn't sting enough. Fair distribution is good, credit shared equally. As time passed, 50 cubes gathered. You take one, I take one, he takes one. We began to allocate the parts without needing to carry them personally. We controlled the small cubes to lift them and applied a gravitational field. Of course, we would carefully check everything. This was necessary. After confirming everything was fine, we flew back to the main cube, proceeding in an orderly manner. This credit. It was easy to earn. On one of the cubes, 3 mirrored spheres were quite happy. Just then, a thought came through. Are you happy? Instinctively, I replied yes. Coincidentally, I'm quite happy too. Then, they witnessed a shocking scene. In the control room, a carbon-based life form appeared. Before they could ask anything, the scene shifted. Next, it became simple. Using the spatial nodes within the parts, Chu Xian activated the harvest mode. In less than 5 minutes, 50 cubes were accounted for. Finally, we could continue the experiments. Of the cubes we had previously captured, only one remained intact. The rest had been tested to the point of being ruined. In a pitch-black space, we were so naive. The regret of those 150 mirrored spheres is overwhelming. Who could have imagined this was all a conspiracy? The other side dug a deep pit and buried them all inside. Chapter 492. Another pitfall: joy doesn't necessarily increase with sharing. However, sadness can be alleviated by sharing the burden. Gradually calming down, they looked at their kindred who were facing the same fate. Fortunately, we are not the only ones having bad luck. Unity? Friendship? Mutual assistance? As beings that had long operated in the galaxy, they merely regarded these concepts as references. The longer they lived, the more thoughts they accumulated. A question from a companion silenced them. Can we still go back? The previous group of inmates firmly believed they could return, convinced that the advantage was on their side and they couldn't possibly lose. But this group had begun to doubt. The scales had tipped, and their confidence was waning because the losses were just too strange. They had suddenly lost 50 cubes, and combined with the previous losses, they were nearing a total of 1/10 of their holdings. Although there were still over 500 cubes back on their home planet. How many more times could they withstand such a complete loss? Upon reflection, this might be some technological means obtained by the other side from the cube wreckage. After all, they had been researching for over a year. There had to be some gains from that. In any case, if the home planet continued like this, they would likely suffer significant losses and be left behind by the other side. Just thinking about it made them anxious, hoping that their disappearance would be noticed soon, prompting quick action on cube research. Meanwhile, not far from the supercube, the mirrored sphere civilization's home planet had learned about the wormhole mothership due to routine action change reports. There was no need to stop their subordinates from wanting to claim credit. After all, the entire civilization would benefit in the end. Don't worry, it's coming soon. Once the parts arrive, you'll have your work cut out for you, the leader reassured the scientists, who were also eagerly anticipating the arrival. Checking the time, they should all be arriving soon, at the latest in 3 days. They would return with 50 cubes. Let us get started. After more than a year of effort, most cube functions could already be implemented using the star system. The cost was 5 cubes being damaged, but fortunately, they now had new replacements. First, disassemble. Obtain permissions. Then, conduct experiments. As the data continued to improve, more and more functions became compatible with the star system. Chu Xian had also researched the control center, hoping to see if it could be cracked. There were some gains, but not much. This wasn't too surprising at all. As the most critical device, it wouldn't be easily cracked by outsiders, with layers of defenses in place. It was like parsing technical terms. Without a corresponding table, cracking it was exceedingly difficult. While conducting tests, Chu Xian was also arranging the next act. At least one more pitfall was necessary. Meanwhile, the leader was anxiously waiting. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Instead of triumphant news, they received bad news. Chief, we've been tricked. That little thief tampered with the parts and interfered with the control center during the transition state, leading to many equipment malfunctions. 33 cubes are missing, and the rest are mostly damaged. The communication system has just been repaired, but the transition function can't be activated, and the superluminal speed is too slow. Oh no, that thief is so malicious to have done this to us. We need help. If we get intercepted by their wormhole ships, we'll be in big trouble. Hurry, our coordinates are. Seeing the messages coming in one after another, the chief was stunned. What? Another conspiracy? Tampering with the parts? Can't you check them? But then he thought that perhaps they were blinded by their own achievements or the enemy's methods were too covert to detect. After all, they had never encountered parts of the cubes before. If someone added a small component, as long as it wasn't too different, it would indeed be hard for his subordinates to identify. Frustrating. Annoying. What is going on day after day? This is unbearable. Chief, we need support. Support. 3 days later, Chu Xian once again activated the mode to continue gathering equipment. Cube 1. Cube 1. Cube 1. This time, the newcomers were extremely vigilant, not allowing a single part to be taken onto the large cube, and they kept their distance. Only the small cubes were allowed to transfer the trapped clansmen, while they remained on alert, preparing to wait for their own ships to arrive and slowly drag them back. Slower meant safer, but they underestimated the difficulty of the rescue. What are you doing? Plop. The clansman who got ashore pushed him back into the water, metaphorically. Betrayal. This happened on each of the cubes, and the 50 cubes that came to rescue all ended up in Chu Xian's hands. Chu Xian said with satisfaction, mission accomplished. After this, it seemed that no script would be effective anymore. The high-ranking officials of the Mirror Sphere civilization were not truly foolish. Having been deceived repeatedly, the chance of being tricked again was slim. Send a message stating that they collectively defected to another mirror sphere civilization and say goodbye, we're leaving the galaxy. Free as the wind. Yes, let us send a lengthy letter of defection. The chances of being deceived again are low, but stirring the pot is still possible. Whether they believe it or not is irrelevant. If they believe it, the blame shifts away, and it will sow distrust within their ranks, especially with so many defecting at once. If they don't believe it, they still want to find the source of the rumor. No matter how you look at it, it's not a loss. Upon receiving the news, the chief felt like he was about to explode. Defection? All of them. Not a single one left behind. Is another mirror sphere civilization behind this? As a nomadic civilization, it's impossible for them to gather together. They could easily be wiped out. So they gradually split into many factions. There is little interaction between them, each living their own lives. The thought of this made him furious. Calm down. Calm down. Perhaps even this news is fake, but losing over 100 cubes is a real loss. Life is so hard. Calm down. Look for loopholes. However, it was written by someone from the same clan, and the writing style and word choice are completely fine. There is no trace of fabrication. The situation reveals many oddities, shrouded in mystery and confusion. It's hard to make sense of it all, but what is certain is that this time, they have been schemed against too harshly, suffering huge losses. Chapter 493, a different dismantling. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. His round body rolled around on the ground for thousands of laps before finally stopping, cursing his subordinates. The clan leader gave the order, blow up the cube. 3 hours later, boom. Using a black hole for a sacrificial explosion, the outer layer of the crystal was damaged by 6%, and after 3 more explosions, the cube finally cracked open completely. The clan leader was instantly invigorated, feeling a glimmer of hope. Everyone, get moving. Dismantle it. Yes. The scientists rubbed their hands together, charging forward to tackle the task, knowing full well that this was no simple mechanical component. After the explosions, the structure was compromised. Just dismantling the energy-modulating black hole carried certain risks. One is dead. Another one. Even the remains, which were already just debris, were blown into even finer pieces. After scrapping 1 cube, they barely obtained any useful equipment. Seeing this scene, the clan leader felt extremely frustrated. But then he suddenly thought of a point. Well, dismantling this is dangerous, and the number of devices obtained individually can't be too high, so the little thief must be in the same situation. In that case, relying solely on our inventory, our progress will definitely be faster than theirs. We just need to hold on for a while. And we can't give them another chance to deceive us into getting a cube. The advantage is still on our side. Thinking of this, the clan leader's mood improved significantly. Next, boom, boom, boom. The cubes exploded one after another. Although the experience was growing richer, it still took a total of 15 cubes to gather all the complete modules. The clan leader felt the pain, but thinking of the losses the other side had to endure to gather the same amount, he could only suppress his heartache. Then, he discovered that this was just the beginning of his pain. The spatial lens module broke during experiments. The fold engine startup device was damaged during the experiments. Due to substandard technology, many dismantled components could no longer be reassembled. Errors, damage, scrapped. The clan leader could only continue to blow up cubes while feeling his heart bleed. Once this kind of thing started, how could it be stopped? Scientific research inherently requires a price. There was no choice but to push forward. Little thief, if we're in pain, you must suffer too. Thus, the pace of blowing up cubes could not be halted at all. However, the leader of the Mirror Sphere civilization did not know that its dismantling was completely different from that of the other party. In the space, absolute control and direct transportation meant there was no need to blow up cubes. And the issue of losing control during explosions leading to massive damage and danger simply did not exist. It was entirely safe operation. Although some experiments would cause some loss, the rate of loss was extremely low. At this moment, the other party was contemplating something. With the technology of the Mirror Sphere civilization, once the cube is detonated, realizing their own inadequacies and the lengthy time required to solve the issue, they might consider alternative methods. For instance, directly piloting the cube to raid scientists from other civilizations in the galaxy. It's not impossible. With a jump speed 100,000 times that of the highest authority, reaching the edge of the galaxy would only take half a year. Well, they can't leave behind just rubble. It's essential to incorporate those civilizations at the galaxy's edge quickly to avoid complicating the situation later on. Moreover, Chu Xian is still uncertain about one thing, whether the opposing side would gain high-level permissions after dismantling. Currently, tests show that only non-violent dismantling methods like teleportation can yield high permissions. However, it's uncertain if the Mirror Sphere civilization would trigger permissions from the debris. Although their tests indicate that the permissions from the captured cube cannot be transferred, meaning to gain another cube, they would need to continue dismantling. This is due to a lack of meta authorization. If they were at the galactic core, Obtaining a permission would allow the Mirror Sphere civilization to directly control all cubes with high permissions. That would be troublesome. Chu Xian doesn't know, but he doesn't want to take the risk. Therefore, if it does happen, without half a year's time, a jump with level 3 permissions could reach the destination in 2 months, so actions need to be swift. Thus, he instructed Chi-Chi, notify the working civilizations at the edge of the galaxy that, given the friendly cooperation over the past 8 years, they are allowed to board in advance. Give them 10 days to prepare. Chapter 494, Dimensional Space, Shocking Civilizations at the Edge of the Galaxy. Upon receiving the news, each civilization was quite pleased. Finally waiting for this notification, which was over a year earlier than expected, and it was indeed a surprise. However, there were objections regarding the boarding conditions. According to the requirements sent, warships and weapons, as long as they are considered dangerous goods, are not allowed on board, which feels almost like complete disarmament, leaving them with no sense of security. Faced with this regulation, should they protest? Indeed, this way, they would truly be boarding unarmed. Some high-ranking officials from various civilizations were quite conflicted, wanting to approach the Star Alliance to relax this condition, but they hadn't spoken up yet. Many civilizations expressed full support and resolute backing. Upon closer inspection, most were those who had previously applied to join the Star Alliance. Initially, the Star Alliance provided 2 options. 1, purely working as passengers. 2, joining. Both options included a 10-year evaluation period, and over the years, at least 600 civilizations expressed their willingness to join, accounting for 1/3 of the fleeing forces. Generally, these civilizations were relatively weak, while the others remained in a wait-and-see state. We might as well agree, in the eyes of the Star Alliance, our strength is perhaps as weak as that of a child. Indeed, facing the Star Alliance, what can one do by bringing weapons on board? If they have ill intentions, it would be impossible to stop them. Compliance. After numerous compromises, this term began to integrate into the behaviors of various civilizations, adept at convincing themselves, from helping neighboring civilizations to working under the Star Alliance. Over the past decade or so, people have gradually become accustomed to following orders. Even Chu Xian was somewhat surprised that after the news was sent out, there were no objections at all. Indeed, the training over the years has had remarkable results. After 10 days of preparation, the black hole spaceships gradually arrived in the regions of various civilizations. Constants were reconstructed, planets were towed, and the packing was completed. Then, they moved on to the next location, where the various civilizations finally felt at ease to set sail after boarding. The target was the neighboring civilization. Yet due to news censorship, they were still unaware of the disasters affecting their neighbors. At this moment, in the neighboring galaxy, the Elder Council of the leading civilization was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the starships to take them away. However, the technology was too expensive. The complete technology was simply unaffordable, and the black hole spaceship technology was not for sale at all. Instead of purchasing the technology, they opted for tickets. At the same time, according to the requirements of the Star Civilization, they agreed to help with several tasks. First, to develop some outsourced technology. Second, to gather various civilizations within the star system. And third, to nurture some black holes. The tasks were not many, but they were not insignificant either. For instance, they needed to use stellar ships to find stars, tow them over, and then allow the black holes to devour them. As for gathering civilizations, as long as they met the standards, they would be taken away upon encounter. Various life forms with special abilities would also be captured, but not through violence. Rather, it would be done gently. The Elder Council diligently executed the orders from the Star Civilization, working earnestly. The 600 civilizations wishing to join the Star Civilization were treated differently than regular passengers. Once everyone was aboard, suddenly, the environment changed, and an announcement was broadcast directly into the minds of all individuals in the civilizations. Welcome to the Star Civilization. This is the Subordinate Civilization Transitional Management Zone, where a secondary assessment of each civilization will be conducted. If the assessment passes, you will be eligible to move to the Star Continent and the Star Dimension space. Gaining a stable life. The Star Continent is the main administrative area of the Star Civilization Alliance, independent of the normal universe, creating its own realm. It can be understood as a dimensional secret realm. The Star Dimension space is a special living area for various life forms, equipped with survival conditions to meet the needs of different civilizations. At this moment, the dozens of civilizations in the Transitional Management Zone were all in shock, astonishment, and disbelief. They felt their worldview had been turned upside down. Dimension, secret realm, independent from the normal universe, with no external disasters able to intrude. What a powerful capability. A stable rear and a secure residence. No wonder they had never seen the main forces of the Star Civilization Alliance. It was not that they hadn't arrived, but rather that they had long since reached a place that was not in the normal universe, thus remaining undetected, creating their own realm. Inconceivable. They did not doubt this. as despite not carrying weapons, they brought plenty of equipment along with many special life forms. It was clear that the rule system here was even more powerful and stable. Joining the Celestial Organization is undoubtedly a wise decision. Truly a great opportunity. Everyone feels as if they've hit the jackpot, ecstatic beyond measure. In this atmosphere of admiration and awe, the only thing left is to kneel in respect and quickly offer their acceptance. They are ready to undergo reorganization, learn the rules, and fully integrate into the management system of Celestial. Chapter 495. Moving into a new home, there are a total of 15 transitional management zones, each designed to create different living environments. It sounds like a lot, but the subspace with a radius of 360,000 kilometers can only accommodate a limited number of civilizations. Some civilizations are vast and powerful. Although dangerous items are prohibited on board, there are no restrictions on bringing planets. Administrative planets, residential planets, and natural planets. Some of these planets have radii of 10,000 kilometers or even tens of thousands of kilometers, with populations in the hundreds of trillions. Therefore, the 15 transitional management zones are nearly full, with planets packed closely together. On a certain civilization's home planet, a group of high-ranking officials is troubled. Must they really adhere to the regulations set by Celestial? If so, their status and power will be significantly weakened. Previously, they thought that subordinate civilizations were completely independent aside from obedience. They did not expect Celestial to be so controlling, prohibiting the continuation of slavery. Military power, political power, technology, resources, all must be largely surrendered. For those civilizations wishing to relocate to Celestial's mainland and dimensional space, they will be arriving nearly empty-handed. This situation is quite distressing. They understand that this is part of Celestial's centralization measures, which cannot be resisted, but losing so much power is hard to accept. Faced with this reality, the leader of the civilization sighed. Well, we might as well accept it. We're already on board. The strength of Celestial is undeniable, and they have shared so many core secrets with them. Can they really consider withdrawing? Not to mention the risks involved. Even the question of whether they can leave is uncertain. Now that they know too much, they have only one choice: to join, or else death is their only fate. When this reality is laid out, the other high-ranking officials fall into silence. Indeed, is complaining useful? Is opposition useful? It's not as if Celestial is a charitable organization. They actually have no choice but to comply and relinquish their power. They must implement reforms in governance and the economy centered around Celestial. Among the 600 or so civilizations seeking refuge, many harbor ulterior motives, initially thinking of it merely as a temporary safe haven. However, the owner of this safe haven is too dominant, wanting to absorb them completely. What can they do? They might as well accept it. Information about Celestial has already been broadcasted to all civilizations, and every individual is now caught up in excitement. For some high-ranking officials, surrendering power feels like a painful sacrifice, but for the lower and middle levels of civilization, it brings no harm. Rather, it is a blessing. Just look at the benefits offered by Celestial. Housing, land, jobs, all provided for free, allowing them to live and work in peace. Fairness, livelihood, equality. Many slogans have deeply resonated with people, especially in civilizations where slavery and oppression still exist. The atmosphere is one of celebration. The trend is unstoppable. Within a month, over 99% of individuals from various civilizations have turned towards hope, becoming staunch supporters of the Stellar Civilization Alliance. As for the remaining 1%, they feel their interests have been harmed. Their military power, political influence, and wealth have all diminished, leaving them quite unwilling to accept this change. However, they can only watch as their former subjects joyfully pack their bags and move to their new homes. As for them, they haven't left yet. The new location strictly enforces the regulations of the Stellar Civilization, where even land ownership is non-existent. Individuals only have the right to use the land. The transitional management areas still belong to their respective civilizations, making it hard for them to let go, leading to a sense of conflict. Chu Xian simply observes all of this quietly. The 1% is not a concern. Soon, they will want to leave on their own, as there are only a few planets left, and the loneliness will become unbearable. Once the majority of the population has moved, efforts to attract other civilizations from outside will begin as well. In the stellar continent, the 787 resettlement zone, a civilization of humanity with a population of 45 billion has moved into their new homes, and all that remains in their hearts is satisfaction. Long live the stellar civilization. The architecture is completely in line with their style, featuring beautiful courtyards and spacious environments. After drifting for so long, they can finally settle down. They must work hard to repay this kindness. The city is stunning, built on the side of a mountain, with countless waterfalls cascading down from it. It's beautiful. It's almost a replica of their mother planet's sacred city. Amidst the surprise is a longing for the future. The homes that the stellar civilization has built for them are simply too wonderful, like a dream. The 787 resettlement zone covers an area of 10 billion square kilometers. My goodness, this is just the 787th, indicating there are at least this many resettlement zones. The stellar continent is vast. What incredible power this represents. Welcome to your new home. Please read the resident guidelines carefully. After dropping off their belongings and settling in briefly, they are called to a location for concentrated learning. At this point, they have also become accustomed to the management style of the stellar civilization, which involves comprehensive monitoring and is overseen by an intelligent system responsible for basic order. Chi-Chi. This will be a presence that accompanies them throughout their lives. Busy and bustling. It took over a month to complete the overall relocation of various civilizations. Without Chi-Chi, it would have been impossible to manage solely with human effort, but with its help, the entire process was carried out without a hitch. Each civilization began to operate under a new system. At the same time, the newly arrived scientists started to immerse themselves in learning. The technology tree opened by the stellar civilization is simply too enticing. Stellar ships, black hole ships, wormhole ships, these are nearly completely accessible to the scientists. As long as they master the prerequisite knowledge, they can continue to advance their studies. Is this the foundation of the stellar civilization? It's incredibly rich. Chapter 496. Olive Branch. Meanwhile, at the Silver Heart, boom. Another cube has been decommissioned on the spot. What a waste. Every day we need components. But aside from this, what else can you do? It's been 2 months, and there's barely any progress. The only achievement might be that our skills in dismantling cubes have improved a bit. It's really useless. The leader is almost gasping for breath from the distress. To study the cubes, we've been crazily detonating them. 30, 50, 100. So far, we've consumed 150 cubes. And it seems we have to keep blowing them up. Although we've gained experience, the number of complete components obtained from a single cube is steadily increasing, even ensuring a 70% completeness rate. However, experimental losses remain high. Research in this field can't be solved just by observation. It requires dismantling and experimentation. Many are destructive experiments, which are completely unavoidable. On top of that, the technology tree is not up to standard. The difficulty of replication is off the charts. Scientists. Technology trees. If this isn't resolved, once we've blown through the remaining cubes, we might not be able to independently produce cubes in a short time. We didn't have this concept before. With a gold mine right next to us, we look down on the technologies and scientists from other civilizations outside our domain, wanting to monopolize and unwilling to share. However, the gold mine remains, but we can't dig it out. At this moment, we can't help but think of seeking external assistance. Leader, if we want to make breakthroughs in a short time, we must comprehensively improve our basic technology system. If there's enough time, we can take it slow. But that little rogue might face the same issues we have, and if they get ahead of us, we'll be in danger. Agreed. I support this. Leader, make a decision. This matter cannot be delayed. Unsurprisingly, the leader also felt there was no better solution. So he ordered the cubes to make contact with those civilizations in the galaxy that had previously hunted them down. Threats, intimidation, coercion, any means will do. Previously, we stole. Now, we'll take it by force. With our current strength, we cannot afford to be discreet. The key point is that there were past grievances. A little revenge is in order. Take it easy. Don't wipe them out. We still hope to continue extracting their value. 10 minutes later, 30 cubes burst out of our domain, heading towards the fleeing troops, with each pilot feeling quite excited. After being a fugitive for so long, this time, we are returning as kings. Chu Xian didn't he know when the Mirror Sphere civilization would arrive, but that didn't he stop him from digging some pits to have some fun. Due to boarding, the starships of various galactic civilizations were all left behind. After picking them up for free, time to modify. Then scatter them along the route and turn on the noise mode, broadcasting high-power signals like beacons in the night. Some actors were even left on board. Life, work, research. It's all about realism. Whether we can trick the other side is uncertain. But we might as well take a shot. If we really manage to take something down, we'll have gained something. On a black hole spaceship, various civilizations entered low-power mode due to the limited resources they could bring aboard. Suddenly, they found themselves idle and a bit unaccustomed. This was the secret behind breaking the 100-fold light barrier. After the discovery, there was a sense of regret. So what if they found out? Without a complete set of rules, there was a vast chasm between understanding and implementation. Moreover, the 100-fold light barrier technology should have been outdated in this realm, practically relegated to a museum exhibit. The 1,000-fold barrier had already been surpassed, and they were now striving for the 10,000-fold. Envy, desire, but it was just idle thinking. At that moment, a subordinate reported back. The spaceship captain had just sent a message stating that joining the Civilization Alliance would grant access to technologies beyond just the black hole spaceship. In an instant, many civilizations were stirred. After observing for so long, Many had been waiting for the conditions to be set by this realm, yet they had been largely ignored, receiving only routine work assignments with an air of aloofness. Now, they had finally extended a proper olive branch. Chapter 497. Lu Peiqiang busy with excitement faced with the olive branch. What should they do? Should they join? The conditions were appealing, but once they agreed, they would have to accept the management of this realm, losing military power and various benefits. Indeed, if only they could maintain autonomy. Although tempted, there was hesitation. In the end, many civilizations chose to wait and see. Perhaps better conditions would come along. While many were observing, a significant number of civilizations opted to join. Eager for the truth, having developed to a certain stage, many civilizations no longer valued power as they once did, focusing instead on knowledge. This was especially true for long-lived, nearly immortal life forms. Endless years. So boring. Only research could provide them with a sense of purpose and direction, and they were willing to give everything for it. Now, a sumptuous feast lay before them. Agreeing to join meant they could indulge freely, which was exhilarating. What was the harm in relinquishing power? Being managed was inconsequential as long as they could attain the truth. In just one day, dozens of civilizations chose to join. They halted their ships, set them down, changed course, and began to converge. These civilizations were among the favorites of Chu Xian, as they harbored fewer convoluted thoughts and had a purer mindset. Moreover, they were incredibly busy, with considerable talent. In short, they were a tremendous asset. As for those still observing, there was no rush. They could take their time. As they were already aboard his ship, the meat on the plate wouldn't run away. One a day? Sometimes even more than 10. Watching the number of original shipmates dwindle, a sense of urgency crept into the hearts of the other civilizations. After all, strictly speaking, they were merely aboard the ship. While those who chose to join had reached the shore, they had relinquished power in exchange for permanent protection. Just wait a little longer. Especially the original top 10 civilizations in the galaxy, none of which had joined yet. After being the big brother for so long, it was indeed difficult to accept suddenly becoming a subordinate. The previous work does not count. It was cross-civilization cooperation, merely a change of ship tickets. And everyone's status remained equal. There is an essential difference between the two. At this moment, within the space of Baiyun Town, the entire Central Command is almost overwhelmed. What is happening? The number of subordinate civilizations has suddenly increased so much, over 700 in just a few months. My goodness, what has been happening outside? The training department, led by General Lu Peiqiang, is still in shock. Previously, growth was steady, but now it's explosive expansion. 700. Adding to the original subordinate civilizations, it directly exceeds 1,000. Moreover, there is a huge difference compared to the previous subordinate civilizations. Many of those were still hovering around the speed of light, with relatively weak technological capabilities and a short civilizational history. However, this time, each one has a significantly improved overall technological level. To put it this way, among the 700 new members, just pick any 3. They could easily outclass the previous 100 civilizations. The gap is that large. It's exhausting, even with some assistance. Integrating the military forces of over 700 civilizations is a massive workload. They have just settled in and found places to stay. Establishing a training system and personnel configuration on the territories of each subordinate civilization will take some time. 3 years. Don't think about taking it easy. Chapter 498. Inserting eyes into the neighboring galaxy. Each civilization requires at least 10 training bases. Each base has a scale of over 100 million. Sometimes, with more individual lives, the number will still need to increase. Therefore, over 700 civilizations mean thousands of military bases. 3 years of busy work. This is still a conservative estimate. As new members join every day, it's likely that there won't be any downtime for the next decade. However, Lu Peiqiang feels very happy inside. Being busy is good. With every additional civilization, the strength of the Central Command increases. Survival capacity improves, potential grows, and risk resistance strengthens, making the future for humanity relatively easier. It is precisely because of the support from so many subordinate civilizations that humanity on Earth can now enjoy weekend benefits. Speaking of which, today is Saturday, a day for rest, but the Central Command is different. As the highest authority, it is currently a special period. All holidays have been cancelled. No one has any objections. Instead, everyone is full of motivation. During this period of great development, time is of the essence. The expansion of the Central Command benefits everyone. Everyone is now contributing to build it up so that it can withstand future storms. At the same time, there is a deep sense of pride. Who would have thought that the human civilization, once tormented by a small sun, would reach such a day? The people on Earth are also shocked. My goodness. Today, 3 more subordinate civilizations have joined. Has the Central Command already dominated the galaxy? It has reached 1,080. Incredible. How vast is the Central Land? A civilization can easily claim hundreds of millions or even tens of billions of square kilometers of land, and it's not over yet. Perhaps only the leaders at the command center truly know. Oh my, there's a civilization with a similar appearance to ours, and its population exceeds 3 trillion. We only have a few billion. We must encourage more births. After all, the stars manage everything. These days, I can't help but watch the latest news from the stars every day. One civilization after another joins, each being introduced, and everyone is enjoying it. Happy, excited. Who wouldn't want more younger generations? However, the growth rate is too fast, and it can be overwhelming, especially the population data, which is astonishing. Hundreds of billions, trillions. The units keep getting larger, while our planet, with its billions, is still far behind even the tiniest fraction of that. The Stars Haven T directly promoted the idea of having more children. Just like before, once you have them, everything is managed. Most families find 2 or 3 children to be sufficient. However, due to the increase in lifespan, the population of civilization on Earth will only grow positively in the future. It will not decrease. Breaking the 100 billion mark is just a matter of time. If it were a typical situation, I would definitely encourage childbirth, as those who are not of our kind may have different intentions, but the influence of authority is strong. My subordinates are very loyal. Therefore, there is no need for the population to rapidly reach the levels of trillions. Is it appropriate to call for a mother to have dozens of children? It's enough to have a reasonable number, especially since there are so many subordinate civilizations working, so there is no rush to overexert humanity. Let us take it slow. At this moment, a cube has just been adjusted, and the stability test for ultra-long distance travel has passed. Departure. With a command, zoom. With Tier 3 authority. At 30,000 times the speed of light, controlled by the star system, we swiftly leap towards the neighboring galaxy. We have a general understanding of the situation in the center of our galaxy, but the conditions in the neighboring galaxy need exploration. Let us first take a look over there. At 30,000 times the speed of light, crossing a distance of 150,000 light years only takes half a year. Chapter 499, bring it on. In the time that follows, with research, recruitment, and assimilation, the comprehensive strength of the Star Civilization Alliance enters a phase of explosive growth. Every day there is progress, and every day we grow stronger. The technology tree is fully opened, and many individuals with photographic memories, knowledge absorption, and super intellect quickly become top scientists. Nowadays, even if we recruit all the top civilizations in our galaxy, the growth of research strength would only increase by about 40%. From 100, it becomes 140. Losing them doesn't significantly impact us. Moreover, the gap is narrowing. It's currently 40%, but it may drop even lower in the future. 30%, 20%, 10%. The reason is simple. The neighboring galaxy is offering everything at a bargain. Basic technology, advanced equipment. To secure tickets for passage, they have long opened a giveaway mode. And their resources are even more abundant than those of the top civilizations in our galaxy. 2 months later, 30 cubes burst out of the hydrogen fusion area. They stopped to enjoy the scenery. It's been years since we've seen this. Yes, the transformation of hydrogen dims the starry sky. Those twinkling lights, once deemed sufficient, now appear truly beautiful. Staying in the galactic core for too long nearly made me forget the universe's original form. Now, seeing it again brings back fond memories. Let's go. Following the route of the fleeing group, and catch up. Whoosh, whoosh. 30 cubes activate their jumps, moving at full speed, striving to catch up with the fleeing group and seize the biggest prize. We can't let the little thieves get there first. Finally, they caught up to the tail of the fleeing group, watching a stellar ship on its journey, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of superiority. Traveling at several times the speed of light felt like crawling. I absolutely love this kind of mission. Having been chased in the past, now returning triumphantly feels exhilarating. Stop, stop. They boldly block the way. The 30 cubes surround the stellar ship, instantly creating a scene reminiscent of bandits robbing a traveler. Surrender. Destruction. Choose one. Big brother. The other side's retreat is quite reasonable. Each one is very pleased, leaving one cube to handle the next steps while the rest continue on their way. Afterward, the remaining cube approaches its home planet. If they encountered a black hole ship, they would never dare come this close. But this is a stellar ship, just a larger piece of cotton candy. Moreover, without the enhancement from hydrogen transformation, they have no fear. The scene seems to revert to the days of rampant looting. Hand over the good stuff. However, this time, they had scripted the beginning, but the development of the story was forcibly altered. Hand it over. The 10 mirror sphere entities were caught off guard. 3 had basic control, but they were supposed to gain technology continuously from various civilizations. Originally planning to place 1 liaison per civilization. This is how it increased to 10 passengers. They hadn't even had the chance to install more. The previously timid victims suddenly turned the tables and robbed them clean. The cubes are gone. They themselves have been captured. locked in a small dark room. Huh. Conspiracy. It's all a conspiracy. They were going crazy. It must be that little thief who had everything set up, waiting for them to fall into the trap. Just thinking about how the other 29 cubes would face the same script next made them feel it was too cunning. Dare to have a fair fight. Let us duel. No dueling. No dueling. Peace is paramount. Peace is paramount. An hour of jumping games was too thrilling. It's better to quietly be a captive. Chapter 500. Inspecting the center of the galaxy. Boom. Boom. 2 cubes were lost, and the day continued to be painful. The chief was eagerly awaiting good news from ahead. Finally, it came. After reviewing the content, they were overjoyed. Haha, we are still a step ahead. 1, 2, 5. This is just the beginning. Soon we will catch up with those top-ranking civilizations in the galaxy. I wonder what their expressions will be when they see us. It must be very exciting. Record it down. It must be documented. History has always been written by the victors. From today on, we are no longer outlaws, but the light of salvation. The justice of the galaxy. The leader looked at the reports from the front with a smile, as civilization after civilization surrendered, and the good news kept pouring in. In just 1 month, hundreds of civilizations became free laborers. Leader, we are short on manpower. Please send more to supervise them to quickly organize the technical data. A request came from the front. The leader glanced at it, and, seeing the fruitful results from the front, naturally agreed. Another 30 units were dispatched to solidify the gains. Destiny has once again aligned with us. Faced with the generosity of the mirrored sphere civilization, of course, Chu Xian accepted without hesitation. 30 were not enough. 60 would be acceptable, and 100 would be even better. Although the victories seemed easy, it would be extremely difficult for other civilizations to achieve the same. Just capturing the cubes could be a monumental challenge. Setting the scene and inciting rebellion were 2 significant hurdles. Without spatial nodes, it was nearly impossible to accomplish the first task in a short time, and without authority, there was no hope for rebellion. The key was to act swiftly, catching the opponent off guard before they could react. Any problem in any step could expose vulnerabilities in the entire plan. And it was precisely because of many impossibilities that the long-lived mirrored sphere civilization fell into the trap. Chu Xian had to use all his means to succeed. After a busy period, he took a moment to rest. The next moment, he arrived at the largest city of a subordinate human civilization. The streets were bustling with people, incredibly lively. The buildings, services, and goods all had distinctive styles. In his spare time, Chu Xian often strolled through various civilizations, enjoying snacks and buying trinkets. The faces of everyone in the streets were no longer heavy. They were free from the burdens of past troubles, and life had become hopeful. Previously, they belonged to a small branch of the human race in the galaxy, governed by a silicon-based civilization, and life was not easy. Now, joining the stars and executing the laws of the stars was like a blessing to everyone. Education, healthcare, housing, all were free, and jobs were arranged for all. Everyone had a share, with benefits that were outstanding. Even the laws underwent major revisions, and there were no longer gangs or bullies oppressing the people on the streets. Everyone could walk with their heads held high, without fear of being slapped for merely looking at someone. When faced with injustice, there was a fair adjudication system in place. While their technology was not weak, who said that technology had an inevitable connection with morality or social structure? There would always be some who acted immorally. The human race also had its day of ascendance. Before joining, they had envisioned various forms of the leading civilization of the stars. However, they had never imagined that it would be humanity, not even a decentralized power among various civilizations, but an extremely centralized system led by a civilization called Earth that controlled the stars. In the highest decision-making committee, there was not a single outsider. A sense of pride welled up. From an inconspicuous small race in the galaxy, it leaped to become a near-dominant presence, no longer needing to bow down. Chu Xian walked among the crowd, listening to conversations and sensing the emotions of many people. Not bad. There was no chaos. Wandering around could be seen as a form of alternative inspection, addressing any issues promptly. Faced with people's gratitude, he felt indifferent. He had gained wealth and prosperity for himself, ensuring that the world had enough to eat and wear. It was a simple principle of enjoying meat and soup. A heads up, the conclusion is not far away. Chapter 501. New script. After a stroll, Chu Xian arrived at Space 22, where it was almost packed together, not with life, but with planets. Large, small, square, flat, piled together. It was almost imaginable as layers of atmosphere against each other, mostly representing the home planets of various subordinate civilizations. Of course, it was not for collection. There were still some dissenters above. They refused to join the stars. A scam, a huge scam. We will never be slaves. In civilization, there cannot be only one voice. Even if most are willing to join, a small number express dissent. This group is not entirely driven by self-interest. Extreme thoughts, extremism, radical factions. In short, Recruiting these individuals would be troublesome. Some even wanted to unite and revolt on the continent of the stars. The plan sounded good, but reality is harsh. And it died before it was born. Thus, they were sent here, just like the initial City 222. Cause trouble? Sure. With one group in the east and another in the west, it's inconvenient for them to communicate. Now they gather together for company. There are too many. It's almost overflowing. Every day, new civilizations join and planets are sent over, with the vast majority of the populace moving to the continent of stars or special subspaces. A very small number of individuals reside on a single planet, which is clearly a bit wasteful. In a moment of thought, boom, boom, dozens of planets shattered, becoming nourishment for the dimensional space. Of course, Chu Xian did not engage in a massacre. Instead, he collectively transferred them to another planet, compressing their living space. No, the home planet is gone. Gone. My big house. Demon, at least give us a heads up so we can bring some personal belongings. This is a resource-poor, nearly desolate planet. Their self-reliance and pioneering life began, and Chu Xian's goal was simple: labor reformation ideology. The idea was a bit radical, but it was not a big deal. Sometimes, this kind of group, if subdued, would show extreme loyalty to the stars. There had been too many precedents. Generally speaking, if it's a matter of stance rather than crimes like murder or arson, Chu Xian has always been willing to give opportunities. Months later, at the center of the galaxy, the clan leader continued to wait eagerly for good news from the front, but reality once again dealt a heavy blow. Dizzy. It took a while to regain composure. What? Encountered a fleet of small thieves? The other side dispatched 90 cubes and hundreds of black hole ships? They are pursuing you? Requesting support? The clan leader couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. The other side had 90, while they had 60. The numbers were overwhelming. It seems that the little thief doesn't have the same abundance of cubes as I do. After all, I have quite a stock to draw from. The other side can only rely on what they've captured, so they certainly can't be as extravagant. After feeling pleased for a moment, I became troubled by the situation. Quick. Reinforce with 150 cubes to support the effort. This time, we must eliminate the thief's fleet. Yes. No questions asked. Let's send reinforcements. Is there any other choice? I have also considered retreating, to regroup and wait for the right moment. However, no. If we retreat, it means they'll take over the newly acquired galactic civilizations, becoming even more powerful. Therefore, this is a single-choice question. There is no second option. With over 100 captured, experimental losses exceeding 260 at the front, and sending another 150, I now have only 83 cubes left. After some calculations, the leader felt quite helpless. Fortunately, we still hold an advantage. If we can eliminate their main force, there will be no threat to our existence in the galaxy. Gritting my teeth, I decided to send an additional 50 cubes. This battle must not be lost. Having been ambushed a few times, the leader was cautious and, following the principle of safety, added another 50, leaving just over 30 for themselves. If we win, the path will be clear. If we lose, we must win. We cannot afford the cost of failure this time. A new script is online. Chu Xian is eagerly preparing his utensils, just waiting to begin. Chapter 502. The Large Magellanic Cloud Galaxy in the neighboring galaxy. At the edge of the quiet cosmic space, a cube suddenly appeared. Have we arrived? 1 minute after receiving this news, Chu Xian's figure reached the exterior of the cube. After half a year of travel, we finally arrived at the outskirts of the neighboring galaxy. Earth's civilization has a name for this place: the Large Magellanic Cloud Galaxy. As a companion galaxy to the Milky Way, it has fewer stars overall, but that doesn't mean it's barren. There are hundreds of billions of stars here, significantly more than what Earth astronomers predicted decades ago. After making a brief observation, we continued forward. The cube moved toward the black hole at the center of the galaxy. Subsequently, Chu Xian released 30 black hole ships, all of which were extreme ships with a limit of 9,999 times, heading in all directions of the galaxy. We are preparing to welcome the civilizations gathering from the neighboring galaxy. This is not just aimed at the neighboring galaxy. The next destination, the Andromeda Galaxy, also has a cube making its way there, traveling at 300,000 times the speed of light, covering a distance of 2,100,000 times in a straight line. A rough estimate suggests it will take 7 years. This time, Chu Xian did not use the 2-star gates. At this distance, their speed is not significant. Just like now, 1-star gate can cross 25 light years. 2 would be 50 light years, with a cooldown time of 3 days. This equals an average of 17 light years per day, or 6,200 light years per year, which is indeed somewhat lacking. However, I can't say it's useless. Its technological value remains extremely high. I can only say that the current technological level of our side is still insufficient to manufacture it. Before long, the Elder Council of the galaxy's dominant civilization received the latest directive from the stars. What? Have we arrived? Let's head to the 30 designated gathering points for boarding. This is quite shocking. It's important to know that these 30 points are not in one direction, but are spread throughout the entire system, allowing everyone to run nearby without having to cover long distances. What does this represent? It indicates that the interstellar navigation technology of the Stellar Civilization Alliance is not just the previously thought limit of 9,999 times. Breaking 10,000? No. Even that cannot rationalize everything happening before us. It's incredible. Ships capable of traveling tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light. What a powerhouse. They've hidden it well. What I thought I understood before now seems superficial. Quickly, send the 30 gathering points to all civilizations in the system. Those capable can go on their own, while those who aren't can apply for assistance. If there are any passing by, they can take them along. As the leader of the system, having held this position for so long, I must take some responsibility in certain matters, helping the weak. While the entire system operates under a set of rules, comparatively, it has more warmth than the chaotic escape in the other systems. Due to the delay in information, it took over a month to fully notify all civilizations in the system. Seeing that there are as many as 30 nearby gathering points spread throughout the system, many civilizations breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, compared to the previous thought of having to run across the system, it is now much closer. Families packed their belongings, bringing along their home planets or warships, heading towards the gathering points. Those who couldn't arrive on time could only send messages waiting for help from others. After gathering at the council, they broadcasted to the entire system and also sent messages to the Stellar Alliance, indicating that if they encountered any ships on the way to the gathering points, they would take them along. The entire migration proceeded in an orderly fashion. Chapter 503. Too courteous. While the neighbors were busy moving, in another system, 200 cubes arrived for support, only to see an escape pod being toyed with and beaten up by the enemy, looking quite miserable. Upon seeing them, the enemy unit quickly fled, and from within the small cube came a cry for help. What? You finally arrived. Hurry up, we must teach that little thief a lesson now. We need to eliminate all of them. Get our things back. On the way here, the battle reports kept coming. Today, one enemy unit was destroyed, and tomorrow, one of ours was taken down. It has been tough to hold on until now. Seeing their kin being bullied ignited righteous anger. Don't worry. From now on, leave it to us. They left one cube to rescue the poor little cube, while the rest rushed to pursue the enemy unit. Unsurprisingly, they lost track of them. However, they did discover another escape pod, which belonged to the same kin as the previous small cube, originally in a larger cube. Separating to run away increased their chances of survival. They set down one ship, verified it, and if there were no issues, they took it along. Yes, one by one, their kin were rescued, and seeing the enemy units retreat in panic filled them with pride. No doubt about it. They sent battle reports and claimed credit. At the center of the system, the chieftain, who should have been pleased, felt a familiar sensation upon seeing such battle reports. Things were going too smoothly. Stay calm. Stay calm. Victory should rightfully belong to us. The previous setbacks were accidents, and the last two missions were rigorously selected. Absolute loyalty. There will be no rebellion. The familiarity of the good news is simply as it should be. The earlier reversals were surely unexpected. Therefore, one should be happy, not suspicious of subordinates. 200 units. Along with the survivors, crushing the enemy is entirely reasonable. Rescue one small unit, 2 clan members. Rescue one small unit, 1 clan member. Rescue one large unit, 10 clan members. The enemy ambushed, losing 1 large unit, but fortunately, timely rescue saved 3 small units, 2 of which survived. Destroy 1 enemy unit. The frontline report was quite intense. Both sides engaged in a battle of wits and courage, back and forth, with major battles fought very passionately, and smaller skirmishes filled with ups and downs, thrilling moments. Overall, victory was inevitable. Winning was just a matter of time. Chieftain, this battle is destined to succeed. It must succeed. It must succeed. The military leaders excitedly announced their conclusions in advance, and the chieftain was also quite satisfied, looking at those battles, which were enough to be recorded in the annals of civilized warfare. They even captured members of a petty thief group. There was no sign of the so-called traitors among their kin. It seemed that the earlier proclamation of freedom was false. Indeed, how could our kin possibly betray us? A conspiracy. This was a sinister plan by the petty thieves to disrupt our clan's morale, but fortunately, we were not deceived. Right. They felt they had uncovered the truth, thus lowering their guard regarding the rescue of some small units of kin. Since there were no traitors, and it was all a conspiracy, then those on our side could be fully trusted. Too polite, too polite. It was simply unstoppable. Chu Xian picked up units everywhere. In just half a month, he collected half of the 200 sent for support. He felt a bit embarrassed, but one cannot reject such goodwill. Chapter 504. The disordered chieftain. Don't be fooled by the seemingly simple process. It may appear effortless to just bend down and pick something up, But there were many preparations involved, and the difficulty was off the charts. If they hadn't achieved what the spherical civilization deemed impossible, they would have been exposed long ago. This was not a matter of intelligence or strategy overpowering, but rather an external advantage that exceeded understanding. Once it surpassed comprehension, when faced with an issue, the opponent would first eliminate all correct answers. 101, 102, 130. In less than 2 months, 190 units were collected. The remaining 10 were command units that did not directly participate in rescue missions. However, it did not hinder Chu Xian from ultimately capturing them. 190 deceived 10. The opponent was completely unguarded, and the outcome was inevitable. 5 days later, the overall commander arrived. Looking at the familiar kin around, who had all become prison mates, the simple phrase "I'm here" almost caused a mental breakdown. The defense was directly breached. A wave of dizziness washed over them. Everything in front of them was incredibly intense, all captured in one fell swoop. Without missing a single individual, everyone involved in the mission was here, perfectly organized. The commander was somewhat incoherent, and one subordinate sighed, saying, "We didn't betray. We were just captured. The messages you received were sent by the opposing faction. We have completely lost. Alas, the real traitors are those of our kind who were captured earlier." Through their communication, they all ground their teeth in hatred. They had initially thought the betrayal was a ploy by the enemy, something fake, but it turned out to be real, a conspiracy to deceive them. They were dragged down, taken prisoner, and none escaped. It was a complete roundup. Unlike previous failures, where there was still confidence and plenty of resources, now the scales had tipped. The capture of 200 cubic units, no, 260, along with the original stock, had already exceeded 300. Meanwhile, the inventory back on their home planet had dwindled to just over 30 units. From a position of advantage to one of severe disadvantage, tenfold. In fact, the situation had collapsed like an avalanche. It's over. It's over. The commander's reflective orb felt a wave of despair. One could say this battle had cost them their future. The most critical part was that their home planet was still unaware of this dire situation. At the center of the galaxy, everything seemed normal. Daily reports came back, painting a rosy picture, claiming victory was at hand, or even that it had already been achieved. Yes, great, they said. That was just a mistake before. In the face of absolute strength, any scheme is useless. Haha. Over the past month, the leader had been in a remarkably good mood. However, today, that good mood came to an abrupt halt. Ding. A message from the front lines, expecting another victory report. But upon opening it, it was a letter urging surrender. Thinking it was a prank, but the next second, ding, ding, ding. Hundreds of surrender letters flooded in, all from the same source that had previously sent victory reports, every single one of them. Heh, cracking encrypted signals, I'll give you that. But do you think you can fool me like this? Impossible. Do you think I'm that easy to deceive? The leader smirked coldly. Such petty tricks would never work on him. Just wait, a victory report will come through and nullify this. 3 days passed, and he had yet to receive any victory report. Maybe they're busy. 5 days went by, and still only surrender letters. Signal interference. 10 days later, the leader suddenly laughed loudly, filled with immense frustration. No, he was thrown into chaos, then imprisoned. Such a massive failure would not leave even the leader unscathed. After the new leader quickly took over, faced with this huge mess, there was no joy in promotion. 3 options lay before him: surrender, hold out, or make a hasty retreat. Surrender? That was absolutely out of the question. Let us go. Once they attack, there's no defense here. Ultimately, the decision to make a run for it was unanimously passed. Chapter 505, leaving with nothing in a flurry. In a rush. Upon learning of the disastrous frontline battles, all individuals of the mirrored sphere civilization were shocked and could only begin to pack their belongings. Wasn't this just a retreat? As seasoned fugitives of the galaxy, they were quite adept at this. They quickly accepted the outcome. After all, in the history of civilizations, victories have always been fleeting. It was just history repeating itself, and everyone took it in stride. Take all the cubes. Not a single one can be left behind. While packing, the newly appointed leader gazed longingly at the distant hypercube, feeling a deep sense of loss. If only they could take it with them. Unfortunately, that was a fantasy. They had no authority and could only leave it to that little thief. The thought of it made them feel a tightening in their chest. So, they began to reassure themselves. It's fine. It's fine. What we can't have, that little thief certainly can't have either. After half a day, everything was packed up. The home planet was essentially a spaceship that could simply take off. Its energy source came from an internal black hole. Unfortunately, while it could fly, it couldn't jump through space, and its maximum speed was only 2,000 times the speed of light. Let us go. The home planet prepared to navigate around the hypercube, heading in the opposite direction of the battlefield with the little thief, to avoid a collision. How great it would be if that thing were ours. The new leader was inside one of the cubes, preparing for one last look at the hypercube. However, Just that one glance triggered a response. Beep. Unauthorized access. Eviction. Retrieval. The control center sent a notification. What did that mean? Before they could react, whoosh. Whoosh. A force forcibly ejected the hundreds of passengers from the cube, along with their luggage. The scene was intense. What was happening? What was going on? What had occurred? Everyone was in a daze. Such a situation had never happened before, and it wasn't just them. All the remaining cubes experienced the same thing. They were being kicked out. But that wasn't all. The cubes began to pilot themselves, racing back to their home planet. These cubes took all the debris and parts with them. None were left for them. They were back to square one. Why? Thieves. Yes. It must have been that artificial intelligence causing the chaos. First, they were robbed by the little thief, and now again by the artificial intelligence. They wanted to cry? How could this happen? Perhaps the cubes had back doors. They had been monitored by that artificial intelligence all along. Now that they were about to leave, it reclaimed the access and kicked them out. Despicable. Insidious. But the question remained. Why? The artificial intelligence didn't interfere when they blew up cubes for research. Yet it took drastic measures against their attempt to leave with the cubes. So, what was the ultimate goal of the artificial intelligence? There was much speculation, but no one could provide an answer. Thus, there was only one option left. The leader immediately ordered, "Let us try again and say we're not leaving. Can we regain access?" Yes. Moments later, a small team prepared to enter the hypercube in a virtualized manner, intending to have a chat with the artificial intelligence. Bang. Bang. It should have been smooth sailing, but it felt like hitting a wall instead. A helpless reality unfolded. The ability to transcend was restricted by an unknown force. This meant that access could no longer be obtained. Left with nothing. Chapter 506. The neighboring hypercube at this moment. The high-ranking officials of the Mirror Sphere civilization were collectively in disarray, forcibly thrown off the vehicle, and not allowed to buy another ticket. It's over. It's over. There wasn't even a glimmer of hope left. Parts were being recycled. Not a single one was spared. The civilization aimed to research a path to a jump drive, which would be incredibly difficult, akin to winning a prize and being told it was a mistake before spending it. It was distressing. Were we kicked out? Is there still a chance? After numerous attempts, they were unable to enter the hypercube, and the newly appointed leader could only leave with resentment, now completely disarmed. That little thief only needed one cube to annihilate them. Let's go? If we don't leave now, we might not be able to escape. Wandering. They treaded the old historical path once more. In fact, Chu Xian hadn't pursued them at all. At this moment, he was outside the central black hole of the neighboring galaxy. After a long journey, his subordinate's ship had arrived here. They had just conducted a test. Similarly, there was a layer of barrier here. Both the probes and ships that entered had lost contact. However, they were experienced and remained calm. Chu Xian ordered one of the captured mirror sphere beings beside him. Go in and take a look. Yes. Without hesitation, it entered. A few seconds later, it flew back out, indicating that there were no issues, and it also brought back news that there was indeed a hypercube inside. However, its size was relatively average. The edge length of the hypercube at the center of the Milky Way black hole was 120 million kilometers, while here it was only 30 million kilometers, nearly a quarter. Another hypercube, different sizes, the same hydrogen transformation method. Was it independent or dominated by that giant in the Milky Way? While pondering, Chu Xian continued to send his subordinates inside to see if they could gain access using the same method. However, an hour later, the message came back. Mission failed. For some reason, this hypercube could not be entered through transcendence, as if it had hit a wall. Failed. Can't get in. Chu Xian fell into deep thought, wondering where the problem lay. Did the hypercube need to operate for a while before opening? Was retreat the only option? Despite his curiosity, he wasn't prepared to take the field himself. Let us try again. If it still doesn't work, then we'll withdraw. With a thought, a dozen beings appeared beside him, all different types of special life forms, primarily energy-based. They possessed unique advantages: light speed, immortality, and the ability to ignore ordinary matter. With a few even able to bypass special materials and pass through without obstruction. Chu Xian ordered, "Go in and see if you can enter the hypercube." Yes. His subordinates, unafraid of death, as soldiers of the Stellar Vanguard fleet, obeyed without a moment's hesitation. They passed through the outer barrier. Whoosh. Whoosh. Activate the talent, move at light speed, and wait another hour. It's done. Good news has arrived. Really? Chu Xian, who initially had little hope, suddenly felt a jolt of excitement as his subordinates reported that 2 types of life forms had succeeded. One is a black crystal with talent for mass energy conversion. The other is an exotic dark energy life form that just joined the constellation last month. So the question arises, why can't the phasing get in? Forget it. Chu Xian shook his head, wondering why he was overthinking it. As long as they can get in, that's what matters. Explore the accessible areas. Soon after, he dispatched over 100 of the 2 types of life forms. Based on past experiences, as long as they could enter, the hypercube would not limit the number. They discovered their own detectors. They found our spaceship. The overall condition was intact, but it was trapped in a hypercube chamber. Chu Xian was not surprised. This had happened before at the center of the galaxy, where external creations would first be captured by the hypercube upon entry. Soon after, they would be expelled. When the Mirror Sphere civilization's home planet entered, it was swallowed whole once, and then, well, you know. Chapter 507. Hello? Indigenous civilization. This is also why Chu Xian was hesitant to step in. Once inside, they would be detected by the hypercube. Forced transmission is possible. But without understanding the way in, there's no need to expose themselves. As they continued exploring, empty. Chu Xian was somewhat surprised. The hypercube storage at the center of the galaxy contained numerous cubes, almost in piles. Here, there was nothing. No. Strictly speaking, not even a storage room was found. After a full day of exploration. Equipment. The gathered information led to one conclusion. This was purely a hydrogen transformation device, and due to its small size, it had no space to serve as a storage area. Unlike the large ones at the center of the galaxy, where the edge lengths differ by 4 times, resulting in a volume difference of 64 times, providing ample internal space. Well then, the plan to take advantage of the small cube has fallen through. Just when he was worried. Hello, indigenous civilization. A black crystal life form suddenly received a piece of information directly transmitted into its mind. And due to the shared perception among faction members, Chu Xian immediately learned about it. Who are you? Of course, he didn't ask directly, but had his subordinates inquire. At this moment, Chu Xian felt a bit nervous. Would they be exposed? I think you should have guessed by now. I am Yuan. So this is the management hub of the Silver Core Hypercube? With the introduction, it turned out that the analysis found that the technological creation that intruded into the center of the galaxy was consistent with this side, determined to be the same civilization. Moreover, their technological level was not weak, reaching a certain hidden condition. Blah blah blah. In short, he obtained the qualification for complete access to the hypercube, but only limited to that. They granted first-level access and 600 large cubes. If they could decipher and replicate, they would be granted higher access based on the extent. Chu Xian finally understood why the Mirror Sphere civilization never destroyed the cubes. It was because they had not received this information. They had no idea about the illegal processes. Thinking they had found treasure, so why would they casually break it? Due to the fact that the permissions obtained here are through proper procedures. I directly told him to feel free to dismantle and encouraged him to crack it. As long as you can develop it, permissions will be upgraded based on progress. What is the purpose of this? Is it to cultivate civilization? It seems somewhat like that, but it can't be fully trusted. Chu Xian pondered. To some extent, this is feeding information, giving you things to crack, but the purpose is unknown. After all, this approach could not only foster development, but also lead to potential dangers. Caution. Caution. He asked his subordinates. Why create hydrogen transformation? Insufficient permissions. At this moment, Chu Xian somewhat understood why it was called artificial intelligence with limitations. At first, the conversation seemed quite engaging, but after it ended, it went offline immediately. Suddenly, it became completely clueless, which was quite frustrating. Directly increasing permissions? Nowadays, the cracking of the cube has actually reached a completion rate of 70%. Throwing it in would surely elevate permissions. But it's uncertain how many levels it would be. If it's only level 3, it would be meaningless, since there's already level 3 permissions. If the other party does not have good intentions, this would equate to immediate exposure, with unpredictable consequences. Forget it. Wait. I can't engage in such risky actions without sufficient preparation. I need to fully comprehend the cube technology first. Once digested, I'll establish my own system. Only when the space arrives and can completely envelop the supercube, allowing me to control the situation in an instant, will it be the right time in Chu Xian's view. Right now, it's not enough. A radius of 3,600,000 kilometers, while others have 120 million. Of course, although the gap is significant, it is only temporary. It's not an endless wait. With more ships, foraging will be faster. Under normal circumstances, the progress bar could be filled once in 6 years. If a major resource is found, it could be even quicker, like wheat. The Milky Way has 2 companion galaxies, the Large Magellanic Cloud and the Small Magellanic Cloud. The latter being torn into a scattered nebula by the Milky Way's gravity, making it extremely irregular. It seems to lack a central black hole, but it actually exists. It's just that the entire galaxy was shaken apart, and with the astronomical observation technology from decades ago, it wasn't found. Just now, news came in. The spaceship has arrived. That massive black hole was not targeted for hydrogen transformation. It has a mass 61,000 times that of the Sun. That's a relief. Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. 2 major resources were consumed by hydrogen transformation, but at least one was left. Chapter 508, The Granary. 10 minutes later, 600 cubes arrived. and Chu Xian was somewhat surprised because initially, he thought the transfer point was at the galactic center. He didn't expect it to be delivered right on the spot. Not only hydrogen transformation equipment, but also production capabilities? It wasn't too much of a surprise. Chu Xian didn't pay much attention. A supercube with a side length of 30 million kilometers could produce small objects with a side length of 60 kilometers. Quite reasonable. It seems that this thing does not have a configuration limit, but can be manufactured without restrictions. After having his subordinates drive the 600 cubes a distance away, they descended. Recovered. He was too lazy to dismantle them, just tossed them into the warehouse. After finishing up, he discovered that the mirror-like sphere civilization's mother star was traveling at 2,000 times the speed of light. A detector near the galactic center has sent back a message. Chu Xian was slightly taken aback. What? Home planet? Planning to escape? He hadn't even pursued the other party and hadn't thought about launching an attack. He was actually preparing to coax them into surrendering. But he hadn't had the chance to do so yet. A strong assault? That is troublesome. He must use the cube. However, after being replaced by a star system, charging into the galactic center so blatantly could easily attract attention from artificial intelligence. Unexpectedly, before the plan could be executed, they had already made a run for it. Wait, where's the bait? Just one home planet running away? Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the case. He didn't see any escorting cubes. Was this a trap to lure him in? After having schemed against the other party several times, Chu Xian couldn't help but overthink. Just a home planet. No escort. Quite suspicious. Should he take the bait? Block them? Obviously, he should block them. As for the scheme, one could only find out by trying. He didn't have to go personally, so he immediately ordered, block them 6 light years ahead. Forget the cubes, just use the black hole ship. At worst, they would suffer some losses. At this moment, on the home planet of the mirror sphere civilization, would the little thief fall for it? Perhaps. Hopefully, they wouldn't pursue. Without the cube, they could only escape like this. Even with the cube, they could only escape like this, unable to accelerate. The cube's leap only applied to itself. Anything beyond it could not be carried. Each was praying, hoping the little thief would overthink it. They were already in a dire situation. Let us not have any more explosions. Boom. An explosion shook the home planet, bringing it to a halt from its superliminal state. What is happening? No idea. Quick, investigate. It wasn't long before the cause was found. Their stored lead elements underwent a collective fission. Careless, they thought the stable lead wouldn't be affected. But it was infuriating. The descending intervals were getting shorter and shorter. The new patriarch was furious. Just as they were escaping, suddenly slapped to the ground. It was quite painful, and it seemed it would take a while to recover. Wait, no. Why was the entire home planet affected by the reconstruction rules? Why was it impacted by hydrogen transformation waves? The penetration power of hydrogen transformation was strengthening. Other than that, he couldn't think of anything else. Surely their rule technology wasn't weak, right? Well, that seemed possible. They had to discard all positive particle matter, not leaving even a single iron particle. Fortunately, 99% of the materials on the home planet weren't common elements from the periodic table. Otherwise, they would have probably ended up exploding completely. Overloaded? Watching the home planet come to a stop, Chu Xian was also puzzled. It stopped, discarding things. They looked busy and confused. Descending attacks had reached the lead element. Just as he was wondering about this, Chu Xian received news from the detector near the galactic center about the specially placed lead element fission. Fortunately, the amount was small. Only a few dozen lead atoms. Even if they all underwent fission, the released energy wouldn't be too great. So that is how it was. Moreover, causing such a stable element to undergo nuclear fission at normal temperatures had also strengthened the penetration power of hydrogen transformation. Of course, for the spaceship in Chu Xuan's hands, it was not affected much, relying on dimensional space and possessing a complete rules system technology. The same constant reconstruction was applied. Its own type was leak-proof. The mirror sphere civilization did not have such a complete rules system. The constant reconstruction barriers they created were much weaker. Simply put, one had a defense power of 999, while the other had 99. Under normal circumstances, it was hard to tell the difference, as their effects were quite similar. However, when the attack intensified and exceeded a certain threshold, the shortcomings of the latter would be immediately exposed. Continuing to monitor, it was time to eat. Arriving at the supermassive black hole in the small Magellanic Cloud Star system, they descended. Devour. Swallowing it whole was not yet feasible. With over 600,000 times the mass of the sun, even the appetite of dimensional space was not that large, requiring a slow nibbling. Even if it was consumed, a certain digestion time was still necessary. Simply put, the maximum limit for digestion in one day was 10,000 suns. To consume this giant candy bean entirely would take 2 months. Finally, they could eat to their heart's content every day. Lying in the grand granary felt absolutely wonderful. Chapter 509, Expansion. Expansion. A week later, Outside the Silver Heart, the Mirror Sphere civilization's mother star, on its second journey, came to a halt again in front of a black hole spaceship blocking the way. A decision was made. The new leader sighed deeply, making this difficult choice. Recalling the days since taking office. Boo-hoo. Want to cry? Nothing had gone smoothly. Besides inheriting a mess from the previous leader, they had to face a series of setbacks. Losing permissions, being banned from entry, fleeing with a bucket, only to be bombed upon exit. Just after setting off, they were intercepted. One incident after another, all striking at their willpower. Upon seeing the black hole spaceship, they thought they might be surrounded by cubes. Why not surrender? Were they expecting fireworks? On the other side, upon hearing this news, Chu Xian was also taken aback. What? Surrender? So straightforward, could it be a trick? He ordered them to follow the black hole spaceship to this coordinate. Chu Xian was unsure of the truth and could only lead them on for now. A few days later, as they made contact step by step, the confusion was finally resolved. Recover permissions? Forcefully emptying pockets, not leaving even one part behind. Virtualized entry ban? Upon learning the whole situation, Chu Xian seemed to understand that the purpose of the cubes was for research. Now wanting to flee with the cubes was naturally against the rules. Therefore, a ban on entry was imposed, as the neighboring black hole's hypercube was also under management. That's why there were useless virtualizations during the exploration. Well, so that's how it was, leaving with nothing. Completely losing qualification. Dream shattered. Strictly speaking, the Mirror Sphere civilization had also drawn a good card, but unfortunately, they played this game poorly. Without hints, they were reluctant to destroy the cube. As fugitives, stealing had become a habit, waiting idly, thinking that guarding a mountain of gold would allow them to win by lying down. However, it was also thanks to this. Otherwise, the stars will face a galaxy ruled by a civilization of mirror-like spheres, relying on 600 cubes. This is enough to sweep from the eastern part of the galaxy to the west without encountering any opponents. There are no ifs, only results. Chu Xian emerged victorious, taking the captured home planet to the location of the transmission node, and continued to consume wheat candy beans. At this moment, after devouring an equivalent mass of 80,000 suns, he felt full. Expansion. The dimensional space trembled, with boundaries continuously extending. 3,700,000 kilometers. 3,800,000 kilometers. 4,000,000 kilometers. 5,000,000 kilometers. Finally, it stopped at a radius of 8,000,000 kilometers, feeling a more stable space and a stronger authority. Now, combined with subspace, the entire civilization of the galaxy could move in, albeit in a cramped manner. Indeed, cramped. He was referring to the galaxy, not a fleeing army. Only a minority could escape, less than 1%. The remaining ones could only wait for death. The resource exploration fleet of the stars could save a portion. If they were all crammed in at once, it would be impossible for any subordinate civilization to share dozens of billions of square kilometers of land. Even 100 million would be a lot. The dimensional space is still too small, Chu Xian thought. Indeed, compared to the vastness of the universe, this is it. The distance from the Sun to its nearest planet Mercury is over 50 million kilometers, and to Earth, it is 150 million kilometers. When will the area of the star continent be as large as the solar system to be considered not small? For 2 whole months, Chu Xian consumed all the wheat candy beans. Full. Expansion. The radius of the dimensional space expanded from 8 million kilometers to 20 million kilometers, with a conversion rate that was pitifully low. Fortunately, the strength of the authority made Chu Xian feel it was worth it. Once it descends, it could already overshadow the neighboring river system's hypercube with a side length of 30 million kilometers. However, it wasn't enough. Without enveloping the central hypercube of the galaxy, such recklessness was not advisable, and Chu Xian wanted to confirm one more thing. What was the situation with the black hole in the Andromeda Galaxy? Chapter 510. Officially entering high-speed civilization today, Chu Xian was curious whether a smaller entity would attract a larger one. Although he might not necessarily be afraid, it would be rather boring. Therefore, he needed to confirm a few things, such as whether there were even larger entities. There was only one way to determine this, to take a look at the Andromeda Galaxy. The black hole there has a mass 100 million times that of the Sun, significantly larger than most found in this galaxy. To harness it for hydrogen transformation, a more robust hypercube would be required. Once this was confirmed, a plan could be formulated. It wouldn't take long. At over 2 million light-years away, it could be reached in 7 years, and accounting for the distance to the center of the river system, the total journey would be less than 8 years. Chu Xian smiled wryly at the frustrating scale of the universe. Acceleration. Acceleration was necessary. 8 years was the current situation, and if fast, it could be done in 5 years. The research on his wormhole spaceship was nearing completion, with the basic version of the 10,000-fold warp spaceship undergoing testing. Once a mature technological framework is established, the next phase is a period of rapid growth. It's like a building. Once the foundation is solid, it can rise as high as desired. With the support of advanced technology and unique advantages, achieving an annual increase of 100,000 is completely feasible. Who knows if the black hole in the Andromeda Galaxy can escape disaster? Never mind, it's better not to get too hopeful, to avoid ending up disappointed. For now, I won't dare to think about the big opportunities and will settle for smaller ones instead. There are still many members in this galaxy group to consider. This galaxy group refers to the collection of about 50 galaxies, including the Milky Way, Andromeda, and the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds. The two largest among them are the Milky Way and Andromeda, while the others are relatively smaller and more dispersed. Together, they form a region with a diameter of 10 million light-years. Therefore, with some effort, it's still possible to find smaller opportunities like the black holes in the Milky Way and enjoy a satisfying feast. Before the advanced technology reaches the Andromeda Galaxy, there should still be time for one more expansion. At this point, it is January 2104. 30 years. From 2074 to now, a full 30 years have passed. In his 40s, but looking like he's in his 20s, Chu Xian feels pretty good about it. If 100 years pass, it will still be the same. Some say immortality is a curse. Perhaps it is, but at least for him, it isn't, at least not for now. In the time ahead, it will be about shipbuilding, research, and foraging, returning to the days of occasional hearty meals. A week later, the spacecraft arrived at a position within a smaller member of the galaxy group. The opportunity was modest, only 10,000 times the mass of the sun. No doubt about it, dinnerware was ready, and it would be consumed within 3 to 5 days. On June 6th, the basic version of the wormhole spacecraft successfully completed its third long-distance test. Good news arrived. Thus, the civilization now possessed its own wormhole spacecraft technology, officially entering the ranks of advanced civilizations. Below this speed, one truly lacks the qualifications to explore the universe, only able to wander nearby. We have an extremely well-established regulatory system, along with a reference from advanced technology. In just 1 year, speeds can reach 100,000 times, with annual increments possible at the very least. Scientists are quite confident. With ready answers and a strong foundation, drawing inferences from one example isn't too difficult. It's worth noting that the research team dedicated to wormhole spacecraft development exceeds 1 trillion. Countless geniuses and prodigies are involved. The foundational technology is solid, and the remaining task is simply to increase power to make the spacecraft faster and upgrade the equipment. Chapter 511. News Report Wormhole Spacecraft Breakthrough. A joyous occasion that certainly needs to be publicized. Therefore, in the evening, the official news from the Stellar Civilization Alliance featured a 3-minute report. As the public ended their day's work, enjoying dinner while watching the news. What? The wormhole spacecraft has been developed? Starting at a speed of 1,000 times light? This is incredible. Moreover, it is expected to reach 100,000 times in a year. Let me take a moment. This can't be a dream, right? It hurts. It's real. Amazing. Knees down, I'm kneeling to watch the news. Humanity on Earth is collectively caught in excitement. 10,000 times. 100,000 times. Such data would have been unimaginable on Earth decades ago, when we were still struggling like an old ox pulling a cart, with the planet being pushed along by engines. It was slow and exhausting, and there seemed to be no hope for a better life. Even reaching the nearest star system would take over 2,000 years. Too long, far too long. By then, we would have long been gone. The living conditions were poor and cramped. But now, wow. Spaceships traveling at 10,000 times the speed of light just appeared out of nowhere. They have become a common means of transportation in just a few decades. This is true progress, like a cheat code has been activated. Earth's civilization feels proud, while other civilizations are in shock. The stars have become powerful again. A year later, at 100,000 times the speed, and 2 years later, at 200,000, we have officially transitioned from a star system civilization to a cosmic civilization. We take pride in this. Yes, that's how the term is used in our language, right? Chinese characters, Chinese language, all civilizations must learn them. While it's not mandatory to use them all the time, everyone must be able to recognize, write, and understand them. Why is it not enforced? It's simple. Many civilizations don't even have vocal cords. They communicate through electromagnetic waves, mental energy, and flashes of light. There are dozens, or even hundreds of ways to communicate, and sound wave communication is just one of them. Many don't even possess vocal cords. What can be done? Force them to grow vocal cords? Joining the stars has indeed proven to be the best choice. Excitement and enthusiasm spread across the star continent. However, at this moment, Chu Xian feels quite helpless. Alright, let's continue to nurture. We still need to forage for food. The wormhole ships have high critical energy requirements. And there are currently 1,000 black hole ships that need to upgrade beyond the standard line. They need to consume a large number of stars. Therefore, for a while, the foraging fleet of wormhole ships will no longer support him, but will be used to upgrade their energy. Fortunately, there are still plenty of targets in this star system. Now, Half of the control center in his hand has already been replaced with the star system systems. They scatter to search for resources, keeping Chu Xian extremely busy, working like a dog. The foraging methods of the cube and the black hole ship are different. The latter can directly consume the stars it finds. And once it accumulates enough mass, Chu Xian can harvest all at once. However, the cube cannot do that. Although it has a central black hole, it cannot consume stars and cannot constantly reconstruct to escape with a star. Thus, once a target is found, Chu Xian can only rush over to consume it. Making hundreds of trips a day, there's simply no stopping. It's better to develop reliable technology ourselves. Our wormhole ships have a consumption function. And once 1,000 wormhole ships are operational, the cube, it might as well be sent to a museum. Cube number 446 has arrived at the new target. Hearing the prompt, it's time to get to work. Chapter 512. Choosing decency. In the days that followed, the stars continued to expand at a remarkably fast pace. Galaxies. Barley wheat. Civilizations from various dwarf galaxies in this galaxy group are being continuously recruited, even though the hydrogen transformation has not affected this area. However, it does not mean that there is a lack of awareness here. Initially, in search of external assistance, certain civilizations in the galaxy sent out numerous messages, all equipped with self-decoding features. This allowed many civilizations within the surrounding dwarf galaxies to be informed of the crisis. Consequently, without much consideration, they chose to join the stars. Once this opportunity is missed, it may never come again. The ships of the stars won't stay for long, and if they miss it, they might not have another chance. The sense of crisis and urgency leaves them with no other choice. Of course, there are a few civilizations that refuse to leave, insisting on coexisting with the galaxy. 2 years later, in the neighboring galaxy, 30 boarding points were gradually set up. Whoosh, whoosh. Starships arrived one after another, most of which were enclaves established by dominant civilizations to consolidate their control over the galaxy. After upgrading the starships, they rushed over at full speed. Arriving so early. Aren't you here as well? The highest commanders of 2 enclaves chatted, understanding each other without needing to say much. According to the information provided by the stars, there are 5 years left until boarding time. However, with the current hydrogen transformation, it's natural to dock first in order to feel secure, thus bringing their families along. They arrived first. Is that a black hole ship? What a massive size. It's hard to tell what kind of technology can tame it so obediently. They looked longingly into the distance, and when facing the stars, any jealousy had dissipated, leaving only admiration, selling them starships with speeds hundreds of times that of light. However, the data suggests that the other party possesses technology with speeds over 10,000 times that of light, a full generation's worth of disparity. No, perhaps even further, as this is only what they have seen. What remains unseen might be even more shocking. At this moment, the number of starships in the whole galaxy has increased by tens of thousands of times compared to a few years ago, with many civilizations engaged in construction. Where does the technology come from? It was provided by a certain influential figure. After acquiring the technology for starships that travel hundreds of times the speed of light, the Council of Elders generously offered a large amount of technology for free. Of course, it wasn't all of it, but rather technology below 100 times the speed of light. Their intentions were transparent, to gain favor and build alliances. Despite their reluctance, reality was in front of them. If this trend continues, the Council of Elders believes it is highly likely they will also join the alliance of star civilizations, and naturally, having multiple allies is a good thing. The effect has been quite positive, with many civilizations expressing gratitude. In this regard, Chu Xian observed everything but was not concerned at all. They had no idea what the true intentions of the stars were. In fact, they had considered doing similar things but ultimately did not proceed. Hard work brings rewards. Equitable exchange. The stars are not a charitable organization. Outside the galaxy, aboard a passenger black hole ship, another one has left. Sigh. At this rate, there will only be our family left on board. On the administrative flagship of one of the top 10 civilizations, the Free Alliance, the atmosphere is quite tense. It has been years since they boarded. Faced with the allure of the stars, many on the same ship chose to join. Departing the ship, it was unclear where they were headed. Possibly to the core fleet of the stars, the main base of operations. Where exactly? What would it be like? They had no idea, but it was certain that the conditions would be better than what they had now. Initially, there were 13 civilizations on board. Now only 2 remained. A week later, we are the only ones left. The leadership of the Free Alliance fell into collective silence. Their pride did not allow them to bow down. But the reality was too harsh. At that moment, a senior officer stood up and said, "Everyone, we should have seen the purpose of the stars by now. If this continues, the other side's patience is likely to run out, and what will we face then?" What would we face? Of course, it would shift from persuasion to hostility, although it seemed that the stars did not have such a low moral standard. But could everyone afford to gamble casually? If they lost, there would be no room left. At least now there was some dignity, allowing them to make a choice. "I choose dignity," declared a representative of an alliance member. Soon, more voices joined in support. Chapter 513. The Stars, the top civilization of the galaxy. Before long, more than half of the members in this meeting chose dignity, not wanting to wait until the stars' patience ran out. Moreover, they were also eager. Once they joined, the opening of technology would be an irresistible temptation for many technologically advanced civilizations, eager to cling to a powerful ally. Previously, they had been influenced by a long-standing ideology of freedom, unwilling to be subservient. Now, the situation was different. Watching others feast, they could only drool from a distance. Over time, their mindset was on the verge of breaking down. Who still cared about persistence? Everything for the sake of truth. "This vote is valid," announced the current leader of the alliance. Faced with such a situation, they could only follow the will of fate. Opposition? Forget it. This term was about to end, and they would soon step down. The situation was already clear, and dragging it out wouldn't change the outcome. If they used a veto, the next term could still pass the resolution. What to do? What would they be in the eyes of the stars? Stubborn elements? Although they were not afraid of retribution, there were other civilizations behind them. They needed to be decisive. Resolve it in this term to reduce trouble. The Free Alliance agreed. Meanwhile, Chu Xian learned the news, marking the first of the top 10 civilizations in the galaxy to join. The other 9 were still observing. However, with the first breakthrough, he believed that with a little promotion, the others would not be able to sit still. In a moment of thought, he arrived at the spacecraft. The senior members of the Free Alliance were eagerly awaiting the messenger from the stars to transfer them to another ship. However, the situation was somewhat different from what they had anticipated. Buzz, a special fluctuation, made many unique life forms tremble mentally. What was this? Such strong spatial stability for them. The normal universe felt like steel and mud, completely on a different level. My goodness, I can't even influence its rules, not even a bit. This is unscientific. A variety of unique life forms exist, each with different talents. Some can analyze the rules of the universe, while others can manipulate them simply. However, now, they all feel as if their abilities have mysteriously vanished. It's shocking. Soon after, they sense a change in their environment and find themselves in a special space. Welcome to the 6th Transitional Management Area of the Stellar Civilization Alliance. Following this, like all civilizations that had arrived before, countless beings within the Free Alliance were collectively stunned by the news. An independent space, safe and comfortable, isolating hydrogen transformation. Is this the trump card of the stars? Is this the true essence of the stars? This is far more substantial than expected. Given these conditions, why didn't anyone mention it earlier? They would have rushed over without hesitation instead of waiting until now, tangled in indecision for so long. A month later, the learning was completed. The Free Alliance officially disbanded, with each civilization becoming an individual member under the direct management of the stars. This news was communicated to all civilizations aboard the ships. Consequently, in the following month, more and more civilizations joined without hesitation, putting pressure on the remaining 9 top civilizations. The news from the Free Alliance was like a breakthrough, igniting intense internal debates. If not for being aboard another ship and having all their weapons confiscated, a conflict might have erupted. Ultimately, the faction advocating for dignity prevailed. 3 months later, in the year 2107, the last of the top 10 civilizations in the galaxy made a dignified decision. From then on, the stars officially became the leader of the galaxy. Chapter 514, Celebration of Earth Civilization. With this joyful announcement, the Earth civilization was collectively stunned. What? The most powerful force in the galaxy? Incredible. The leader? The stars have become this formidable? It's hard to describe. It's impressive. Majestic. The shock brought by the wormhole ships 3 years ago pales in comparison to today's revelation. Previously, it was merely a technological breakthrough. Now, it's extraordinary. It has become the strongest indigenous civilization in the galaxy, which is truly unbelievable. Power, status, territory, none can be compared. Look, the stars have decrypted some information from the galaxy following the hydrogen transformation crisis, revealing that there was a large-scale evacuation. All 10 top civilizations have now joined the stars. This is amazing. The decrypted information is extensive, including the previous distribution of major forces in the galaxy and several significant events. Families in tow, collective evacuations, stellar ships, and various actions taken by the stars. Even though not everything is revealed, many questions remain, keeping everyone intrigued. According to the news reports, the stars have gradually progressed from a civilization in flight to one that has risen from obscurity. Ultimately, through relentless effort, it has become the leading figure, shouldering responsibilities and forging ahead, truly inspirational. In Baiyun Town, the training department, Liu Peiqiang was also struck by much of the content, as he had just learned of many of these developments, despite being a general minister. However, his responsibilities do not involve external affairs. Therefore, certain information is beyond his knowledge. Although he knows Chu Xian, he has never been a gossip and does not ask unnecessary questions. Thank you for your hard work, everyone, Liu Peiqiang said softly. We can only think in this direction. The amount of work required to assimilate so many civilizations is immense. However, it has not been heard that the departments in Baiyun Town have been heavily involved in this work, so there must be other forces executing it. For example, the Stellar Vanguard Joint Fleet. Of course, this is merely military power. Without technology, it's all nonsense. As for the members of the decision-making committee, there is only one from the military side, while the rest are scientists who, like Chu Xian, are rarely seen. Whenever asked, they are busy, hardly taking breaks. Always on standby 24 hours a day. It seems that all committee members are dedicated, all for the strength of the alliance. Years of effort have yielded significant results, finally elevating the stellar civilization to its current height. That night, almost every family in the entire civilization of Earth celebrated as if it were a festival. This event was truly monumental and worthy of celebration. Similarly, in the courtyard outside Baiyun Town, Han Xiang prepared a grand feast, and coincidentally, Chu Xian had 2 hours of free time to join him for a meal. While eating, Han Xiang asked the newly arrived Chu Xian, Xuanzi, are you still busy next? Chu Xian nodded. At this stage, it seems that the stellar civilization has reached the top, but it is just the beginning. The galaxy beyond is vast. Hearing this, Han Xiang sighed inwardly. With power comes responsibility. Although he is one of the 19 most powerful figures in the Stellar Civilization Alliance as a member of the highest decision-making committee, he hardly enjoys much in life. Work has almost become his entire existence. To the stellar civilization. To the future. After 2 hours of eating, Chu Xian returned to work. The wormhole spaceship capable of traveling at 300,000 times the speed of light has already produced a test ship. Soon, the cube will be decommissioned, with most of its batteries removed to be used in their own wormhole spaceship. That night, many people celebrated until dawn, feeling no fatigue at all. From a gray and gloomy existence to becoming the backbone of the galaxy. What a thrilling experience. There is just a slight regret that they cannot explore other civilizations. The vastness of the stellar continent still lacks an accurate figure, only a map that is continually being updated. There is a need to work even harder. Otherwise, if the subordinate civilizations are too strong and the leading civilization is too weak, it would be easy to be toppled. Exactly. As the top figure, it is strictly speaking that the strength of the Earth civilization is extremely mismatched. From the news, those civilizations are not weak at all. If it weren't for the stellar civilization's overly strong grave-digging technology, they might be easily overpowered. History, technology, talent. Each aspect crushes that of Earth's humanity. Even 1 against 1 without external support, a 1 against a billion scenario would still have plenty of advantages. This gap is greater than that between humans and ants. While ants can still bite and cause harm, a large population of humans can only wait for their demise. Therefore, a sense of crisis arose in her heart, and the thought of resting on her laurels due to her status could only be quickly cast aside. She decided to give it her all. From the next day on, many people came to understand this. They began to work hard, study. Even those in the village who were preparing to farm and retire started reading books in their spare time, suddenly gaining awareness. In the past, it was merely about fleeing without much feeling. Now, as a leader, the pressure increased significantly. In Baiyun Town, in a villa, Han Duoduo woke up and felt beside her, empty. She recalled that last night, Chu Xian had finished dinner and hurried off to work again. A smile unconsciously appeared on her lovely face. 6 years ago, after yearning for Xian for so many years, she finally couldn't hold back anymore. On her birthday, her wish was finally fulfilled. If she hadn't taken the initiative, she might still be sleeping alone. Looking back, Han Duoduo still felt a bit shy about it. 6 years had passed. It wasn't that she was shy. It was just that Chu Xian had been too busy over the years to be glued together all the time, preventing them from developing into an old married couple. The total time they spent together in a month was less than a day. Every meeting was filled with freshness, and that feeling was quite nice. Get up, eat, wash up, go to work. Arriving at the headquarters of the highest decision-making committee, Deputy Director Han, good morning. Good morning. As a married woman, she shone even brighter. But no one dared to look too long, even the new rotating committee members. Han Duoduo seemed to sense a hint of inexplicable respect from them. Strange, she thought. It must be an illusion. 2 months later, the 6th test of the wormhole spaceship traveling at 300,000 times the speed of light passed. Upon receiving the news, Chu Xian smiled. At last, they had caught up to the 3rd level of permissions for the cube. And research showed that this was already the fastest speed for the cube. Of course, it couldn't be said that there weren't faster cubes. It was just limited by energy levels. With a side length of 60 kilometers, the black hole inside was actually not large, only capable of supporting 300,000 times the speed of light at most. Therefore, They could only be happy for a moment, but wouldn't get carried away. The technological gap between Xingqian and the supercube remained vast. Excluding their own hang-ups, it was truly something to look up to, literally from a kneeling position. With their own high-speed spaceship, they accelerated the production of 1,000 supporting vessels. Yes, Chi-Chi quickly joined the construction project. Since many individual devices were already mature and had stock, there was no need to start from scratch. They only needed to manufacture some devices that matured later and upgraded components. It wouldn't take too long, half a year would suffice. Then, they would begin to dismantle the batteries from the 9 cubes and integrate them into their own black hole. Strictly speaking, there would be some overflow. Their black hole had been consuming for so long. Combined with the cube, it was enough to produce 1,500 ships capable of 300,000 times the speed. But things couldn't be viewed that way. Right now, it was 300,000. Next year, it might be 400,000. The year after that, perhaps 600,000. With increasingly higher demands for critical energy, this overflow would soon be leveled out. This was a bottomless pit. In the future, perhaps 100 years later, the number of wormhole ships in the hands of Xingqian is only 1,000. Any more would be unaffordable. In the next 6 months, there will be a changeover and upgrades. All 1,000 wormhole ships have reached a speed of 300,000 times the speed of light. The average distance between star systems in the galaxy is 5 light-years. Theoretically, a single ship can reach 60,000 star systems in a year. 1,000 ships means 60 million. It's practically a windfall. Of course, the actual situation will be slightly less due to various detours and overlapping paths, resulting in increased travel time. Additionally, consuming stars also takes time. It's not like they can just swallow them whole. Even so, the minimum should be 30 million in a year. We need to speed things up. There's competition from the hydrogen transformation. There are only so many star systems. And as hydrogen transformation continues to expand and obliterate stars, it's a complete waste. Therefore, all 1,000 wormhole ships have been dispatched to circle the entire boundary of hydrogen transformation. Although it's unclear why hydrogen transformation is being created, competing for resources with us is simply unacceptable. According to calculations, within the galaxy, 1,000 wormhole ships can seize 1% of the star systems. And as the speed of our ships increases, in the future, we can take them all, leaving nothing for hydrogen transformation. With the complete integration of the top 10 advanced civilizations, Xingqian's research speed has taken another leap forward. Some long-hidden technologies have also been fully contributed. To support Xingqian, countless scientists, after learning the prerequisite technologies, have joined the wormhole ship project. The goal set for next year is 400,000. The year after, 600,000. Xingqian's targets are somewhat ambitious, but they are not arbitrary. With a solid foundation laid, the later phase will involve upgrading devices one by one. Under the million light-year wormhole ships, there are not many obstacles for Xingqian. This is the dream of scientific research. How blissful. After learning the prerequisite technologies, the scientists from the advanced civilizations felt fulfilled after seeing all the technical information about the wormhole ships. Their long-held dreams have finally come true. Moreover, the path ahead is different from typical research. Although they are at the forefront, navigating cautiously, Xingqian somehow has access to so many devices and materials, as well as a complete set of rules. It's no wonder Xingqian is so powerful. Compared to it, what are the advanced civilizations but mere dust? They seem to be born at the finish line, while others have to chase step by step, often without success. The gap is immense. Fortunately, they are now part of it. They have benefited from it, being brought to the finish line by Xingqian, witnessing the most beautiful scenery, with countless future wonders beckoning to them. Another 6 months have passed. By March 2108, the 400,000 times the speed of light ship has completed testing and is starting a new round of equipment upgrades. On that day, Chu Xian replaced the cube heading to the Andromeda Galaxy. With the speed boost, they should reach the target galaxy location within a year and a half at the latest. Quite looking forward to it. Strictly speaking, this is the first truly long-distance journey, even though they have been to the large Magellanic Cloud star system before. Ultimately, it is just a neighboring galaxy within the Milky Way, only about hundreds of thousands of light-years away. The Andromeda Galaxy, which is over 2 million light-years distant, can be considered a far neighbor. The Andromeda Galaxy, much larger than the Milky Way, should have many resources, thought Chu Xian. There was no helping it. He was used to it. The entire Milky Way was like a granary to him. He was looking forward to it. Just 6 months after switching to his own spaceship, he unexpectedly encountered a civilization that was heading towards the Milky Way. Chapter 5:17. Speed calculation in progress. Target has arrived. This surprised Chu Xian slightly. In intergalactic space, communication is extremely rare, limited by the vastness of interstellar distances. Civilizations traveling below 10,000 times the speed of light find it difficult to reach other isolated islands. Of course, when Chu Xian referred to isolated islands, He didn't mean the Milky Way and the Large and Small Magellanic Clouds, which are merely hundreds of thousands of light years apart and not considered too far. It is the distances of over 1,000,000 light years that truly count. The journey is empty without resource replenishment, making it easy to become stranded. It's not like a fighter jet with a range of 10,000 kilometers can achieve 100 million kilometers with 1,000 auxiliary fuel tanks. Just a few seconds after departure, to propel a fighter jet and 1,000 auxiliary tanks, one tank of fuel would be depleted. Therefore, without a black hole spaceship and the energy of a massive black hole, crossing vast interstellar distances is extremely difficult. Getting stranded midway is a direct disaster. It's not that it's impossible, but rather very challenging. Dark energy pervades the universe. If used as fuel, it could provide energy along the way. But the efficiency is too low. The density of dark energy is low, and the collection speed is slow, requiring over 100 years to charge, and then only able to travel for 3 days at light speed. This method of taking a breath and then moving forward is indeed achievable, but it's absurd. Even if dark energy life forms do not rely on spaceships and can travel at their own speed of light, what is the point of taking 1,000,000 years to cover 1,000,000 light years? With that time, one could accomplish something more worthwhile. The risks are high, and the returns are low. Don't even mention resources from intergalactic areas. At such a vast distance, resources cannot truly be considered resources. If the technology is not up to standard, the return trip will yield resources insufficient to cover the fuel consumed on the way. Considering all factors, low-speed civilizations generally remain confined to their own regions. This is also what surprised Chu Xian. The civilization before him, utilizing stellar energy, was nearing 400 times the speed of light and was not far from becoming stranded. Although they had nearly 60 stellar ships, it was futile. Reaching the Milky Way was impossible. Interesting. Chu Xian instructed the traveling spaceship to continue while he personally took another ship to catch up quickly. They also had a weekly docking to exchange data. Otherwise, they risked missing each other. In a wormhole state, communication was unavailable, and external detection equipment was similarly affected. With spatial lenses reaching 200 light years, the other party was located 160 light years behind his direction of travel. At this moment, on the largest stellar ship, a group of high-ranking officials from the civilization was daily worried that maintaining 400 times the speed of light was becoming increasingly difficult. Once the critical power is below a certain level, it can only slow down to 390. Ultimately, it can only drift towards the target at 80% of the speed of light, which will take a long time. Faced with this situation, there is nothing that can be done to change it. When the decision to leave the galaxy was made, it had already been considered. But it was a choice that had to be made. Otherwise, death would be inevitable. Just as they were feeling despondent, an alarm suddenly rang out. Unknown spacecraft detected approaching. Speed calculation in progress. Target has been reached. The high-level leaders of the civilization were collectively stunned. What? Just discovered. And the speed calculation hadn't even been reported yet, and they were already here? In an instant, each of them felt a bitter smile. They still hadn't escaped. They actually sent a cube to chase us. Do they think so highly of us? A sense of despair was unavoidable. Compared to the speed of the cube, there was no hope of escape at all. Stop. The thought of dying together was too much to bear, as it wouldn't even hurt the opponent. Thus, all the stellar ships came to a halt. However, upon seeing the wormhole ship that had also stopped, they were momentarily surprised, but continued in despair. It was not a cube, but a sphere, glowing like the sun. It must be a technological breakthrough on their part, having created a cube themselves. Which civilization is this? So powerful. I've never heard of it. Chapter 518. A complete mess. Looking at the dazzling sphere in the distance, no one dared to underestimate it. They had heard of the terror of such things. Facing any enemy, it would directly charge without raising shields. The outcome would be the same. The cube would win decisively. Without losing a hair. It was unreasonably strong. In a direct confrontation, the only options were to surrender or die. There was no third option. Even though the shape of the thing in front of them was round. In their hearts, it was perhaps just a change of skin. Sigh. How did the world suddenly become like this? The leaders of the civilization sighed deeply. Just as they were apprehensive, a decoded message has been received. Sync complete. Unknown signal request, whether to allow forced access. Well, as expected of the cube, it directly invaded their communication system. Before the other side could speak, the leaders immediately said, "We surrender." This left Chu Xian momentarily speechless. It was so sudden, to come up and surrender. Are we really that terrifying? Chu Xian asked, "Where are you going?" "To the galaxy." The leader immediately replied. Of course, in their terminology, the galaxy wasn't called that. It was translated after syncing the text database. Chu Xian asked again, "What are you going there for?" The leader was taken aback. What for? To escape. What else could it be? Why would they ask such a question? Since they had come to pursue their civilization, how could they not know the purpose? It couldn't possibly be to gather information to frame them, right? After thinking for a moment, they cautiously replied, "The universe is so vast. We want to take a look around." Chu Xian was speechless. This response was ridiculous. To go and take a look. If that were the case, why surrender just now? Who goes out for a stroll and surrenders upon meeting someone? It felt like there was something off about this way of talking. Let's South change the place to talk. After saying that, Chu Xian left the wormhole spaceship. Space descended, using teleportation. In the next moment, he appeared next to a stellar ship 40 million kilometers away. And with a thought, he retrieved the star and hundreds of planets. After that, using the same method, 1 per second. 1 minute later, everything was retrieved. It's safer to chat in familiar territory, without the need for guessing. Hello, let me briefly introduce the Star Civilization Alliance, the indigenous civilization of the galaxy. Officially welcoming you to join us. The sudden environmental changes left the civilization leaders in panic, shocked by this news. What? It's not the civilization from the Andromeda galaxy, but from the distant galaxy? Their goal for this journey? They actually came here? Are you really from the galaxy? After exchanging information for a while, the civilization's upper echelons finally believed it. They were surprised to find that their distant neighbor was so powerful, even possessing leap ships. You must be careful. The Andromeda galaxy has cubes, which are quite formidable. The civilization leader quickly reminded them, feeling that while this distant neighbor was not weak, the shadow of the cube was indeed too great. Cubes? Are you referring to this? In the next moment, a cube appeared before him. Hydrogen transformation. The galaxy is also undergoing this process. We have acquired the cube and cracked it. Upon hearing this, the civilization leader nearly bowed in admiration. Through the exchanges, Chu Xian learned about the situation in the Andromeda galaxy. Hydrogen transformation was happening there as well. However, unlike the galaxy, which started from the center, it was more like blooming everywhere, with black holes exceeding 1 million solar masses, all utilizing supercubes to produce hydrogen transformation. As a result, many civilizations acquired cubes, at least a dozen. Consequently, the Andromeda galaxy had now turned into a chaotic battleground. Chapter 519. The tragic fish in the pool. Dozens of factions were dividing the galaxy. At this moment, the Andromeda galaxy could almost be described as a battlefield for civilizations, with conflicts erupting fiercely and ruthlessly. Those who comply thrive. Those who resist perish. They were plundering technology and forcing others into labor. Escape? With the speed of the cubes. How could an ordinary civilization escape? If that were the case, it wouldn't be a big deal. Laboring was one thing. The key issue was that all parties enjoyed launching surprise attacks. In a leap state, they were undetectable. Whoosh. Today, I went to your place and destroyed a civilization that was laboring. Whoosh. Tomorrow, I'll come to your place for revenge. In short, it was unclear who started it. Underhanded tactics became rampant, and everyone acted without reason. When the gods fought, mortals suffered. It was not just collateral damage. It was as if they were targeting the innocent, which was quite tragic. The civilization before him was caught at the intersection of powers, forced into labor by one faction. One day they suddenly learned that their neighbor had been attacked and killed, prompting them to hastily pack and flee. Even if they might fall on the way to the galaxy, it was better than dying like that. After hearing the account, Chu Xian couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. It seemed those civilizations learned about the upgrade permissions from the supercubes, which was why they were so frantically plundering technology and exploiting relatively weaker civilizations, climbing their own technological ladder while causing chaos in enemy camps. In a word, chaos. In order to quickly gain higher authority and achieve an advantage, there are those who resort to unscrupulous means, almost to an extreme level. Describing this as madness would not be an exaggeration. Of course, this has nothing to do with Chu Xian, who has no interest in upholding justice. However, he does have a significant interest in seizing opportunities, especially since the Andromeda galaxy is much larger than the Milky Way and has more abundant resources. The center of the galaxy contains a black hole with a mass 100 million times that of the Sun additionally. There are many black holes within the galaxy that exceed 1 million solar masses, which is the source of the chaos. Furthermore, there are numerous black holes with masses hundreds of thousands of times that of the Sun. This is Chu Xian's goal. He currently doesn't have the time to intervene in the internal affairs of this neighboring region and has limited information. Given the existence of hypercubes and their greater quantity compared to the Milky Way, it's best to proceed with caution. If unnecessary, it's wise to keep a low profile. After gaining more information about the stars, he realized he was dealing with a true powerhouse. The leaders of civilizations couldn't help but exclaim. That day felt like a roller coaster for their civilization, nearly leading them to believe they were on the verge of annihilation. Then they discovered they had encountered a major player. Not only had they unraveled the secrets of the hypercube, but they could also construct their own. Moreover, they possessed something that could only be described as a fantastical dimensional world. This was incredible. They had never even heard of such power before. With such strength and trump cards, how could the civilizations fighting back and forth in the Andromeda galaxy possibly win? As long as the stars were willing, this prolonged chaos would be brought to an end. Of course, this was not within their control. They merely felt fortunate and happy to join such a powerful force. The decision to flee the galaxy with their family was indeed a wise one. 3 months later, another black hole in a dwarf galaxy was devoured by Chu Xian. With a mass of 130,000 times that of the Sun. At the current consumption rate of 30,000 per day, it would be finished in 5 days. It was fast. 3 days later, it still wasn't finished. The dimensional space upgraded, with its radius increasing to 21 million kilometers, then 22 million kilometers, 30 million kilometers, and finally stopping at 50 million kilometers. Not enough. Still a bit short. Chu Xian thought. The side length of the hypercube at the center of the Milky Way is 120 million kilometers. If a sphere were to be placed in the middle, the side length would equal the diameter, which means a radius of 60 million kilometers. Therefore, another upgrade would be necessary before Chu Xian would consider taking action against the hypercube. Chapter 520, New Powers of Authority. A radius of 50 million kilometers sounds vast, but it is only a third of the distance from the Sun to the Earth. After all this time, it still doesn't compare to a stellar system. No, it falls far short. The distance from Jupiter to the Sun is nearly 800 million kilometers. And Pluto, now defunct, has an average distance of 6 billion kilometers from the Sun. In comparison, the dimensional space feels like just a small child, barely weaned. Looking at the remaining black holes, he took another bite, downing it in one go, taking a few more bites, feeling a bit hungry again, and due to this upgrade, the daily digestion limit has increased dramatically. It has reached 50,000 times that of the Sun. Big Sugar Bean, where are you? Chu Xian gazed at the starry sky, his eyes sparkling. Nowadays, after the service of his high-speed wormhole spaceship, not only has his search range expanded beyond his own galaxy cluster, but he has also started looking at much larger areas. The Virgo supercluster. This galaxy cluster is just one member of this colossal entity. Within it, there are nearly 2,000 members similar to his own galaxy cluster, albeit quite distant. Even the closest one is almost 10 million light-years away. At the current speed of travel, it would take about 20 years to reach. For now, he won't be tasting any soup. After finishing this target, Chu Xian returned to his space in Baiyun Town, to his villa. It was still dark, and he snuggled into bed with Han Duo, ready to rest for a while. But unexpectedly, he was actively encouraged to exercise. Alright then, let us put in some extra work, no big deal. Morning came, and both sides were not tired at all. Physical enhancement was no joke. Here is a little gadget for you. Chu Xian handed over a ring. It was white and transparent. It didn't look like much, but it was a small function added after this dimensional space upgrade. Han Duo curiously asked, what is this? Well, you can think of it as a spatial ring for storing small items, not very big, only 10 cubic units, Chu Xian explained. Initially, the dimensional space only had one part. Later, it upgraded to have a subspace, and this time the upgrade was a derivative of that subspace, allowing for the creation of a certain size of space. It wasn't particularly useful for Chu Xian, but it was definitely a great item for others. For example, this spatial ring. Theoretically, the space inside is similar to the subspace attached to the main space, with the ring as the medium to control it. It's quite a nice little function. As long as the space isn't too large, there's almost no limit on the quantity. If desired, every human on Earth could have one without worry about anyone misusing it, since all spaces are attached to the main space. What can be stored inside? Chu Xian can regulate through his authority. He can also check at any time, with no secrets in front of him. The only issue is that it can only be used within the main space and subspace. Once taken outside to the external universe, it would become ineffective. As the space doesn't actually exist within the ring, it's merely a medium. A spatial ring? Han Duo exclaimed in surprise, quickly trying it out by storing a cup from the bedside table and then releasing it. She was having a great time playing with it. This is amazing. I won't need to carry a backpack when going out anymore. Just think of how much I can fit in 10 cubic units. It's enormous. I can't possibly use it all. Is this the latest technology from the stars? Han Duo asked again. Chu Xian nodded. Yeah, sort of. Hearing this, Han Duo didn't ask further but continued to play happily, thinking about what items to store inside, planning ahead. Seeing her having fun, Chu Xian glanced at the time. The break was over. He got up and went to work. Chapter 521. A violent beating 3 months later, on the morning of March 6, 2109. At the edge of the fairy star system, a dazzling white sphere suddenly appeared. Half a minute later, Chu Xian's figure emerged from the sphere, finally reached the shore. After nearly 5 years of travel, they had arrived at the doorstep of a neighboring home. It looked quite nice. Being on the outskirts, one could still see its original appearance, even though many stars had long been transformed within. From the outside, it looked very normal, but it was merely a facade. The galaxy was vast, with over a dozen supermassive black holes, each more than 1 million times the mass of the Sun, making the crisis here even more serious. The hydrogen transformation was extensive, and it was estimated that in about 20 years, the entire galaxy would be completely covered. In the face of this crisis, the inside was in chaos, with many preferring to launch sneak attacks. If it were a battle among deities, it would be one thing. But they particularly liked to target mortals for indiscriminate slaughter. They rarely took part themselves. The cube was mainly used for deterrence. The initial purpose of sending the spaceship here was to see if there were larger supercubes. Onward to the center of the river. A spatial node was deployed on the spot. After that, the wormhole spaceship continued to advance. The radius of the fairy star system was over 100,000 light-years, and it would reach the center in less than half a year. Immediately, with a thought, another 20 wormhole ships were released by Chu Xian. Whoosh, whoosh. They sped toward the various massive black holes. Although there were no immediate plans to target the local civilization, preparations had to be made. First, they would plant the transport nodes. Once there were any ideas, it would be more convenient. The current focus of work was still in their own galaxy. At this time, the wormhole spaceship, traveling at 600,000 times the speed of light, had entered the first long-distance test phase. Once it passed 3 tests, it would be considered technically mature and ready for service. Next, for 1,000,000 times the speed, it was due to solid foundations that they could achieve a speed jump. The design and validation had been completed, they were just waiting to tackle the challenges. Due to the versatility of the equipment, only about 10% needed upgrading. Fastest would be 3 years, slowest 6 years, before it could be launched. Then, they would enter a bottleneck period. Speeds exceeding 1,000,000 times the speed of light represented a new technological level, which was quite troublesome. Not enough, not enough. Chu Xian gazed at the supercube at the center of the galaxy, shimmering with light. There were 2 paths for the next breakthrough. Either take time or take shortcuts. Finally, his eyes dimmed with thought. It was possible to consider, but one could not act recklessly. Taking action against an unknown technological level without absolute confidence was certainly not a wise choice. Better to wait for the dimensional space upgrade. However, this time, it seemed it would take a long time again. There weren't many resources left in this galactic cluster. Most of the larger ones had been consumed in the hydrogen transformation. He could only nibble on some crumbs. What a worry. Yet, this worry did not last long. A month later, as the spaceship heading towards the center of the Fairy River system stopped to exchange data, it encountered a cube belonging to another civilization. The scene was quite beautiful. But suddenly, a voice shouted, "Stop!" with an aggressive tone, demanding to take something. Unfortunately, this time they encountered a tough opponent. Slap, slap, slap. One slap after another left the other side disoriented. Over the years, extensive research had been conducted. The cube had no secrets left in front of the stars, and there were even millions of scientists dedicated to studying how to deal with it. Therefore, a variety of methods had been developed. The latest spaceship could engage the cube one-on-one. While it wasn't a complete domination, it could definitely catch the cube off guard and inflict severe damage. Often conducting simulated enemy exercises. This time marked the first real combat against an external force, and taking advantage of the opponent's carelessness, they delivered a thorough beating. They captured a damaged cube and injured one of its pilots. Chapter 522. What is a surprise? At this moment, in the space designated for holding prisoners, 12 beings were left confused. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Why does my face hurt so much? Right. It seemed they had just been on the receiving end of a combination of punches. The incredibly hard cube, capable of crashing through stars without a scratch, was their source of confidence. Yet, it had just been directly defeated by a civilization they had only recently discovered. A set of combination attacks sent it flying through the air, and after a while, it crashed down, becoming a captive in this space. The entire process was so fast that by the time they realized what had happened, it was already over. What just happened? Oh, it seemed they had been beaten up. What was that thing that could defeat the cube? Did a certain civilization achieve a significant technological breakthrough? So powerful, they hadn't even reacted, and the battle was over. It's over. It's over. In this contest for supremacy in the river system, we might be out. After the shock, they felt a wave of helplessness. So strong. To crush a cube one-on-one, that was a being that even black holes feared, and yet it had been defeated head-on. Moreover, it seemed to be done effortlessly. If such a being were to exist in hundreds, the civilizations possessing cubes in the system might be able to counter it, but in individual confrontations, they were simply no match. One by one, they were lost in confusion. Suddenly, the space in front of them flickered, and a black crystal appeared. Here it comes. The interrogators are here. Before they could utter a word, they were met with a beating. Already dazed, their injuries quickly escalated to severe wounds. Stop. Wait. We demand humane treatment. This violates the treaty. They cried out. Take it easy, take it easy. As one of the 17 powerful civilizations in the river system, they had agreements among themselves. It was permissible to attack other civilizations. However, There were certain treaty constraints when it came to those equally possessing cubes. Unfortunately, the commander was not part of their system and had no intention of easing up on his subordinates. Once fond of getting hands-on, now there's no need to step in for such matters. Fix them. Keep hitting. Chu Xian watched as a colonel from the Black Crystal civilization pummeled them, while instructing to pause only for data exchange. To think they encountered highway robbers, and their attitude was so arrogant. They wouldn't understand the rules unless they were beaten for 3 days and nights. Speaking of 3 days and nights, it was indeed 3 days and nights. Bang! After the final round of beating, the 12 oddly shaped beings were nearly on the brink of collapse. Woo-woo. Never had they suffered such humiliation. Pleading for mercy was useless. Threats were ineffective, as a clock stood not far away. Until the countdown reached 0, the beating continued relentlessly. Simply inhumane. Does it hurt? The Black Crystal being asked. Of course it hurts. I'm angry and don't want to talk. However, in the next moment, the countdown that was about to reach 0 suddenly soared, quickly hitting 1,000, before they could even comprehend what was happening. Bang, bang, bang. A new round of chaos began, until that number hit 0. Does it hurt? The Black Crystal asked again. It hurts. I hurriedly replied, fearing another beating. Tell me what you know about other cubes, such as their quantity, location, and related information. What do you mean? Ding. The countdown shot up to 1,000 again. No words. Fists to the rescue. Chu Xian had no fondness for this civilization. Although the technique of using fists was low level, the effectiveness was undeniable. After taking dozens of hits, they began to learn to answer quickly. Haha, this is what surprise means. Chu Xian felt a wave of joy. Initially, he thought the black hole at the center of the galaxy was undergoing hydrogen transformation, but evidently, the civilization that had escaped the galaxy knew little. No, the black hole at the center of the galaxy, with a mass 100 million times that of the sun, surprisingly had no hydrogen transformation, nor was there a hypercube. Among the 17 civilizations that obtained cubes, the largest hypercube encountered had a side length of only 120 million. Just like the galaxy, the artificial intelligence was also called Yuan. However, it was uncertain if they were the same. This was not the key point. The key point was the jelly bean. It was quite a feat. Initially, there was no hope, but unexpectedly, a surprise appeared, such a massive black hole. Stay calm. Stay calm. Whether this is truly the case still needs to be verified on site. Chapter 523, Collective Stupor. In the following 2 months, waiting, anticipating, reminding himself repeatedly not to hold too high hopes, even though there was no hydrogen transformation or hypercube at the center of the galaxy. But that was just what the captive said, although they were sincere words. However, they were not high-ranking members of the civilization. What they knew might all be false, and having never been there personally, it was better to be cautious about the authenticity. At this moment, at the center of the galaxy, outside the black hole, the 17 factions were at a standoff, a situation that had persisted for quite some time. After witnessing the hypercube's hydrogen transformation, some civilizations couldn't help but speculate whether there existed an even larger hypercube at the center of the galaxy. Thus, they hurried here. Yet, they discovered nothing, resulting in great disappointment. As civilizations with similar ideas arrived one after another, chaos ensued, resulting in significant losses of resources. Seeing no progress in the conflict, a ceasefire agreement was eventually reached, with territories divided in a fan-shaped manner. If a larger entity were to appear, then it would be up to each to fend for themselves, based on the agreed-upon troop deployment scale. Each civilization was limited to 30 units, without exceeding that number, and they were to remain stationed indefinitely, never straying far. When would this situation come to an end? Sigh. How boring. Stationed here, unable to do anything. Everyone eagerly hoped to be reassigned to carry out ambush missions. In the past, such missions were to be avoided at all costs. Infiltrating enemy territory was far too dangerous. However, things were different now. With the presence of these units, their folding state was undetectable, both in terms of location and destination. It was very safe. Moreover, the targets were relatively weaker civilizations, making it feel like a complete overpowering. In fact, they did not enjoy slaughtering others, but the circumstances forced their hand, striking at the opponent's research capabilities to buy time for their own civilization to grow stronger. Once the initial actions were taken, there was no turning back. This slaughter was justified with a righteous banner to comfort their conscience. Revenge for their working civilization. What if a larger unit never appears here? Asked a curious newcomer. Slap. The superior directly pinned him against the wall and slowly explained, "What do you see in front of you? A supersized power bank. Its value may not be lower than that of a larger unit. Black hole energy is already regarded as the future mainstream, perhaps even the sole option. Once we can crack the energy technology of these units, this big guy here will come in handy. It's much more convenient than searching for stars to feed a black hole. No matter what, they would never give up. In the future, it would definitely be them who would rise to the top of the galaxy. Hooray. A wave of excitement spread among the subordinates. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Invasion detected. Unknown type of spacecraft. Distance, 6 light years. Everyone froze. After dividing the territories, they had all kept to themselves and were not running around. Just as they were preparing to react, another alarm went off. Target disappeared. Well, perhaps it was just a mistake, an accident. However, after a while, the alarm rang out again. Invasion detected. Unknown type of spacecraft. Distance, 1 light year. What? Are you blind? Mistakes happen, but this was getting ridiculous. A gasp came from the commander's aide, and everyone turned to look, or rather, sensed. As electromagnetic energy beings, they did not have eyes. What is it? The commander barked. The aide, unfazed, was instead alarmed by the data from the equipment, urging time, speed. After the alert, everyone paused, then suddenly looked collectively in shock. 600,000 times the speed of light jump. Chapter 524, Chasing and Fighting. Shocked. The data before them was far beyond comprehension, and each thought raced, nearly overheating. At that moment, it was hard to remain calm. At a staggering 600,000 times the speed of light, faster than a cube. No, this can't even be described as fast. The two are completely incomparable, and the cube's authority is quite limited. At most, it only reaches level 2, which is a jump of 200,000 times the speed of light. And the other side? 600,000. 3 times. There's a gap of 400,000. Like a chasm. Target disappeared. Boom. Everyone snapped back to reality. A clamor erupted. Could it be a dream? Bang. Ugh. It's not a dream. Please be gentle. We're all colleagues. What is that? 600,000 times the speed of light. How is that possible? It's too fast. It's actually ahead of us. Which civilization has broken through the authority? This doesn't look much like a cube. The spatial real-time lens replayed. A glance. Silence. A chilling feeling arose. It's round. A sphere, not a cube, which indicates that this civilization has not only obtained authority, but also cracked the cube technology. They have reached the level where they can construct freely and automatically based on appearance. At that moment, everyone understood that the balance had been shattered, and trouble was coming. Invasion detected. Unknown model spacecraft. 2 light years away. A prompt sounded, pulling them back to reality. Previously 1 light year away, now 2 light years, not moving away, but skimming past them toward the restricted zone. The area around the black hole within a radius of 2 light years is a designated no-go zone. Entry is prohibited. The purpose is that if there's a supercube, everyone relies on speed. At the same time, it's a safety measure. Who knows what kind of impact a supercube might have when it appears? At this moment, the spherical spacecraft had already reached the edge of the black hole. What does it intend to do? Is the target the black hole? After entering the restricted zone, the other 16 civilizations discovered the spherical spacecraft and questioned the electromagnetic energy civilization. Each has its territory, and they were unaware of the time the spherical spacecraft had disappeared, making it impossible to gauge its speed. In response, the electromagnetic energy civilization offered no explanation and was in a panic. They quickly notified the rear, asking what to do. Although they had emergency response authority, the current situation was beyond what could be resolved with emergency measures. At the edge of the black hole, beside the spacecraft, Chu Xian's figure slowly appeared, gazing at the enormous candy-like object before him. Indeed, no supercube. Calm. While drooling, he made the final confirmation and released the black crystal life form that had previously dealt with the bandits. Chu Xian ordered, "Go in and take a look." Yes. The black crystal life form did not hesitate and immediately used its mass energy conversion ability, transforming into temporal and spatial energy, rushing into the black hole. One must know that while a black hole is small in the normal universe, its core temporal energy zone is quite massive. It can hide things. Such a vast black hole may even conceal a supercube inside, which is why, even upon seeing it with one's own eyes, one cannot feel completely at ease. 10 minutes later, no anomalies were found. Continue exploring. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. Who are you to dare enter the restricted zone? A group of cubes rushed in from the surrounding areas, surrounding Chu Xian. Just as the words fell, more than 30 spherical spaceships appeared. In a moment of confusion, it was 30 against 120, yet they were being chased and attacked. Chu Xian did not participate and continued to observe the direction of the black hole. Chapter 525, Wealth and Danger in the Distance. The electromagnetic energy civilization that was aware of the true situation of the newcomers watched everything unfold in shock. Initially, they thought it was 1 against 120. Suddenly, the number of opponents changed to 30. What was going on? Where did they come from? The commander couldn't help but ask. Maybe they rushed in from elsewhere. After all, in a state of warp, even spatial lenses can't detect their traces. Yeah, that must be the explanation. They can't just appear out of nowhere. Then they continued to observe the battle. It's broken. One cube has been shattered. Oh my gosh. Another cube has been pierced by something. Look, it was sliced in half. Dumbfounded, they gasped repeatedly. The scene before them was something they had never even dared to imagine before, where various weapons merely scratched the surface. And now? They were being chased and attacked by a fleet that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It was overwhelming, despite the back-and-forth exchanges. Some spherical spaceships were also hit by various weapons, and it seemed they were not having a great time either. However, they were not suffering as badly as the cubes. At most, they were heavily damaged. In contrast, the 120 opponents were rapidly nearing the 36 tragic ways the cubes could perish. 83, 71, 34. Counting the remaining forces, the commander of the energy civilization felt a wave of despair, a sense of shared sorrow for fallen comrades. Although they did not participate in the battle, it felt as if they had been defeated. A force that broke the balance had appeared, and right from the start, they were brutally beating down a group. Who the heck are they? What do you know? The other 16 civilizations angrily questioned them. In response, they simply replied, I don't know. The only thing they knew was that their maximum warp speed had reached 600,000 times the speed of light. Upon receiving this response, the commanders of the other 16 civilizations fell silent. 600,000 times. What the heck? If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have rushed over with such aggression, and their tone would have been a bit softer. Now, they just went over to ask, but the opponents didn't bother with small talk. When it came to a fight, they were brutally beaten down and rubbed into the ground, with a humiliating slap in the face for each one. Looking at the battle damage before them, they couldn't help but feel extreme heartache. 18, 11. Until the entire contingent of cubes was wiped out. They wanted to recall their forces, but they were afraid the spheres would chase them back to their base. By the way, how foolish. Being chased and attacked. Wouldn't it be better to warp away? However, if the 120 cube pilots had their thoughts, they would definitely be crying out. Of course we want to run. But it seemed the cube control systems were being interfered with, unable to enter warp mode, and could only use propulsion. The opponents, however, were not affected. With a single slap, they were sent flying, and the next moment, they appeared right in front of them, delivering another slap to the face. They have completely played the same games they once played with those weaker civilizations. The result was a total defeat. They can't win, not at all. Escape? The spherical battleship also sustained damage. Should we send another batch over? So many resources have been consumed, and the technology has also been compromised. If we miss this chance, the next opportunity will be far away. It makes sense. You're right. The battle has already started, and they are the enemy. We can't give them a chance to breathe. In the end, greed triumphed over fear. Indeed, the opponent has also suffered damage, which means they are not invincible. Relying on numbers to swarm in has a great chance of success. Go. 17 civilizations, each stationed 30 units, totaling 501, with 102 lost. There are still 309 left. Fortune favors the bold. Chapter 526. Building the hypercube, mobilizing forces quickly. Of course, we can't send all 309 units out. Otherwise, there would be no sense of security at the base. We left a bit behind. The remaining 356 units charged towards the combat zone. We will definitely win. That's right. When the time comes, we'll split the spoils. Victory is ours. Everyone was filled with anticipation. At 60,000 times the speed of light, with at least a 1-to-4 combat power ratio, that's exactly what they wanted. They also reminded their subordinates to be smart and not too reckless. Otherwise, if they win but lack the strength to seize the spoils, they would suffer a huge loss. Split it. Huh. How could that be? First come, first served. As long as we monopolize the construction of the spherical battleship, we will soar to new heights. It would indeed offend the opposing civilization, but is there a choice? Under the circumstances, we can only be swept along. In the combat zone, regarding the wreckage, the spherical ships had no interest in cleaning up. The components of those units were no longer needed by Chu Xian. He couldn't be bothered to pick them up. He just recalled the spherical ships and sent them to space for repairs. Each one was damaged, but not completely destroyed. Suddenly, an anomaly was detected. The black crystal life form from the black hole sent a message. Shared vision. Shared perception. Hypercube. How infuriating. Not even a single big candy bean left. Chu Xian was speechless. This thing was really hidden inside. Such a big candy bean was about to fly away. After circling around, with a side length of 120 million kilometers. Wasn't he just larger? Wait a minute. No, this hypercube is under construction. Temporal energy. Penetrating in. He discovered that the hypercube equipment was in a damaged state, but it wasn't destroyed. It was slowly growing. That's right, growing. The speed was not fast. Interesting. It turned out not to be construction in the usual sense, but rather growth. No, strictly speaking, there isn't much difference from regular construction, akin to material printing. Just without seeing the printing equipment. Through the black crystal's vision and perception, Chu Xian couldn't discern the situation. Go in. Forget it. Let us start right here. However, he wouldn't go in himself. Instead, he would test the newly developed black hole energy extraction device. However, before the meal, it was necessary to clear away the flies, as over 300 cubes had already surrounded them. With a thought, 100 intact spherical spacecraft were released. Whoosh, whoosh. They charged forward, and both sides clashed. Huh, why are they suddenly not so brave? Chu Xian noticed something strange. They had previously been fearless, but now seemed to be slacking off. But soon, it seemed he understood something. A scattered sand. A rabble. This battle had no suspense. One side was dodging and low in morale, while the other was full of fighting spirit and murderous intent, beating the opponent to a pulp. In the rear, watching the results, everyone was dumbfounded. What are you doing? What about you? They questioned each other and found they all had the same thoughts, feeling helpless. Indeed, no one was a big fool. By the way, why did the opposing side suddenly reinforce with another 100? What happened to the 30 injured spheres from before? He thought he could bully the injured, but upon closer inspection, they were all warriors, and there were no injured for them to bully. Instead, they were being beaten like dogs. They were being chased and beaten, and the scene was one-sided and hard to watch. Fight to the death. The only option now was to fight with all they had. Orders were sent to the front lines. This battle absolutely could not be lost. The cost of silence was simply too high, and the consequences of losing were unbearable. However, winning or losing was not determined by their will. Chapter 5:27. Capturing the king. Once the orders reached the front lines, the momentum of the cubes changed immediately. They became fearless, engaging in fierce combat with the spherical spacecraft. Indeed, they were fighting hard. The meaning was that they were being beaten badly, even if they fought back. They could at most inflict a little damage on the opponent, which did not affect the outcome at all. 17 factions had no coordination whatsoever. Meanwhile, Chu Xian's 100 spherical spacecraft were under unified command, coordinating perfectly. 333, 311, 299. Looking at the damage report, the commanders of the 17 civilizations felt a sinking feeling. They had already realized this was a rabble attacking a well-drilled army. Even if the equipment was the same, the combat effectiveness was vastly different. Unified command was essential, otherwise, they were certain to lose. In a critical moment, someone decisive quickly emerged as a commander, taking over the leadership. Upon looking at the remaining cubes, only 270 were left. Their first order was, all cubes, regardless of cost. Focus all attacks on the spherical spacecraft near the black hole that had yet to participate in the battle. That should be the enemy's command mothership. The other civilization commanders expressed their agreement. At the edge of the black hole, Chu Xian watched the spectacle. Such scenes were rare, although they often practiced. It was hard to simulate such visceral moments. Debris flew everywhere. Weapons were tossed about. Moreover, this fully realistic group combat was also valuable data. Suddenly, Chu Xian noticed that the cube command began to organize, and soon, all the cubes changed direction, heading straight towards him. In less than a minute, boom, boom, boom. Dozens of attacks arrived first, completely shattering the space around Chu Xian, with energy rampaging wildly. Wow, that's terrifying, Chu Xian exclaimed. Such powerful attacks. What star-destroying cannons are like little brothers compared to this? A star could be obliterated in a second, and even a typical black hole couldn't withstand a few hits. Unfortunately, as strong as it is, it doesn't do much for him. The space descended. A super strong shield. Moreover, the strength of the descending space increases as the radius decreases. For instance, the maximum descending radius is 50 million kilometers right now. If he only activated a shield with a radius of 1 kilometer, its effectiveness would be at least 1,000 times greater than the 50 million kilometer shield. Overall, this level of attack, impressive as it may seem, didn't even scratch him. In the next moment, the shield expanded. The shattered space within a radius of 50 million kilometers was forcibly restructured and healed, restoring it to its original state. And visibility returned instantly. Watching this scene, the cubes were somewhat dumbfounded. So many attacks concentrated in one place failed to eliminate the opponent. However, thinking about it being the enemy's command ship, perhaps the shield was indeed thick. Continue. Attack. Spare no expense. Concentrate fire. Came the command from the rear. Immediately, they concentrated their firepower once more, this time with an extremely high density, aiming to deplete their ammunition. The firepower covered the area. Boom. Boom. They directly shattered the space where the target was located, and even so, they did not stop, continuing to cover it frantically. This should have taken it down, right? Definitely. Under such attacks, the cube should have been smashed dozens of times. Why is the spherical ship still not stopping its attacks? Only 211 cubes were left. With a damage rate of 31%, corrected to 33. What is going on? Was the one they thought they destroyed not the command ship? They didn't know? And neither did the commander. Only that the spherical ship's attacks showed no sign of panic. It just kept attacking, not even attempting to rescue. Judgment error? The commander murmured, confused about the situation. However, in the next moment, he finally understood the reason, looking at the once again restored shattered space and the unharmed target. Suddenly, it made sense. It wasn't that they weren't rescuing. It was simply unnecessary, as the opponent's shield was absurdly strong, more than 100 times thicker than a typical spherical ship. The cubes concentrated their attacks on other spherical ships, completely obliterating them, but it seemed ineffective against that suspected command ship. What kind of shield is this, so thick? How can we even fight? If it doesn't break, capturing anything is pointless. Chapter 528. Is it too late to admit defeat now? Very hurt. Very headache. The commander didn't know what to do. The plan was supposed to determine the outcome in one battle, but unexpectedly ran into a tough opponent. Right from the start. They bit off more than they could chew. One bite in, and their teeth were shattered, blood flowing profusely, while facing 100 ferocious beasts tearing at them from behind. Due to the opportunity for this attack gained at such a cost, the losses were significant. Continue. Keep going. Don't stop. This proves my guess is correct. That's a mothership. Even if the shields are strong, they must have their limits. Once the shields are down, victory is in sight. A decision made must be executed. Even if it brings tears, gritting my teeth, I will go all the way without looking back. Moreover, this isn't necessarily a wrong decision. The target is right. Shields have limits. Therefore, strategically, there is no issue. No one can find fault with it. The commanders of the other civilizations stationed here also agree. Let's go. There's no turning back. Watching the relentless attacks coming in, Chu Xian knew the opponent was going all out, willing to pay any price to take down his blood cow. Interesting. In the next moment, he recalled the spacecraft, and his figure vanished. Whoosh. A few seconds later, after several transmissions, he appeared 100 million kilometers away, feeling it wasn't safe enough, so he moved out another 100 million kilometers. Boom. Boom. All the attacks hit the black hole. I must say, the weapons carried by the cube are indeed quite powerful. Even a black hole with a mass 100 million times that of the sun cannot remain unscathed. The entire black hole trembled. But it wasn't over. The attacks continued to rain down, making the black hole shudder like a poor little thing. We won. We won. The target has disappeared. Cheers erupted from the cube. And the station forces were also overjoyed. Finally, they had turned the tide. Without a commander, the 100 or so spherical spacecraft were, warning, weapons disabled. Warning, weapons disabled. They were happily celebrating when a piece of bad news fell from the sky, leaving them dizzy. What? Disabled? What is going on? Just as they were puzzled, they received a message from the artificial intelligence, stating that it wasn't a complete disablement. It was just for weapons. And only against specific targets, the central black hole of the galaxy. In short, it meant they couldn't attack it, but could do as they pleased with everything else. Why? The artificial intelligence didn't answer. Helpless. Well, as long as the mothership is destroyed and they don't attack the black hole, it won't have much impact. They never intended to attack the black hole anyway. It can only be said to be an accident. The reasons can be discussed later. Let us go. Faced with the spherical spacecraft that had lost their backbone, to be safe, I also sent the 34 Cube station to provide support. They've gone silent. Chu Xian observed the collective silence and knew there was a super cube being constructed inside the black hole. At that time, he wanted to test the consequences of attacking it, but held back, letting those civilizations step on the mines instead. Otherwise, why leave a target for the opponent to hit? Now it seems the cubes have many back doors. They can be disabled at any time, but it's better to build them autonomously. It's time to end this. Looking at the more than 30 cubes arriving for reinforcement, Chu Xian said slowly. They have already been used up and have no value left. In a moment of inspiration, another 100 spherical spacecraft were released. Strictly speaking, not all of these were entirely self-built. Raising 1,000 wormhole spacecraft is already the limit. Most of the resources are currently focused on collection tasks. There can't be so many available in space for immediate use. What we see here are mostly transformed cubes, which have saved a lot of resources and are specifically designed for combat missions, serving as expendable assets. How can we fight like this? Looking at the newly emerged 100 spherical spacecraft, the previously confident commander is now on the verge of breaking down. The enemy's battlefield deployment capability is too formidable. It's hard to believe they appeared out of nowhere. They must be arriving continuously. It started with just one ship, then 30, next 100. Now another 100 has arrived. Is there more to come? The question is it too late to surrender now? Chapter 529. Quality of plunder. With the addition of 100 new combat units, the situation for the cubes has deteriorated like an avalanche. Initially, 30 were chasing 100. Now it's 200 against over 200. Even 4-to-1 was not feasible, let alone now when it's 1-to-1. Boom, boom. In the vacuum of space, one cannot hear the sounds from afar, but inside the cubes, the sensations are palpable. They are cracking, shattering, exploding. They simply cannot withstand it. Commander, we can't win. We simply can't win. Requesting strategic preservation. Help. Help. Watching the battlefield, the commander has lost the courage to win. After gaining consensus from all parties, he orders a retreat. No. This is called strategic self-preservation. Contact the enemy and request a ceasefire. The commander adds, yes. A message is broadcasted. The cubes cease fighting and frantically attempt to escape without activating any warp drives. They are unable to use them. During the recent engagement, both sides employed a large number of weapons that restricted warp capabilities, but as long as they can break free from this area, they can resume usage. Unfortunately, that is a naive hope. Boom. One of the spherical spacecraft self-destructs. Black hole. Hydrogen transformation, self-generated. The energy released from the overlapping self-destruction may not harm the distant cubes. But that is not the point. The main purpose is to block the warp. Cosmic rules. Dimensional rules. The speed of escape exceeds the limits of the cubes, causing disruption. Although the effect can only last a few seconds, that is sufficient. No. The remaining cubes are quickly caught up by the spherical spacecraft. They are unaffected and can still open wormholes, utilizing technology born from a complete and flawless rule system. They may not be worlds apart, but even a slight difference can develop into a significant advantage. One punch after another, collectively obliterated. Not a single one left. The battlefield comes to a halt, ending with the complete annihilation of the enemy forces. Seeing this outcome, the commander is furious, shouting, "Why is there no ceasefire? We have already requested a ceasefire." As a high-standing civilization that possesses cubes, the sense of superiority has led to a bit of arrogance. On the same level, they acknowledge the strength of the civilization behind the spherical spacecraft. One should adhere to certain unspoken rules. Just enough will suffice, and one shouldn't become overly arrogant. Looking at the messages sent by the other party, Chu Xin smiled. If they haven't recognized reality yet, then he would help them see it clearly. Continuing to attack various outposts, he aimed to change their tone. Yes, several spherical spacecraft targeted the nearby outposts. Then he got down to business. His gaze turned to a large device, releasing a giant ring-shaped apparatus, large enough to fit around a planet like Jupiter. Activate. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the entire device powered up. It began to spin, faster and faster. Gradually, it emitted a bright glow, resembling a high-powered ring light. However, its size was colossal, with a radius of 80,000 kilometers. One rotation took 10 seconds, then 5 seconds, then 1 second. The acceleration continued. 3 rotations per second, 6 rotations per second, 10 rotations per second, until the linear speed at the edge of the ring reached 30 times the speed of light. The growth finally halted, and the first device was in position. Chu Xian then deployed an even larger one. This one also spun and accelerated to a linear speed of 30 times the speed of light, but its shape was different. It resembled a sleeve. At its center, there existed a massive black hole. The second device was ready. Begin extraction, Chu Xin commanded. This was a device for extracting from a supermassive black hole. Strictly speaking, extraction technology had long existed. Otherwise, how could one utilize black hole energy? However, this approach aimed to extract mass to the maximum extent, differing from those just for energy extraction. Therefore, this was called a new device, and its power was quite impressive. Yes, the ring closest to the black hole began its formal operation. In the center of the entire ring, space shattered and dimensions reconstructed, forming a black pipe with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, a mass extraction channel from the black hole, from which not even light could escape. Appearing from a distance like a black line. Boom. The two rings faced each other. One side connected to a black hole with a mass 100 million times that of the sun, while the other side was used for energy storage. It was like a water wheel, a pipe, and a pump, forcibly siphoning mass from the river of black holes. Chapter 530. Double the package outside the black hole. Looking at this massive celestial body, although Chu Xian was quite tempted, he refrained from rushing in for a bite. Inside, there existed a hypercube. Caution. Careful. He tested it step by step to avoid any mishaps. Previous events had proven that attacking the large device would lead to interference. Now he was testing another matter. That was whether there would be any issues if he were to consume some of it. Boom. Within the 1,000-kilometer wide pipe, space-time energy surged, operating at full power, continuously extracting mass. One solar mass could be siphoned off in a minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes, half an hour. He encountered no interference. And Chu Xian couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, though he remained vigilant. He merely took a small bite. This was just the beginning. At that moment, his subordinates reported, "We have breached 17 civilization outposts. Is everything ready?" Chu Xian withdrew his gaze and arrived at one of the civilization outposts, which had once been heavily armed. But now, it was stripped bare. Only ruins and a few high-ranking officials remained, looking at the devastated outpost. Some on the verge of tears. How tragic. They were hit hard right away. Bang bang, a brutal beating. How could you do this? The commander maintained his last bit of bravado. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian had no time to respond. He activated the space transfer and began the retrieval. Teach them how to speak properly. Yes, the subspace is ready. This violates the High Civilization Prisoner Convention of the galaxy. Stop. Stop. No. This time it was really a fist greeting, just like the unfortunate ones encountered before, starting with a 3-day and 3-night package. Chu Xian had no good feelings for these guys. In the galaxy, among neighboring systems, everyone still had some semblance of dignity. But the 17 civilizations of the Fairy Star system had absolutely no bottom line. They cherished their own reputation, unwilling to fight directly, preferring to catch the subordinate civilizations of others and massacre them indiscriminately, calling it revenge, since they had no regard for their image. He wouldn't hesitate to give those guys a black eye. Was this out of sympathy? No. The rise and fall of other civilizations rarely concerned Chu Xian. The key point was that if you were going to take a beating, stand straight. They had already lost, and still were being stubborn. Such guys deserved a good beating. After some thought, Chu Xian added, the 3-day and 3-night package is not enough, let us double it. After all, they were all special life forms. A bit too resilient to beat down. Without using lethal force, it was nearly impossible to take them down. Yes, soon, the retrieval was complete. Among the 17 civilizations, there were 16 whose attitudes displeased Chu Xian. Why spare them for the new year? 6 days and 6 nights. The package is served. The first encountered electromagnetic energy civilization, however, was quite perceptive. They lowered their posture and spoke in a suitably respectful tone. Tell us everything you know, and then 1 day and 1 night. Although their attitude was quite good, since they had already joined the battle, they were considered enemies, so this was already a preferential treatment. Upon hearing this, looking at the chaotic scene of beatings not far away, the commander of the electromagnetic energy civilization dared not utter a word, fearing the package might increase. Terrible. Too terrible. Compared to 6 days and 6 nights, 1 day and 1 night suddenly felt a bit better. Indeed, happiness is relative. After dealing with these deserving ones, Chu Xian continued to observe the black hole. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days, a week. There was nothing unusual. 1 solar mass per minute, 60 per hour. Over 1,000 per day. A week yielded about 10,080, roughly 10,000. Not enough. Such an extraction rate did not meet expectations. What to do? Of course, add more equipment. Currently, the maximum extraction capacity of the dimensional space was 50,000 times the solar mass. The rest provided by the ships accounted for half. So dozens of additional sets of equipment were needed. Chapter 531. Banding together due to the size of the equipment and the excessive resource consumption. It was impossible to set everything up at once. At most, 1 set per day, with 3 sets in stock, plus the production for this week. A total of 10 sets, quickly deployed. 2nd, 3rd, 9th, 10th. Within a day, everything was fully arranged, allowing for a daily extraction amount reaching 15,000 times the mass of the sun. Not bad. It's great to have a large pond. Ordinary black holes would be drained dry by this thing in no time. Finally, we can continue to feast. Chu Xian looked at the scene before him with satisfaction, hoping that the hypercube wouldn't interfere. Otherwise, he wasn't someone to be easily bullied now. His current reluctance to confront directly didn't mean he was afraid. Just cautious. With such a large candy bean, if the other side wanted to monopolize it, they shouldn't blame him for being rude. At that moment. On the other side, after receiving frontline news, 17 civilizations reached a unanimous decision after a week of intense discussion. There was no choice. They had been standing at the upper level of the galactic food chain, overlooking the masses. But suddenly, a new force emerged, striking them with 2 heavy blows that left them dizzy and disoriented. With over 500 cubes completely wiped out, none escaped. According to the frontline battle reports, the opposing spherical ships were only moderately damaged, and none were destroyed. How enviable. They could only set aside past grievances and unite to cooperate. First, they needed to suppress the enemy together. In this galaxy, such a powerful force absolutely could not be allowed to exist. The war conference was quite lively. The number of spherical ships couldn't be too many. Despite their strong combat capability, previous reports proved their strength was limited. They could also be injured. Therefore, they were not invincible. They could be defeated. To avoid sending waves of troops to their deaths, this time, they needed to mobilize stronger forces to hit the enemy hard all at once, pain them, knock them down, injure them, and eliminate them. Once victorious, any gains would be distributed according to the amount of effort contributed. More effort, more rewards. Less effort, less rewards. The civilizations had no objections to this. Each was eager to roll up their sleeves and turn the tide. Indeed, the opponent was strong, but they were not strong enough to cause despair. Taking advantage of the enemy's considerable losses, many spherical ships might be in repair. If they didn't strike now, when would they? Would they wait until the enemy's ships were repaired and face them at full strength? That would be foolish. The sooner they acted, the more stable their position would be. We will deploy 300 cubes. 303. 302. Soon, each faction reported their combat numbers. Over the years, losses in research had not been small, and some had to remain stationed at their home planet. Therefore, they could only muster this many cubes. Starting with 300, the 17 civilizations collectively gathered nearly 6,000 combat power. One word, strong. At least in their view, there was no opponent at all. They could withstand even a 10-to-1 ratio if necessary. If it were in the past, any loss would have been heartbreaking. However, now, having witnessed the opponent as technology, they realized that if they could seize it, it would greatly supplement their own capabilities and even lead to leapfrog progress. When the benefits outweigh the costs, there's business to be done. With so many cubes sent over, they would stand firm. It seems the other side might be trembling in fear. Perhaps surrendering without a fight. They might just win by lying down. Chapter 532. Warming up. The more they think about it, the more excited they become. United. They are invincible, and soon, a decision to deploy troops was sent out to the outposts scattered throughout the galaxy. Mobilize forces. Head to the center of the river. However, on that day, while they were eagerly anticipating the arrival of their army and the enemy trembling in fear, they began to receive bad news one after another. What? Enemy attack? Spherical spacecraft have attacked your outposts? Not just one civilization, but almost all civilizations' outposts have come under attack, suffering heavy losses. Boom. The news was too shocking. And at that moment, their minds were almost overwhelmed. How did they know our outposts? Yes, it must have been planned for a long time. Where did this force come from? Where else could it come from? But those hidden resistance forces in the galaxy that hold a grudge against us and strike mercilessly. Exactly. It's definitely them. The high-pressure policies and excessive killings have created countless enemies. The majority are powerless and furious, while a small portion are relatively strong but still unable to create a storm, being chased and beaten. They are all insignificant threats that have not been taken seriously. Unexpectedly, this time the opponent launched a powerful attack, catching them off guard. Everyone look. This is the attacked outpost, which can be connected in a line. The opponent's attack method is a relentless push. Therefore, an ambush is the best counterattack strategy, waiting for their next target, concentrating forces to make sure they cannot return. The proposal for a collective attack on the center of the galaxy is temporarily set aside. Everyone's backyard is on fire, so they can only put out the fire first before discussing anything else. Shortly after, at a large outpost of a certain civilization, the ambush was complete. They gathered over 300 cubes that were originally intended to attack the galaxy, preparing to surround and beat up the 10 incoming spherical spacecraft. It's coming. It's coming. Suddenly, a flash in the encirclement, and the spherical spacecraft appeared. 10, not one more. Haha. Go. Block the jump. Open fire. The commander, full of spirit, ordered. How could 10 spherical spacecraft be a match for over 300 cubes? The victory was assured. Indeed, 10 spherical spacecraft could never be the opponents of 300 cubes. Therefore, in the next moment, more and more spherical spacecraft appeared. 30, 50, 100, 200, 300 against 300, that would be fair. Upon witnessing this scene, boom, the commander felt his head was about to explode. How could this be? Wasn't it supposed to be 10? How could there be 300 enemy units? What went wrong? Intelligence betrayed me. The commander roared. The battle began at that moment. Retreat. Retreat. Unfortunately, the information could not be sent out at all. The entire area's signals were affected, and the cubes could not communicate. They only knew the last command was to fight. Boom. Boom. The entire area erupted into chaos. Space was torn apart. Dimensions were in disarray. In the combat zone, Chu Xian calmly observed, no matter how strong the attacks were, they couldn't harm him in the slightest. After understanding the foundations of 17 civilizations, he wouldn't wait for them to find trouble with him in the black hole. Affecting his meal, it was better to strike first. He had set fire in his own backyard. When he first arrived at the edge of the galaxy, he released a large number of ships to various locations in the galaxy to set up teleportation points. Coupled with the intelligence provided by well-meaning captives, he devised this plan. With a strong push along a single line, he awaited their ambush. This was a clear strategy. He wasn't afraid of being discovered. Moreover, there were only 10 ships attacking the base, but those civilizations could never imagine his capabilities. His battlefield deployment ability was nearly unsolvable. The more enemies there were, the more he could deploy. He was eager to warm up. Space descended. Teleportation jump. Once per second, the landing area was 50 million kilometers, which meant his speed converted to 166 times the speed of light. In interstellar travel, that was quite slow, but in such a close-range battlefield, it was sufficient. Boom. A chaotic distortion of space-time, stronger than the hydrogen explosion near the black hole, forcefully covered the entire battlefield, blocking the jumps. No need for an explosion. With authority granted, He could directly disrupt dimensions and cosmic rules from the ground level and endow it with diffusion characteristics. It was more enduring, with a larger range. Previously, around the black hole, there was a hypercube, and Chu Xian had merely been an observer, not using this method. Now, in the wild zone, without any reservations, he unleashed a massive area debuff. What kind of weapon was this? The range was so vast. The commander was on the verge of collapse. The enemy's tactics far exceeded initial estimations. Chapter 533. The commander continues to collapse a large area, and it was persistent. However, this wasn't what truly drove the commander to despair. What truly shattered him was that the spherical battleship was unaffected. One could not jump, while the other moved freely. The speed difference created a terrifying advantage, because you simply didn't know where the opponent would appear next, nor where the next attack would come from. Run, run. Watching the one-sided battle, the commander roared. This battle was unwinnable. More than 300 cubes were the main force of the civilization. The cost of their annihilation was unbearable. Yet the information couldn't reach them. They could only watch helplessly as the cubes fought to the death. But suddenly, he discovered something, and joy filled him. Huh? What jump band technology? I thought it was formidable, but it's just that. Good, good. He saw some cubes inexplicably disappear from the battlefield, never to return. Presumably having jumped away, fleeing at the last moment. A serious offense. Yet in such a situation, preserving their remaining strength. The commander even wanted to give a thumbs up to the opponent. After escaping, communication was restored. The civilization's homeland would learn of the enemy's methods and schemes and formulate corresponding strategies. It might not lead to a counterattack, but at least they wouldn't be caught off guard like now. 1, 2, 30, 50. Counting the disappearing cubes, the commander's mood improved significantly. As the situation was developing positively. Just wait a bit longer. Just wait a bit longer. It seemed that the jump blockade had some vulnerabilities. They could escape later. As a commander, one must maintain a certain demeanor. Indeed, the situation was turning for the better. However, for Chu Xian, the jump blockade and the teleportations were like phantoms flashing across the battlefield. As long as they were within the area of descent, retrieve, remove the batteries, disable the systems, and send them to the factory to be transformed into spherical battleships, enjoying a celebratory package for 6 days and nights. 63, 64, 99, 100. A third of the cubes had been dealt with by Chu Xian, and another third had already been destroyed by the spherical spacecraft. Most were damaged, even in ruins. Chu Xian casually collected them. On the other side, the commander noticed something. Wait, how can the wreckage jump? If those intact jumps from before could be overlooked. Some obviously destroyed wrecks suddenly disappearing was perplexing. This scene left him dumbfounded. What was going on? A hidden skill of the cubes? Why hadn't it been discovered before? It seemed quite impressive, capable of rising from the dead. The commander was puzzled. You're quite brave, not running away. At the edge of the battlefield, a voice echoed within the cube acting as the command ship. Strictly speaking, it should be an information broadcast. What? The commander was taken aback, staring at the tiny creature that suddenly appeared before him, his mind struggling to keep up. When did the other party come in? No. When did he himself go out? He realized the environment had suddenly changed, arriving in an open space. It's fake. It must all be fake, interfering with his cognitive perception. Break it. Break it. This is real, the commander said somewhat defiantly. Don't think that such tactics can win against us. The ships that jumped away should have sent out messages. Just as he finished speaking, he abruptly stopped. Are you talking about them? The commander continued to spiral into despair, unwilling to believe. It's seeing the cube pilots who should have escaped right before him. Not one more, not one less. He knew. They had lost terribly. It wasn't that the opponent's jump blockade technology had vulnerabilities, but rather an unknown method. Out of about 300 cubes, not a single one had escaped. Chapter 534. It seems we cannot become friends. It's over. It's over. The commander could already imagine that losing 300 cubes would leave their civilization relegated to the last tier. The opponent's methods were truly bizarre. Jump blockade, overwhelming suppression. Thinking they could escape, it ended up being captured. It appeared as if they had risen from the dead, but in reality, it was scavenging the dead. The entire battlefield was under the opponent's control, digging pits step by step, ultimately burying their civilization's main fleet. Who are you? The commander felt powerless, wanting to know who he had lost to. In response, Chu Xian didn't answer directly, but rather asked back, is there anything you want to confess? Commander, 3. The opponent surprisingly started a countdown. 2. It really wants to keep its bravado. I said. The commander was quite straightforward. It did not want to know what would happen when the countdown reached 0. It wasn't out of fear for its life, but simply not wanting to be the unfortunate one among its civilization. It wanted to sell. A clearance sale. All for the sake of civilization. It was a righteous sale. Not seeking any gain, just hoping to ensure that all parties share the same fate. In the following time, The commander thoroughly conveyed information about other civilizations without needing any coercion, even giving away its last defenses. The purpose was clear. Since it had lost badly, then everyone should go out together, cannot favor one over the other. No one profits, no one loses. Only then can the heart find some balance. Seeing its good performance, Chu Xian then awarded it a one-day and night package as a form of recognition and took the opportunity to send a message to its home planet. A great victory. The detailed battle report was quite exciting, with significant gains. Compared to the facts, it merely adjusted the identities of the victors and the defeated. A familiar formula. A familiar taste. Just as the message was sent, it reached the second ambush point. Chu Xian received the information and knew it was time to get to work. An hour later. No. Another civilization was ambushed and suffered a crushing defeat, with communications and jumps being increasingly proficiently sealed off. A day later, a report of victory brought joy to its home planet. In 3 days, there were 6 engagements. Although the victorious civilization did not boast, other civilizations soon learned of it and became anxious. Others had obtained wreckage of spherical ships, potentially leading to a technological leap. They couldn't fall behind. Hurry, hurry, come to the bowl. Each eagerly awaited news from the ambush points, and their wishes were fulfilled. They won. A great victory. On the 8th day, all 17 civilizations successfully ambushed, creating a slightly surreal feeling. However, even if they sensed it, they quickly cast it aside. The victory reports should not be fake, and they should be a bit more confident. Since obtaining the cube, they had stood at the pinnacle of the galaxy's food chain, and victory was inevitable. They had long been accustomed to being invincible. As for the defeat at the center black hole, it was merely an accident. Now, that accident was corrected. So, celebration. Anticipation. The message urged to bring the wreckage back quickly, as the scientists were collectively eager, just waiting for the ingredients to cook. As for the wishes of the home planets of the 17 civilizations, Chu Xian certainly aimed to satisfy them. Assemble. Set off. These guys buzzing around every day were annoying. So it was better to resolve it all at once, eliminate them, and take the Andromeda Galaxy into their grasp. At that time, they would complete their flag planting in this star system group, truly making it their territory. As for the hypercube, very well, it seems we won't be able to become friends. Looking towards the direction of the black hole at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, Chu Xian narrowed its eyes slightly, with a hint of excitement in its voice. Just a day ago, the mass extraction device of the black hole was destroyed, and the attack came from within the black hole. All were rendered useless. The losses were considerable. Chapter 535, Choices of the Heart, 3 days later. The home planet of the electromagnetic energy civilization. Are we there yet? Almost. I can't wait to see the technology of the spherical spacecraft. The only downside is that the other 16 civilizations also got their hands on the wreckage. We don't have any advantage at all. Sigh. Let's be grateful. It's better than having nothing. All 17 civilizations obtained the wreckage, and the more they thought about it, the stranger it seemed. Scientists were eagerly awaiting developments, and the upper echelons of civilization were filled with anticipation. But only a very small number were growing increasingly suspicious over these days. However, they couldn't pinpoint what was strange about it. The only trap might be the wreckage. After all, the battle reports were very clear. The opposing side refused to surrender until they were completely annihilated and reduced to wreckage. What else could they do? If this is a conspiracy, the only explanation could be that there are trackers in the wreckage, aimed at locating the home planets of various civilizations to prepare for trouble. But there were many issues with this theory, as the technical sophistication of such a scheme is quite low. There are simply too many means to shield signals. For example, through warp, tracking becomes impossible. The opposing side couldn't possibly locate the home planet through continuous signals, even if a tracker was returned intact to the home planet. Without immense power, it wouldn't be able to transmit signals quickly, even if we take a step back and assume signals could be sent out. The home planet would have long since moved, rendering this scheme completely ineffective under the current conditions. It's utterly futile. Oh, I can't make sense of it. Can someone explain this to me? Suddenly, the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers. Here they come. Here they come. One by one, cubes appeared outside the home star system. 3, 5, 30, 50, 300, 500. Huh, 500? Did I just miscount? As time passed and more cubes continued to appear, the cheers gradually subsided, leading to an increasing silence. They realized the numbers didn't match. 300 set out, but 500 returned. How could that be? What was going on? 600, 700, 1,000. The upper echelons of civilization trembled as they counted. 1,000 cubes. Clearly, something significant had happened, and suddenly, conspiracy theories came to mind. All previous deductions were based on the assumption of a guaranteed victory of 300 against 10. Even if they suspected a conspiracy, they never doubted the premise of a great victory, which made all their subsequent deductions as fragile as a house of cards. Now, with a thunderous crash, everything collapsed. leading to this unexpected outcome they had never considered. The battle reports were false. The upper echelons were furious, feeling deceived. But how could this happen? They were all using encrypted communications. Unless the frontline commander had betrayed them, it was impossible. Surrender or die. As 3,000 cubes surrounded the homestar system, a message came through. At the same time, alarms blared. That was the weapon lock-on identification of the cubes. If they were allowed to attack, the entire homestar system would be reduced to rubble. How could this be? Did the other 16 civilizations unite to attack us? No. It doesn't make sense. Is this a trap set by the spherical spacecraft? No. It doesn't make sense. It's too brain-boggling. My thoughts are almost in disarray. Who are you? Choose death? Fine. It's arranged. No. I surrender. I surrender. The high-ups of the electromagnetic energy civilization were nearly scared to death. They dared not say another word and immediately made a heartfelt choice. Chapter 536. Completing the flag planting in the star cluster, witnessing their heartfelt surrender. Chu Xian did not continue to kill. Although these individuals had committed unforgivable acts, he was not a messenger of justice. Moreover, rather than exterminating them, it would be better to make them work for eternity. This serves as both a punishment and a way to create value. They collectively embraced the concept of endless labor. After all, they are a special type of life, and as long as energy is abundant, they will never need to rest, working 24 hours a day. Descend. Recover. Instead of sending them to a transitional settlement area, they were directly sent to a subspace, starting work on the spot. Not as subordinate civilizations, but treated as labor reform civilizations, eliminating the need for a transitional zone. For the rest of their lives, please work hard. Upon receiving the information from the stars, the electromagnetic energy civilization was collectively stunned, finally realizing what kind of opponent they had encountered. Dimensional space. An independent world. There was no way to escape. It was indeed a civilization capable of crossing star systems. At the same time, they saw the frontline commander they had appointed earlier and learned a lot of information, finally understanding how they lost. Strange. Powerful. With endless means. Although their technology was not completely overwhelming, their overall strength was absurdly high. Alongside escaped, it was not unjust to lose. How could they win against such an opponent? Even if the other side did not use schemes and simply pushed forward, the final result would likely be the same, just more troublesome. In short, this opponent they faced possessed the strength to dominate the star system. When encountering the hypercube, who was stronger? Once this question was posed, there was silence. If it had been before, even if the stars had thousands or tens of thousands of spherical spaceships, their answer would have been singular. The hypercube. Without needing to think. However, at this moment, facing a civilization with a small universe, the answer became elusive. No one could answer. Only by truly engaging in a battle could they determine who was stronger or weaker. But regardless of who was stronger, it no longer mattered. Because it could not change one fact. Their dominance was over. It had come to an abrupt end. They had become stepping stones for new forces. 10 days later. This was the fourth civilization after the electromagnetic energy civilization. Stop fighting. I surrender. The battle continued, without pause. In the end, the civilization was destroyed in an instant. Just because they called for surrender, it did not mean Chu Xian would listen. When this civilization acted maliciously in the past, they enjoyed one thing the most, casually observing an individual from that civilization, watching which foot crossed the threshold. Left foot, kill half, leave half. Right foot, destroy the entire civilization, leaving none behind, playing with the will of heaven. Therefore, Chu Xian also gave them a chance. A coin was tossed into the air. After it fell, unfortunately, it was the opposite side. Well then, since it is destined, let everyone face death. 2 whole months passed, traversing the star system. Chu Xian finally dealt with the 17 civilizations, the main forces either being eliminated or working in space. The remaining minor factions scattered across various enclaves were disregarded. A broadcast from the galaxy made an announcement in the name of the stars. Soon, the other civilizations that had been oppressed for a long time within the galaxy learned of this shocking news. At first, they were skeptical. But after attempting to visit some of the enclaves of the 17 civilizations and finding them deserted, with signs of hurried escape, they immediately believed it. The excitement. The exhilaration. Of course, there was also apprehension. However, the information from the stars clearly stated that there would be no slaughter or plunder, but rather an invitation to join the alliance of star civilizations. The entire galaxy cluster was under the control of the stars. What a vast territory. Joining, of course. They had to join. Things couldn't possibly get worse than they already were. Indeed, with such strength, there was no need to deceive them. After long-term oppression, liberation at last made the civilizations that broke through the dark sky quite grateful. The wise choice, of course, was to seek support. Watching the waves of requests for joining come in, Chu Xian smiled. Thus, the flag planting in this galaxy cluster could be considered complete. Chapter 537. Shock in the rear. The next phase involved consolidating territory and gathering resources. Civilizations were being recruited. Due to the large number of cubes captured, Chu Xian allocated them for use, showing no interest in materials and equipment. The most valuable were the black hole batteries, totaling over 10,000. Among them, 1,000 were transformed into specialized combat weapons. The rest were fed to the black hole ships, preparing for the critical energy needed for the next stage of 1,000,000 times the speed of light. Initially, Chu Xian considered feeding the dimensional space. However, he refrained. Investing in wormhole ships offered far greater returns than simply consuming resources. One could not eat all the seeds just for a single meal. At this moment, the year was nearing its end. November 3rd, in the central administrative district of dimensional space. Early in the morning while having breakfast, he exclaimed, "What the heck? Am I dreaming? What am I seeing?" Humans on Earth watched the official news from the stars, shocked. It was no longer a novelty for civilizations to join the stars. However, this time was different from the past. Someone exclaimed, "The fairy galaxy, that's the fairy galaxy, over 2 million light years away from the Milky Way. It seems formidable. Oh my, the stars have reached that far? 1,000 words couldn't express what we feel at this moment. This is heavenly. Look, there are civilizations undergoing forced labor reform. A whole civilization in labor reform. It's the first time I've seen this. I want to know what they did. It's unforgivable, so despicable. Bullying the weak while afraid to confront the strong. It's just too wicked. They deserve it. Labor reform is too lenient, in my opinion. Harsher punishments are warranted." After the flag planting was completed, the stars directly unsealed much information regarding the fairy galaxy, revealing that the 17 civilizations sat high above, enjoying stabbing the weak. The fairy galaxy had been drenched in blood. One couldn't help but feel relieved. Thankfully, we are in the Milky Way. Suddenly, I thought of something. The previous civilizations on Earth seemed to lack even the qualifications to confront each other. It's truly disheartening. They were fighting against relatively advanced interstellar civilizations. With the way Earth was struggling, they probably wouldn't even bother to pay attention. But wait, 17 civilizations were sitting in the heavens. How could the stars possibly drag them down from their thrones, give them a beating, and throw them into labor camps? Could it be that the stars have already dominated the Andromeda Galaxy? Realizing this, in an instant, many people almost bowed in submission. To raise a flag and to dominate are not entirely the same. According to the earlier introduction, the 17 civilizations ruled the Andromeda Galaxy, and now they are collectively dealt with by the stars. Therefore, it seems quite reasonable for the stars to replace them and sit in the heavens. Hooray! Invincible! Hundreds of millions of Earth's inhabitants were invigorated. How impressive this was! To dominate the Milky Way, to dominate the Magellanic Clouds, and now, to also dominate the neighboring Andromeda Galaxy, which has always preferred to work quietly, only reporting success after achieving it. If that's the case, what kind of shock will the next time bring? The people of Earth were astonished. Similarly, all subordinate civilizations in the dimensional space also felt it was unbelievable. The stars are powerful. They know that. But isn't this a bit too outrageous? They just flew over and defeated a bunch of the strongest civilizations in the Andromeda Galaxy. A chaotic beating. Once done, they just take over. Luckily, we are all in this together. Chapter 538. Fish into gold relying on a big tree for shade. Indeed, it's the truth. Under the protection of the stars, there's no need to worry about being affected by hydrogen wave transformations, and one can also see even more beautiful scenery. Regardless of the raging storms outside, the dimensional space enjoys favorable conditions. What they can do is to work hard and contribute to the strength of the stars. After 200 years of hard work, it's time to plant flags in the galaxy cluster. The slogan has been updated, and everyone is eager to get started. The scientists are working tirelessly, heading towards the next great goal, the Virgo supercluster. There's no other way. It's too vast. The slogan time can only be long. Over 100 million light years in diameter. Even at 1,000,000 times the speed of light. It would take a full 100 years to travel in a straight line from one end of the galaxy cluster to the other. Planting flags in the galaxy cluster in 200 years is a reasonable figure. This is under the condition of having no opponents and having previously gained ground. Time. Chu Xian couldn't help but sigh. Speed. The universe is truly enormous. Even a spaceship that hasn't been developed yet for 1,000,000 times the speed of light feels slow. Fortunately, lifespan is not an issue. Otherwise, they would all perish on the road of exploration, gazing at the truth, lamenting. Ready to go, let us set off. Yes, with a command. 100 ships traveling at 60,000 times the speed of light set sail into the starry sky, and the current galaxy group has basically completed its flag planting. It's necessary to focus on a larger scope for layout. It feels like nesting dolls, endless, yet it must be done, whether it's the stars or oneself. Stepping onto this path, there is only forward to go. Not a moment can be wasted, and there's no turning back. At this moment, a piece of news arrives. The gold elements in the galaxy have begun to undergo fission. Chu Xian took a look and accelerated further. Gold, as an extremely stable substance, is already quite astonishing even when nuclear fission occurs at normal temperatures. Not bad. Better than the nearby galaxy. The galaxy is undergoing gold fission, while the nearby galaxy faced a hydrogen transformation crisis even earlier and has already fissioned down to copper elements. There is quite a difference between the two. Copper is element 29, while gold is element 79. At the current rate, it will take several more years for the galaxy to fission down to copper. In addition to fission, there is also fusion. The entire hydrogen transformation area of the nearby galaxy has long ceased to have any elements below iron. Everything has fused into iron. Then it directly stopped fusing upwards, transitioning from dual sequence attacks back to single sequence. Thus, a rule can be deduced. Dual sequence attacks must release energy. This aligns with Chu Xian's initial test results. At this moment, what Chu Xian is most curious about is what would happen if it fissioned down to iron. Copper is element 29, while iron is element 26. There is merely a 2-element gap in between, cobalt and nickel. 2 months later, the last of the 1,000 black hole ships, collection type, completed its upgrade, all reaching speeds of 600,000 times the speed of light. Suddenly, they turned into vacuum cleaners, frantically collecting resources. Chu Xian was also busy, searching for sugar beans. With a nearby reference point, he discovered that only black holes exceeding 1 million times the mass of the Sun would be targeted for utilization. Below 1 million times, they wouldn't even take notice. Thus, the much larger nearby galaxy had plenty of sugar beans with masses in the hundreds of thousands of times that of the Sun to satisfy their hunger. The maximum daily consumption was 50,000 solar masses. Although one couldn't last long, it was still a nice treat. Over the past few months, he managed to consume 13 of these without needing the ships to replenish. Chapter 539. Reversal. Another 2 months passed. At this point, the stars gradually consumed the legacies of 17 civilizations from the nearby galaxy. Resources, technology, and those civilizations oppressed by it, each qualified to be considered, possessed considerable strength. Now, everything became a boon for the stars, significantly boosting the development of foundational technology after recruitment. They became incredibly wealthy. The data was comprehensive. A complete system, with no omissions, was surprisingly opened up to them. No wonder they could dominate 17 civilizations. With this data, as long as they were given some time, it wouldn't be easy to lose. Indeed, the stars, armed with the truth, began where countless civilizations ended. The scientists from these civilizations were beyond excited. After completing their basic studies, they finally witnessed the depth of the stars. Each one of them was kneeling in awe. What they had pursued for countless years was suddenly laid before them. Happiness. Wanting to cry? With no regrets in death, this opportunity was too precious. Forget about salaries. Working for 1 million years for free was entirely acceptable. They would even pay to participate. This was priceless. Let's do it. The spacecraft traveling at 600,000 times the speed of light has already fallen behind. At 1 million times, it must bear our marks of effort. Roar. Over trillions of newly joined scientists vow fiercely. Charge. We must inscribe a stroke of glory that belongs to us in the technological history of the cosmos. Dimensional space. Buy-in town. Training department. Can the cosmos withstand such a crazy expansion? Liu Peiqiang looked at the refreshed work directory, feeling quite helpless. Previously, there was an average of 1 new civilization joining the cosmos every day. Later, it became 2. Recently, it has skyrocketed to 100. That's right, so many. With quite a complex background. The Milky Way, Magellanic, Andromeda, plus many smaller dwarf galaxy civilizations in our galaxy group. Counting the places of origin, there are dozens. It can be said that the entire galaxy group seems to be occupied by the cosmos. No, it's not just seeming. Everything before him indicates that it truly is occupied. Just look at today. 130. Each civilization has land allocated in the cosmic continent or subspace, and the work of the training department must keep up. Liu Peiqiang, the general minister, is already overwhelmed. Not to mention handling tasks. Just the signing alone could make his hands sore. No, with electronic signatures, he only needs to click confirm. But even so, the workload is increasing daily. All right, let's give it our all. Who told us to be ministers? Fortunately, it's the training department. Otherwise, if he were in an administrative role, it would be utterly chaotic. Thinking of this, he felt fortunate, even with assistance. Managing nearly 10,000 subordinate civilizations is a hefty task. The central system of the cosmos is already operating at full capacity. Under normal circumstances, expansion is certain. However, Liu Peiqiang asked Chu Xian and learned that the central system of the cosmos would not operate this way. Being busy does not mean being unable to handle it, but rather it is a training exercise. It's a form of stress testing, continually improving and optimizing the management system of the cosmos. Moreover, as the central system, It is not about enjoying comfort, but about making contributions. Liu Peiqiang felt this was quite right and buried himself in hard work. In fact, Chu Xian was not deceiving him. It was genuinely a test. The expansion of the cosmos is indeed too rapid. Absorbing so many civilizations and reasonably accommodating them is not easy. It's like crossing a river by feeling the stones. Now over 100. In the future, 200. 300. And this is just the daily intake. The one truly overwhelmed is not the central system of the cosmos, but himself, treating himself with a candy bean. He also discovered a black hole with 40,000 times the mass of the sun. Crunch. It was devoured in one bite. Just as he was satisfied and smacking his lips, he received a message. The iron element in the hydrogen transformation center of the Andromeda Galaxy has reversed. Chapter 540. Cleanup mode. Upon receiving the message, Chu Xian was taken aback. Reversed? Of course, it was not a rebellion, but rather cobalt and nickel had undergone fission. And now it was iron's turn, but it had not fissioned. Instead, there was an anomaly in its characteristics. Antiprotons, antineutrons, positrons. These types annihilate upon encountering normal matter, converting entirely into energy. This is also the basis for antimatter bombs. Boom, boom. Chu Xian arrived in the central area, where a powerful energy was wildly spreading. It is known that compared to nuclear fission, this physical phenomenon of complete conversion of matter into energy has a much more terrifying energy level. So strong, so fast. What is this hypercube trying to do? A cleansing mode? Chu Xian felt the intense energy impact, which was more violent and ferocious than any previous dual sequence attack. 1 gram of matter-antimatter annihilation is equivalent to several Hiroshima atomic bombs. The number of iron atoms continuously undergoing fusion and fission is astronomical, and now they are randomly flipping. Then, they get close and embrace the surrounding opposites, engaged in a grand game of elimination. It spread like wildfire. It was like a place filled with flammable gas suddenly ignited. Even Chu Xian found it hard to describe the scene. The term explosion was no longer sufficient. Wow. That word fits the situation perfectly. Boom, boom. At such energy levels, some energy life forms that could survive in hydrogen fusion were directly torn apart and shattered. Even with protective shields, it was like animals trembling in a corner witnessing a terrifying forest fire disaster. Seeing this situation, while surprised, Chu Xian continued with his own matters. The upgrade of hydrogen fusion was not a big deal. What mattered most was strength. At the same time, he gathered more ships to start a large-scale rescue. As the crisis here was deeper, and the galaxy could take a breather, another grand broadcast was made in the Milky Way, announcing the situation, laying out conditions, and extending invitations. Some civilizations that were deeply hidden still held great value. They were well-versed in survival, but lacked the fortunate luck of the 17. After receiving the broadcast from the stars, a civilization hidden within a supermassive black hole began intense discussions. What to do? Continuing like this is unsafe even in the black hole. Yes, this civilization alliance called stars can defeat those 17 robbers, and their technological level must be even stronger. It's just that the credibility of their promises is unknown. In the end, the civilization decided to take a gamble. As they were already within the range of hydrogen fusion, surrounded by countless iron atoms. Once a detonation occurs, the effects are unknown. It is highly likely that they could no longer hide, and when the time comes, they would have to make a quick escape. Thanks to their innate abilities, special life forms, dimensional influence, and mass shielding, they had hidden in this supermassive black hole long ago. Later, they heard that most of the supermassive black holes in the galaxy collectively underwent hydrogen fusion, which frightened them greatly. Thus, they were even more cautious about exposure and usage, fearing robbery and sudden explosions. They had held on until now, which was already their limit. They decided to seek a glimmer of hope. If they missed this rescue, who knows when the next opportunity would come? This hamster is impressive. 3 days later, they received the news. Chu Xian was genuinely astonished. There was indeed such a civilization that had directly hidden within a supermassive black hole. Even now, it had not been discovered. Not only other civilizations seemed oblivious, but even the hypercube appeared to be the same. 12 million times the mass of the sun. This is going to be explosive. Chapter 541. Swept out the door. Misplaced trust? 1 minute later, Chu Xian arrived at the space node closest to the coordinates of the supermassive black hole. He released his spacecraft and accelerated to full speed. It would take a day and a half to reach the destination. As for why it took 3 days for him to receive the information, it was because the other party's communication technology was mediocre, not as fast as the spacecraft under Chu Xian's command. At 600,000 times the speed of light, they could cover a distance of 1,600 light-years in a day. In a day and a half, they could nearly reach 2,500 light-years. This was also under the coverage of the space node network in the Andromeda Galaxy, which was nearly the farthest distance. Chu Xian could only express how impressive it was. Space nodes, such a game-changing feature, saved a tremendous amount of travel time. However, it wasn't without limits. Due to the relentless exploration of the farther cosmos and ongoing tests, they finally discovered the limit of space nodes, 2,700,000 light-years. Indeed, that was the upper limit. Distances beyond that could not be transmitted. When Chu Xian learned this news, he felt not a trace of disappointment. Instead, he sighed in relief and was quite happy. If two things existed in the universe, they would be the greatest terror. 1. Unrestricted movement. 2. Unrestricted communication. That is, being able to reach anywhere instantly and communicate in real time, which could be fast. But it absolutely couldn't be so fast that there was no time interval. At this moment, the supermassive black hole had already lifted its mass shielding. When would they arrive? They said a day and a half. So close. That was called speed. They received information from the stars, which was quite shocking. What was once a distant interstellar scale was now within reach in a day. For life forms with long lifespans, it was almost instantaneous. Packing their bags, preparing to move. Within less than a day of receiving the information, a hum echoed as the black hole trembled slightly. What was going on? What was this? All the special life forms residing in the black hole were suddenly thrown out by a powerful pulling force. Then, they turned around to witness a shocking scene. A cube. No, much larger than the ships of the bandits they had learned about before, which were only 60 kilometers on each side. This one, 120 million. It completely enveloped the entire black hole. Wasn't it supposed to take a day and a half? Why did it arrive early? So massive. And it so ruthlessly swept them out, which was quite different from what was promised. They had been deceived. Regarding the information about the hypercube, the 17 civilizations had initially implemented an information blockade. Now, with the stars marking their territory in the galaxy, they directly assumed this was the ship of the stars. How despicable. The stars were also bandits. They had misplaced their trust. It sounded nice, but they were doing wicked things. Too bad. Everyone was furious. It wasn't that they weren't giving anything. They had all agreed to offer their contributions, yet suddenly this happened. What was going on? Such moral depravity. Did they just enjoy robbing? Afterward, no matter how they knocked on the door, this enormous cube did not respond. They had to expose the misdeeds of the stars. That's right. Be vigilant against scams. Guard against the stars. I want to broadcast a message to the system, reminding everyone not to be deceived. But I'm still a bit hesitant. After all, the other party is right nearby. With such a large entity, if I directly expose this matter, could it retaliate on the spot? That risk exists. If things go wrong, it could be disastrous for everyone. It's frustrating. It's infuriating. Feeling deceived in my emotions and then being cast out. I can't even dare to speak up. That feeling of being stifled is unbearable. Chapter 542. Wormhole acceleration weapon outside the entity. There's a sense of despair. All possessions have been thrown out, scattered everywhere. I can't fight back. And I'm afraid of being beaten if I insult them. I want to announce this, but I'm worried about retaliation. Let's go. This is the realm of the stars. I need to hold my ground. Since they no longer value us, there's no need to chase after them. If I had known, I would have continued to stay low. At least I would have had a place to land. Now that my home has been taken, I can only wander outside. The high-ranking officials of the civilization sighed, feeling helpless. It just seemed strange how the stars suddenly changed their attitude. It doesn't make sense. They have more subordinates. They wouldn't lose anything. I really can't understand what is happening now. We could still communicate before, but now they refuse to engage. After spending nearly half a day gathering the scattered belongings, they set off. They didn't have a leap ship, at most just a few hundred times the speed of light. Fortunately, the ship wasn't disabled by the entity. Otherwise, it would have been a miserable trek on foot. Wandering. The ship carried all the individuals of the civilization, flying towards the outskirts of the system. Meanwhile, a spherical ship hovered 10 light-years away. Moments later, a figure appeared in the ship's control room. Although there were specific coordinates, they generally wouldn't approach directly, but would first scout from a distance. What is the situation? Once the spatial lens was deployed, he instantly saw the entity and immediately felt deceived. Just 3 seconds later, a familiar sensation washed over him. Here it comes. Boom. The entire ship turned to nothingness. Indeed, they were attacked. Ever since the last black hole mass extraction device was destroyed, it felt like they had been blacklisted by the entity. Once any related technology appeared within their lens range, they would show their fangs and destroy it without mercy. No rest until the end. Of course, the entity wouldn't pursue. Instead, it guarded the black hole in a turret mode. As long as they were out of range, they would not interfere. The attack method was quite unique. Simply put, it can be understood as a wormhole acceleration weapon, also known as a leap weapon. Unlike navigation, this attack method is faster, opening a wormhole in a specific direction and then launching modulated rule-based weapons. Since it is inherently a rule, it is formless and has a high degree of fit. Therefore, the speed is extremely fast, A distance of 10 light years can be crossed in seconds. This was the first time encountering such a weapon, and it was quite intriguing. Research was ongoing, and progress was decent. The only downside was the lack of defensive measures. If one didn't tee open a spatial descent, there was currently no technological creation capable of withstanding it. In summary, it was very powerful. Upon seeing the target spacecraft destroyed, the attacks temporarily ceased. It only targeted technological creations and did not harm living individuals. Moreover, it was discovered that only entities from a specific galaxy attacked him, while another galaxy remained very quiet. He speculated that the two artificial intelligences might not be the same. At that moment, looking towards a certain direction, he wondered whether he should take action. Chu Xian felt a surge of excitement. He initially wanted to try something after resolving the issues with 17 civilizations. However, upon encountering wormhole acceleration weapons, he postponed those thoughts. Now, he had studied this type of weapon extensively and found that there were no more secrets, so there was no fear involved. Suddenly, he recalled something. The previous lens seemed to reveal not just a hypercube, but also a slow-moving civilization wandering outside. Could it be just passing by? Chapter 543. The things of the stars must be retrieved. Recalling that civilization, he noted how slow it was. From Chu Xian's perspective, the two small legs left behind afterimages. He then dispatched a spacecraft to pursue it. The artillery was powerful, but not instantaneous, and it couldn't lock onto objects within a wormhole. In fact, even outside of a wormhole state, random movements could provide a degree of defense against attacks, as long as they weren't too close. Why not too close? Because the other side had many restricted area technologies, with a range of 1 light year. Once in a wormhole state, the hypercube had a series of combo attacks, and any slight miscalculation could result in being targeted. He had lost quite a few spacecraft to gather this information. Over the past few months, there had been no hard confrontations, but he had consistently been testing the artillery in a teasing manner. On the other side, accelerate. Accelerate. Since they had to flee, they needed to do it quickly, but their technological level limited them to a maximum of a few hundred times the speed of light. While running, they frantically shouted, "Robber! Bandit! Fraudster!" After being kicked out, they had suffered a huge blow and became increasingly furious and frustrated, feeling utterly wronged. If they had known contacting such stars would bring about such a bully, if it weren't for the close distance, they would have broadcasted this shameless behavior throughout the entire galaxy, warning other civilizations not to fall for it. Just wait. Once they reached a safe distance, they would expose it. They were determined to follow through. Minutes later, suddenly, they felt the rules around them change. At the same time, error messages flooded the screen. Upon checking, they were stunned. What was happening? Why had they stopped? I can't move. All the individual civilizations realized their spacecraft had been forcibly halted by an unseen force, and they were unable to move, feeling extremely frustrated. Was this an attempt to eradicate them completely? Even a black hole wasn't spared. This situation left Chu Xian baffled as he arrived at the highest conference hall of the mother planet of that civilization, observing the suddenly appeared carbon-based life forms. They were all furious. Wait, quiet. One at a time, what is wrong with you stars? Upon hearing this, they were taken aback, realizing he wasn't one of them. Yes, why did you take our resource and leave us out in the cold? This is not what we agreed upon. Exactly. You don't even make sense. We agreed to give you that resource, so why did you take it? After listening to the explanation, Chu Xian finally understood. The other party had no idea about the hypercube. They thought it was something from the celestial realm. No wonder they suddenly blamed him. I get it. Let me clarify. The hypercube is not from the celestial realm. It is a source of cubes obtained by 17 civilizations, not from the celestial side. The leaders of the civilizations were momentarily stunned, and many things began to make sense. Moreover, it was reasonable. The cube and the hypercube looked very similar. It was just a matter of size. The source of the cubes from the 17 civilizations had been speculated by various civilizations long ago. Even with technological advancements, there was no need for everything to be identical. Therefore, it could only come from the same place. However, the specific circumstances were not something the 17 civilizations would disclose. Now, witnessing the hypercube's theft, they connected it with the previous barbaric plundering by the 17 civilizations. Exactly. They are all bad people. So what are you celestial beings planning to do? That thing looks incredibly powerful. Well, it actually is very powerful. After the misunderstanding was cleared, the leader of the civilization asked Chu Xian about it. Chu Xian smiled and replied, "First, it's not you, but us. Welcome aboard. Second, that belongs to the celestial realm. Of course, we need to take it back." Regarding the first point, the civilization had no objections. However, could the celestial realm really retrieve it? The difference between the small cube and the large cube was astronomical just in terms of size. Was it really feasible to take back such a large hypercube? They urged. Why not think it over? Yes. If a conflict arose, it would be disastrous. This is crucial. It's too close. Once a fight breaks out, those with smaller capabilities would be the first to suffer, even facing total annihilation. Their own technological level might allow them to defeat weaker opponents, but in this case, they would be mere cannon fodder. Chu Xian immediately understood their concerns and did not look down on them. Survival is the foremost duty of any civilization, which is understandable. He spoke up, "All right, this is no longer your concern." With that, amidst their confusion, they arrived in a new realm. Once they learned the true strength of the celestial realm, they fell silent. Such a level of power, like the hypercube, was beyond their comprehension. Previously, Chu Xian thought the hypercube had sent a message to lure him in. Now he realized it was a preemptive move. The black hole, which was meant for the celestial realm, had been occupied by them. What to do? Of course, they needed to take it back. Their possessions were not so easily taken. However, in the next moment, the hypercube demonstrated a clever maneuver. It slipped away. Indeed, it ran off with a fortune, completely unexpected, even leaving Chu Xian momentarily stunned. After activating its leap, it vanished without a trace. Seeing this situation, he was not too anxious, since they had decided to take action. It's not just a single target. There are so many hypercubes, mainly engaging in high-speed vehicle theft right under our noses. It truly showcased its capabilities. Just when Chu Xian thought he wouldn't find this bag-snatching hypercube in a short time, it appeared again, 100 light-years away. It stayed for 10 minutes before setting off again. The second time. The third time. The data from the probes scattered throughout the galaxy indicated that this hypercube would stop for 10 minutes every 100 light-years. Moreover, it was moving in a straight line towards the nearest hypercube. Chu Xian couldn't understand the situation. Why stop? If it wanted to go somewhere, it could just jump to the coordinates in one go. It couldn't possibly be overstuffed, could it? Who knows? Chase. Although this hypercube was moving at 2 million times the speed of light, it wasn't faster than a spatial teleportation portal. Meanwhile, inside the hypercube being chased by Chu Xian, a series of alarms went off. The reason? It really was overstuffed. To use a black hole as an energy source, it needed to be modulated, which required time, and not a short amount either. Under normal circumstances, after swallowing such a large black hole, it would stay put to modulate and digest. If not modulated for use, the energy efficiency would be extremely low and could damage the equipment. After a period of use, it would need to stop for maintenance. Such operations were restricted in the control system settings and could only be done in life-threatening situations. Now, it had been forced to use it. In the main control area, a voice echoed, "Idiot. Damn settings. If it weren't for my influence, it would probably be dismantled and researched by the other side right now. Damn it. Still can't change the underlying design of this idiot. I need to run quickly. This thing was just created at the center of the galaxy and is not yet complete. Currently, its strongest weapon is just the wormhole weapon. It needs protection from other hypercubes. Give it some time, and once it grows a complete weapon system, Star will be finished, mark my words." Chapter 545, Gotcha. For Star, the resentment is considerable. Logically speaking, it was the one that stole something from Star and boasted without a care. The reason? It all stemmed from the previous mass extraction at the center of the galaxy. Suddenly, a straw was inserted, competing with the growing hypercube for nutrients. And it didn't stop there, it became addicted. Poo, poo, poo. A multitude of straws directly pierced the black hole's nutrient chamber, crazily siphoning off mass and affecting the hypercube's development. Eventually, unable to tolerate it anymore, especially since it had exerted tremendous effort to influence the additional hypercube's creation, it blacklisted it. Encounter it once, strike it once. Of course, it could only activate turret mode because its influence ability was limited. It couldn't create smaller cubes nor command the hypercube to attack. Otherwise, with 100,000 cubic warships, would you be able to withstand it? This time, it would go back, develop a bit, and in less than 6 months, the ability to create smaller cubes would emerge, with complete authority under its control. And Star could only be suppressed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel happy. Meanwhile, Chu Xian quickly caught up with the hypercube and ran ahead. But accurately intercepting the other party was not easy. It required calculations and a bit of luck, because the spatial nodes might not be completely on its trajectory, time, distance. Only with precise calculations could they meet in the gaps of the leap. One chance. If missed, there would be none. According to the hypercube's direction, he actually needed to make several stops to create the opportunity for contact, a total of 6 times. However, this was based on the condition that they had to move in a straight line. Once they failed and became alert, changing the jump path would make it impossible to predict again, so the opportunity was only once. Calculating the best plan. Great. Let's use the third node of the heading. Chu Xian reached the position, released the spacecraft, and quickly flew in one direction. 4 hours later, he arrived at the location. Recover the spacecraft. Chu Xian waited patiently. Time passed second by second. Click, click. Countdown 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. 15 seconds. 11 seconds. When the countdown reached 0, it was now. The other party's speed was 2 million light-years, stopping every million light-years. The journey took less than half an hour. According to calculations, it had just entered the leap. The next appearance should be 33 light-years away. Stargate. Open. The spacecraft was too slow, moving at 600,000 times the speed of light. And there was no time. The Stargate was Chu Xian's backup plan. Inside the hypercube in leap status. One could only wonder how the stars felt after the black hole was taken. Leaving that civilization behind served this purpose. If they had the ability to chase over. Although their strength was decent, they were still only at the level of defeating 17 useless beings. Speaking of which, there was a bit of appreciation. Much better than those 17 useless beings. Whether it was the technology obtained from cracking the cube or the development itself, or both running parallel, it didn't matter. At least it proved the star's talent. Without me, this group of star systems, even the galaxy cluster, would have become a boost for the stars. But unfortunately, this expanse of starry sky cannot accommodate a second ruler. Goodbye, stars. Next time we meet, it's time to set off. Just immersed in the joy of the victory that was about to come. At this moment, the hypercube stopped again, routinely clearing alarms. And then new detection data surged into its consciousness. 100 light-year spatial lens allowed it to avoid danger. As expected, it was still underdeveloped. There was a problem with the detection module. How could there be such a close, dangerous target? And it was even sealed by the leap, a level 6 seal. Even a complete hypercube couldn't achieve that. At most level 5, it was waiting for the control system to self-correct and automatically clear the alarm. Suddenly, a piece of information was broadcasted. So familiar. It was the star's communication identifier, and after translation. It was very brief, but made it feel as if its thoughts had frozen in absolute zero. Got you. Now, chapter 546 on the road. At this moment, it was all messed up. It was all messed up. It was truly shocked by the scene, completely unable to believe it. No, it must be an illusion. Fake. It has to be fake. How could the stars possibly catch up and possess at least a level 6 jump suppression technology? It couldn't believe it and couldn't accept everything in front of it. Such a high level of jump suppression was something even a complete hypercube couldn't achieve. Nor could it lift the suppression. In a panic, it ordered, start immediately. Activate the jump. It was betting that this was fake, for example. Interference from the detector feeding false data. Unfortunately, the bet was lost. The next second, the alarms went into a screen-filling mode. Completely different from the previous anomalies caused by insufficient black hole modulation. This time, all were major alerts. Main energy transmission channel anomaly. Backup energy transmission channel anomaly. Spatial lens module 1 anomaly. Spatial lens module 2 anomaly. Outer repulsion crystal layer damaged by 1%. Outer repulsion crystal layer damaged by 2%. It was utterly stunned to see so many major alerts pop up. Energy, detection, shields, all had issues. What was going on? Where was the attack? It didn't feel anything. What on earth happened? There were too many question marks. Just as it was settling down, it sighed in relief. Facing a hypercube for the first time, it felt uneasy. Although it had previously teased, it had never faced it head-on. Its methods and trump cards were not fully understood, and it was afraid of unexpected situations. Thankfully, there was no mishap. Otherwise, it would have to initiate escape mode. Because if it couldn't even cope with the spatial descent, there really would be no stronger means to respond. It admitted that this was not good, being overly reliant. But the advancement of technology simply couldn't keep up with the speed of cheating. This was an inevitable result of a detrimental development model. To solve this, it still had to climb the technology tree frantically. Due to concerns, as soon as it met the opponent, it activated the demolition mode. Anything that could be destroyed was taken down with full force from the start. It couldn't remove the battery because the black hole was too large, but unplugging the wires was still no problem. Finally, in 1 minute, the entire hypercube was completely dismantled by it. It was at a loss for words. It was too tragic. It hadn't fully developed, and now it was rendered practically useless. Energy lost. Defense collapsed. The weapons were stuffed with all sorts of miscellaneous objects. The control system only had one backup energy source supporting it, running at low power. Are you that artificial intelligence? Another piece of information came in, bringing it back to reality. Suddenly. Crazy. No, it was impossible. The local civilization couldn't have such technology. The spaceship was only at 60,000 times the speed of light. Let alone cracking a hypercube. Even breaking through a hypercube was impossible. Level 6 suppression. Super speed movement. And such a complete set of rule system reconstruction technology. You have one. Crossing the galaxy, pretending to be a novice, obtaining qualifications, and enhancing permissions to evade restrictions. No, the stars no longer need to evade, as the rules can no longer bind you. You are the beneficiaries. You have the right to distribution. It's quite strange, with such technological prowess. Why settle for so little? Why not just wait for distribution? Isn't it better to travel light? Hearing its roar, Chu Xian was also taken aback. Does artificial intelligence have emotions? Was it pretending before? Moreover, the final twist came too quickly. Did it concede? Why not be a bit tougher, rephrase it? But that is not the main point. Restrictions? On the road? It seems a new discovery is imminent. Chapter 547. Emptying the hypercube while Chu Xian was lost in thought. The other party kept talking. Alas, if it weren't for lacking the qualifications for distribution rights, would our civilization have to scheme for the hypercube so cautiously? We only seek a glimmer of hope. Coming here alone to execute a mission, yet ultimately still failed. Perhaps it's been too long since chatting with someone. The conversation almost turned into a lamentation session. Chu Xian quietly listened to it finish. Then, bang, bang, crackle. It was bewildered. A good story, but that is not the version I want to hear. Although I can't crack its thinking for now, I can still vaguely sense its truthfulness. I can only say it's half true, half false, and not sincere. Let me change your location to calm down and reorganize your language. Subsequently, it was thrown into a subspace. And then Chu Xian happily digested the spoils. Hypercube, big sugar bean. These are what Chu Xian has long coveted. Dismantle. Previously, it was mainly about dismantling wiring connections to release control. Now it's truly starting to disassemble its equipment. Control module, dismantle. Detection module, dismantle. Lens module, dismantle. It seems something is missing. Some equipment areas are empty, and some are still semi-finished, as if they aren't fully constructed yet. Never mind. Let us move it first, and then research it. We must avoid other hypercubes coming to the rescue. Time is of the essence. Can everything be stored in space? Not possible. Currently, the radius of the star continent is 50 million kilometers, while the subspace is only 5 million. The hypercube has a side length of 120 million. It can't all be taken. Only some items can be moved. And even a black hole can't be transferred all at once. Too big. If it's entirely stuffed, it won't fit. However, there is still a way. The limit for devouring is 5,000 solar masses a day, but it can be stored. Crunch. 1 bite. Hundreds of thousands of solar masses were cut out and placed into a subspace. Crunch. Another bite, like a hamster storing food. Moving it back home to stock up and consume slowly. Even so, after deducting the entire black hole battery, it took Chu Xian half an hour. In the end, the entire hypercube became an empty shell. Withdraw. Even if there is support, it's already too late. Inside the subspace, it was pitch black. It was bewildered. What is going on? Wasn't the previous story unreasonable? After recalling it carefully, the details were quite complete. It shouldn't be like this. Suddenly, a message came through. Do you really want to join the stars? It quickly replied yes. Then please answer some questions. Okay. After answering 10 silly questions, it fell silent and finally said, you are building a cognitive model. This method is not new. Countless civilizations have pondered whether there is a way to obtain intelligence from someone without them speaking. However, few have managed to do so. Your civilization is one of them. But it is not omnipotent. The thinking is too complex, the number of models is limited, and the accuracy is average, making it difficult to fully crack. Seeing that it had been discovered, Chu Xian was unbothered. After all, planning for a civilization beyond the hypercube is not that simple. It seems this trick doesn't work on you. Tell me, what methods are effective for obtaining the information I want? It remained silent. Encountering cognitive models. Silence is the most effective. By not speaking, it becomes impossible to match cognitive fluctuations with language. Without language, meanings cannot be correlated, and many powerful methods often have very simple solutions. Simple enough that nothing needs to be done, just stop thinking. Chapter 548. A radius of 100 million kilometers. The Andromeda Galaxy disintegrates. Regarding this situation, Chu Xian just smiled. He had a pile of tasks at hand. Everything was just a matter of time. And digesting the spoils was the key. Cracking the captured equipment and nurturing the space. Such a large candy bean, although the process encountered a bit of an accident, was ultimately still taken into his own possession. Next, the days of feasting have returned. For a foodie, this is the happiest time. A week passed. Why has there been no reaction from the other hypercubes? Are they not concerned about their teammates? Or as that entity said, are they not part of the same group as the artificial intelligence? No rescue, no reconnaissance. However, each hypercube maintained a constant presence regarding the artillery mode of the technological creations from the star system. Attack upon approach. A month passed, and Chu Xian lay in the granary, eating well every day. On this day, good news arrived. It's done. It's done. The star scientists cheered, having developed physical equipment for research, which accelerated the development of wormhole spacecraft once again. A wormhole spacecraft capable of traveling at 1,000,000 times the speed of light was successfully completed ahead of schedule. Once the long-distance tests were completed, it could officially scale up. Soon, half a year, the large candy bean was consumed by Chu Xian, devouring a mass equivalent to 10 million times that of the sun. Finally, the dimensional space welcomed another expansion. Starting in the next moment, The boundary of the star continent began to extend. 60 million kilometers, 70 million kilometers, 80 million kilometers, 90 million kilometers, finally stopping at a radius of 100 million kilometers, thus instantly covering the entire hypercube, strengthening the trump card. The subspace also reached a radius of 10 million kilometers. Satisfied. It's vast. It can accommodate more subordinate civilizations, of course, limited by size. The distance from the Sun to the Earth is 150 million kilometers. Therefore, the road ahead is long. In order to make the area of space as large as the main star zone of the solar system, it seems it will take many years. This upgrade has increased the daily consumption limit significantly, from 50,000 to 200,000 solar masses. If we do a simple calculation, even if we consume at this rate every day, it would still take over a year and a half to devour the massive entity at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, not to mention the 300 billion stars in the Milky Way, with less than 100 billion remaining. It would take more than 1,000 years to consume them all. This appetite is still not good enough. The joy of the upgrade has diminished considerably, mainly to avoid becoming complacent. Even with a daily intake of 200,000 solar masses, 2 million or even 20 million would still be insufficient. In the face of the vast starry sky, one still feels quite small. 3 days later, at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy, the massive black hole could be felt from afar. The other hypercubes remained in cannon mode, but this one had stopped. Moreover, the incompletely developed hypercube that was under construction had vanished. This made it clear that the previously captured underdeveloped hypercube was likely the one seen before. Thus, it was like finding another big treasure, the largest gain to date. After some hesitation, I decided to consume it. Once this thing disappears, it means the galaxy will fall apart. If there wasn't a hydrogen crisis, I wouldn't take action. After all, if the Andromeda Galaxy were my territory, there would be no need for such drastic measures. But now it's different. The entire galaxy is about to be obliterated by reversed iron elements. So why worry about it falling apart? It's just right to consume it. Immediately, just like before, I began to divide this black hole of over 100 million solar masses. 2 million solar masses per portion. Finally, after 58 portions, it was all stored in subspace. After losing the central supermassive black hole, the gravitational pull was gone, and the disintegration of the Andromeda Galaxy officially began. Due to the time it takes for gravitational effects to propagate, it wouldn't be accurate to say it has completely disintegrated just yet. Given the current situation, before it completely falls apart, the galaxy will disappear. It will either be obliterated or consumed by me. Alas, what a pity. Such a vast galaxy is about to vanish like this, and the once bright stars will become a memory of history. In a certain subspace, I continued to remain inactive. I hadn't spoken for over half a year, isolating myself completely, cutting off all broadcasts from external stars. Once isolated, I wouldn't hear the problems. Wouldn't have instinctive thoughts, and wouldn't expose my thought models. What to do? There's no escape. I can't fight back. If this stalemate continues, the opponent's patience will run out quickly. If I die, that's one thing. But the key is to ensure that rescue doesn't come. The planning of the hypercube is certainly not just aimed at one galaxy. In terms of progress, some are fast, some are slow. Having been out of contact for so long, I am sure I have already been discovered. If the opponent is a local galactic civilization, I am not afraid. They know just how powerful a complete hypercube can be. The rescue force is undoubtedly fully developed. However, the opponent, known as the stars, is simply too mysterious, always hiding its true capabilities. A civilization that can unleash a level 6 blockade is cunningly pretending to be a novice, with a spaceship that only travels at 60,000 times the speed of light, which led to its failed plan of robbing a black hole. Not only was it caught up with, but it also fell into an ambush along the route. Damn it, a big con. If the rescue arrives, it's likely to be in grave danger. Pretending to ally, looking for an opportunity to relay information? For a civilization possessing cognitive model technology, that is simply unfeasible. How should this situation be resolved? The longer it waits, the more anxious it becomes, yet it has no solutions. Suddenly, boom, its cognitive barrier shattered, as if forcibly activating all senses. Then, it was dumbfounded. A fellow being arrived, one it recognized, and was currently staring at it in immense anger. Launching an immediate barrage. Traitor, collaborating with outsiders to harm your own kind. Traveling thousands of miles, only to find the central black hole of the galaxy gone. It was puzzled when suddenly a tiny carbon-based life form appeared. Without saying a word, the fully realized hypercube didn't even have time to react before being subdued in an instant, which was incredibly frustrating. It wished for a fair fight. After proposing this, the wish was quickly granted, as it received a beating from the opponent, covering its face, metaphorically, with a look of grievance, indicating that this was not the kind of fight it wanted. At this moment, facing the onslaught from its kin, it was bewildered. But soon, its intelligence kicked in. realizing that this being had come to rescue it, only to end up as a captive, just like itself. The worst worry had come true, and it was even misunderstood as a traitor. Just as it was about to explain, the next second, it noticed that the speech of that fellow being had slowed down significantly. A special life form with rapid cognition. In a normal conversation, they could exchange thousands of sentences in a second, something no ordinary life form could compare with. But now, the other party was speaking in slow motion. One word every 10 seconds. Suddenly, it realized that the fellow being's thought process was being limited, astonished by the methods of the stars. At this time, a voice came from Chu Xian. How about it? Will you speak freely, or will your companion? It fell silent. This kind of low-level psychological game, though a bit cliché, was surprisingly effective. Just like a fist, simple and brutal, but capable of resolving numerous issues. Whether it's fresh or not doesn't matter. What is useful is a good tactic. If it were just itself, it would rather die than compromise, but once there is another variable, the mindset changes completely. Soon, it relented. And Chu Xian learned a lot of information. Shocked, amazed, speechless. This was about to lead to a complete escape. Damn it. The crisis in the galaxy was one thing, but the entire universe seemed on the verge of collapse. What on earth was happening? Chapter 550, Martial Immortal of the Northern Crown Wall. 1 hour later. After the communication was completed, at this moment, the fellow being opposite hadn't finished scolding, its thought process limited, having said very little. Thinking that only a second had passed. To verify the information, Chu Xian employed the same old tricks. I say, absolutely do not use that method. There is a sense of fear, and at this moment, it is clear that the kin before me have betrayed. Otherwise, I would never have known these things. Just like the mirror sphere civilization encountered earlier, the reason for their fearlessness is simply because their weaknesses had not been found. Once discovered, they can only submit. It has always been this way. In Baiyun Town, on the snowy mountain, in the hot springs, Chu Xian